Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to Gamers Without Borders. We have got ourselves an extravaganza of StarCraft here over the next 3 days and then the next weekend as well. Let's get things going. My name's Kyolaris, bringing you all the hosting activities. You may remember me from such epics as Kalaris in Space and other things, but this time around we've got the Kalaris Dome to bring you all of the action that's going to be going down. First things first, let's start with the pre-show, brought to you and presented by Savvy Games Group. And to join me to talk about everything that's going to be going down, we have two fantastic individuals from other sides of the globe to talk about everything. ZG and Pig joining me. ZG, how are you faring? We've got an awesome tournament to come.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get into the 8 best of 3s today. And might I say, Kalaris, I'm glad that you finally upgraded from a mansion to a dome.
Thank you, thank you.
You deserved it. Yep.
I appreciate that. You know, I'm on my way up each time. Next year, who knows where we may be? Maybe back in space again. But Pig, likewise, you're basically on the moon over in Australia. How are you faring, mate?
Yeah, you know, it's great. Obviously, from Australia, normally we do have to travel by moon rocket to get off my continent. So it's nice to be able to be ported here into the virtual space, mate.
Yeah, you're on the grid. You're doing all right. I like it a lot. All right, first things first, we've got a lot to talk about here because, let's be frank, we have World Championship caliber brackets that we are going to be playing out here throughout the next 3 days, which is exciting. First things first, though, let's talk about the format and see how everything breaks down here for Gamers Without Borders. Welcome to Gamers Without Borders. Let's break down the format and how players will qualify for Gamers 8. 24 players are separated into 2 pools, and 8 players from each pool will make their way to Gamers 8. The first pool consists of the 12 best performing South Korean players that competed at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2023. The second pool contains the 12 best non-Korean players from the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2023. The entire competition is divided into 2 stages. In both pools, the 8 highest ranked players will play out stage 1 of the competition, which will be a double elimination bracket. All matches will be a best of 3, except the qualification matches, which will be a best of 5. The top 4 players from each pool will qualify for Gamers 8 after stage 1. In stage 2, the 4 remaining players will be paired along with the 4 players who did not qualify from stage 1. This is also a double elimination bracket, and again, the top 4 players will be qualifying for Gamers 8. All right, thank you. The Kalaris Dome had just kind of drowned underwater there for a moment as we explained everything that was going on here. So that is kind of succinct here for the double elimination brackets that are to come. Let's take a look at the list of the players now and we can talk about a few of these guys because honestly, as I said, ZG, World Championship caliber here with all of these players coming in via qualifying as to how they did in Katowice this year.
Yeah, exactly. So very familiar faces, guys, if you did watch Katowice, and certainly championship contenders, even the champion of Katowice coming into the EPT section, Oliveira. I'm sure Maru coming from the Korean section is eager to meet him eventually throughout the tournament, but he might have to wait a little while.
Yeah, definitely, Pig. When you look at it, I mean, I guess that is a good question here. On a big stage that is like this, do you think Oliveira can make magic happen again? Because it will be a tall order, I think, to be able to do a run twice like that here in such a short period of time.
Yeah, I mean, this is a steep pool of opposition. I think already Oliveira has shown that he's not just a flash in the pan. He has kind of jumped up in confidence and overall performance since that World Championship victory. But dude, it's so tough against these killers, like those names there, to get through these sort of brackets. I do think he's got a very high chance of qualifying through, but of course, once he gets through to Gamers 8, that's going to be a ridiculously tall task for anyone to take that tournament out.
Definitely. And ZG, because this is online, does this mean Clem just wins it?
Oh, that's a good question. Oh, wow, yeah. Clem might just win it, guys. I mean, he wins all of the European regions, and he's not going to be facing the Koreans until possibly his Gamers 8. So, yeah, I think he does.
There you go. It's done. We don't even need to play out the next 3 days. I mean, actually, he's playing the next 3 days after this. He's not actually in these 3 days worth of brackets. But yeah, he could quite easily go very, very far as time goes on. Pig, when you look at kind of the Korean side of this, aside from, of course, you know, your Marus, etc., which names really jump out to you to get things going? For me, I would say RagnaroK. I think he really dispelled a lot of, I guess, doubts about him when it came to the way he was performing in Katowice until, of course, he ran into Maru.
Yeah, you lose to Maru. No one makes you lose any stock in anyone's eyes when you do lose to Maru. But RagnaroK looked really solid. He destroyed group stages back at the World Championship, and he looked really good there. I'm very curious to see if he can keep kind of bringing that level of performance. Another big question mark is around Hero. I mean, Hero is such a fan favorite. He's got a fun, dynamic style, but he's been struggling a lot, especially in his Protoss versus Terran recently. So I think he's, you know, a little wary of that opening match versus GuMiho. Guys like ByuN, Maru, all very scary matches for Hero.
Yeah.
One more thing, Kalaris, is that, yeah, RagnaroK did dispel a lot of doubts with the Katowice run. And again, no shame in losing to Maru. Spoiler alert, guys, as far as the GSL qualifiers, he actually didn't make it. So RagnaroK is actually very much still in that question zone of like, is the hype warranted? Is he just kind of like performing every so often? Which is something that I guess we're going to be able to find out here in this bracket.
Fair. Well, we can take a look at how those kind of brackets are working things out, of course, because that will tell us how these guys are shaping up for. Again, it is a double elimination bracket, so it's not the be-all and end-all. If you do actually fall down in the first round, you still have another life, and also, technically speaking, all of the players here have 2 more lives, in theory, into that next weekend as well. But we won't be looking at those brackets down the line. That'll be that, and as it sits, here's the South Korean upper bracket to get things going. Maru versus Creator, Solar versus Dark, Hero versus GuMiho, that you guys have just been alluding to, and ByuN versus RagnaroK. ZG, I think you may be casting the Hero GuMiho match, so are you excited for that one?
I am. This is why I'm here in the morning alongside like a couple of Europeans and the Australian, is because I was like, no, like don't just give me the EPT side, the European North Americans. I want to cast Hero versus GuMiho. I mean, they're just 2 very fun players, and I think they both are certainly high enough skill level that it's going to be a good best of 3. Hero certainly, I think, the favored, but GuMiho's been playing a lot of aggressive Protoss, basically max packs over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So I really want to see what it looks like when they clash. But then all of the matchups here today are really awesome. TVZs are going to be great. ByuN versus RagnaroK, again, seeing if RagnaroK actually, maybe GSL was just a bit of a fluke. And then Solar Dark, which you might be like rolling your eyes like, ZVZ. But Dark kind of has this thing going with Solar where he does knock him out specifically from a lot of big runs.
Yeah.
So I want to see if Solar just starts off nice and defeats that nemesis, and then he'll probably have a really good run for the tournament.
Fair. And then, of course, as we say, Maru versus Creator. Pig, looking at that, are we bound to see Creator tears here on the stage? Do you think Maru's going to be looking angry here in this bracket, considering, well, I think I referred to it as, in the interview, he referred to it as, well, it wasn't an interview, it was on one of the streams, right? But he referred to his previous losses, it happening. So he still may not have mentally recovered from the loss over in Katowice in the final.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, I think we've seen Maru probably show more emotion in the last 6 months than we've ever seen in the rest of his entire career put together. I remember even the first like team league he was playing in, you know, the 2v2 tournament right after the World Championship, and he was like looking a bit tilted and stuff on camera and stuff playing in WTL.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting. That being said, I also think Maru has a bit more fire in him than he's ever had before, and definitely he's enjoying just dismantling his opponents and saying, hey guys, I really am on an entirely another level.
Yeah, I like this evolution of Maru. I mean, of course, when we watched him in the Katowice final, there was the kind of almost we've never seen Maru look like that, right? We've never seen him in a series look quite the way he did. But anyway, coming into this bracket, I'm sure he's all guns blazing. Now let's take a look at the EPT bracket. The rest of the world, the non-Koreans that are going to be competing for spots over at Gamers 8 as well, as we have Oliveira going up against Lambo, Spirit against HeroMarine, Reynor versus Special, and ShoWTimE versus Serral. I'm sure a lot of people are looking at this bracket, ZG, thinking to themselves, Reynor and Serral on the same side of the bracket. I mean, there's not many players to be able to actually kind of equate all this to, but that's surely going to be exciting for a lot of people as a potential in this bracket as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. I know I just kind of gushed over the Korean side of the bracket, but that's just me, you know, a Korean fan. But honestly, the EPT side is also very exciting. I know a lot of eyes are going to be on Lambo as a fan favorite. His preparation skills, I think, are very, very, very good. And he got to show that about 90% at Katowice and couldn't quite boost it to 100 to actually get through his group. But Oliveira, obviously the world champ, want to see what he looks like. And then I think that TVT is going to be fun. And then as you were pointing out, I think everyone is absolutely looking at the upper bracket round of 4. Very likely, I would say that it is Serral versus Reynor, but then the typical, okay, can ShoWTimE do it? You know, he's the top one of the top Protosses of Europe. Can he actually defeat Serral? He gets so close so often and then doesn't quite do it.
And then, of course, go on, Pick.
I'm going to jump in straight away, James. Sorry, but Spirit, we've got to stop overlooking Spirit. I'm telling you, you give that man a double elimination bracket, every series is going to be a banger that Spirit's in. It's going to be wild. Like, there's just going to be crazy games happening. Keep your eyes on the Spirit matchups, especially, even more so if they're TVTs. Don't miss those.
You read my mind, Pig, because I was going to ask you about Spirit. There you go. I mean, it's fair. It's fair because he has been able to show big performances on some of these big stages where I think some people for a long time, and even now to a degree, looks at him as a bit robotic in some of his actions, but it's always exciting to see how he's going to make in these runs. I guess one final question about the EPT bracket, and I kind of talked to Pig about it before. ZG, I'll come to you about Oliveira. Can Oliveira give some razzle-dazzle again like he did at Katowice in terms of a lot of players just kind of seemed a little bit lost against him halfway through some of the series?
Give him a little razzle-dazzle. I think he can. The thing is that we really cannot completely chalk Katowice up to a miracle run. Yes, to the extent that it happened, yes, we can. But Oliveira was coming in as a highly rated Terran of his just own reputation amongst all the pros, right? So we didn't get to see him a whole lot because he did participate in what was the China region, but he is always highly looked at by the other pros. And him defeating Lambo even before Katowice would not be the biggest surprise, or him having a good run, I think, in this particular bracket wouldn't be all that surprising. So it's not even about him keeping up to his Katowice level as much as it is just making sure he keeps up to the level that brought him to Katowice.
Fair. All right, well, let's take a look at the schedule then as well, guys, as we have got, as CG mentioned before, 8 best of 3s today. There is a lot of StarCraft today, and it is going to be good. We are starting things off with the Korean side of those double elimination brackets, as we will have it going from the top of the bracket all the way down here. And then, of course, we're moving on to the EPT side. Pig, if you had to pick a particular matchup you're looking forward to today as your main event in your eyes, what are you thinking?
Oh my gosh, putting me on the spot. There's so many good ones. I honestly, I feel like Solar versus Dark is going to be a clown fiesta. Like, I just feel like, you know, Dark turns ZVZ into like the craziest, messiest thing. And I expect to see, I don't know if we're going to have player cameras or not, but I expect Solar to be like really having a few face palms in those games, win or lose, just because Dark's going to be really frustrating to play against.
Fair. ZG, I guess I'll ask you the same question.
Well, Hero versus GuMiho is my
Damn it.
I'm like redundant. It's fun. You know, I absolutely believe it could be a 2-0 stomp as well, to be clear, before anyone is like, you lied to me, you hyped it up. But I don't know. I still think it's going to be a very fun 2-0 stomp.
I'm with you on that, Zombie Grub. I feel like they have the most exciting sub 10-minute games I've ever watched. Like, they very rarely go long, but so much happens in such a short period of time.
Well, even just this small conversation, I wish I could reach through the screens and grab you and have you all you guys here, but that is it. Thank you very much, guys. That is the pre-show brought to you by Savvy Games Group, done and dusted, bringing that one back here in 2023. I'm going to say that we now have the first match on the way, pre-show for that match going to be going down, and we're going to be talking about Maru versus Creator specifically. So first things first, I think obviously we did allude to it, ZG, the fact that Maru probably to a degree a bit of a kicking of the bee nest in regards to his kind of campaign through Katowice, but coming into this bracket, I think a lot of people are looking at him as one of the big favorites here to move on to Gamers 8.
Right. They're looking at him as a favorite to win any tournament, but apparently he's not really doing that so much anymore because he was so confident going into Katowice. He had an insanely high MMR in the ladder. I think he said like 7,200. It was completely crazy. And then he still lost. So he's been broken a little bit, honestly, and that's as peeled away the robotic exterior. So we do get to hear a lot more about his doubts and his feelings. But we already know that Creator is an emotional player. Actually, you know what's kind of interesting? I didn't think about this before. Maru is coming into a period of self-doubts and emotion, and Creator had done that his entire career. And it seems like he's mostly got a control on it. I don't think I would blame any of his recent losses on his emotions, rather than just when he does lose, he's very emotive, because I think he has that history of keeping that under control.
Pig, your thoughts coming into this match?
I mean, the only big criticism on that same line about the emotions of Creator is when he wins a fight, game's not really anywhere near over, and he does take his hands off the keyboard and mouse to cheer for a few seconds. So you could technically say he should be microing his units during that time, but honestly, he's so exciting to watch. I mean, we saw those reactions at Valencia when we started getting back out to LAN tournaments, and he was like so hyped the whole time, and he had a little crowd around him. Obviously, he's a big underdog here. He's got about a 22% win rate historically. It's a hard match, especially with what's happened to, of course, shield batteries being nerfed and his defensive Colossus style being not as good as it once was. I think Creator can always give a really hard-fought match, though, but he's going to need to be perfect.
Yeah, there was a lot of times where Creator, as a patch began, wasn't really able to hit his stride very quickly, but then as time went on during a patch, he was able to eventually really kind of assimilate a lot of information and make his game better around it. I mean, at the same time, though, ZG, for this particular patch, has it been enough time for Creator to give Maru the best run for his money, if not win the series?
Yeah, I think Pig kind of nailed it. You know, it hurt the defensive Protoss style, which Creator, I think, was... I mean, I wouldn't really pigeonhole into either one, but I definitely wouldn't say he's as aggressive as Hero or Maxpax, basically, who's kind of leading the charge on that particular style, but then in general leading the charge for Protoss. So, yeah, I don't think it necessarily favors Creator, but if Creator has been able to prep for this and perhaps do a lot of practice in that regard, then there are a couple examples of Maru losing to such aggressive Protoss very recently. So, it might come down to who wants it more, and both of them really want to prove themselves, and then who prepped the most for the first round of this bracket, the only round they can really do a lot of prep for.
Fair. Right, well, thank you very much, guys. Here, I'm going to cast you off into the void now as we get ready for our game. It is going to be bringing the commentators on here for this match, Maru versus Creator. Remember, it is a best of 3 up until those qualifying matches. Let's head on over to the commentators here in the Kalaris Dome for Gamers Without Borders. How are you doing, guys?
Hello, James.
Hi.
Wow, we really are in the Kalaris Dome, aren't we?
It's lovely, isn't it? It's brilliant. All right, I'm going to leave it with you guys. Enjoy the game. I'm looking forward to watching it.
We are as well. I'm Wardy, obviously, with the Muslim as we take on Maru versus Creator to start off the entirety of the tournament. How are you feeling, Ben?
You know, I'm feeling good. I was just looking at some of the results between these two, and it's kind of funny because I remember these names as long as StarCraft 2 has been around. Like, I remember competing against them such a long time ago, but their first match was in 2012 against one another. So 11 years ago, that's how long they've been duking it out with each other. They've been in multiple teams with one another as well. I think they both started off in Prime back in the day, moved over to Jin Air Green Wings, even like a little bit of a stay in Envy and what have you. So yeah, it's been awesome to see that they've been going at it for so long. And I like some of the things that the analysts said. Like, we have Maru that just recently kind of started having that little moment of self-doubt, whereas Creator's lived in self-doubt, like he was molded by it almost. So maybe like it's one of the most fresh moments for Creator to really take advantage of this kind of shaky Maru that's shown that while he is obviously one of, if not the greatest Terran of all time, that Protoss can give him a run for his money. We saw Maxpax do it in a recent final where it, went absolutely all the way. And yeah, I'm not counting Creator out, but Maru is obviously the big favorite here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Maru is the favorite. Creator has to come in for the upset, and Creator has looked good. I think really over the last year, he's really come into his own kind of self. And I was talking about this the other day, but you know, he had that one result in a GSL where I was like, oh, Creator, he finally had like a good run, right? But then he actually went on and he kept on making good runs happen all year long. So he's really become a player to contend with. And yeah, he's going to be the underdog, but sometimes we got to have the underdog to have some upsets, Ben. So without further ado, I think we're ready to start introducing some players. We are going to start off in the top left-hand corner with the red Terran that represents Onside Gaming. Our favorite, obviously, for this, it is Maru.
And spawning over in the bottom right as our blue Protoss here on Dragon Scales, it is Creator. It's always nice. I mean, I'm a massive Maru fan, as you know. I played Terran for a long time, but it's always nice to see Creator play Protoss, because I don't feel he's one of those guys that's all about the cheap tricks and all the like weird shenanigans, you know? Like, if you see Creator winning a series, it's usually just because he outplayed somebody with something very solid. Like good defensive play, sets himself up very nicely on 3 bases. If you're a Protoss out there and you're looking for very solid go-to builds, Creator's a nice guy to follow. It does mean that he can be maybe slightly more predictable than a player like Hero, but when it comes to just solid pinpoint play, Creator's very good at that.
Yeah, he's actually been mixing up a fun amount lately as well in this matchup. We've been seeing some Robo first builds, which is obviously a bit different compared to like the Twilight and the Stargate. So really intrigued to what we open up with. It is Dragon Scales. This is the Terran's map pick. A lot of times Dragon Scales doesn't even make it into a best of 3, but it will make it in here. So we'll see what Creator has planned, because you've got to have a plan, because there's a lot of good tank positions on this map. It's short. The Terran can get aggressive really easily. If you're not ready to deal with the Terran aggression, then I don't know what you were planning, right? You know, because that's exactly what comes on this map. And Maru's even going to open up with the factory before an expansion. So just going to immediately go into some amount of tech pressure before taking his expand a bit later down the line.
Yeah, these double gas openings from Terran became a lot more popular roughly like a year ago, and I really felt like it was when Hero started coming on the scene quite a bit. I don't know if that kind of became a thing. Hero showcased that you can be super aggressive against the Terrans. You have people like Zaun doing all those proxy gate shenanigans. But then these double gas openings allowed Terran to just be safer, put on a little bit of pressure. Yes, your expansions later, but that little bit of a slowdown, getting to slow down the Protoss and just be safe. All the Terrans just felt it was worth it, and slowly the fast expansion, 1 gas builds kind of went out of the mix a little bit. But yeah, so far, just very standard on both sides. It's going to be a nice, quick starport going up for Maru. An expo on the high ground as well for him, which Creator is in the know about. And so far, you know, there isn't a lead for either player. I think Creator's happy with all the info he's got so far, though.
Yeah, information has been very good, and we'll wait to see what Maru can do if the starport finishes. He'll get ready to get aggressive, of course, with the faster factory and the faster start, but it means that any sort of Widow Mine drop will hit before Blink is ready, which makes it that much harder to defend against. So that's one thing that Creator just has to be careful of. Minimize the damage you take. Maru has been a little bit less economically focused in this early game, so, you know, the more you can just sort of deny damage, then the better off you're going to be. He adds on 2 additional gateways right now. Obviously, we're also looking at just how many gates we get to with this Blink, how aggressive is Creator going to be overall. And so for the moment, going to be 3 gates of Robo, and the Hellion Reaper are actually going to dart in. So information at the very least here from Maru is he gets a full scout into the main.
Absolutely beautiful. Gets to see the gateways at the front, but most importantly, the Twilight Council in the back also being chrono boosted. So you know it's not some fakey. He did go for a Widow Mine drop as well. So that Widow Mine drop will be venturing through the middle of the map now. So he knows what he's up against. He's got a little bit of time before Blink is done, where those Stalkers can do all those shenanigans to take out the medevac itself and also dodge the Widow Mines and all that. But given that Creator got to spot that Hellion and stuff in his base, also gives him a bit of knowledge behind it. And there the medevac does fly in. Nice quick swift pull by Creator, and so far he's dealing with this very nicely.
Yep, Maru trying to retarget the Widow Mines once or twice, but decides just to let them fire because he can still evacuate these Widow Mines. They get out alive, and that means they can come back again later. One final Reaper grenade to disrupt mining slightly, But yeah, in general here, Maru is just set up nicely. You've got 2 probes killed, and again, just having the Widow Mine still there as a threat. Now that supply you have to leave behind as creator to make sure that that Medivac and Widow Mine drop doesn't get even more damage done. In fact, Maru's going to use it right now as he comes through. He gets 1 unloaded, and that will burrow for a single probe. 1 unburrow and reburrow to kill a bit more manning time here. And that should be all for that Widow Mine. So that Widow Mine drop gets cleaned up for 3 probes. Not really that bad at all. Actually pretty decent from creator.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. If we could see an income graph, we might see quite a bit of lost mining time because the probes were inactive for quite some time there. But back at home, Maru's doing a good job of just transitioning safely. He's getting tanks out, which are really good if there's any counter-aggression with the Blink Stalkers that can be. He's already got 1 at his natural. He's got 1 set up in his main now, up to 3 Raxas, getting the Stim, the +1, most likely the Combat Shield when that extra barracks is done. And he's got a Rave on the map as well. Like, Maru's play here is very, very constricting. It's hard, really, for creator to do much, and so he's having to stick on 2 bases and getting up a quick Templar Archives as well, which is a little unusual, I'd say.
Yeah, especially if this is Blink into Storm, it's very uncommon because it's very easy to die while you do this. And especially against someone like Maru, who is so precise and so good at hitting those timings, this becomes very dangerous. We opened 2 High Templar to begin with. Obviously, if you can just knock down the Raven, that would be one nice thing to do. So maybe we keep those High Templar around. We'll see exactly what he wants to do with the Templar Archives, but you know, we do need kind of a bulkier army to kind of work with here soon. And there it is. It is going to be Storm. It's not unheard of, it just is dangerous to play. Like, it's probably the most flimsy style I feel like pros can play into the mid game.
It's super flimsy. Like, you're absolutely right. You don't have any true bulk, and it can really come down to 1 little misstep, 1 look away, and you get completely taken out. He's doing a good job at microing these Stalkers. Like, they're all a bit wounded kind of thing, but you can get away with that with the shield regen. Maru does get a scan, so he knows what he's up against here. Templar Archives. I wonder if that's just kind of the go, go, go for Maru, and it does look like he will start moving out now, but you got to remember, he doesn't have a 3rd on the way just yet. So this is kind of like, when we talk about power spikes, the strongest a Terran is going to be for quite some time.
Yeah, he's up against 8 Stalkers, 3 High Templar, and a couple of Zealots. It's not scary from creator, and obviously we're getting to that stage where there's going to be more gateways, there's going to be more production kicking in very soon for him. It really needs to be ASAP, though. That charge is only halfway done. You obviously got the tanks here powering up. And one of the important things is going to be to catch a feedback on this Raven, because if the Raven gets some good spell casting off, there's almost no way creator can win a fight, I think. So feedback on the Raven, an important start. And I thought he was going to have it right there, but Maru actually pulling it back and keeping it out of range for the moment. So well played by him.
Yeah, that little dance there. I thought he was going to interference matrix the Warp Prism. I thought feedback was going to go down. Both of them. Oh, okay, does get it down, but the Warp Prism is halted. So those High Templars can't get out of there. And, you know, he's splitting up the army quite nicely here is Maru. Those 3 siege tanks there, they stop any of that army from getting out. This is actually very problematic for creator already.
I mean, this is horrible. Just having your storms taken away from you because of the Matrix is terrible. You're relying on those storms. They were one thing that could do so well for you, and instead, they're stuck in the prism, unable to drop anything, and it just gives Maru positioning. That's why Maru's able to get here. The super battery saves the Immortal, but man, there's a lot more that needs saving for creator right now. As this storm hits a tank, but that's just so much bio still, and 2 tanks behind still as well, but
absolutely gorgeous position by Maru. I mean, creator is sort of breaking out. He's utilizing that shield battery really nicely for all that regen. And in fact, the supplies are pretty close. It's just, you really want to shut down any push like this. And maybe he's ready with the next warp in, but Maru kind of realizes, oh, you're actually holding on, but I've dealt damage. And if we look at the work account behind all this, creator was respecting the hell of that push. He's not economically super far ahead or anything like that. He's on a very equal count. He does have the 3rd base ready, but he's still not probing. He's still respecting it. And the next wave that's going to come from Maru is going to have Liberators in the mix as well. He does have a good Stalk account, but it's not going to get easier for him, I'm afraid.
No, I just don't love where he's at right now. As we do obviously get that 3rd dip from Maru, he's going to power up even further here. Extra barracks as well. Like, he's transitioned well from this initial attack. And yeah, he didn't maybe end the game or anything, but he didn't have to. He just had to do some damage, and he definitely found that. And now, scans ahead, sees this army. He's got mines to help him against the Zealots. If those Zealots go running into those mines and take some splash damage, you're going to have a bad time. So, a lot to watch out for here as our bio goes back and forth. And, well, let's see whether creator can indeed hold on to this 3rd base.
It's a super healthy number of medevacs as well. Like, those storms aren't doing enough, and I love this line of Marauders. Still got the tanks alive behind it. 1 Immortal picked off before the fight even begins, and this 3rd base, It wasn't worth it at all. I mean, he had to get it up and running, had to get it functioning, but look at Maru. He's just slowly pushing, and Creator, he's doing the one thing that he can. He can't fight this army head on with the Liberators, the tanks, and the Widowmines. He's going across the map. This is going to start to get real spicy. Does he have any probes out on the map?
I don't. Okay, yeah, he already pulled these ones away. Perfect. Well, that's going to give him a good shot at the base trade. I do like that Maru obviously gets the head start in the base trade. He's got a third base of his own to fly away. And of course, the Terran can usually defend their wall a little bit, but it doesn't look like he has that many units here. So it looks as though Creator will, for the moment, be able to get in. So Creator gets to start working at production, working off those last few units, even dropping the Storm to speed it up. The few units that are here are putting up a fight against the few Stalkers. Obviously, Maru on the picture-in-picture is just across the map, nuking down the main nexus as well. The next base is top right. Maru is actually floating a CC there. It's really good for him if he can find immediately where the probes are and where the attempted base is. That should help you a lot, actually, as Maru, because then you know where to target your units, you know where to rotate toward, and you can stop Creator from getting set up in one position with some static defense or so, potentially.
I love the scouting orbital command, but it's just turning away, so it might not see this unless it gets the little glimpse there. Okay, just gets a glimpse. That's actually a really big deal, because Maru's army is really fast once it gets going. Oh, a little bit of a worker fight over here going on. This is a nice, crazy game to start off the day here between both of these guys, and after all things said and done, Creator actually got away with a lot of probes. It looks like he's down to, he will lose a bunch in the base here, but still a decent number out on the map. I say that, but something just blew up massively. Holy crap, down to 13. Okay, in the blink of an eye, Maru just killed 33 probes, and he's got away with a lot of his workers. Still 2 orbitals flying on the map as well. Is he just going to try and swap base entirely?
Yeah, I mean, why not as well? You also have 1-1 upgrades, so if you can force a defensive fight where you've got Liberators and tanks, Creator can't really punish you. And then, even if this resets, I still think Maru's in a pretty decent spot to get going again. A lot of what the Protoss wants right now is just going to take a while to get started, whereas the Terran can just start producing some extra bio units. That might just be the bulk they need to support a couple of tanks and a couple of libs to overwhelm. He is losing all his production here. That's obviously great from Creator. You do not want to let Maru just fully reset in this game, as Maru will have the main base of Creator his own. I guess the big benefit for Creator is that top right base he has is going to be one that's fully fresh.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that Maru, before that last barracks died, he quickly turned that command center there into an orbital, meaning that, okay, if I do get any depots down, I can immediately, do the supply drop kind of thing on them, get that going faster, because even though Creator is mining now and has been for a while, we'll take quite a few pylons before he can start producing more probes. That was nice by him. But we have to mention, like, this game was not looking pretty for Creator. But that choice to go across the map and do that base trade, I think that was absolutely his best chance of kind of climbing back into it. Granted, I still don't quite like it for him, but what a gutsy play by him.
I mean, in my eyes, he was never going to win the fight, right? So you're absolutely correct. He had one option, and that was to base trade, and it's scary when the Terran's already on top of your base to start moving across the map, but he just went for it. He knew that was his, the only call he really had at that point. And yeah, committing to it very nicely, as we do see the attempt to find a way in with the High Templar, looking for maybe just a free cheeky Storm to start us off here. And we do have the Cybercore finishing up from Creator on the upper side, a few extra barracks getting built from Maru. He actually has a starport still over here as well. This is just really slowed down, isn't it?
I mean, this actually, when we talk about base trades and stuff, like, this is almost kind of a reset game. The problem, I think, for a Creator is that he can't grow as fast as Maru can, especially with 2 orbitals already up, but also the fact that his army that's out on the map, like, he can't bust that ramp of Maru. Like, granted, he can blink into the main, maybe he can do storm drops behind it and stuff, but his base is far more vulnerable against a drop from Maru. But I tell you what, Creator's actually handling this really nicely. I'm impressed, Wardy. I'm super impressed, because this was not an easy game to make a game out of for Creator.
Oh, no, absolutely not. This is Creator coming in today and saying, hey, I've got to play at a high level if I'm going to take on Maru and give it everything I've got. And he's definitely doing exactly that. He is really providing the kind of, level of play that you need to be at if you want to contest Maru. And well, he's not there yet in terms of getting a win or anything, as Maru sets up that tech lab in the top left on the starport. I was actually going to ask if he thought maybe Banshees could be an option. There is that Observer around, but if that Obs dies, it's obviously hard to rebuild one at the moment. So, okay, looks like we're going to go for a Raven. That's a fun addition this late into the game.
I mean, you know, the Banshees are a bit susceptible to the feedbacks with the High Templars, and they can become a bit redundant. But if you get a Raven on that War Prism, like, that's the ace up Creator's sleeve. Maru is aware that more expansions are coming down for Creator. He's kind of expanding in the top right part of the map. I guess the one advantage that he does have is that those are mega fresh bases, whereas the ones that Maru's kind of been forced to get exiled to, if you will, they are kind of mined out to some degree.
Another storm, just going to clip a few of the Marauders there, and that's one of the things, though, is these storms are being expended. At what point do we maybe use too many? That was a nice one land on the bio, but none of this is kind of getting kills. It's energy for energy, and those medevacs have loads of energy.
He's going for the Banshees, yeah.
Oh, yeah, she is. Wow. Did he cancel the Raven, or did he finish the Raven? Just
let's have a look. See, so cancelled it entirely. I mean, that is cool, because this isn't the kind of game where it's like, oh yeah, I've been in this situation a million times. No. Like, you are very, very rarely in this situation. Getting a Banshee out, like, does he just hope to harass probes with those? Because they're still possible to two-shot them kind of thing. Oh, does blink into the main here. Will take out some of the Winter Mines, but does lose a couple of Stalkers for his troubles. Creator is starting to climb ahead in supply here. Both of them not supply blocked anymore. And I'm very curious about how he's going to utilize these Banshees, because this feels like it could be a bit of a DT play in a way, but it's the Terran doing it. Like, would it just be a snap call of, oh, damn, I'm in so much trouble here, because they have sneaked all the way across. He was getting him from that super proxy starport as well.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's actually kind of perfect, and they're going to do so much damage as Creator's been getting reset. They're going to be able to make that play, and they're going to be able to go after a bunch of these probes. And man, Creator does have an observer, but having to recall this right now, and if that one obs ever goes down, these Banshees are going to go uncontested. I mean, he didn't even have to cloak yet. Now he recall the Stalkers, but he didn't recall the obs, right? He just recalled the
because he didn't reveal it was cloaked. He went in with the naked Banshees. He didn't reveal the cloak, and so Creator totally caught with his pants down here. And this, what a way for Maru. I mean, Maru's respecting Creator. He's like, no way would he have not had an obs, right? Like, yeah, recalled without the obs. And Maru's like, oh, there's some probes here again. Let's go again. really smart by Maru.
The observer's leaving again. Oh no, this is so bad. Just as Creator was kind of fighting back into it in work account and just getting that second base up and running, it's been completely undone. Creator finds it now. Another Banshee shows up. There's no battery on this space, so you only need one Banshee to get through. And Creator says, I'm taking way too much damage. It's time to go. So he's going to bust through the front, but that's through Liberator and Tank Fire. Well, he does get rid of the libs. The bio now has to stand up strong, and is Creator able to do this here? There's still a tank in the back. The next storm just doesn't really seem to be doing enough, and you're blinking your Stalkers forward into their death. That is going to be GG, and Maru is going to find the checkmate on Creator in the end. Those Banshees really were the kind of super valuable kind of play. Just, I still liked where Maru was at either way, but the Banshees really sped up. They were the catalyst to ending it all and forcing Creator to really just attack in.
That was really awesome, because at first I was like, Banshees, is that really the play? Like, unless you can just get to the workers and stuff and two-shot the probes. But utilizing that starport that he left behind for whatever reason, whether it's like, hey, I'm gonna do this later, or, you know, it's building, like I'm floating it in a different direction, just keep it alive. But the game did not start off nicely for your Creator. He caused a lot of chaos, a lot of mess, but what a kind of reflex call by Maru to go for that. Because, yeah, that isn't pre-planned or thought out. That's just like, this will absolutely be great for me if I can get away with it. And, man, he Protoss the Protoss. It was awesome.
Protoss the Protoss. He absolutely did. I just gotta still say, though, you know, credit to Creator. He really made a fantastic game out of this, even though it started off badly, because the first clip we had in these highlights was really one of those moments where I was like, oh my god, like, you can see how dead he is, right? Like, he's in trouble with this push coming up to the front. But no, he held on, and again, he made great decisions throughout, because there was also that point where he just couldn't push into libs and tanks. So yeah, go across on that base trade. And look how close it turned out to be. If the Banshees hadn't shown up, who knows what other twist or turn might have been down the road. So yeah, loved the first game from Creator. Maru's still winning it, but yeah, you know, obviously a good fight, which is all you can ask for when you're playing against Maru a lot of the time.
And I'm so stunned by that first game that I've apparently been frozen in time. There we go. We are back, sort of. But yeah, I mean, like, really, really cool game. I'm happy that Creator stepped up, because sometimes I never really know what Creator I'm going to get. But he absolutely played solid, and it wasn't a comfortable position. That for most parts that I know about, is a good map for Terran. You talked about it, like it's short, it's close, very nice for that tank positioning we saw getting down that main ramp. Even though main ramps are very good for keeping your expo safe, they can also work very much against you if you've got tanks waiting at the bottom for it, separating the natural and the third. But the second game will be on Royal Blood here. Bit of a bigger map. It has to be said, and spawning over in the bottom left here as our red Terran, currently 1-0 up, it is Maru.
In the top right hand corner, our blue Protoss player, this is going to be Creator. Just excited to see what would happen if Creator doesn't have such a rough start, right? Because, you know, the last game was kind of a bit wonky, definitely got in some trouble. With a better start, it'd be fun to see what kind of great decisions he can make there, and maybe see if he can steal a game off of Maru. And yeah, just in general, just thought it was very well played from him. It was such a weird opening too with Blink Storm. We mentioned it was very fragile, and Maru was very aggressive into this very fragile setup, and you saw how it can be punished a little bit. So would not imagine he goes Blink Storm a second time.
No, my screen went temporarily black there, but I am back again. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely fragile. Like, is it good in those straight up fight engagements against pure, like, MMM plus tanks? I'd say absolutely not. But one thing we have to say about it is it's fast, right? Like, if you have the High Templars in the Warp Prism, you have the Blink Stalkers, you can move around fast. And that was kind of the one strength that he utilized out of it, forcing that base trade situation. I do wonder, though, like, a lot of the foreign Protosses have been utilizing a lot of Stargate play. Especially Phoenix in their PvT, which is, it's been good for being aware of everything and also giving the Terran a little bit of a hard time and just a different game that they have to play with. Because that game, it felt very much like Maru. Once he got the scout off, it was like, okay, I'm going to do this push. This is kind of my game for you to react to me. Which, if you're playing that sort of style against a guy as good as Maru, it's always a bit tricky being the one that has to react to him. So I do wonder if Creator has some other things up his sleeve here, but going up against Maru in the first game of the tournament, it's one of those that even if he does lose, I don't think he'll feel too bad about it.
No, it's just a rough draw in the first place, right? You have to give it your best shot, but also if you lose, I think Courageous has to say, right, look, if I put up a good series against Maru, I can beat anyone else in this bracket, right? So yeah, even if I don't win here, as long as I'm looking good, as long as I'm feeling good in my play, I still have a fantastic chance of making it through the lower bracket as well. So there's this Robo opening, by the way, Ben, I mentioned in the first game that we've seen a little bit more. It's not common because you're like, well, what does a Robo do versus like a Stargate, which is super like on the map and harassment focused? Same with like Blink. The Robo gets you observers kind of safely, and you know, the Prism can get a couple of gateway units across. This has just been something we've seen more and more of. There's been a lot of different follow-ups to it, from like 8-gate all-ins into just some sort of Robo Bay quickly, Disruptor drops, even something that's just straight to Colossus. There's just been something that's kind of come around in specifically Korean PvT, and it's kind of fascinating because, like I say, the Twilight and the Stargate have really dominated early game PvT for years upon years at this stage.
Yeah, he's so safe, Creator, with this as well. Like, or when I say so safe, he's got units out and about, but that Hellion and Reaper do sneak in again, and this can actually get a little bit of damage done. Gets a scout off as well, which is decent, and honestly, very nicely handled by Creator. Like, only 2 probes lost to that. Could have been definitely a few more. Bit of lost mining time. But Maru's so quick to start this aggression. That is very narrowly spotted there by the Adept, but the Observer, will that see it on the way as well? It looks like... I think he just missed it there. It might have been a quick glance, but yeah,
I think he was too far left.
I'm starting to worry about all these units coming out for Creator here, because tanks, Vikings, I'm starting to think that Robo opening, especially being scouted, that Maru has a good idea. Maybe he's going to big Gabe him and just do a push across the map with a very solid set of units.
Yeah, very possible, especially now as he sees Robo in the Forge. Oh, no. Okay, well, that wasn't so bad in the end, but I think the big thing here is seeing the Robo Bay in the Forge as well. Now Maru definitely can decide whether to attack, because he sees, okay, well, you're attacking up, so the opening is definitely there for me. Build this Viking to help deflect a Prism, tank to stay safe initially, but they're great units to then turn into the offense as well. So, yeah, this feeling pretty And pretty great for Maru. I know not really much has happened, but the information he has, it just feels like so far everything Korea's doing Maru knows about. You've got to expect that Maru then has a very good plan.
Yeah, it's so I don't know if Creator plays like this in his normal PvTs, where he's kind of so set on being on 2 bases for a while. But the fact that he kind of just goes to this is definitely less usual than what I'm used to. And Maru here, look at this. He's going for that later Raven play. He saw the Robo facility as well. So having a Viking out already, having this Raven as well, going to immediately get rid of the Observer. I like everything that he's doing. He spent all his gas on getting out units, not on tech. So there's no stim or combat shield with this, no +1. I mean, it does start as soon as I say that, but it's a lot of units very quickly. And Creator, I mean, this could be a nice little grab on that medevac because every unit counts here, but won't get it. But I like that he's coming out to greet this on the map and slow it down.
Yeah, slowing it down is important because right now he's looking to have 1 Colossus, and you've got a single Colossus versus a Raven that can Matrix, but also no range on that Colossus, so the siege tanks will do very well. Also, the Viking and Raven combined will get rid of this Observer. That's very expensive, but also costly because you don't want to go back to building Observers, so now you're just losing vision almost permanently because you have to keep producing Colossi. You can't stop to rebuild Obs. Yeah, nice to clean those up as Maru. He may not come across the map fully here, but he definitely got Cred at least a little bit scared, a little bit worried. For now, he'll just back away, and we'll probably next see him on the map when that stim and +1 is going to be done.
Look how committed to tanks Maru is, by the way. Like, he's already up to 4, I believe, getting a 5th out as well. That is a scary anti-Colossus army, like super scary. All those range units that are Stalkers, Colossus, even Adepts and Sentries to some degree, Immortals, if they clump up, those tanks are shelling them. Like, what you really want against that number of tanks is a lot of Zealots, maybe even a Warp Prism to help out as well. But you've already got the Raven out. The army that Maru's crafting is just super damn good at dealing with what Creator has, unless he has like a superior economy to work with, a lot of gateways. But everything that he's making right now, like he's going for Thermal Lance, he's going for Blink Stalkers as well. None of that really deals with what Maru has, I feel.
No, it's just... this is the problem with the Robo opening. If you don't really get much done or you take any sort of amount of damage, is it then feels as though it's like, cool, I've got Colossi, but I don't have the supporting units really there with them because all my, the tech I would usually have already had to support them hasn't been built yet. So here we go with this big push, and you can just siege to 5 tanks up here. With double Matrix available, you can take out all the splash damage, and you're basically on a basic gateway army that has no upgrades. I think Creator's in a lot of trouble unless he finds a miraculous way to turn this fight around. And right now, that Colossus is just straight up running, man. He's got no way to stop a single Viking.
No, I mean, this is so gnarly. Like, you need charge. Like, this is the kind of army that you absolutely need charge, or you need the flank of a lifetime. I mean, Thermal Lance is about to come online, but it's not even Blink Stalkers available here, Wardy. And, like, yeah. Creator, look at this spot that he's having to think about. And he's moving across the map again. I mean, I kind of like that play from him. I do, because what else do you do? Like, you can't fight this army, but this might be the go, go, go for Maru, and it looks like it is.
It's like the emergency button. It's like slam the emergency. It's like, oh no, I'm in trouble. It's like, okay, units across the map. Go to the other side. Yeah, I mean, Maru's right to obviously move forward more aggressively. I think Creator's right that he can't fight the army straight up. This time I worry that Creator doesn't have quite the DPS on the other side of the map that he had last time around. He has a lot of units still here. Beautiful Matrix to stop the Disruptor. Your hype just got killed there, Ben. It really did.
Yeah, that was really in the blink of an eye, man. I saw that whole army kind of stutter stepping forward, not stimmed, no siege tanks sieged at all. And it was like, it's gone. It's gone. Absolutely shut down. And we're having kind of a repeat situation from game 1, except Maru has very few SCVs out on the map. In fact, I don't think he has any. He's got 2 alive somewhere. I don't know where they are right now. But Creator, yeah, he was ready to get this going immediately. I mean, this Disruptor gets a little bit of damage, so that's nice, but...
Creator's losing his Colossi to 2 Vikings, by the way. There's like 1 Stalker that can't out DPS them, or 2 Stalkers. The Colossi are all going down. Oh, he just saved the last one. But even that, going down to 1 Colossus, the Colossus and the Disruptor, the only tech in this army. Well, the Disruptor's over here. That gets Matrix. Remember, there's still the Raven to Matrix the other Colossus too. Like, there's just not a world this time where I feel like Creator can take an army fight, especially because his main army's still in the main base and is currently fighting the force of Maru and is not going to be able to do very much at all. GG's. Maru is going to be able to take the 2-0 over Creator to start off the day.
Yeah, second game was definitely more convincing. like the victory time and stuff, but you really got to see that Maru was susceptible to these kind of counterattack styles, and maybe a few little things going Creator's way, but it felt like that second game, he just had such a good read on what Creator was doing. And that tank count, really utilizing the fact and really utilizing that factory constantly for that tank count, it shut down any sort of follow-up that Robo First had going for it. So yeah, well handled, well played by Maru, and good fight by Creator, but solid Terran play.
I think this was my least favorite Robo First opening that I've seen recently, but let's go to the analyst desk and see what they think of our first matchup of the day.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, that was actually a little bit more wild than I was expecting for our first series of the day. ZG and Pig joining me to talk about this one. ZG, this was all kinds of shades of base trade, even an attempt in this second game, but not to be there for Creator in the end.
Yeah, the second one was a little underwhelming, but the first one really did have a lot of bite to it, I think.
Yeah.
I could actually see that working out for him, but as the casters said, the Banshee Gambit was actually just perfect for the scenario.
Yeah.
But Creator really did come in here fighting, man, and he did try out some different things. However, good trying different things. I don't know if I really liked either one in total, and I got hindsight 2020 because he lost both games. But yeah, the Storm opening, the casters also pointed out that it's just it is very fragile. And then the Robo opening in the second one, which again the casters pointed out as being, there's a reason that it's like the third likely opener behind Twilight Council and Stargate. So
yeah.
I mean, Creator was trying to play something different, and he did play well, and I think he definitely had some heart shown, but Maru is pretty freaking good.
Well, here are the highlights presented by HeroMarine, and we're already kind of getting to the tail end of game number one here, Pig, but as it did play out, I mean, I guess when you're a Creator in the situation going up against Maru, you have to kind of throw a bit of a spanner in the works to try and either get an edge, which, you know, ZG and the casters were mentioning as a fragile playstyle of the Blink Stalkers into the Storm, and then these kind of base trade, kind of scrappy situations.
Yeah, I mean, Maru just had a sixth sense today. He knew exactly what Creator was going to do before he did it. The scan on the natural to spot Psystorm upgrading was perfectly timed in game one, and that's why he knew to push as hard as he could. He also had the instincts to realize that Creator rushing Storm and 2-base wouldn't have Zealots to counterattack. So he just rallied across the map, and it's so hard to stop those pushes if the Terran has no fear of Zealots hitting them at home. So it was like just the information was all there for Maru. He knew exactly how to play, where to commit at what time, and I think that's just the game sense you expect from a guy who's so high level as Maru. So fantastic play by him, and really well done. But I feel like Creator's builds were fantastic, and if you have Maru even a little off his game, we get to see some really good success. Today though, Maru's scouting, and I think his understanding of Creator's strategy was really on point.
Absolutely. Very impressive by Maru, of course, who moves through into what is effectively a qualification match now. He's going to be going up against one of the Zergs that are going to be playing in our next best of three. Well, I think that pretty much wraps things up here for this series. Thank you very much, guys. What we're going to do now is probably go on to that break, and when we return, we're going to have that Zerg versus Zerg on the way. It's Solar versus Dark. Don't go anywhere for Gamers Without Borders.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a very swift and quick best of 3, we are now moving on here in our double elimination bracket. If you're just tuning in to Gamers Without Borders, Maru was able to swiftly deal with Creator. However, it was a little bit crazy to start things off here for our bracket. Now it's time to get into our Zerg versus Zerg. Joining me once again, ZG again, and Benny over on the other side of things. So ZG, first things first here, going into our Zerg versus Zerg. It's Solar against Dark, and actually they meet each other quite a lot when it comes to ZVZ. Quite back and forth. Dark has a decent winning record as of late, but they're always kind of very scrappy, close games and series between the two.
It's very much back and forth. You're absolutely correct on that. Yeah, most previously, it was twice victory for Dark, and then it was Solar, and then it was Dark, and then Solar, Dark, Solar. My English isn't too good at 8 in the morning, but I do want to say that while it might be back and forth, a little Dark favored very recently. I want to harken back to the thing I said in the beginning, which is that it does seem like Dark seems to take him out in some very important tournaments when they finally meet. So they do meet a lot, but there's a lot of open cups on this list, for instance.
Yeah.
But when it comes to some of the bigger tournaments, it feels like Dark is one of those guys that will just kind of, stop the hope, right? Because Solar is always like the next, he should get the next championship. He's playing so well. He just needs the right bracket. He just needs a little bit of luck on his side. And then there's a couple of players that'll meet that just kind of bop him before he gets there. And Dark kind of feels like one of them. There was that super tournament that they played where Solar did actually beat him. So it's not constant, but Dark does seem to have the, I feel like the edge when it comes to the more premier tournaments, which I would certainly consider this one.
Yeah, that's fair. It looks like it's just me and you, ZG, so we're going to talk about this for a little bit longer. It looks like Benny's been banished off once again from the Colaris Dome, and we'll get him on later on, I'm sure. But as it does sit as well in this Zerg versus Zerg, I mean, you've done a quite comprehensive breakdown of what we could imagine here. Wait a minute, Pig's here!
Oh,
What's going on?
Save us, Pig.
Can you hear me, Pig?
Hello. How are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? What's up?
All right, okay, well,
okay.
I guess we'll ask Pig about this matchup. What's his thoughts coming into Solar versus Dark? What a surprise!
I think this is going to be an absolute banger. I mean, I'm ready to analyze it. I'm ready to cast it. I'm ready to do all the things. Honestly, Solar Dark is very interesting because I think Solar is very technical and clean, and Dark lately is one of the craziest StarCraft players you've ever seen. This man, you cannot scout and understand what he's doing because I'm quite sure he goes into every match with no plan, pure intuition, and he just throws the kitchen sink at his opponent. So he's a really volatile player to play against.
All right, well, you framed that well. So we could basically imagine anything occurring here. I mean, within the realms of ZVZ, which is totally fine. But, I mean, when you look beyond this, the broader kind of position for this matchup, ZG, who do you think would even stand the better chance against the Maru in a qualification match? Because that's difficult in itself.
It's a good question, but I think the answer is both of them have a pretty solid chance against Maru, right? I think Solar might have had less actual victories, like series victories, but he constantly takes maps off of him, and it does get very, very close until he gets nuked in the face. So he has a chance, and then Dark is that aggressive Terran who plays a lot of roach-heavy styles that I think can also throw a guy like Maru off occasionally. Not that Maru's like really all that surprised by it, but yeah, I think they both have a decent chance. I don't know if I favor either one of them versus Maru, but they got to get there first.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Solar and Dark here going up against one another. It would be nice to see kind of Solar advance on, I suppose, in a world where Dark is quite the beast on the other side. Here are the two at the moment, and realistically, Big, when you look at them, they're two at the absolute pinnacle when it comes to being unanimous with excellent Zerg players as a whole.
Absolutely. I mean, Solar is clean, he's crisp, he's got good planning, and he's got amazing defensive macro. If he gets through to that match with Maru, I often feel like Solar's at the cusp of victory, but Dark does have a habit of stealing it away from him. But as Zombie Grub was saying, not always. I mean, Solar is very capable of taking down Dark, and often when it looks to just kind of clean technical execution, who has the better technique, it kind of feels like Solar should be winning their matches, but there's something to say about Killer Instinct, about hiding what you're doing, you know, subterfuge and all that sort of stuff, which Dark, he's just so good at tricking his opponents. So it's really tricky to deal with his Killer Instinct, and his ability to fight from behind is basically the best of pretty much any Zerg player in the world.
Yeah, definitely. I like as well, if I cast my mind back, I think they were in a GSL finals against one another and it was absolutely down to the wire. Or was that the Super Tournament finals, EG? Was it?
That was the 3-4, the Solar winning.
Ah, okay, okay. So yeah, that was last year. Yeah. It's a close one.
Well, yeah, technically it was last year. It sounds so dramatic when we say last year and it was 4 months ago.
Oh, yeah. Good point, I suppose. Yeah, so it is kind of fresh in the memory. That's why it's so fresh in the memory here between the two. Let's take a look at map vetoes coming on in as well. As I open it up here as well, we've got Near Humanity, Altitude, and Royal Blood. Of course, it is Zerg versus Zerg, so it's really kind of down the wire as to who's going to be able to take it regarding the maps and stuff like that. Any final thoughts, CG, before we actually head on into this one?
Yeah, I guess I'll just say on the subject of the maps, you know, ZVZ is not as common as it once was in StarCraft's history, so we don't get to talk about it often. But certainly when the new map pool came out, I think a lot of Zerg players were saying that the maps aren't maybe as volatile. There's not like those hidden back bases like we had on Moondance in the last map pool. So things kind of calmed down in that sense. But then all the Zerg players basically said, since no one wants to practice ZVZ against each other, it's kind of just like, you know, rock, paper, scissors, and then who does the earlier all-in loses or something along those lines. So especially with these two guys, as Pig was saying, I think it's going to get pretty down and dirty and kind of crazy.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. As you can see here in the Colaris Dome, everybody was out surprised there that I do have legs. This is the first time anybody's seen them. I know it's a weird thing. It's new, it's fresh here in 2023. But let's head on over to the commentators here to bring you the Zerg versus Zerg, Solar versus Dark.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Wardy and Demu coming back at you for some ZVZ. How are you doing, Ben? Ready for some Zergs? I know we weren't quite expecting this one when we started off, but...
You know, at one moment I was there on the analyst desk, then I got banished to the Shadow Realm. I got distracted by James's $3,000 shoes there over on the desk, and yeah, now we're back to cast some ZVZ, and this one, I think this is cool, man. Like, you know, I know you guys meme about it. I meme about it too, that I'm a big fan of this new fella Dark, but these two have a big history. I know I brought up like how long the first two had been duking it out, but these guys have played something like 52 series throughout their history together, over 150 maps. It is favored for Dark, but not massively. It's like 55% for Dark throughout history, both in maps and series. And two of the like finals that Solar did win were both against Dark. One like 6-7 years ago in an SSL, then the Super Tournament kind of recently as well. So there's definitely a bit of history between these two boys.
There absolutely is. As in the top left-hand side, we are going to have a red Zerg player representing Dragon Kaiser Gaming. It is Dark.
And spawning over on the other side of the map as our blue Zerg, representing Onsite Gaming, it is Solar. Neo Humanity to start things off here. One of the larger maps in the pool. It's a nice... I think it's a nice starting ground for both of these guys, and you know I'm both happy and sad to see that it doesn't start off with kind of like a 12-pool shenanigan. Like I remember when we did have so many ZVZs, like Zombie Grub talked about. Dark was definitely one of those guys, along with like the Rogues of the world, where very often you'd have one of those 12 pools to start things off. But on a map of this size, obviously it's not super damn common. In fact, I haven't really seen it at all on this map. But yeah, both these guys, very strong, very powerful. I know Pig talked about it probably being a clown fiesta between these two, but it's just because they're both so solid, but also so brazen about plans and ideas that they have. Like, if I had to think of Solar's attributes, if you will, he's super fast and super good. Whereas Dark, he's that, but he's got that little bit extra for me. He's a wild bull at the same time. And yeah, whenever these two clash, it's always fun to see.
And ZVZ as well just is a wild matchup, right? Like, everything's on the table in ZVZ. You can be aggressive at almost any point in the game. Oh, you've been playing macro for the first 4.5 minutes, boom, make a bunch of Ling Bane and off we go, or drop down a Roach Roar. And so, volatility is just the name of the game in ZVZ a lot of the time. And for Dark, he revels in that, right? Because Dark loves playing low eco, he loves playing weird situations. It feels like Dark loves feeling out the game as he plays it rather than studying up beforehand a lot of the time, So, yeah, I really feel like this matchup's always been good for him, and Solo can mix it up as well, from macro to aggressive and rest, but I do feel like Dark usually has the edge on that, but let's see what happens. I mean, Solo has gotten the better of him recently, especially in that Super Tournament final. So we'll see if he can get it done here. Dark trying to take the third hatch. Solo gets a block on it. Dark also mining out the minerals on the top side, by the way. So what I think he wants to do is he wants to sneak Lings around the right side of the map, make this game look completely normal, but then sneak around the right side where Solo doesn't actually have vision to see the amount of Lings coming his way.
I think you're absolutely right. This is kind of like an old school King Sejong kind of switcheroo when you take out those rocks on the other side and then absolutely steamroll your opponent. And yeah, you're absolutely right. There's no overlords on that side of the map. And we do see the Zergling key is being pumped out, but Solar, he's a bit of a smart cookie, He's not a slouch and does have some Lings over there, so will get to spot it. But he was showing up quite significantly. And look at Dark. He's actually just gunning in for the natural here.
Yeah, because Solo had no idea it was coming. You rely so much on information being seen, given to you in ZVZ because of your overlords. An attack like this really catches Solo off guard, and he's up 9 drones. Well, he's about to be down a hatchery, so that's going to be a problem. The third hatch is one thing he just can't afford to lose usually in this matchup. The Baneling's only just now finished. It's kind of a countdown until this hatch goes down versus Baneling's getting here, but looks like the hatch is almost guaranteed to drop at this point, and that is a great pickoff to start things off for Dark. He's going to not only slow down potential economy of Solo, but you slow down the production when you kill that hatchery. That's less lava available. When you're playing Ling Bane, that can become a limiting factor.
And you know what? I like that he had just a small group of Lings attacking the third and then kind of darted into the natural. Like, he really put the threat at the natural there. And so all those Banelings that morphed, they couldn't morph aggressively. They had to morph defensively all the way at the natural, so they couldn't get over to the third in time to save it. Just very, very cool muscle play by Dark. And now he's got Solar in this position where, yeah, his economy was better for longer. Yeah, he has some Banelings on the field, and, it's going for a bit of tit for tat here. But will Solar be able to get this down so far? Very nice Baneling usage out of him, and just a small group of Lings are alive. A few Queens are heading over, but I think Dark will be able to keep this alive. So nice play out of Dark here. It's already a nice little lead for him.
Yeah, the hatchery only halfway back up from Solo, who's trying to keep on droning. Dark just made a massive round of units. We'll see what he can do if he runs across the map with them.
That Overlord did get to spot that third base and when it was getting completed, and all things said and done, Solar is still droning. He's getting his creep spread active a little bit, so his queens can meander a little bit better and can get transfusions on one another if they do so please. And yeah, we've kind of survived that little Zergling Baneling skirmish at the start of the map, and this is where both of them will start to deviate a little bit potentially. Evo chambers going down, meaning upgrades will be out for either one of them, and we'll get to see what they both go for. But Solar's economy, he's definitely pumping on that front, and Dark looks like he still wants to maybe put out some aggression here and there, because he does have a lot of Banelings on the field.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and he's already set to go into that Roach Roar too, so aggression right now. Ooh. Aggression right now, and aggression on the follow-up perhaps as Banelings trade out. Nothing too major in the end. Don't think Dark's going to ping in. He does get a few Lings around the side, though, just going to nab a couple of drones to reset the drone counter and defending at the same time. Dark really just seems like he's all over the place in this first game.
It really feels like, even though he kind of slowed himself down economically, like it wasn't the greediest game by him, he's done such a good job of just making sure every little skirmish that happens has kind of been in his favor, right? And I like what he's doing. Even here, just Solar feels like he's having to sweat quite a lot, because he's having to look everywhere all at the same time, and oh my goodness, 10 drones just like that. Dark. Man, he's so good. He's so good and so scary to go up against.
Yeah, he's terrifying, man. I feel like as well, once you give Dark a little bit of a leg up in the game as well, he's just not going to get down, right? He's just going to keep on running around and having a great old time. He just, is so good once he has that advantage, and he's just, like I say, he's been everywhere this game, and it feels like Solar is just struggling to not only deal with whatever Dark's doing, but struggling to deal with how many places Dark is striking in. So Yeah, trouble all around for Solar. I mean, the first few roaches come up. You look at the tech, I mean, the tech still moves along nicely. Lair at the same time, +1 missiles at the same time. The drone count slightly favorable to Dark still. It's the army count that's already in Dark's favor, so that's his advantage coming out of this early game. And again, just all of these links still being active on the map and just trying to find openings to deal even further damage.
Yeah, Dark's playing a little bit of a dangerous game and trying to bluff here and there. Like, it was just a few roaches moving out across the map and like a baneling or two. But look at that, Solar, he didn't really super overreact to any of it. It's going to throw down the Spire as well. If he can get away with that, it could maybe cause some issues, but the army and the setup that Dark's going for, like, he's hit that drone count, that magic number 66. That's 3 fully nicely saturated bases there, and I think he's just going to absolutely power out the units. Did he get a scout on the Spire? Because he did get a Ling into the main and the natural there, but if he spot it, I think he did, because that Hydralisk Den, that's nice and promptly put up there.
Yeah, having the Hydralisk Den is obviously going to be a big way out here when playing against the Mutalisks, so Dark just prepping for every eventuality, and I think Dark's got enough of an edge in this game that just being able to go Hydras, even if his opponent didn't commit through to Mutas, I don't think he'd get that heavily punished for it, right? So, yeah, it just feels like everything is going, again, still well for Dark. I know we've kind of said it on repeat, but this is just one of those games he's really controlling. And I tell you what, Dark's late game is probably the absolute best in CVZ right now. You know, back in the day, I'd say maybe we were talking about, you know, Rogue and so on, but, you know, in Serral. Yeah, but now, like, Dark CVZ, it's hard to say because we've not seen Dark versus Serral, but Dark's late game, in Korea at least, is absolutely the best. So I don't think that's somewhere that Solo wants to go, but it's somewhere he might just end up being if this game goes on, which it might not. These few roaches are already putting some good work in.
I mean, it's a good time when your roach push is actually kind of killing your opponent while you're teching into lurkers behind it. I mean, that's definitely a nice position to be in. He's got 4 bases solidified as well, and, you know, he's just going to back on home here. He realizes that Mutas probably will be out in the field. Solar's been kind of expanding towards his opponent, which is, you know, scary, but he kind of has to go for the riskier play here, given that he does feel probably a little bit behind, so he's gone for that forward rich gas base there. The Mutas do start to do their job, but Hydra's already out, like we were talking about. And yeah, that late game that you mentioned, Dark is scary at it, man. Like, those series that I saw quite some time ago of him going up against like the Rogues of the world, where Rogue would be very far ahead, but then when it got to how to trade better, like, he just did it so damn good with the Vipers, the Lurkers, and all that. So, a really, really phenomenal player all round, really.
Yeah. I mean, Solo's just going to mass up Banelings here, and I guess he's just going to attempt to go, but the fact this Lurker's already out, the more Lurkers there are, the better time you're going to have against the Banes, the less of them that are going to be able to connect in, so really expecting those Banelings to be a pretty sizable factor here. And obviously, we've got the Mutas harassing around, trying to see what they can do in the infestation bit. Coming up from Dark as he continues to tech up, I really got to imagine that Solo's about to go for it soon, and he is going to go in on the left-hand side.
He is with a lot of units here, and I'm getting a bit of a stutter show going on here. I don't know if that's being seen on the stream at all, but Dark will hold with a good bunch of lurkers, a large amount of Roach Hydra in the mix as well. He's got better upgrades for now, and Solar, he's really putting all his eggs in this basket here, and his economy isn't super big behind it either. In fact, he's probably... I don't think he's ahead at all when it comes to eco and Dark. This wasn't off Hive Tech or anything like that, so these aren't super Giga Lurkers. These were Lurkers timed way before just to make sure that he does survive against the potential of something like this, and he does stay alive, and he's got a superior army now to boot.
He does have a superior army, and well, just again, the Muta's trying to poke in. Queen's going to push those back. Dark just... I mean, the thing is, Dark's just so happy to sit back and play the defensive game. His situation is getting better and better, and Solo's just going to try and go in again. I just don't see what he can do to really break Dark down. Even if he kills this Lurker Den, I feel like that's such a minor annoyance at this point in time. You know, Dark already has the Lurker count up and running.
Yeah, these Mutas, like, they probably didn't get done what, you know, Solo was properly hoping for, but nice lurker pick off there as it was morphing, and these lurkers, they're not super scary just yet. They don't have the Hive upgrades online, so Solar feels like, okay, maybe I can do something, but the situation isn't going to get better for him the longer this game goes. Like, he's about to hit that +2, which is a nice deal for him, but I don't see any other tech after this, Wardy. Like, this just feels like he's trying to make something happen. He's trying to find a mistake or a hole in Dark's defense. And look at this. Like, Dark is ready for way more than what's happening. But I say that. It's a big, nice wraparound by Solar.
Yep, it is going to be. He obviously, Doc really wants Solar to run in towards the lurkers. If he's not running that far in, then Doc can't really do too much else, but seems like for now it's enough to keep Solar back, and Solar will just look for different directions. Only 8 lurkers. They are very spread out, but the thing with Neo Humanity is all of these entryways are very choked up. We're just going to dive on this right-hand side. He forces one lurk to unburrow because of the biles. He gets rid of the other attacking into it, but you can see that Dark is just able to stand up strong and take this down. If he kills these Ravagers, these are very expensive units, and Solar's going to GG out because he knows his army is not teched up properly to deal with this. Even though the supplies might have been close, Solar was super far behind in all of the tech in this game, and knowing that, he just said, no, okay, you take this, Dark, let's go to game 2.
That felt very nicely done from Dark. Like, it definitely felt like he took that game by the horns right from the get-go, didn't he? Like, he chose to do something a little bit sly, taking out those gold minerals, starting the game off with pressure and momentum, and then just kept it going. It kept dealing little chunks of damage, and maybe if Solar handles one little situation a little bit better, maybe he'd have been in much better stead, but that's not how Dark played this game at all, and all these little attacks, the fast pace of play, got him to a stage of the game that he was very comfortable in, and nice and smartly done by Dark. He's definitely one of these players that, while he absolutely has the muscle and play, and you know, he has all the tools in his tool belt, the way that he played this, it was just smart, Wardy. I liked everything about it.
Yeah, I like how you say it. Just smart is a pretty good way to phrase it, and he just waited. You know, that's what Doc's been doing in ZVZ recently. He doesn't, because he's so confident in the late game, he doesn't need to be like, okay, time for me to hit my counter attack, time for me to punish you for that attack you just did. No, he can sort of sit back, relax, and say, okay, cool, I survived, and I'm in a bit of a lead. That ensures I get to see the late game. And if I get to ensure I see the late game, I'm the absolute favorite there. So I imagine we're going to keep on seeing that kind of approach from Dark as long as we see him in Zerg versus Zerg, because it's just what he's been hammering out in recent competitions.
Yeah, and I like, so the winner of this match goes up against Maru, correct?
Yeah, I think so, yes.
Yeah, I dare say Maru is probably hoping that Solar makes it just because of their history. Like, you know, he is the guy that gets nuked a lot, and poor Solar being at the butt of that meme kind of thing. But Dark is definitely one of the scarier players. Like, I think there was some statistic about Dark's best of 7 finals in that he only won like 1 out of 8 that went all the way to 7 games. But I think one of them was against Maru, which is definitely impressive, even though Maru also has his potential string of bad luck finals going to best of 7 kind of situation. But second game of the series, starting off here on altitude, spawning over in the bottom left as our red Zerg, it is Dark.
In the top right-hand corner, our blue Zerg from Onside Gaming, it is Solar.
This
early pool, 14.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's a weird pool though. Like, if you ask me what kind of pools are standard, normal kind of thing, the 14 pool, I definitely haven't seen this too much, and I know I'm a little bit rusty, Wardy, at the best of times, but this one, I'm very curious how Solar's going to play this one out.
Yeah. 14 pool is just straight up weird. It's a big map, by the way, as well. I wonder if there's something about kind of maybe hiding your lings to a certain extent, and the thing is, it feels like it's a big map, so maybe 12 pool doesn't work, but then is a little bit of a later pool going to have some kind of amazing impact that the 12 pool wouldn't have had, considering it's still a big map? I don't really know. Very intrigued as to what he comes out with here as the first few lings start on up, and it's not like this is even necessarily like, oh, I think you're going 12 pool, I'll go 14, because if you think that's the case, just play pool first. You don't necessarily need to go 14 pool. You can go 16, 17, whatever. So yeah, we'll see what these few lings from Solar end up doing, but like you said, a little bit unorthodox to begin with.
And I mean, it is an unorthodox map, right? Like, you got these sensor towers that can be block, or rather Xel'Naga towers that can be done in kind of thing, but this is definitely a timing that could maybe catch you off guard a little bit if you're not like a really good player. And look how he's going about this, Wardy. Like, he's dodging both sets of overlords here. Like, this is, he obviously knows how Dark scouts and maybe Zergs in general on this map, but what a way to get to your opponent's base. But just because you get there, like, this is later than a regular 12 pull, doesn't mean you're necessarily going to get the damage done you're looking for, because we see you're on the drone count right now. Dark is ahead, and it should stay like that for a little bit of time, but this is a bit scary. Already taking out a drone. This is getting damage done.
Get two. Yeah, gonna get 2, and obviously the Lings are still pretty healthy. Now they're surrounded and blocked in, but how many drones do they kill in this process? They're gonna find 3. Good micro back now from Dark, saving a couple of those last drones. So 3 drones go down. That's gonna be enough to even things out. And you've had a little bit of a scout in. You've taken a little bit of an income lead for a few moments there. But you're very behind on Ling speed. That's one thing Dark will still have in his favor that Solar does not have going for himself. In fact, Dark's Ling speed is going to be so much faster than Solar's, to the point where I wonder if Solar might even just not get Ling speed, fully wall off instead, and just start playing into roaches on this big map where then you wouldn't have a fast third base. I don't know if I like that so much. I like the control the Lings give you given the size of the map.
Yeah, I mean, link speed is always something that's very nice, and Solar is going for that third queen, so most likely going for that wall off at the top there that you talked about, because not being able to have that speed and having slow links fighting for your life for a while, yeah, definitely not comfortable, but we'll see what he does. Oh, nice little pick off there. That was cheeky by Dark, but to slow down the crease spread, and yeah, the Roach Warren will start. I mean, there are a lot of follow-ups that Zergs have done in the past when it comes to just 2 basing and getting up the Roach Warren doing, you know, in Europe, the people called it like German taxis, and then like the Warsaw Express and all that. They all have their own name for how they did it. So it's not super down and out for Solar, but definitely an interesting one. Very fast +1 range by him.
Yeah, +1 range getting started up. Lair and Roach Warren all coming in. I mean, to be fair, it's not uncommon to see the kind of skip Ling speed and go from there. It's just the size of this map makes me really feel like Ling speed is something you can appreciate in a big way. Obviously, you take a later third hatch when you do this as Solar, because you need to have some way to defend it, and you can't defend it then until you get roaches up against your opponent who does have speedlings. So you're going to see that be a factor here as well. So yes, faster Lair, faster +1, but a later economy setting up for Solar right now.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Dark is matching the pace of things quite nicely with what he's doing. Like, granted, he is going to have slower speed and roaches, but he does have the advantage of that earlier third. It's kind of the trade-off, right, that Solar's gone for with his build. His economy will be a little bit worse as well, given that there is a third base to mine off. But yeah, I am curious what he plans on doing, whether it's just going to be defensive roaches to get up a third, where it's going to be a big time. I think it's going to be a timing, right? Like, I think he has to run across the map and hope that Dark isn't super well prepared for this, because he does have a window where it is going to be +1. So these Lings that you have with speed aren't going to fare that well against roaches at all.
Yeah, you definitely want some kind of a timing, because obviously right now Solar can't have any more economy than he currently has because he doesn't have a third hatchery. So you have nothing to do but build roaches. That's why this build kind of works, because then you have this kind of +1 roach speed roach timing, and then behind it you can drone up your third base. We'll see if it's going to be enough. I'd be surprised if Dark wasn't ready, though, because this is such a scripted attack in my eyes. It's something that's been a baseline in ZVZ for, you know, at this point, 4 or 5 years or something, right? Like, this has always been an option. And yeah, sometimes it's been more popular and sometimes less, but it has been a factor. It has been a part of the meta. As our Lings run up their front, hatchery, roaches, and the queen just going to be there to defend. Obviously, Dark just keeping an eye on things, and he is going to spot the roaches over the left side as well, so absolutely getting himself going with his own roach production. +1 is about to be done for Dark as well, so I don't think it's going to be an upgrade lead for Solar.
No, me neither. I mean, his roaches will be faster, but on creep and with your reinforcements being able to pop out, I mean, Solar is going about this quite swiftly, does pick off a drone to start things off, but Dark just, he's making this look pretty simple. Like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, Dark's play just looks well thought out and better. And I mean, that takes a really damn good player to do that, to make it look like the other guy's just playing it incorrect, because I don't think Solar is playing it incorrect. I think Dark is just handling this all really well, and Solar, after pushing across the map and meeting a bigger army than what he has, he's like, you know what, let's get +2, burrow, tunneling claws, and we're going to plan B almost. And yeah, loving the way that Dark's handled this game.
Yeah, it's just beautiful, right? And from here, Dark has the choice to maybe try and be aggressive himself, or to, again, just play the macro game. Altitude's a massive map to do that on, so he has a lot of base to work with. See, Solar going to go burrow and tunneling claws. He knows he needs to be the aggressor right now. He knows he needs, you know, to get something done. So he's going to try and get the burrowed roaches around, hit those attacks, and see if that can maybe give him some leverage in this game, because, again, so far, his entire game plan has just been shut down.
Yeah, absolutely has, and I love that when Dark did hit his age up as well, getting that that lair, he didn't start like the roach speed immediately. He really buckled down on the units, just getting out enough roaches to make sure that he does defend. And even though his +2 is slower as well, he does realize that he's in good economic shape here. I am very curious how Solar's going to approach this next stage of the game, because the ball's in his court, really. Like, he has to keep on doing stuff, and it's not as if he's super dead, but Dark is... he's so nicely stationed here. Like, he's going up to 4 bases, even getting a little bit of static defense. So I think he knows exactly the kind of threat that is against him. And if he does scout these roaches, he will see the little spikes on them as well. So we'll know if he hasn't already, which I think he has done.
Yeah, I mean, getting the spike roll up, building some extra defense. Obviously, at this stage, an extra overseer just to watch in every entry point. But yep, he's setting up already, man. He knows. And Dark is not going to let Solar get back in that way. Not that easily, at least, as Andropic Corrosive Pile there, trying to grab that Overseer, gets it low. Obviously, just remove a bit of vision from Solar's point of view. And now Dark going to go for his own burrow and tunneling claws. He's like, hey, 2 can play at this game. And so far, you've not done anything with yours. Let's see if I can do it better.
I'm going to commend Solar on this, though. Like, even though this game, for me, has been a lot about how well Dark's played it, Solar right now is ahead on upgrades, does have 4 bases, actually has a decent work account as well, like a little bit of an advantage, and he's more than made a game out of this. Like, this is by no means over in any way, shape, or form. The thing is, it feels like Dark feels more comfortable getting here, like you talked about it earlier. But Solar is running in. A group of roaches was awaiting that little run by there, that tunnel by, if you will. But Solar can still get some damage done. It's always nice to be in the aggressor in this kind of position.
Yep, absolutely. As that Roach Ravager comes forward on both sides, just seeing the back and forth here, and obviously Dark holding out in the center, clearing up in the main base for the most part. There's a couple of roaches that are not active right now, really, but Solar just didn't really gain anything yet again. And Dark, look at him, he's setting up a Nidus network to go alongside all of his aggression, so he really wants to hammer this point home. He really wants to get something done, as these last couple of roaches will go down. The Nidus in the front about to finish on the natural, and we start to run forward with the Roach Ravager, but we'll get turned away pretty quickly with a few roaches in position.
Oh my god, Solar just doesn't see it, and it's because those units are burrowed, so he would have seen it. But he does see the Nidus morphing in his main here, and will shut it down fairly damn quickly. I think just about. There are units in, so it's ready to pop when it does go. Setting up a Spire on his side of things as well, so going for that Muta play again. But Dark is now the one being aggressive here. Solar's still doing that hit and run, that whack-a-mole game going off in Dark space, but Dark is starting to accumulate some big resources, and he's starting to catch up in upgrades. Solar actually is ahead when it comes to the carapace, which does help out a little bit, but resource-wise, it just feels like Dark has been trading just a little bit better here.
Oh no, absolutely. Like, Dark has been really effective and efficient throughout this whole game, and just kind of leaves you to this point where, neither player's had a huge economy, right? 60 workers, no one's ever gone up to like 80 plus or anything. So the resources loss being in Dark's favor does a lot for him. And, the repeat of the last game with the Mutas coming out, the Lurker Den coming down, it feels like Dark is going to be pretty well set. Let's see if he has enough Hydras up in time to deal with the Mutas, but he's starting up Spores. I think he's going to be absolutely okay, Ben. And then if he defends this, it really just does turn into what we saw last time around. The only thing I will say is there's a couple more open spaces on this map attacking in. So Solar might have a better time attacking in initially against a lower lurk count, whereas last game, even attacking into just 2 or 3 defensive lurkers and some of those choke points was completely deadly for him.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. Like, the Spore Crawlers and stuff already set up for Dark, which, kind of serve a double purpose. They're good against the Mutas, and they provide vision for those tunneling claw roaches here. So Dark does catch up on the upgrades now. Does have a Hive almost finishing as well. And the fact that he's got these Hydras already out on the field, and that's a large amount of money he has to work with as well. I mean, they're both pretty rich at this point, even though they're kind of mining both at the same speed. Fairly low economies like you spoke about, but yeah, Solar, he's got to do something, because the longer this game goes on for, I think it's going to get worse. But he does have a little bit of a supply advantage, but I think that's mainly because Dark isn't producing everything right now, and this is very chaotic between the two.
Yeah, so having to use his Mutas to defend the roaches, which have killed about 10, drones at this stage. Dark does indeed hold off. Solar's bank completely spent. Dark's bank not fully, like you say, might just be kind of adjusting, might have been waiting on some lava. Again, obviously, there's a lot to figure out, right? It's like, well, how many Hydras do I need? How many Lurkers do I want? Whereas for Solo, it's like, okay, I'm going to make more Roach Ravager and just go. So for him, it's a very simple decision. Doc's going to be the defender, so he has the luxury of taking a few more moments to think about what he's going to build as well. And Solo's ready to go. I mean, Doc still has a bit of money. He's not fully spent here, so maybe Solo can take advantage of that as the first Lurkers having to dodge back. And without that adaptive talents, we're not going to be seeing them repositioning very easily against those corrosive piles.
Beautiful concave for Solar here, though. Like, he's getting the biggest wraparound that he possibly can, and Spinecrawler's helping out. There are Hydras in the back line, the Lurkers helping out as well, but this is about as good as it's ever going to get for Solar, and it's very good here, Wardy. He's pouncing, and he's catching him right before these Lurkers are fully fledged here, and look at the supply differential here. Solar, this was basically an all-in, a real Hail Mary, but it is absolutely working out for him.
This was the fight that Solo never found last time, right?
Yeah.
Like, he just never found the way to pounce at the right moment, so the Lurkers got up and Dark got away with it. This time around, he gets in there, man, and Solo's going to tie this up and, well, take us to a 1-1 scoreline in the best of 3. We're going to see a third map, and yeah, this time, you know, he looked really good on that follow-up, but I still feel like Dark looked so good up until that point, you know, defending initially, and you know, the initial push of Solo doing absolutely nothing. This time, Dark's tendency to actually play for the late game actually did get him punished. This was probably the one moment where he was weak, and Solo made the absolute most of that.
Yeah, you know, that's the kind of game for Dark to lose, where he can be like, God damn it, like, I'm mad, you know, because like, I do feel that most of that game he was probably ahead, and if there was one window for Solar, that was it. So, like, absolute mad props to Solar for making something happen there. Dark maybe just getting a little bit too greedy, a little bit too eager there, because you saw the plan of everything coming. He was even getting damage done on the other side of the maps. The mutas were kept at home, so it wasn't even Solar's full army there. But, yeah, running into that concave and letting that kind of happen to him, yeah, Dark's going to be kicking himself a little bit for that. But well played by Solar, because that is absolutely what he needed to have happen. And most stuff that game didn't go that well for him, but the fact that the one moment that he really needed to go well and he handled it like that, yeah, that's what makes the good players, man. And these guys, like we talked about their history being kind of 55 to 45 in Dark's favor, and it's nice to see that it isn't just like a swift 2-0 between these two.
Oh no, absolutely. It's fun to see that we're getting ourselves the full series, right? We had a really fun start with Maru. Didn't get to see a third game there, but this time we'll get to see all 3, and that's the absolute best kind of StarCraft. And what will be really interesting is obviously now Solo's done a couple of very different things, but in general, Dark's done similar stuff. And I think the main thing particularly is the fact that obviously later on it's kind of gone the same way twice at this point. So if it's gone the same way twice, does that happen a third time now, or do we maybe move into something a little bit different once more? Do we actually see a later game where Dark doesn't try and play for the late game, he doesn't try and play for Lurkers, maybe Dark goes for mutas? Lots of questions to be asked as we head into map 3 of the ZVZ, starting in the bottom left-hand corner. And Red Zerg, who has looked definitely better in the early and mid games in the first 2 games, but didn't quite close it out that last time. It is Dark.
And spawning over in the top right after tying things up with his funky 14 pool, it is Solar. But yeah, I just love the way that Dark goes into a series. It isn't like the hero crazy, I do anything kind of thing, but it kind of is in a way. It's all just backed up with very strong functional macro. And I really do feel that if you are a player going up against Dark in a series, like not just a best of 1, even though it's probably terrifying there too, it's just you never know what you're going to get, because you absolutely can get everything. Like in allowing him to do whatever he wants is so damn frightening.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's not something you really want to allow to happen. Openings, by the way, not usually worth mentioning, but obviously last time Solo really did mix it up, so this time it is just mirrored on the hatch gas and pool. So just to note that, because yeah, last time Solo really did a very well thought out timing, right? The Lings really did like slip and dive all the way across the map between those overlord positions, so it made the most of it. But yeah, this time around very standard from both sides.
This game, yeah, standard from both sides here. Very, very, very mirrored builds. And I do like that we will see something like that between these two, because even though I do love the early game shenanigans and all the spicy bits that come out there, it's nice to see that when there is so much on the line, qualifying for one of the biggest tournaments that we'll potentially ever have in StarCraft 2, it's nice that we'll get to see who potentially is the greater Zerg when it comes out to just a nice and thorough matchup where you've got all the Lings dancing, the Baneling fights going on, and then you got the mind games in the midst of it all. But yeah, we will see Ling speed for both of them, so no 2-base shenanigans so far.
Yeah, nothing really wild, just Ling speed versus Ling speed, and not even like a spicy little evolution chamber just to mix things up either, just plain old normal. This means fast third hatcheries typically. And typically, the biggest question we can ask here is just either play a skip out on a Baneling nest. Sometimes you see one player kind of drop the Bane nest safely, and the other maybe skips it and says, okay, I'm just going to make a few more Lings and be aggressive, and then drop back into Roaches after. In this case, that will not be the case. This is the most standard opening on both sides. And the most exciting this really gets is that little game of cat and mouse, like, hey, are you going to make some Lings? Yes? Okay, then I'll make some. And while I make some, you'll drone. And then because of that, I'll attack, and you just kind of go back and forth. It's very possible that neither makes that first round of Lings. The response never has to happen on the other side. And then we would just kind of drone up into kind of a macro game without anything happening. And that's very rare to happen, especially in Korean ZVZ. But when it does happen, I mean, it kind of just leads you into very fun Roach Ravager wars with even footing on both sides to start off with. Yeah,
and this is a different map to the first one, where we kind of had a start like this, right? Where they're both making a few Lings, just because the map's so much shorter. Like the potential for those counter attacks getting across the map, where you do just go with your hatchery tech and just send out a bunch of Ling Roaches and, you know, potentially just catch your opponent off guard, can be done on this kind of map. So you always have to be careful. Like the scouting has to be top notch by both of them. Both getting their third base up and running, gone for the more forward base at that, and we are seeing them both play the very respectful game here. +1 range missile does start up very nice and early for Solar. That does indicate that he wants to go for that lair tech as opposed to just hash tech. And yeah, same thing for Dark on this side of things. Obviously, if you go for Carapace, it allows your whole army to survive more than just 2 shots from the Roaches. Allows every unit to be buffed rather than just your Roaches, whereas this implies that, yeah, you want to get up to those Roaches and the speed. And so far, Solar is deflecting a lot of this damage without taking too much. Did suffer a drone kill there, though. The little corpse. Ugh.
Love the sound effect.
I just got reminded from, like, I remember watching Warcraft 3 back in the day when I was 15, and there was a caster bunny that ended up working for Blizzard, and like she'd do this null death sound, and I was like, I can't do that. I can't do that at all. But yeah, just seeing that sad little drone perish there. But both of them playing this very well so far. Neither one really eking out too much of a lead here. Does feel like Solar's starting to get confident with it, though. Like here, he feels good. He's the one that's sharking about a bit now as well. And all things said and done, as much praise I've been given Dark, Solar is playing very, very nicely in this series, especially in these last 2 games.
Yeah, he really has been. It's been very solid stuff, very good idea. I mean, I didn't love his opening last game still, but the way he bounced back, he still had that plan for the later stages. He knew kind of what he wanted to do, even when things weren't working for him. He still saw the out. He still saw his one path to victory, and he found it. And in this game, he just got that left finishing, and like I said, very standard Roach Ravager going to be coming on in here. And okay, Dark currently has a little bit of a worker lead. That's not going to last too long as Solar evens it out, but there is a Spire immediately from Solar, so he wants to try and dive to the mutas once more. Every time we've seen the attempt to dive into mutas, it's been against someone that's already setting up for Hydras and Lurkers, etc. This time, Dark should just be continuing straight through with Roaches. So we're actually going to have to see him defend against the mutas, and this time without that, and then obviously see what he can do on the map to follow it up as well, as Solar would love to take full map control following this.
Yeah, it's interesting to me to see how ready and willing, no matter what, that Solar is to go into this Spire play. And he does kind of do it without me feeling like he's super susceptible to like any sort of attack. So yeah, kudos to him for just kind of making this be part of his build without it being a big gotcha moment, you know? And it does Like, there's a lot of Zergs that have been very, very vocal about not enjoying playing against mutas. I wonder if Dark is one of them, because these guys know each other way better than I know either one of them. So I wonder if that could be something that's going on here as well. But the Spire will be finishing up here. Serral does have enough of a bank to whip out a good 5 or 6 mutas, which will do a decent job of clearing out those overlords and just getting him some time. And Dark has again scattered it. And so we have a very, very similar situation where Dark is going to be the defender, doesn't have anything that shoots up currently besides his queens. And yeah, this feels like the kind of game that both of them seem very comfortable playing.
It really, really does. Again, that Hydra Den about to finish up. Our spores are going to be done. So as the first mutas arrive, Dark is in fact going to be on his way to the lurkers already. Just good identification that he can get there. And we'll see if Solo can follow it up with the roaches on the ground before those lurkers really take to the stage. That was what was so good for him last game. The timing in was really just spot on. So yeah, we're kind of waiting to see if that's going to be the case or not. Here is our couple of mutas. We'll pick off the Overlord that will go down. Supply block for Dark. As our couple of Lings and Banes interact on this right side. Those Banes don't do anything at all. A good defense from Solo again. And Dark right now is lacking on supply, but that's because he's teching up a little bit more heavily, building into Hydras, while his opponent is just continuing to spam out roaches. Dark really does want to get that lurker den up and the first lurker's out, but I don't know, man. After seeing the last game, I'm a little bit worried for him on this timing because the lurker den's not done and Solar is basically already ready to go when +2 finishes.
I'm really scared. I'm looking at the supply right now and the fact that Dark is so blind vision-wise, and it's arrived here, Waddy. It's there. It's there at the natural. I mean, that Roach Warren is super exposed, and he's getting there before the lurkers are done. There's also those mutas that are just being annoying in the base. Solar's absolutely picked his timing here. This is a scary-ass timing.
Yeah, I didn't love the fight, though. I mean, he felt like Dark got the much better concave, even though he maybe shouldn't have done, so not 100% sure about that. Like you said, the mutas are still being annoying. We see those in the picture-in-picture, but Solar tried to split off and do different things. No one position really worked out amazingly for him. Like, yeah, the mutas have picked off a few drones, but he didn't really break through into the third. He didn't really do much onto the natural. I really felt like the Roach Warren was a big target. He never found that either. And now as a bunch of Ravagers morph in, it feels as though Solar is going to get ready to go again. But Dark has survived this first wave, and the longer he survives now, the more lurkers there are, the easier this technically should become to then defend.
Oh, it should be, but these Banelings getting some juicy connections here. Dark is wounded. Like, his army will be better if it gets time. But Solar knows that, and he's playing to give Dark no time at all. Like, they're both handling this very well. I think I give Solar the edge here, Wardy. Like, he's maxed out, obviously. His army, it's a bully army. He's going to start bossing around, and I think we might have a repeat from game 2 here, where he has just found his window, and those mutas bought him so much of this, just by being on the map, killing all that vision, killing the overlords, and he's absolutely working with it, and lovely play out of him.
I love that he's just been able to identify where exactly the weakness of this was to Dark, because so many people have tried to kind of break Dark down and they've just not succeeded. But yeah, Solar is just going to say, I know you're very good late game. Like I said, I'm just not going to let you get there. And that means I've got to go very committed to one time. And that's terrifying to do. You know, not really having a good backup plan. We saw in game 1 how quickly he left the game when he didn't burst forward. It's so precise how, you know, when and how you have to strike. But he's made it happen in this game 2 and 3. And now looking to kind of come in from all angles, perhaps, to close this out. He starts to go into lurkers, but again, numbers are definitely on his side. He's got the battles to help reposition those lurkers a little bit. In we go. Gonna knock down an initial spore crawl as he is gonna lose his overseer. That means he doesn't have detection against the lurkers, although of course corrosive bars still force them to unburrow, means you don't necessarily need always the detection.
I'll tell you what, lovely unburrow micro from Dark there. Didn't lose a single lurker, and Dark or Solar's trying to get some damage done, but did run into a lurker or two. Those are some of the lowest health roaches you'll ever see. Darting into that main base, gets to see when the hive is going up as well.
Didn't kill the Evo chamber, by the way. That was super low.
He didn't get it? Okay,
no,
so
it's really
that might have helped him get in there. Maybe it was just one of those, oh, damn, I'm being shot by roaches. Get in there, get out of there. But that ground army, Dark, even though he was looking, you know, a bit down and out for a moment there, he does feel like he's brave enough to move out, deal some damage. He does have the carapace upgrade, I guess due to that Evo maybe not dying in time. But he's alive. He's got the lurkers. His economy's worse. But behind all this, I think I saw Solar get his infestation pit. So
yeah, he did.
He is able to get hive, and he starts it as soon as we mentioned that as well. So he's not just gone super all in with this. Very, very nice and well thought out play by him.
Really feel like what kind of cost Solar though was that attack on the natural, because he could have just killed the Evo Chamber and backed away. Instead, he kind of said, oh crap, I'm going to run through the choke point while taking damage, and then those roaches in the main base just didn't do anything at all. So he lost like a good amount of supply, and that was a lot of the momentum that he was holding onto throughout. It really feels like that cost him what was quite a substantial lead, and now you know, things kind of quieten down, but that's bad for Solar because he is, you know, while he's on the way to Hive, he is later to the tech, and the Lurkers are still going to forever be an issue. Even if he gets Vipers up, this is still going to be Roach Lurker versus Roach Ravager, Vipers on both sides. That generally is going to be better for Dark. So, like where Dark is at now, that Solar's maybe lost some of his momentum. We'll see if he can regain it, and like I say, especially with the Hive Tech finishing, that's going to be huge on both sides. Dark can start up his Lurker upgrades, and Solar initially should prioritize immediately some Vipers.
Yeah, you've got to say, though, the fact that Solar he's on 5 bases behind this, that means he's got 10 extractors to work with. Like, his gas count for Vipers and Lurkers will be amazing once he starts. Dark, behind all this, by the way, a Nidus Worm of all things. I mean, that's one way to try and bust out of this 3-base situation, and holy crap, Solar is being so aggressive, man. And these fights are going, even though I'm about to say, like, the resource loss tab, not good for him. The fact that his economy's been way better for this length of time, they've actually not been going that bad for him at all. Like, he's been really utilizing the fact these Lurkers don't have that Hive upgrade of the range, because it makes them significantly worse. But Dark's starting to mine out of these main and natural bases of his.
Yeah, the fact Dark doesn't have a 4th base is obviously starting to become terrifying, because he is getting to that point where he needs additional economy. And that's why stuff like the Nidus Network might be a way for him to get there, because obviously the Nidus doesn't, you know, straight up give you that base, but it gives you the chance to pull Solar back, and then you maybe get a 4th base set up while dealing some damage. Solar doesn't see it in the main base, so this Nidus is likely to be very good as he does double kill an Overlord duo there. And here we go, Lurkers in the main. Well, fortunately, he does have some Vipers, so they might be able to help him to somehow clean this up as the Lurkers start to spread out to minimize what that Blinding Cloud dropping is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's so many Lurks in that base. I mean, he can actually pull a hell of a lot of them out of there to kind of maybe get up that ramp. I was thinking about Blinding Clouds and what have you, but holy crap. That is like, he's making this really happen here. Like, that was super expensive. Does lose his Hive behind all this, though. Oh, that's actually a really big deal.
The picture-in-picture, the rest of the Lurkers from Dark on top of the base of Solar. So this is what Dark needed to do. He needed to find a way to strike, and the Nidus has enabled that for him. These Ravagers just don't have the concave moving up that ramp, and Solar has lost the entirety of his main. He's lost the forward base. He's losing economy on the right side base as well. All of a sudden, Dark is in the worker league. The economy is gone from Solar, and well, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to necessarily fight back into this one from here. It's going to be tough. Like, the supplies are still good, but now you've got evenish supplies. With Dark having a good composition, it's really going to come down to those Vipers.
I mean, it super is. I think he kept most of those Vipers alive. There wasn't much to shoot up, like a handful of Hydras, but they weren't really doing that. And yeah, 3 Vipers still alive. That's absolutely a good amount to work with. A couple of Abducts each. That can eliminate a good 6 Lurkers. And, you know, all things said and done, Solar lost his main and his 5th, but he's still on a decent functioning set of bases here. It's the work account that's scary for him, and he does have a superior army count. It's just, he has to go. Like, he has to get something done immediately, and Dark knows that, so he's going to be set up defensively, and he's going to be lying in wait for him. Oh, that's a lot of Lurk, Wardy.
I know, I was gonna say, let's see what he has to do defensively, and we just cut to it. It's like all of the Lurkers. We abduct a couple in, Blinding Cloud already coming down, and we do have our Roaches and Ravagers starting to press on forward to get another Blinding Cloud on top of a few more Lurkers to try and give Solar the entry point. I think he's got it, man. I think he's got enough to come on through, so even though Dark was terrifying on the other side, Solar just has that much stuff, even after everything that we just saw. I mean, incredible series by Solar if he does close this out here as he comes forward. He's missing detection to clean out these last couple of Lurkers. The Overseer was just a bit too far back. It's going to show up right now, and then these Lurkers are absolutely just dead. So, yeah, this base goes down, and it does look as though Solar is going to take it down. And what a way to get it done. What a series. 2-1 for Solar over Dark. I think arguably our first upset of the entire tournament.
I mean, but well done by Solar. Like, if there was anybody to do it in the way that he did, like, he made that Spire transition look really damn clean and cool, and just very, very nicely handled by him. And we're gonna find out what the analysts do think about that series.
Thanks Thank you, gentlemen. That's right, a proper tussle here, this best of 3. I've got ZG and Pig joining me to talk about this one. ZG, this was, well, firstly, wasn't a dark victory, but it really felt like Solar the whole time, even though losing the first game, really didn't dissuade him from sticking with his game plan as we take a look at the highlights here, brought to you by RagnaroK.
Right. I think the first game shaped up to be exactly what I was expecting. So there was a little bit of back and forth in the early game, getting kind of down and dirty, and then just eventually Dark wins out. But the next 2 games, it was really Solar kind of persevering, kind of against odds, against higher technology, and yeah, as you said, making sure to stick with his game plan, and then, well, kind of forcing it to work almost. Yep. The last game was also very nutty, just the late game nutty, so we had nice bookends for the best of 3.
Yeah, definitely. Pig, looking at game 2, how things are going down, I think the casters hit the nail on the head. This is kind of what Solar wanted to happen in that first game. Just didn't work out. Too defensive from Dark, too strong overall, and Solar made it work here in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, when he ran in there, I was like, I don't know if this is going to work out, mate. His lurk is there, but he got such a good arc, and I think really used the architecture of the map. This one's a little bit more wide open, and you could just see that the commitment to the Roach Ravager, using the muters to kind of deny vision and really get complete map control, really just great angling on some of these engagements by Solar.
Yeah, here in game 3 as well. The final moments of these games. Nidus Worms threw a little bit of a spatter in the works, ZG, a little bit.
Yeah, they did a little bit, causing kind of the nuttiness that I was talking about to end this series. But Solar actually persevering and winning here. As we had said in the kind of pre-show of this series, it's not surprising that Solar could take this. They do trade back and forth. But then going even to the earlier pre-show that I mentioned, I still think it's a really good sign for Solar to defeat basically someone who I would say is kind of a nemesis, a rival. I think is actually exactly what it is. I think Ligulac would support that as well. That's just a good feeling, right? So it was possible, but still to do it and then also show a little bit of that perseverance and just mental fortitude is a good sign for Solar as he does move on to face Maru. So that's going to be necessary.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the bracket then and see what has gone on in our first 2 series here for our Korean double elimination bracket, as now Maru and Solar move through. That will be a best of 5 later on down the line. Not today, of course, as we're all best of 3s here throughout the day. But Pig, Maru versus Solar. Solar's got his work cut out for him, going up against arguably one of the best in the world.
He does, but absolutely a guy who takes it toe-to-toe with Maru, and I really feel like, man, they have such exciting back-and-forth matches.
Yeah.
It's really one where I feel like a lot of players crumble under Maru's pressure. Solar pretty much never does. And of course, that lower bracket match, I mean, that's one which is also a big rematch from the World Championships. Had some drama behind it, a very scrappy series down to the wire, a recall that didn't quite happen in the last few seconds. I mean, that was probably one of the most emotional series we saw at the World Championships, was between those 2 guys.
Pig's always ahead of me, not only talking about Spirit, but now talking about how emotional that series was. I wanted to talk about it, ZG, because it really was. I mean, we came back on the last day. I was even still emotionally fueled after seeing that match, so I'm excited to see it again.
Very emotional, and that's what people are going to remember, because it just, creator, got to feel bad for him, right?
Yeah.
But let's also not forget that it was very questionable Zerg versus Protoss play from Dark. When we went into that series, we were saying that Dark should be very favored, and considering their history as well. But then not only did creator kind of bring it forward, step forward, but then it did kind of feel like Dark was stepping back. He was making some really weird plays. He was, if I recall correctly, straight up playing badly, which I never want to say, but it was like supply block city, really silly maneuvers. So perhaps it was an offline setting. He was just tired. I don't know. But I think right now, Dark's EVP is a little in question.
Yeah, he definitely skirted through just by his fingernails. But anyway, thank you very much, guys. It is now time to head on to a break. When we return, we have a TVP on the way. I believe it's Hero and GuMiho. I'm excited for that one. Stay tuned for more Gamers Without Borders.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We're back for Gamers Without Borders here in the Kalaris Dome. I'm excited. I'm hyped. I'm maybe a little bit more hyped than I should be. I'll calm down. All right, okay. We've got ourselves another series on the way, another best of 3. Welcome back. Yes. And bringing the analysis gentleman to the forefront. It's Wardy as well as Demumu. Can I call you Demumu? Is that okay? I feel like grabbing your cheeks when I call you Demumu. Oh, you're so cute. Is that okay?
Kalaris, right now you are super damn echoey for me, as is the whole thing. So, I heard Demumu, but then I heard Demumu, and it made me rather queasy, but yeah, you can call me that, absolutely, because Maynard used to do the exact same stuff, so a bit nostalgic for me.
Oh, fair. Okay, well, yes, I'll keep calling you Demumu. Meanwhile, Wardy on the opposite end of things. I'll still call you Wardy because, that's your name. Let's talk about this match coming up, mate, because it is a good one. Hero going up against GuMiho here. You guys have just come off the back of 2 commentaries, Wardy, but coming into Hero versus GuMiho, what are your thoughts? Give me your thoughts.
Well, I think they talked about this earlier, where this series is going to be extremely fun. And it's one of those matches where you really just don't know what exactly to expect, because Hero is kind of the favorite, but GuMiho is very creative. And if there is a matchup I feel like Hero's had trouble in recently, it has kind of been this PvT. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's probably my favorite match of the day, as a few other people have stated as well. I think it's got the chance to be very chaotic, maybe very quick as well, but in general, just a very fun series between these two.
Ben, your thoughts coming in?
GuMiho versus Hero, I think this is going to be an interesting one. Like, even though Hero is the overwhelming favorite here, like he's just very solid and has been for a while, he has definitely been vocal about PvT being difficult for him, and it feels like a lot of that spice that he had from a while ago where he's making every Terran life difficult, it started to die down a little bit. And GuMiho is not your ordinary Terran. He can make life very difficult. Historically, I always check up the stats between players. It's not as crazy one side as I thought. It's like a 60-40 between these two, but the last several series have been very, very Hero favored. I dare say if they both come out swinging as they do regularly, we're going to see GuMiho finding it so damn difficult.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? Because, I mean, even their most recent encounter in the Pigsty Cup that Mr. Piggy put on, Hero Wardy throws every tool in the Protoss book at him. He goes for that gateway aggression. He goes for the oracles. He goes for those Dark Templar openings. So you've always got to be on your toes as GuMiho.
You never know what Hero's going to do, and that is what's so scary to play against. And lately, Hero's been doing this Robo First thing as well, and he's got so many different follow-ups to it. I think it's really fascinating to watch, and I hope we get to see a little bit of that.
Yeah, would be good. Of course, Ben, you do believe that it's going to be difficult for GuMiho. When you're having to deal with so much craziness from Protoss, though, Ben, how do you approach it as a Terran? Do you just go to your standard builds, or are you looking for that extra bit of scouting? What are you doing here as GuMiho?
Sorry, it was so echoey for me there, James. It's very difficult for you to hear. I just heard Terran vs. Protoss is difficult, but and I agree entirely. Like GuMiho going up against, I even hear myself echoing massively.
I get you.
GuMiho going up against Hero, like, you have to check for proxies. You have to be so aware of trying to get a scout in there, just checking out for stalkers continuously, because Hero is so damn good about his Blink Stalker micro as well. Like, he is one of those guys that will absolutely all of a sudden turn up with 4-gate Blink Stalker and kill you, and there's nothing you can do about it. So Hero, or rather GuMiho, has to scout everything. He has to make sure what he's up against, but he also has to kind of turn the tables a little bit and make sure that Hero's the one responding to him.
Oh, right. Well, that's me just messing with Ben there for a moment. We're going to... Thank you very much, guys. I'm going to get you gone for now. Back into the void you go here in the Kalaris Dome for Gamers Without Borders, as we now head over to the commentators to bring you this one. So, Hero versus GuMiho. It's going to be Pig and ZG bringing you all the action. Let's do it.
Thank you very much, James. And awesome. Nice to come over from the Echo Dome, and we're going to be getting into a good old cast one, which we've been very excited for ever since the pre-show. Zombie Grub, you've been kind of chomping at the bit to get into this series. What's getting you so excited about these two players?
Well, they're both kind of crazy when it comes to StarCraft 2, man. That's why I push everyone out of the way to cast this one. Demanded it. Was quite the diva about it. They just have such fun games, and it might be one-sided. I think Hero is ultimately favored, but GuMiho comes out with some kind of weird builds, and then Hero is sometimes overly aggressive, and then it turns into a weird base trade, and it's just the type of dynamic that I think most people enjoy from StarCraft, and in a matchup that it's been my favorite for like 2 years at this point. I think PvT is really fun to watch.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. I feel like it's gotten very dynamic in its nature, and I do feel like maybe it's a little Terran favored right now, but Hero doesn't care about what the stats are. He doesn't care about what the numbers are for every other player. He is, of course, an absolute monster. He's up here in the top left side of the map on Babylon. It is DragonKaiser Gaming's Hero.
And in the bottom right, we have the blue Terran, GuMiho.
The big obstacle for GuMiho in this series, it's going to be the fact that a lot of his builds in this matchup are about, you know, how to counter a defensive Protoss. But some of his proxies get caught out by some of the very unpredictable attacks that Hero's done. So I've seen series between these two where Hero goes to proxy him. GuMiho is so well prepared. He scouts the proxy. Hero abandons it and then just like pretends to expand and then just does the same proxy a minute later in a really, and it's like, it's really inefficient, but it's so surprising and it just kills GuMiho. They've had so many matches like this where Hero is very good at kind of taking advantage of the fact that he knows GuMiho is a very strategic player who likes to, when he figures out what his opponent's doing, counter it. The thing is, if you can get him to, you know, do something on purpose, bait him into it, you can then counter the counter. That's the sort of mental game we're often looking at between these two, and it is a double gas one base opening for Hero.
Yes, so I'm going to get aggressive pretty early on. I do want to just really clarify on I guess, expectations for this matchup, because yes, I think it's going to be exciting. I think it's going to be action-packed. Already getting signs of that with Hero proxying a pylon, but their history in the last 5 months actually is a 20-4 game score in favor of Hero and 9-0 in series. So GuMiho is generally not winning against Hero, but I want to say he's been getting more and more practice against someone who is as aggressive, maybe not quite as tricky in the form of Max Pack. So I'm always waiting for GuMiho to really get his turn to thrive, I suppose, against Hero. Hasn't happened yet, hasn't happened in a little while, but we'll see if today can change things, especially if GuMiho would go ahead and just realize that he's being proxy surrogated.
One problem he's run into recently is because he gets his reactor so late, he often just tries to defend with 3 unupgraded Marines, which works okay against one Adept, but often it's when the second Adept arrives that things can start to fall apart very quickly, because if he loses any of those Marines, then the Oracle coming in behind it will be devastating, and he's looking for proxies, but he doesn't find that Stargate, and that means this is a big surprise.
Yeah, it's gonna be brutal. It's going to be brutal. It's a real snowball effect as well. The SCV is gonna complete.
Oh,
is that 99? Is that 100? 100, whatever it is. Okay, there it goes. It does finish up finally. But the Adept is gonna be looking for more and more shots, even if it injures the Marines, but doesn't quite kill them. That would still mean that the Oracle will one-shot them when they come in. But Reaper also doing damage on their side of the map. No shield battery was built at home. It's gonna force a recall.
The Oracle is coming out though right now, and there's a Hellion building. GuMiho has 3 Marines, or 4 Marines, that's all that he has that shoots up, and an Oracle can beat 4 Marines if one of them's damaged like that. It's just going to go straight after the SCVs. The Marines are moving across the map. GuMiho caught with his pants down. He was not hoping to run up against Proxy Oracle.
Yeah, exactly. He got a fairly useless unit out of the factory and just had to wait for the tech lab now. And that's 10 SCVs killed. That is one of the most effective proxy oracles I've seen in a while in this matchup. Because even usually when they go undetected, the SCVs taking 3 shots to be killed has just made the oracle a lot less scary than it once was years and years ago. But 10, that is an amazing number. And GuMiho not really getting much in return, just depowering and killing the Stargate.
Yeah, devastating damage to kick things off here. Hero already up 8 workers, and that's going to continue to grow. Cyclones, Vikings, and a +1 weapons upgrade. Now, +1 weapons, a long-term investment, while on 21 SCVs, now 22. It does feel a little soft. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, obviously that'll eventually help, but right now it feels like GuMiho is definitely doing a very oddball build. It feels like he's committing to a counter push, right? Because he's not adding extra barracks. but going for such a quick upgrade does confuse me a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that's very confusing. I don't really get it. You know, usually if you're gonna do an early start to, let's call it a 2-base all-in, but you're like getting started on it, you would at least expect something like combat shields to be on the way. And then there's a couple of early all-in combat shield builds, but +1 is so weirdly specific. It takes so long as well, and then you're just not gonna have a lot of units that benefit from it because you're working off of literally one barracks, even if it is a reactor. So yeah, that is weird, but I guess this is going to be a 2-base attack with +1.
Yeah, it's going to be bunkers, I think, as well. Like, it's going to be like a bunker tank marine push, and the marines will have +1. Viking's going to land in the main. He's going to see if he can slow down Hero here. That Oracle doesn't have any energy. All he can really do is stand overhead. The Viking will take out 2 or 3 probes there. Good defense by Hero. Could have taken a lot more damage, but he's only on 2 base, and he's making a lot of blink stalkers, which is perfect against GuMiho's follow-up. Oh no, GuMiho, watch out! He spots the stalkers warping in with his marine drop. And at least he knows what's happening. It does seem to continue across the map, but no, he's turned around with the drop. He's going to try and sneak that one home. I think he's realizing, okay, I just need to turtle up, add more barracks. Remember, attacking into Hero is always dangerous. And it's the fact that GuMiho sometimes overcommits to those attacks where he falls into the traps. Let's see if he can hold on.
Yeah, blink forward, already taken out 1 tank, but the high ground tank is still a little out of range thanks to those cement blocks covering it, and that was a massacre of the stalkers. I was gonna say, Hero might be in a better position to take map control and receive a push from GuMiho, but actually trying to break someone who is building up to a siege push when they have their wall, when they have their tank sieged, that is actually kind of playing into what GuMiho would have wanted. If he could have told Hero what to do, I think blinking in that aggressively might have been one of the things that GuMiho was like, yeah, and then maybe I can do a counterattack that actually works. But it's still kind of a TBD because GuMiho does add on some barracks and is going to be looking to add on upgrades there. The Hero does lose his Oracle, so he's going to lose all the detection in the main base. But if Hero continues to insist on trying to kill GuMiho on 2 bases, that just, it's still pretty darn difficult to do in StarCraft 2 to kill someone on 2 bases.
Absolutely. Well, he's going to take out a few depots. Nice blink micro here, but has lost quite a lot of stalkers this game. 3rd command center starts up. GuMiho is a Banshee, by the way. So he's got Stim starting now, like 2 minutes after +1 attack finish. Shout out to +1. Actually helped the Marines probably kill an extra stalker or 2 when they did go in there. He sees the 3rd base is finishing for Hero. It does feel like GuMiho is maybe a little paranoid. I do feel that with his setup, he should be able to go and take out Hero. Since so many stalkers went down, like when Stim and Shields finishes. I think that's like a natural kill timing. The question for me is, of course, like how many medevacs do you have by then? Because I don't think building this Banshee really achieves a lot.
You might be able to use it to really drag him out of position, which would be the best use, I think, of a cloakless Banshee. But this does remind me of some recent GuMiho games, again, against Max Packs. GuMiho has... he zigs when we expect him to zag and vice versa, right? And that's true for also the players he's playing against, which is why it can be a bit confusing. But he has been playing some games where a lot of other Terran players would have SEV pulled, right? They say, I'm screwed, I'm going to die, let's just go for it, especially because it's so early on. And then he would actually turtle, which is supposed to be very difficult for a Terran, kind of turtling from 2 base to 3. We see a decent amount of turtling from 3 base to 4, but yeah, GuMiho has been adding that in, and as I said, I think it confuses us. I think it confuses the Protoss players. So I agree with you. I think GuMiho should try to attack with Stim and combat shields, but if he is just kind of bringing this into the fold, maybe he'd be surprisingly hesitant. But look at this army, man. Like, it is really good. It's about to have 2 upgrades as well. Hero should be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Hero's trying to base trade it, but he was ready. He knows that this is Hero's comeback play. Hero always does this when he's behind in a game. He knows that trying to do some sort of backstab is huge. The SCVs force him to blink before he even gets across the wall. That was an absolute massacre. GuMiho coming in with some next level preparation.
Yeah, I mean, GuMiho seems to be really in control of this game, despite how the opener worked out. This is just, well, exactly what I wanted, so yay me. Banshee does get destroyed. Hero is looking to be aggressive, kind of as basically a front. He's really just trying to buy time and find other avenues of attack, so the Stalkers pick off some Marines, but then the Zealots actually do go in. I guess he left the sentries back at home, but these Zealots are once again blocked out. Wouldn't mind reinforcements going to take care of it. It's not like GuMiho really needs to get a third base if this two-base attack is capable of winning, which I think it is.
Yeah, he's going to clean up those Zealots on the wall, goes back to mining on the third base, never ended up dealing with the proxy gate. I think that was almost part of GuMiho's trap here. He wanted Hero to keep funneling units into the backstab and said, I'll be ready for it. If I'm super ready for it, I can actually bait you into throwing away your army in small chunks. And look at that, even cuts off the flanking path on the south by breaking those destructible rocks. A lot of tanks, Marines, and Marauders here. It's just Zealots, a couple Stalkers, and 2 Archons. A 4th base starts right next to this push. Hero, you mad dog. What the heck? That is brave.
Yeah, this is this is Hero's last chance to break out. He's got unupgraded Protoss units against 1-1 ByuN with Medivacs, and you can see what happens there. The Archons really trying to beat the last lifeline, powered up by the supercharged battery, but even they will not last long, and guaranteed GuMiho has got this first game.
Yeah, that's just a big ball of guys with guns. Honestly, there's just too much firepower. A couple Stalkers, probes, they're not going to be able to land the hits. And GuMiho, after losing 10 SCVs to a proxy Oracle, Hero overcommits to the 2-base Blink Assault. When that attack didn't move out, when GuMiho's drop scouted what was happening, I think he thought it was a 3rd command center build. Hero kind of thought, oh, I can kill him. Blinked in, and of course, the +1 Marines. The bunker, the tank positioning was great. Turns out +1 Marines shut down Blink attacks.
Yeah, no, that was hindsight. Now we can look at it all together. That was pretty smart, actually. But it also, I think, was even smarter because it was specifically against Hero. There might be some other Protosses who would set up aggressively because that's just what they're going to do. But then they would be less hesitant to blink in. I mean, Hero's right with his blink-ins and his aggressive nature, let's say like 80-90% of the time, as he's improved in StarCraft and became one of the best Protosses in the world. But he does occasionally go overboard, and so you can kind of rely on him to do that if he thinks he has a chance. And after killing 10 SCVs in the early game and thinking it might be a 3cc build, yeah, he thinks he has a chance, but misread.
Wow, so many of those Stalkers trapped. Yeah, just good building placement. You know, the wall-offs, the ramp. This one was brilliant. Those SCVs stopping him from getting high ground vision or anything like that, or moving past, and just great setups for GuMiho all around. Hero definitely, as you said, known for getting a little bit over the top sometimes. It's a secret to his success. He knocks people out with brave attacks when other players would, of course, be too fearful. It's that lack of fear that's his strength, but a bit weak in this particular game just because that one big Stalker attack gave up too much map control. And this is a great map for Terran to counter push on. GuMiho with really good preparation. I love the way he moved out and then just hung around waiting for the army to come in for the backstab as well. Like, there was all these little details to what GuMiho did that game that allowed him to recover.
Really nicely played, showing some of that preparation that is allowed in the first stage of this tournament. Going to get a lot more difficult as we go on with kind of a weekend tournament over 2 weekends going on. That is to highlight, again, only the 5th game that GuMiho has won against Hero in the last 9 matches that they've played. So I got to chalk it up to that preparation, because it's not like they played only 9 months ago or something like that. No, they were playing as recently as just a month ago, and Hero was still winning, which he can still obviously do, but that game was a nice display from GuMiho.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just looking really, really well prepared so far. The mental game seems on point, but this guy up here is always capable of comebacks. Never count him out. He's a scary Protoss player representing DragonKaiser Gaming. It is Hero. Wow, that new logo, fire.
That's pretty cool. In the bottom right, we do have GuMiho. He's currently teamless, so definitely pick him up, guys.
One of the most creative Terran players out there. Very fun one to learn from. If you don't feel like trying to play rock solid standard play, you want to instead pick up some tricks, some fancy kind of clever strategies, GuMiho is a great player to draw inspiration from. Clever details that not a lot of players out there mix into their play. You know, there's a lot of the top Terrans we watch are very standard. Hero goes for a gas steal here. Wow.
Yeah. I like it though, because he's seeing that it is a proxy racks, and so often with a proxy racks, you are going to go into a factory pretty quickly afterwards, right? A factory expand, maybe hell, even all the way up to a 1-1-1. But this is going to be a less tech-based factory when it does come down. And Hero, you know, he always does these very, very early probe scout/harassment. I think most of the time he just is the most annoying Protoss player with the earliest probe possible, but in this case, also able to block out that gas.
And this limits his opponent's options. So right now, Hero is funneling GuMiho into going for an expansion. He's forcing the expansion, and he's got a Zealot and a Cybercore on the way. So he's going to chrono boost across an Adept over on the map. I think he'll probably be building a shield battery at home. I do wonder if he was planning to proxy a Stargate, but notice GuMiho's SCV is tracking him on the map. So that SCV following the probe is basically saying, hey, if you're going to proxy, I'm going to see where it is. And that means if he wants to go Stargate or something like this on one base, he's going to have to build it back in his main.
Right, yeah, which, I mean, takes away a little bit of that power, but it is still an option, absolutely, that could still help out a lot, and that's exactly what Hero's going to do, still building that Stargate back at home. He's still going to be rallying a lot of units across the map and hoping that it starts a snowball effect, because you won't have that big, bad factory unit, like the Cyclone, to help you out. You're going to be building up a very slow buildup of bio units, of Marines. The GuMiho is going for that 3 racks. Eventually, he will have some decent production, and even getting a Marauder first. Could we actually... I mean, that's he's not going to be able to get Marauder slow, of course, but I think he is wary of what's going on. He just got the full scout and exactly what the deal is, too.
Yeah, it's kind of funky having a tech lab out on the map, but not as much of an investment in build time as a reactor. It's going to give him safety.
Slow?
Yeah, he's like, well, I don't want to just build single Marines or Reapers. I want tanky units that can just go toe-to-toe with these. And the Marauder, something a lot of players don't think about building Marauders early game, but GuMiho loves to do it. And it really is like the special unit that is underused by a lot of Terrans. But GuMiho realizes, hey, in early skirmish situations, the Marauder is king.
Yeah. No, I confused myself, man. You know, I was just like, no, he's got a reactor because it was a repro, but wait, no, he actually proxied the barracks. Hold on here. So I thought the Marauder, you know, couldn't get Marauder slow, but obviously it could. I'm kind of surprised it didn't. 50-50 is not too expensive, and it is, as you said, it is king. It's even kinglier. That's definitely a word with slow, but this is a micro war through and through. And with the 3 racks, you hope to have enough Marines in time, but that is kind of the question mark. And the missile turret isn't done either, and some of these SCVs are injured.
Yeah, he didn't lower the depot in the wall, so there's a few Marines sitting down on his ramp that are only now rallying over here. It wasn't a lot, but you can see now there are 3 Marines. They push it back. 8 SCVs again. Now, I am very good at pattern recognition, Zombie Grub. I watched the last game. 10 SCVs died. This time, 8 SCVs. I think GuMiho's in the lead.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, the 3 racks can definitely be kind of tricky to deal with in general. Pros basically have it down, but some would even say that the Stargate is like the trickiest build to deal with it. So we'll see if that maybe ends up being a problem for Hero, or if once again GuMiho kind of zigs when everyone expects him to zag, which is 3 racks, kind of waiting for that stim timing possibly, and then just instead plays a defensive game.
But he thought Stim would make on the outside, so Hero keeps making oracles. He's making 4 oracles, his famous Foracle build, as people call it, which is the ugliest name to say, by the way. Foracle. It kind of sounds like hair follicle, doesn't sound great, but he's just looking for more damage, and the bunker's not quite finished. There is a turret in both mineral lines. Oh, big fight.
Yeah, that's a missile turret range really helping out. Last shot on one of the weakened oracles, allowing the Marines to target another oracle and actually cut the oracle down in total, down to size. I mean, I think this goes back to GuMiho having a nice read. I think some other players might have just been too befuddled by the way this game has played out to get those missile turrets to at least try and save your life. But of course, the timing on the first one was still a big bummer. The supply depot is still going to go down, and GuMiho, I mean, is still in a little bit of trouble. He's kind of Marauder, which isn't too great at killing probes on the side of the map, but Hero's paying so much attention to the aggressive micro that he's not dealing with the Marauder back at home.
It's gonna kill like 4 or 5 probes on me, Grub. It's not bad. Oh, he changed targets though. Bit of miss micro, unfortunately there. Adepts are gonna shade in at the same time. Loving the picture-in-picture production. Shout out to the crew who are keeping that observing going very nicely. And the Adepts, lots of worker kills here. And that's building upon already a big economic advantage. So the more messy, the more trading that goes on, the better that is for Hero, because he's now adding the tech, his own third base. His growth rate is going to be much bigger. As long as it's anything but GuMiho hitting him with a sharp attack, Hero is going to be getting further ahead in this game.
It's very worrisome after a certain point, basically, with 3 racks, right? When they have Stim done, when they have 20 Marines, 4 Marauders, or whatever it is, and then Bio is king, and you really have to play around it because maybe they still don't have medevacs, and you can force stims and force injuries and all that good stuff. But the problem with this is that GuMiho has been cut down to size on the army as well. So yeah, they've been trades with Hero, but GuMiho still kind of committed to a low technology, really has to wait a long time until his medevacs are out. And Hero, of course, with the able to chrono boost and able to get his third nexus up, rely on the map distance as well that GuMiho has to go over to get to the other side of the map. Basically, GuMiho just doesn't have anything really going for him. He doesn't have an economy, and he doesn't really have that big of an army. All he can say is that he probably won't die anytime soon. But by the time he's ready to go, that mid-game power that Terran usually anticipates having, I think, will already be gone for him.
Yeah, right now he's racking his brain thinking, how can I bait you into headbutting with your Blink Stalkers like you did in that last game? But Hero, he's being much more patient with this one. Notice he just picks off a few Marines, blinks back as they get low on hit points. Very nice play by Hero, who's got all of the tech coming up behind it. Charge is on the way, a warp prism that'll be able to send zealots and drop them into the main base, as well as warping in there. Stasis trap harass in the back, also just being extra annoying. GuMiho pulls away, but a little too late.
Yeah, that's still a decent stasis trap for sure. And Hero really has all the control over the game. He has the map presence with the Blink Stalkers in the front, the actual vision with the revelation from the Oracles, as well as a little bit of harassment. And then he has his 3 bases getting all nice and set up with absolutely no distractions. Because what else do you know that Terrans can't do when they go for a 3-ax opener and you're constantly scouting all their timings? There's no way they can sneak a unit past you. I mean, the Marauder got snuck by, but still, that's the only thing. No medevac's going to drop, even with a handful of Marines. So Hero knows he can just get everything he wants back at home.
Zealots warping in, getting ready with that drop. GuMiho incredibly committed to a 2-base push. He's going to need to make some magic happen. I feel like the push already should be arriving at the Protoss side of the map, but it hasn't even moved out just yet. And he scans the natural. GuMiho's got to feel his heart sink a little bit. I mean, actually, I guess he sees the Robo Bay's not done. So he can still hit when there's only one Colossus with no extended thermal lance, and that gives you a little bit of hope. Of course, the raw number of Zealots with the +1 upgrade is still going to be a very big problem.
Yes, I was thinking the exact same thing. This Colossus dive is actually a little bit questionable. If GuMiho pulls the SCVs without a Colossus even being present, it's going to be very effective against Charge Lot Stalker, and even with 1 Colossus, that's still fairly good for SCV pulls. Now, GuMiho's not pulling the SCVs, and he is getting harassed, so things still don't look like they're lining up perfectly for our Terrans. Take this 2-0. Hero does seem like he's totally in control again. Very confident play coming out from him, and with it only being the Bio, yeah, they have good upgrades, and it is Bio. I just don't think they're going to end the game. Going after the Colossus is nice, and they'll grab it. Are there enough charge lots to help out here? Actually quite thin on the charge lot count, but the Stalker's able to actually do everything they need. Blink forward as well, kill everything that GuMiho has, and it is game.
Yeah, the Colossus snipe looked a little promising there, but of course way too far behind from earlier. Our jokes about the Oracle getting 8 kills and GuMiho being ahead, of course, proven very wrong. I mean, that game could be entirely differently, though. Imagine if that bunker was finished on the natural expansion. There was a missile turret up in each base. If the bunker has units inside it and repair available, that's a completely different game. So GuMiho there, no doubt, very frustrated that his bunker was about 3 seconds too late, and that ends up costing him any chance of getting back in that game.
Right, yeah. He's still some really cool play that, as you said, there was an if there as well with the missile turret timing, I guess, and then yes, absolutely with the bunker timing, but that they're definitely reading into each other. I think GuMiho kind of anticipated this Oracle play and tried his best to deal with it, but very unfortunate timing. So I have a little like, I wonder why SCVs weren't pulled since it was so committed to an all-in attack anyways. I mean, it looks like it might not have mattered, but I kind of feel like it would have. Look at how many only gateway units there are if SCVs were included. Even the charge lot numbers, I was a bit surprised by the lack of.
Yeah, I definitely think it was the right strategic play because you are 100% committed there. Obviously, it felt like GuMiho was just saying, maybe I can play this out in a more standard manner. There's been a lot of back and forth. The game's a bit scrappy. And it is very hard to judge how greedy Hero's been because Hero is a very dynamic player, which means he can be leaning into that aggression even more than you realized, or he could be greedier behind it than you think. And I guess GuMiho maybe not having quite as much information in the chaos dealing with oracles and adepts all around his base running circles around him as we do. So I agree though, 100% SCV pull is the optimal play there.
I think so, yeah. But I actually think you're totally right. He probably just thought he could poke and prod a little bit, and then he saw a Colossus for almost... It wasn't for free, as we know, but you see it vulnerable and you gun for it. All of us Terrans, right? Trigger happy. And then it's just committed anyway. So yeah, and that also goes back to what I was kind of saying, which GuMiho has been playing a decent amount of TVP games in a situation where others would all in. He does try to macro, so it might just be spot on in the idea there, but execution was stopped abruptly. He just died. So we get into game 3. At the bottom left of Royal Blood, he is Hero.
And in the top right side, a very creative Terran player going for a proxy barracks once again. He will not be perturbed by the probe harass that is of course, GuMiho. Now, probe harass coming in.
Sorry, I feel like you designed your own tongue twister.
Yeah, I kind of...
Probe harass.
I was like, I'm just going to make this sentence as difficult to spit out as possible, Zombie Girl. What can I say? They say don't do math on stream. I'm a big fan of it. Personally, I think I just like, self-torture and making things hard for myself. But unable to get the gas steal down this time. For those who don't know, you can actually block gas steal from going down because any gas structure takes up a little bit more space than the actual gas it's built on. So all you need to do is hold position a worker next to it, and they are unable to build that gas. So a very cute move by GuMiho to block it, and it looks like no second gas for Hero this time. We might actually see a Nexus before Stargate.
And a reminder that that's how the last game started off. So we're talking about GuMiho's missed timings on the follow-up. Well, his initial plan was also interrupted. Now he gets to play his plan, which I think both of these guys are very good at adapting on the fly, and GuMiho was so close to adapting on the fly quickly enough, but close didn't cut it. Now he really does get to play his game, so I'm very curious as to how powerful he'll look with this in mind. An engineering bay block coming down, so Hero can't grab his Nexus in the safe location, is forced to take it at his third base.
Let me zap you. Let me zap you. Come on. Oh, that probe. I mean, he's so frustrated. Oh, and GuMiho messes up, and he loses the SCV building the bunker as well at the same time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, good on Hero, of course, to take this seriously. If you think it is just a one Reaper proxy and there wasn't going to be any buildings in your base, you might even skip the Zealot, and then the bunker actually does finish, and then you're in a little bit more trouble. But yeah, double bad micro at the same moment. Feels bad, man. But you did still get the uncomfortable third base Nexus for the Protoss. So they've gotten comfier at dealing with this past the metas where this was very popular, but still very long distance between the main base and the third base for Hero to defend.
Did GuMiho see the third base? Surely he did, right? I'm not sure if he actually saw the location or not.
Checked it.
Because, I mean, you're playing Hero. I feel like you just assume he's taking a gold, right? Because
yeah, it's true. It's Royal Blood.
Yeah, like
he does it a lot in
loves,
this map.
He loves taking gold bases. You've given him an excuse, so I'm almost surprised that he scouts here first. But he does see that base on location. 2 probes in the open. Stalkers nearby, but Reaper's still getting a little bit of damage there, just denying some mining time. Command center is going down behind this, and there is already a medevac on the way as the reactor and tech lab do come up. GuMiho is going to be trying to follow up with some form of aggression, and Hero doubling down on Phoenix production here, saying, okay, probably going to be some form of Widow Mine drop. I've got to get Phoenix, which does counter the Widow Mines.
Yep. A fairly common follow-up to the proxy barracks too. I'd say over 50% of the time. So in turn, you would hope that the Terran player is very hesitant about this, but here's the thing. There's still a decent chance that the Wood-O-Mine drop does do damage against a Phoenix opener, just because one Phoenix slightly out of position isn't enough to stop both Wood-O-Mines from dropping out and potentially getting damage. But it really does depend on positioning and how much they expect it, and I think Hero is expecting it, so lift should happen, medevac should be hunted down. GuMiho is kind of hoping and sees the 2 Phoenix already ready. Yeah, double pickup, so not what you are hoping for GuMiho.
Oh, and that third Phoenix pops out just in time to get a few shots with the help of the Adept and the Stalker. Looks like the other one doesn't burrow either. Perfect defense here, getting those extra SCVs in the start, now shutting that down. Feels like Hero's already kind of just comfortably playing with that awkwardly placed third. Gets the Reaper as well. And it definitely feels like the advantages are building up for Hero, who's gone 4 gas behind this, indicating... Wow, I was going to say that he's going to go Robo play, but he's actually going for Oracles after Phoenix.
Yeah, no, this is... and I was also going to be surprised by the Robo play, but... He's going to be Twilight Council play. Okay.
Mass blink. Super delayed mass blink zombie grub. I've got the read. It's a Hero special. I'm going to go really, really late blink stalkers and then just kind of do stuff while harassing with oracles. Phoenix are going to be annoying. And it's this weird set of units because his tech's so delayed. But I actually just feel like Hero has already got enough momentum with shutting things down. If he can now like catch the Raven or something like that, it feels like all of GuMiho's harassment is just falling flat.
It is. So that is absolutely true. The auto turret might be able to do some damage, but then the Raven is going to be sacrificed. So
that didn't make any sense. It's a bad move for GuMiho. I mean, that objective, you know there's Phoenix on the map. You don't see them on your side. So sending that Raven in there is not a solid move. I feel like it's desperation time. And I don't think pull the SCVs now. I think pressure across the map, pull the SCVs maybe 1 minute from now with the stim and the +1. But GuMiho's got to make a big play. He's got to make a big gamble, because just playing standard after all these consecutive losses, I don't think that works out.
Yeah, and you know, there's so much time here for Hero that he could actually go into Storm, because he didn't go Blink. He went Charge, which I thought actually might be an option, with the Phoenix kind of providing that anti-air. But then he could also go Storm if he was getting the inkling that GuMiho could be setting up for a real 2-base committal. Storm is super effective against SCV pools, because unlike Colossus, which shoot the SCVs, right, and only the SCVs for a certain amount of time, Storm blankets literally everything that it's near. So it could be a good move. Having Archons in general is also just very, very helpful. And again, this is very similar to last game, whereas Hero has all the information and all the control, but GuMiho maybe still has a bigger glimmer of hope in this game if he can just kind of get Hero to misread 1 or 2 things.
The Phoenix going to be a nuisance in this main base, committing to picking up some SCVs, as well as the Marines that are popping out on the production. Hero's charge will be done. 2 Archons morphing. The SCVs are being pulled. He's going to commit hard. GuMiho's going to grab the boys and say, let's go to battle now or never. Zealot Archon does slay the SCVs, but anything you can do, even just hold positioning those SCVs so the Zealots and Archons don't automatically attack them, could be massive.
Yes, but this is even happening before Combat Shield, so this isn't even a fully powered bio army. GuMiho is absolutely desperate. He wants to hit before Protoss has really built up quite a lot. Nicely done, not actually targeting his own units. Leave the Adept Shade in there, unsiege the tanks, get them back on the front line. That trick's not going to work. The SCV is also master paying the Cyclone, which is getting a little bit of extra damage, and here come the bunkers. That's going to extend this for a little while longer, and the Combat Shields will finish too by the time Hero feels comfortable to pull the trigger, unless it's right here, right now, and he's going to do it. He pulls his own probes as well.
Oh, focusing down the Phoenix to let those tanks drop down from the lifts. The Zealots are dying very quickly. Oh my lord, GuMiho slaughtered that army.
Yeah, he did, and this is all before Combat Shields. No bunkers were down either. Hero wanting to hit before the bunkers were done. That was probably on the forefront of his mind. That did not work. I guess, right, hindsight, that he should have waited, added on more units coming from another angle, because he did have a little bit of time before this was actually shooting something important. He just wanted to hit before those bunkers were done. And is that a mistake? Is Hero actually going to lose game 3?
That's a huge mistake. He's still even. Army supplies even. This is still a scary position for GuMiho. That Phoenix lift in the back is big. Those Marines take massive hits from the Zealots and Archons, and it seems like these 3 Archons, I don't think there's the numbers to stop it. 1 Archon falls, another Archon goes down to the Cyclone. The Zealots going down. 1 Archon pulling back, 5 Zealots, 4 Stalkers, and 1 Phoenix in the skies. A handful of Marines, a few medevacs, very few units for GuMiho on the field right now. Definitely, you know, I think Hero, if he flanked with Zealots from behind, would have cleaned the army up much better, used the Phoenix to clean up the Marines instead of the tanks. But despite that, he was far enough ahead, and those Archons, yeah, they're shorter ranged, they feel kind of clumsy, but 1 shot on Marines and they're all either dead or in the deep red.
And it wasn't enough of a bad fight to have GuMiho just immediately blitz forward, because that's the biggest concern, is that you think you have your moment and then you don't, and the Terran still has 20 Marines. I think Zerg players are very familiar with this. And then they just run over all of your army and all of your production, rather. But I think that was really important is that GuMiho didn't have that much of an advantage. So Hero actually took 1 engagement before, again, anything was being shelled at that was important. So he was able to rebuild for a 2nd engagement. And that's what GuMiho is always going to have trouble dealing with, of course. Those instant reinforcements, defender's advantage, and yeah, any growing Archon number was going to be especially difficult. So yeah, that could have been scary if GuMiho just went, oh my god, I'm winning, and just blitz right into all the pylons, right into all the gateways. But instead, it turned into Hero having another chance at an attack, which he was going to do well in, since he did have such a lead before it.
I think one of the big problems is he was on 2 racks the whole time, right? He's only just added 3 more barracks to get to 5 barracks because GuMiho had such a bad early game that his production was so low, and he kind of started banking up a lot of money during all that. So now he's actually going Ghosts. He's going to do another SCV pull about a minute from now with Ghosts and a lot of Widow Mines. And as long as he hits before the 2 Robos get any Colossus out, it might work. But Liberator in the back, Marines on the front, the Zealot Archon Phoenix jumping on top. This is meant to just be a small pressure, a bit of a fake out for GuMiho. The Liberator's doing big damage, but he's losing quite a few units on the front.
Oh, wow. The Widowmine's getting some excellent shots, buying some time as well. This Cyclone, by the way, it finally goes down, but it's gotten so many lock-ons. And Hero can't... There's no way that this army just straight up wins, because there's always that chance that it backs away behind a wall. He actually recalls, loses a sentry just seconds before it stops. And during all of that engagement in the middle, that Liberator was just hammering away, killing 8 probes, putting them back between like a 5-worker difference is pretty amazing for GuMiho. He really has been fighting back this entire time, and he is almost ready to go for that second all-in that you were talking about long before Hero has those Colossus or has used the investment of 2 Robos in a robotics bay. That is a massive amount of money that might not actually be helping him in time.
Yeah, is it going to be Disruptors or Colossus? Disruptors build faster. Colossus are a bit more reliable in the long run. Widowmine does get some shots off, but lots of value from these Phoenix, and that's what he needs. He needs to cut off the reinforcement. I really feel Zealots need to be going around and cutting off this rally. SCVs don't seem to have been pulled just yet, but the Ghosts have arrived on the front lines. There we go. The boys are coming, drills in hand. They don't even have firearms, but they're going to come and fight nonetheless.
This could be Eon timing, man. This could be an absolutely perfect timing. Hero investing so many resources into units that aren't quite out yet, but Disruptors could get humongous shots. And then, of course, there's always the question, do they? They should on the SCVs. You don't necessarily see all the micro. Here come the Disruptors now, but here's the push. The Disruptors are going to be safely tucked away. A couple of Widowmines on the backside are going to explode. There's the Disruptor shot, and it's going to be absolutely huge. And with every other Protoss force coming in here, this looks like Terran obliteration. Or does it? The Terran army healed massively by the medevacs with double upgrades versus just 1. No, hold on. Even with that Disruptor shot, GuMiho still powering through. And Hero, he might actually lose this.
His army was so much better, even with the surround and the Disruptor shot. GuMiho stands strong. The men with gun standing there in line, in formation. The 1-1 upgrades, they gun down everything Hero has. And can you believe it? GuMiho falling way behind in game 1, way behind in game 3, manages to win both of them and get the 2-1 victory. I mean, Hero's not ready to give up yet. He's hoping he could somehow hang on. He knows he was way ahead this game. He knows SCVs have been pulled into him twice now. Yeah, GuMiho is significantly ahead in supply.
Yeah, one last disruptor shot, not quite getting very much. Another one from behind, also not getting anything. And GuMiho, at this point, seems to have done it, unless there's some hidden DT shrine I don't even see. Hero has nothing in his back pocket. Probably cannot believe it happened this way. There you go. GuMiho taking his first series victory against Hero in quite some time, breaking that streak. And in what a fashion, too. Behind, basically, from the get-go in that last game, and then just persevering, choosing the all-ins, and delivering. I mean, excellent StarCraft. So excited that this actually lived up to its potential.
My heart just jumped into my chest when that army got surrounded at the end. I thought it was going to be the perfect hold. So exciting. But of course, we're going to hear more from the guys over on the desk.
Wow. GuMiho able to take the victory here against Hero. That is going to be a big victory for him. Joining me, Wardy, as well as Demu, to talk about this game. Demuslim, let's start things off. GuMiho takes the win. Unbelievable from him.
Super impressive. Like, sitting there watching the games and just being like, all right, GuMiho wins it the first one, like, and pretty decisively too, because that did not look good for him. Like, the initial Oracle came in, killed 10 workers, and then, he traded it for a pylon kill for the Stargate, which that is not a good trade. Like, any Terran feels bad. I was almost doing the pro gamer thing where you're like, GG, but man, that third game got super spicy, man. And not even the game that Hero won, it wasn't super easy. Like, GuMiho looked like he was absolutely more than an equivalent player, and he just made life so difficult for Hero throughout the whole series.
Yeah, I feel like GuMiho, for my money, is always better in the kind of longer, drawn-out games compared to doing these gimmicky little tricky things. But he tried for it in that third game, Morty, as we take a look at the highlights presented by Aramco, and I thought he was behind, but all of these SCV pulls, these pushes, eventually seem to work out for GuMiho, Wardy.
They do eventually, right? It's got that very weird kind of factor to it where they're the kind of pushes you don't see all the time. And it kind of benefits in a way to be the Terran, because it's like you kind of just get to go back and regroup, and the pro's like, well, what position am I in? Where the Terran's like, well, I'm just going to go again anyway. So it's very hard to read this. And yeah, GuMiho just with some crazy stuff, man. And, he looks so good in these games. He made them chaotic. That's exactly what we expected them to do as well, because that's where GuMiho thrives a lot of the time, in that chaos. And he made this series kind of into what he loves to play. And don't get me wrong, Hero's a very quick, aggressive player himself, but GuMiho made these games very weird, made them very funky. And I think this time around it really benefited him in a matchup that Hero has a little bit struggled in recently. I
don't know if you guys recall exactly, but in one of those finals engagements, did he battery overcharge just as a shield battery was dying? Do either of you remember that?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I just know him, like, all those engagements were so damn close. Like, when you see one siege tank and 10 Marines against 3 Archons, and, it's not the army that Archons want to be against. Like, they want to be hitting the Marines and stuff, but they weren't able to. And there's a few lifts, and these Phoenix taking a bit of damage before the fights and stuff. Those disruptor shots were huge as well. Like, especially the first one. When that happened, I was like, oh my God, is Hero going to hold, kind of thing? Yeah. But just honestly, a super messy series, and I think Wardy's absolutely spot on. The fact that GuMiho started making it his kind of weird with these big SCV pools and stuff, which he was kind of throwing out at really weird timings. Like, he never made a third CC that game, like, which just shows how all in he was. But it really allowed him to kind of get his heels into that series. And he absolutely had to do something against Hero like that.
Well, as you can look at the bracket here, we had a minor upset earlier on, and now we have a big upset, I would say, down towards the bottom of this upper bracket. GuMiho moves on to a qualification match for Gamers 8 here, which, again, even Wardy, when you look at GuMiho, previously, obviously, in Katowice, he was on Psystorm, now teamless. If he gets a good run going here, really making a bit extra boost for himself in terms of maybe looking for a team down the line.
No, absolutely right. I mean, he is a good player. Everyone knows he's a good player. It's just very exciting to see him playing well and to create chaos, and definitely in a position where I would imagine, I look at his bracket, I can see him getting through that match. He's good enough right now. That's the really fun part about GuMiho. That lower bracket's starting to look deadly, by the way. Dark Creator, you're obviously down there waiting for whoever drops down out of ByuN and RagnaroK as well. So I wouldn't like to be in the lower bracket. That's not a fun place to be. So yeah, good for GuMiho staying in the winner bracket and give himself a chance in that qualification.
Yeah, all those guys down there are not only they're very thankful that they also potentially have another bracket to play, considering the names that are already down there here in the lower bracket. Well, that does it here for this match. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to go to a break. When we return, we have one final match from our Korea bracket, and then we'll be moving on to the non-Korean bracket. And the next match coming up is going to be ByuN versus RagnaroK. So stay tuned for more Gamers Without Borders.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Gamers Without Borders. We have got ourselves one more series in our Korean bracket for today, and then we'll be moving on to our non-Korean bracket. And we are going to have ByuN going up against RagnaroK in a best-of-3 to, interestingly, find out who goes up against GuMiho in the upper bracket. Joining me to my left-hand side as I conjure them out of the warp once again, is it also Warrior Ben again? What's going on? Oh.
Yeah. We're just...
I'll get enough of us, mate.
That works, yeah. Can't get enough of us.
Get as many Brits in the Kalaris Dome as possible, and here we are. We're good to go. We're ready to rock. All right, let's talk about it then. It is going to be ByuN going up against RagnaroK, and Wardy. RagnaroK's not looked amazing in this matchup as of late. In the qualifiers for GSL, I even saw he lost against Innovation of all people. I mean, Innovation's really good, but he's, come back.
What a scrub, that Innovation guy, right? Like, I mean, it's surprising though, because Innovation obviously just back from the military, and when we've seen Innovation, he's not been looking amazing, but I feel like Innovation went offline for 10 days and just practiced hard and then came out of beast. So I'd be really interested to see what those games look like. Either way, yeah, RagnaroK didn't make it into GSL. I just don't think that's indicative of how good he is. I think he's better than that. I think he played some tough matches. The only real upset, I would say, in that GSL qualifier was losing to Innovation. Yeah, that's just unlucky. Like, the one match that is probably the one you're meant to win is the one you lose, and yeah, it just happens, right? But he's an absolute beast. He can take down ByuN. I cast him last week, 2-0 in ByuN, and ByuN doesn't look like he had half a chance, which is wild because we know ByuN's really good as well. ByuN has been on absolutely top form over the last year and continues to be in that top form as well. So a series here, which I would maybe favor a little bit to ByuN, like a 2-1 or so, but would not be shocked at all if RagnaroK came in and won it all.
I mean, that's the thing about RagnaroK's ZVTs is they all go the distance, but then, as you say, he kind of has that little hurdle at the very end of the best-of-3 that doesn't quite go his way. Ben, your thoughts coming into this match? Obviously, ByuN's quite the trickster and good in the matchup.
I mean, for me personally, when I think about these guys, this is kind of their almost specialist matchup, like ZVT and TVZ against one another. I think also with the fact that GuMiho is the one waiting in the upper bracket in this section, definitely spices things up a lot for both of them, because I dare say that they're both far more comfortable against GuMiho than falling down to play against Hero. But yeah, I think ByuN is one of the more predictable Terrans out there, which makes him a lot easier for somebody like RagnaroK. Like, he isn't one of these super finessey Zergs. I kind of class him as like a Sue kind of guy. Like, he's very fast and very good at just doing what he does. Not necessarily all the kind of crazy spellcastery stuff, but doing that stuff and playing a game of bio, he's super good at. I think the Terrans that can mix it up and play those weird openings, such as like the Marus of the world, are far scarier for RagnaroK. So I think they both look at each other as one that they can take down as long as they're on tip-top form, because both these guys are very good at doing what they do in ZBT.
Yeah, for RagnaroK, sometimes he looks almost infallible unless he goes up against a Maru, and then he kind of has that stumbling block. But, we'll see how this is actually going to play out. Any final thoughts, Wardy, before we head on into this one?
Just excited to see what kind of builds we get. ByuN has been open to kind of going for the multi-Rax Reaper a lot recently. Leads him into like the big bio plays, which he loves to do. RagnaroK has been a big fan of going heavy mutas, but we've actually seen a kind of trend towards roaches in ZVT. So it feels like almost anything is on the table, and that's just in general what makes ZVT very exciting lately. Never mind between these two.
Fair. And Ben, final thought here. If who do you think would have the better edge against GuMiho later on if they were able to actually move through to that best of 5? Any thoughts?
GuMiho after just beating Hero is crazy, right? I do think GuMiho's mech might be a bit scary for RagnaroK, because if he just plays straight up bio, I think RagnaroK does have the edge there, but I think they're both favored against GuMiho, if I'm honest. I think they're both favored. TVT ByuN is very solid. I feel that there's only kind of one Terran on the planet that's definitely better than him, but even he gives him a run for his money in that matchup. Yeah, honestly, I think both of these guys are looking at this as whoever wins, they have a very nice opponent coming up for them next.
Quite wild how the bracket has actually sorted itself out so far. I didn't expect to be here, Wardy, with the results we've had. And then, as you say, it makes the lower bracket all the scarier, especially, well, if there wasn't another bracket for them to play next weekend. But still, it's kind of crazy results so far.
Oh, no, absolutely is. I mean, it's kind of a testament to how competitive Korea is at the very top end right now. And maybe Maru does stand, a little bit above everyone else, because I have seen Dark losing to players. I have seen Hero losing to players. And usually it's in these bigger tournaments, right, where they step it up again. But they've not quite done that today. So Korea's just super competitive. The only player that's not really having a blip against the other Koreans right now is Maru. And yeah, I mean, we'll see if that continues.
Let's see if any more blips happen. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time now to head over to the commentary team for this one, as we have our final Korean series before we get into the non-Korean bracket here for the day.
All right, very exciting to see some more matches here. I feel like we've got, of course, a player that is so solid in ByuN. But RagnaroK seems like he's been a trailblazer in the last year, doesn't he, Zombie Grub? Just coming out with those creative plays, different ways to approach the matchup. And of course, the famous move where if he gets ahead, we're going to see 100 Banelings in a big ball just roll through everything Terran has.
Yes, I think our Tosis would call that so many Banelings. Yeah, he does do that. RagnaroK, as I had said in the pre-show, though, for me is still just a big question mark. And every time I feel like I'm finally jumping on board or jumping off board, something appealing is on the other platform. You know what I mean? It's like jump on board. Okay, now the platform's more appealing, and the opposite happens when I'm off. Because RagnaroK is just hot and cold. He'll do super well in Katowice, meet the brick wall, which is unfortunate for him, that is Maru, but then lose out to innovation, as the Desk was talking about, which, given 5 years ago would be like, oh, Zombie Grub, that's really harsh, man. He lost innovation. What's wrong with you? Innovation only just recently came back, guys. He is not the innovation of old, whereas RagnaroK has been playing the last few years, steadily. So that wasn't supposed to happen. And RagnaroK not even in GSL because of that. So I have no idea what to expect from RagnaroK, but I do think we have a solid idea of ByuN just because he plays so darn often. Let's go ahead and see what happens. Starting off on Babylon in the bottom rights, it is ByuN for Shopify Rebellion.
Going to be continuing his years-long love affair with Reapers in this game, but let's introduce the other player first of all. Up in the top left side, in the blue, representing Alpha X, it's RagnaroK. And that's going to be the low ground 2-Rex Reaper build that ByuN has just been spamming out there lately. A build where I feel like a guy like RagnaroK, if he expects this, usually has like very clever solutions to it. And for now, 17 supply into a gas here. Okay, gas pool opening for RagnaroK. Yeah, that'll be perfect to shut this down.
ByuN is a fan of this opener, so it's not really a super dangerous call, I think, for to go for like a pool first and a gas as well. I am thinking, I personally still view ByuN as a player who can do multiple builds. I know that at Series in Katowice, he did like the same thing basically every single time. But for me, when I watch his online play, he does sometimes do like a command center first, for instance, or a regular Hellion build or a medevac build. When that like fast battle cruiser off of the dropship was popular, he did that for a while. But it is doing 2 racks, and perhaps that is just something he favors on Babylon in particular, which is totally fair. And we'll see what the aggression can actually yield, given that RagnaroK is also doing an unorthodox opener for Zerg.
I don't think there's that many ledges to really jump up and down on this map. Like if you look at the architecture, you really can't abuse the ledges the same way you can on the big green map, Ancient Cistern. So it's probably just going to be 3 Reapers, I would imagine, into the expand. And especially with link speed coming in so early, you really don't want to commit more than that. Sometimes with this build, ByuN hides a 3rd barracks in his main and really goes hard, but this is not going to be that version. So it's going to be interesting to see what RagnaroK does in the follow-up. He seems to have pulled off gas, so I think for him it's just macro behind this and kind of try to get that economic lead. I think RagnaroK's very good at preparing for his opponents and avoiding the really frantic, oh no, I went hatch first and these Reapers are dancing around my base, those intense micro situations, because RagnaroK, I feel like, is nowhere near the speed of a guy like ByuN or a guy like Dark, these guys that are so mechanically gifted. But RagnaroK uses his brain, he uses his preparation and his strategy to make up for that.
Well, ByuN is going for that command center, as you stated. And yeah, I remember the 3cc being popular on a Moon Dance. You know, you can kind of trick your opponent. What am I doing? But ByuN has gotten the favored positions as well, which also honestly might influence when he does the T-Rax opener, as his add-ons are perfectly safe from any form of aggression, whether it's a run by or the Reapers do get surrounded and then you're just, you know, down only a couple of Marines. You're still pretty protected. But then following up here with 2 additional barracks. So, you know, it could be going up to a factory and we'd be calling it a 2-1-1. 3 racks, I still would expect a factory again, but 4 barracks in total. It's going to give you a lot of Marines, and it goes back to, I think, a phase that we were watching with the likes of Cure as well. Of that 4 racks pressure, that's really difficult for a Zerg to read accurately, because even if they realize that it's 4 racks pressure, the ebb and flow of what happens afterwards is still very difficult for Zergs to judge correctly.
And ByuN even sometimes pulls the boys. Like, he actually does an STV pull versus Zerg with this 4-rack sometimes, where he kind of moves out with a few Marines, and he's like, oh yeah, look, it's like 15 Marines pressuring, and there's like another 10, 15 Marines hidden behind that and the SCVs. Obviously, it basically relies on surprising the Zerg. I don't think he'll do it here. I think it'll just be a lot of Marines coming across the map, but nonetheless, still a very scary attack. Finally, these Reapers getting cleaned up. RagnaroK gets map control with that. Is he going to be able to sniff out this attack when it moves out? Because Stim's almost done. Shields is on the way as well. And I'd imagine that ByuN wants to be out there scaring RagnaroK off of that drone key.
He really, I mean, you cannot tell as the Zerg player what this build is as the follow-up. For all he knows, 2 medevacs are about to pop out and hit him in the 3rd base or something, right? So when he knows, he'll know pretty quickly with the Ling's map control. You can see the Marines move out, but you can also, as our observer's trying to highlight here, ByuN's also making sure to hide the amount of Marines that he has. He's really trying to keep them in the dark as much as possible. You know, it's a Marine-based build, that much RagnaroK would know, but, you know, is it 4 racks or is it going up to a starport? It's a big difference. And I was saying he might know immediately because I thought a Ling would be positioned where the Marines just went out, but it's not. And even if it was, ByuN again, so mindful of just partitioning his units so they're not all seen together. Oh,
you're kidding me. That's Zergling on the right. This is so bad. I mean, the only thing worse is, look, now he puts a Zergling out to give him the illusion of I've got full map vision. This is so bad. Okay, he should realize there's only 3 Marines there. He should know there's an attack. He's got to morph Banelings. It's a lot of Marines arriving at the doorstep. Baneling Nest is done. He has a decent Zergling count, but he's up 15 workers right now. Very greedy situation for RagnaroK. He's making 4 Banelings. Remember, this is ByuN. He is the master of focusing Banelings down.
Right. He could choose to engage, right? But he could also choose not to. And that's, again, going back to that ebb and flow trickiness that I was trying to discuss, which is that RagnaroK can't chase, you know, off of creep without Bane speed. He's not chasing down Marines to, well, maybe he would, but that also could be a mistake, right? So you want to try and read this, defend against any potential pull of the trigger from the Terran, but then also make sure that you're droning enough not to fall behind. And what could actually still not turn out to be a bit of a macro game. Now, it's definitely not an ideal one for the Terran without a 3rd CC, and in fact, it might not be one at all. Maybe ByuN turns this into a 2-base tank attack. Okay, 3rd CC is on the way. I was going to say that'd be quite late, but just throwing it out there. But yeah, it could turn into a macro game, and ByuN is pretty much doing that at this point. So the goal now for ByuN, since there was no one moment to strike, one moment to win, would be just to continue to keep RagnaroK off his game, you know, off balance, and then maybe win out that way, which he did very well in Katowice against Lambo.
4th base is on the way now for RagnaroK. He's building a lot of leads. I feel like he was quite greedy earlier. And I think for ByuN, he needed to exert a little bit more pressure, but because of the early link speed of RagnaroK, he was afraid of getting surrounded. And now he really needs to get something done with this army because RagnaroK's starting to pull away. He's pulling ahead. He's got 1-1 upgrades. Baneling speed is on the way. The creep is starting to blossom out on this map. You give RagnaroK the freedom, and he will cover this map in creep spread. So this push here doesn't need to kill RagnaroK, but it needs to slow him down and start to kind of limit his ability to build economy. I like the positioning for RagnaroK. He forces him to siege so far back.
Well, he is taking this base. Now, it's a base that he might be able to give up because he does have another 4th on the way. So that you know, Zerg trick, right? Oh, no, I lost a base. But that is a nice tank spot for ByuN that he can run back into. And we saw this abused a lot over, well, any tournament, honestly. So yeah, that's an easy snipe. Not really all that crucial to RagnaroK's development, though. The major concern would maybe be Larva if he really can't get a 5th hatchery up and running.
Yeah, I mean, RagnaroK can easy drop a macro hatch or a base in the north. I like the fact that he built the hatchery. To me, this is RagnaroK saying, oh no, you got my fourth. Oh, that's so frustrating. He doesn't care. He's way ahead right now. The SCVs transfer. If the Banelings get them, they're in the open. Mistake for RagnaroK there. Those SCVs were sitting out there for the pickings. He didn't want to walk into the tank fire anymore though, so he does miss out on an opportunity despite that. RagnaroK's in control. 17 more Banelings are making a RagnaroK of Banelings is where you get 50 or more in a big ball, and he's getting very close to that now. That is a lot of Banelings.
I am worried that ByuN is going to be so caught up trying to be fast and agile and drop, push, that he'll just get punched in the face. I think that is very possible. But if ByuN starts to convince that, RagnaroK, that you need to be more scared of me than I am of you, then this could turn into exactly a ByuN game, in my opinion, which is that he doesn't necessarily have himself in the best of positions. The build order in general might be kind of questionable as far as to its real power. It kind of relies on maybe something going well for him as opposed to being just a solid build overall. But he still makes it work. The follow-up is still aggressive. His control is still amazing. His constant pressure is still really hard for the Zerg to deal with. That's a ByuN game to me, and it's starting to shape up when, like, right now, as RagnaroK is just now pulling back and keeping his home base safe.
Oh, 2-2 upgrades coming in for both sides. Now, it feels like RagnaroK not pulling the trigger. I think he's kind of just chilling out and waiting for now, but fourth command center is on the way. ByuN is getting higher and higher in supply and setting himself up for the late game with that second factory coming in as well. As the infestation pit comes in for RagnaroK, that'll unlock Hive. It feels like he's really waiting for ByuN to make that mistake, overstep somewhere where RagnaroK gets the opportunity to crush the army. But a surprising amount of patience. But there we go. He's going to jump on it.
Yeah, some Marines are going to be saved, and the tank is getting quite a few shots on those Banelings. Oh, exactly.
Oh, my lord.
Yeah, wow, this is actually turning sour on RagnaroK. This was supposed to be a complete removal of the army and end up just only really removing the tank. So many Marines left over. Such wonderful trades against those Banelings. That is not at all what RagnaroK was hoping for.
No, you've really got to make sure when you attack that position, you got a lot of Banelings coming through from the very bottom, from the start, because you've got to blow up the Marines in the choke point so you can wrap around the siege tank. And that's the beauty and the frustration of that position on that map. And RagnaroK took a nasty trade, but it's a small trade. The game is big enough now. One small fight like that, a skirmish, really is not going to change the outcome all on its own. It's more going to be about the next step and where the players go. RagnaroK hasn't started this Hive just yet, I don't believe. So he's really got to get a move on with that, as well as, I'm curious, is it just going to be Ultras? Or are we also going to see, like, Infestors or something? I feel like RagnaroK is a guy who says, well, that would be dumb. Tech, why would I spend my tech on that? That's less Banelings. Everything you spend gas on is less Banelings I can make. And I kid you not, I joke about it because it looks comical, but it's actually insane. Like, you need to pre-spread across 2 to 3 screens or you will lose because there's so many Banelings. That army there, a lot of Terrans, they underestimate it. They forget that if you're not pre-spread, you can't do the big ball and stutter step back. It's not going to work. ByuN's way too clumped right now. He's got great tank position though, and collapsing the rocks, that position's very hard to assault.
If the first phase of the Pokemon is you as a kid thinking upgrades aren't worth it, why would I get upgrades? I just make upgrades. Then RagnaroK is the Charizard, the tier 3 level, all right? Like, why get technology? Why get Infestors? Just go mass Baneling. And it does work. I think you absolutely nailed it. It just is so shocking when this happens. And some Terrans, honestly, especially over the development of the matchup over the last, I want to say, year, I swear there's a part where people thought ghosts were legitimately overpowered. Okay, fair enough, whatever. And then there was a part where the Zergs kind of figured out what to do against it. And now we do still occasionally see Terrans who are very stubborn in the way that they go into late game. Which is to say, they don't seem to really be accounting for the actual composition of what their opponent's doing, and that could just be scouting or different opinions of what is actually the best late game. Fair enough, but if ByuN picks up on how RagnaroK rolls with all these Banelings roly-polying, I actually have the utmost confidence that he will play the correct style, which slow, steady, great tank position, good use of the rocks, and maybe not so overboard on some of the high-tech units, and thus start lacking splash, which can happen the longer this game goes.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a third factory coming up with a reactor and, you know, some Widow Mines getting mixed in there or something as well, just to add a little bit of depth to the army. The production tab is insane for RagnaroK. You can really tell RagnaroK was saying, okay, he's going to attack me. He has to attack me. Terran always has to attack the Zerg. And he was just waiting for that big mistake, that move out. Beyond this, absolutely switch gears to turtle mode. He realizes that's a threat. But now you've got pathogen glands, vipers. You've got the greatest spire for a potential broodlord swap. And I mean, broodlords destroy mass tank. 3 more factories on the way for ByuN. He's going to be able to make tons of Thors reactively. That's all about getting lots of tech lab factories. So if he sees broodlords, he can make 5 Thors at once.
Yeah. Get it, man. I love it. I mean, ghosts are also a fine answer when you can get them, but currently ByuN is actually rather well. Okay, hold on.
Oh!
I was going to say ByuN is, I think, still kind of on the correct composition, right? Which is that it's basically just Marine tank, only a handful of Marauders. 1, because he's maxed out and hadn't traded yet, but 2, because RagnaroK was also still only maxed out on basically that Ling Baneling. Now some spellcasters, now some tier 3 units could be making their way out, but ByuN just simply wasn't paying attention right there. I don't think that was a intentional trade in that fashion, but now he can fill the rest of the supply with whatever he thinks is necessary. The scans are revealing a certain intent from RagnaroK, and I think those Thors on the way are just him, adapting to what is becoming a very much late game TVZ.
Lots of broodlords are going to be coming out very soon. Thors are building, and double armory, blue flame as well. So great upgrades for ByuN. If he gets +3 Hellbats, they'll one-shot Zerglings, already one-shotting broodlings, of course. Thors will destroy broodlords in a head-to-head fight. And it feels like RagnaroK has been very slow to get to this point in the game, you know. He really did not expect ByuN, the aggro guy, the guy that loves to attack all game, to be this patient, but ByuN is showing the ability to adjust against his opponent. He says, hey, if my opponent is known for just massing Banelings all game, don't give him the opportunity to fight. Only stay off creep. If you go on creep against RagnaroK, it's a death sentence. This guy is so much better on creep with that Ling Bane army.
Yep. ByuN's been controlling this very well, again, from a position in which I think we both identified as him being behind, but I was arguing that it's still manageable because ByuN just does this. This is so what really makes him special, in my opinion. But the continuing adaptations going on here, and the real counter that is Thor Hellbat coming out, and of course adding in some ghosts too. I'm really scared that RagnaroK, you know, the best time for him to win, as you were saying, defensive Ling Baneling fights might already be going away. And is he actually better in the late game with Broodlord Spellcaster than ByuN, who seems to be reading him perfectly?
There's only queens for anti-air, so even after abducting the liberators, they just fly back, and then they just siege again. And then they get abducted again, and they fly back, and they siege again. So you really need something that actually takes those liberators out. I think RagnaroK will probably add Spore Crawlers on the front line. He's building a single Hydralisk right now. But with no Infestors, there's also no real threat to the Ghost. So I think normally I like ByuN's army against an Infestor-heavy force, but now, seeing no Infestors, adding more Ghosts, a perfect call.
I'm really concerned, man. I know we've seen a couple of Supreme late game TVZs where it is a literal just contest, the best Zerg army head to head against the best Terran army. But generally, I'd say if we compare this to other TVZs, hold on a second, RagnaroK seems like he wants to go, and he actually is pulling the trigger all off of creep into the tanks, into the mech units. The Banelings are getting connections, or at least trying to, as the Thors get picked up again. The Baneling number is still an uptick in that planetary, and RagnaroK can say that he did break this, but it's not like you broke ByuN.
Yeah, remember, every single fight is basically RagnaroK throwing haymakers. He has so many Banelings, it's so cost inefficient. If he doesn't knock ByuN out of this game, these fights are not good for him in the long run. But he's mining a forward base here already. That's what's so good for RagnaroK. If RagnaroK mines out both of the middle bases, that means he can be 2 bases extra efficiency. He also transferred drones to the front bases. He's kept the bases in the back free. Zombie Grub, I've been shouting for the last 2 years that we have literally looked at so many Turtle Zerg vs Terrans, and as a commentator, I've been screaming at my screen saying, please start transferring workers to the front base against Turtle Terrans. RagnaroK apparently is there saying, I actually have been studying late game Terran, and apparently if they're turtling, you can mine their resources out. He's inflicting damage indirectly just by removing the resources from ByuN's side of the map first. If ByuN gets out there and denies these bases, then he can move the drones to the further back ones. This is such a smart move by RagnaroK.
He could even get away with that actual 6 o'clock base, the one that he's been creeping up. He could have gotten that as well. ByuN, I was going to say, what I was leading up to is that RagnaroK, you know, compare this to another TVZ, whoever the Zerg is, he's usually run buying by now, trying to dig into ByuN's third base, for instance, right? And they're just like, none of that's happening, but ditto on the side of ByuN. Aside from that one drop in the main base that was scouting the Greater Spire, which was very important, there really has not been any aggression from ByuN, not even like Liberator harassment. So, yeah, who is taking the most advantage of a very standstill game? And with this in mind, I am giving that edge to RagnaroK. This is really good moves.
Can we see the units lost tab observers, please? If we could, I'd love to. Yeah, about 5,000 resources difference, which if you're mining 2 more bases than them, that's totally fine. For this matchup, that's not a bad units lost tab at all for RagnaroK. It's actually quite impressive. Yeah. And ByuN, I mean, he's played patient, he's played turtley, but he's not like, you know, Dark, I know, can swap modes into Mega Turtle mode, right? I don't think ByuN has that same level of patience. So I have seen him play like 20 minutes, 30 minutes really patient, and then at some point he'll just grab his army and shove on creep. He doesn't really have the ability to play like a draw game or a mine out every last resource on the map game. Very rarely does he do that. Who knows? Maybe he's evolved. I could be wrong on that. But he kind of is in a position where it seems like that's what he's going to have to do. He does finally deny one of these central bases, and that is good. Only about maybe a third of the resources mined off that base. But RagnaroK keeps all the drones alive, pulls them back, and is calmly building the Broodlord count. So mass Broodlord Baneling Viper seems to be the comp.
Yeah, I mean, he's really developing into that perfect late game Zerg army. You know, the Broodlords aren't very plentiful, the spellcasters aren't very plentiful, and especially without Neural Parasite, you know, late game Zerg can be, you know, that's not fulfilled. But if you do get, let's call them a buttload of Broodlords, lots of spellcasters, and threatening Neural Parasite and Shark Infestors, then that is very scary to deal with, 100%. So ByuN is going to have to keep that in mind as well as we add on those infestors. Could be worried about some fungals, some burrowed EMPs, right? Stealing the ghost away. And just in general, even stealing the Thors away with Neural Parasite is a very effective move. How many Broodlords is that? 15? They're going to be decently upgraded as well. I mean, ByuN's also well upgraded. 16 Ghosts, 8 Thors, and Hellbats. So it's basically Spooky Mech at this point, 100% actually. And just needs to get a good position with the actual engagement when it's forced, because, you know, I think this is going to be where it's going to happen, man.
That cliff's a problem for the Thors. Notice how RagnaroK's trying to utilize that. Remember, Broodlords may be faster now, but their broodlings only last about half as long. You don't notice that normally in a short-term battle, but this attacking your own creep tumors to spawn broodlings from far away, that doesn't work anymore. That's what Dark used to use. A lot of the guys to siege players from a screen or two away. That's not gonna work out. So in these drawn-out situations, it does feel like the Broodlord is a worse unit than it used to be.
True. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that for a while. We were talking a lot about the patch and the implications in Katowice, and then I guess we didn't really see all that many very, very long late game TVZs to get that highlighted. But certainly I heard some of the Zerg saying that it was a pretty big deal. It was a pretty big nerf to their viability in a supreme late game scenario. But still, some late game Zergs definitely still winning out. So we have a lot of the kind of miscellaneous upgrades being gotten now at this point. ByuN going for the medevac boost. I mean, it's not really worth getting very early on, but it is an effective upgrade, let's call it that way. Both of them building up humongous banks as well. And again, looking for the best possible attack. But I agree with your point. I think ByuN having to push into this army, dealing with that ledge, that's just bad news for the army comp that he has.
Yeah, he's got to try and get some efficiency. I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't got a nuke or two just to zone, just to allow him to mine this base safely. Like, I really feel like, hey, this base has got thousands and thousands of resources. He's doing good ghost snipe attempts, but the infestors have been added in. 2 of those ghosts going down, and the tanks are friendly firing everything. They're killing the planetary there, like so much friendly fire from the siege tanks. The ghosts have been taking the friendly fire a little bit as well. 9 more Broodlords making. Oh, we're going to see 30 plus Broodlords this game. This is going to be a really crazy number of Broodlords. And if you can't protect those Thors, they're going to go down. It's really hard with the Banelings able to roll in on the Ghost. Broodlords on the south go down. Nice split of the army for ByuN.
Actually, yeah, I do like this split. Certainly, even as the game gets smaller, and this isn't exactly a super like wide dimension map, the Broodlords get more effective because they don't have as much to cover. But if you can take advantage of Broodlord immobility, then you absolutely should. So that is what ByuN is finally doing, realizing that the just like trying to force the head-to-head wasn't favoring him. Finally takes out this bottom left base, but it's already been mined out so much. Really kudos to RagnaroK for doing that. This base didn't get to mine, but at least it's creeped up for an extended period of time. And ByuN might still, like, honestly, at this point, might be scratching his head a little bit about the actual end game, but kind of maybe keep your head down, do the work that you know you can do, and then see what happens afterwards as he finally clears up the south side.
The Infestors can be a really big problem in the late game. If you don't have Liberators or tanks to take them out, or you don't land the EMPs, they can steal the Thors. And an Infestor neuroparasiting a Thor is one of the most ridiculously supply efficient things that can happen for Zerg. It's a 2 supply unit, not only taking away one of your 6 supply units, but turning it against your own side. Like, it's basically a 12 supply flip, just like that. You're like, oh my gosh, like, it is absolutely crazy. If even just 4 or 5 Thors get stolen in a battle, it can be game changing. So you're not only worried about the Hellbats being positioned to stop these broodlings, you've also got to have all of this going. Oh, big snipes!
Yeah, you notice the Overseers were with the army, and they were a little south, so they did miss the initial ghost snipes. Fungal helped out, and overall the Broodlord count still stays high, but ByuN's moving from left to right has caused RagnaroK to make moves of his own, which is further allowing ByuN's little tag teams to actually, 1, find things out of position, and 2, kill some bases that RagnaroK would still like to have mining freely. I mean, he's got a bank, but you don't just want to let all your bases go, right? So, I mean, these are the openings that ByuN was kind of hoping to create, and maybe they aren't exactly killing RagnaroK, whose army is just fantastic, but I feel better about ByuN's position than I did just a minute ago when everything seemed locked up in RagnaroK's favor.
Yeah, and remember, ByuN built the Iron Bank this game. He has like 10 orbital command centers, so he can drop mules for days. Like, he can just spam mules on a base whenever he takes it. Yeah, 9 orbital command centers. Whereas for RagnaroK, he's kind of annoyed at this point because he's like, well, I've got 50 drones, but even with that, I can't really mine these resources that quickly. I can't even secure these bases. Every second that this drags out favors ByuN because he just drops a command center, turns it into a planetary. He's much better in a defensive stance, drops 20 mules and mines the base out in a matter of minutes. And he's going to be able to drop his worker count even lower if he wants. He's at 40 workers, which gives him an extra 10 army supply. He can drop that down to 20 workers. Just use the SCVs to build buildings, repair things, take the gas mining, and rely purely on mules for mineral mining. Zerg does not have that option. They have to put supply in drones if they want to keep mining going. It's a big end game advantage for Terran. It may be hard to attack, but you kind of force the Zerg to make a play by building this massive orbitals and using this advantage.
Right. Compare the mini map to just 2 minutes ago, and I think the feeling is very different. 2 minutes ago, with all the creep, all the bases, RagnaroK taking ByuN's bases, it felt very tight for the Terran. Like they couldn't breathe. And now it's kind of flipped, where RagnaroK is definitely the one that is forced to make these decisions, actually forced to do stuff. He can't just give away bases and be okay with it. He wants to get something in return, and so he's trying to. But every time he pushes into ByuN, who is defensively positioned, even if it's not his entire army, ByuN's army is also effective. We really have the best late game compositions for either team, and it's how they use it, right? So ByuN initially going just kind of head to head on this upper right base wasn't going so well. Makes it a bit more mobile, suddenly doing a lot better. Does lose the space once again, but it's turning into a bit of a clock situation. You take south, I take north, and then we'll flip again.
11,000 resource advantage in the units lost tab. Now remember, despite that, it really is a very slow game ByuN has to play. Look at the bank. You can see that RagnaroK is still up on about 13,000 resources in the bank versus 4,000 or 5,000. Well, why does he have so much more? Because Terran spends so much more money on infrastructure. There is no massive spores and spines for RagnaroK, no massive barracks or anything. You build 15 command centers, you build 10 barracks, you build 5 factories, all of this turrets and sensor towers. ByuN puts a lot more money into that static defense. So even though he's being more cost efficient he needs to continue that over a long period of time and slowly mine out these bases one at a time in order to catch up with RagnaroK. So ByuN has to show exceptional patience. This really is, I don't know, we could call this like sandpaper TVZ. You know, you can't get in there with a big axe and try and lumberjack this Zerg down. You've got to just get the sandpaper and wax on, wax off, and slowly grind him to dust.
Ah, I see the spoon. So gotta bring
yes, the spoon, absolutely. No knifey
right.
spoony here, but that is a big push. The Broodlord's coming in. They're starting to take some big hits. Big hits landing, and the flanks from the top. Those ghosts, oh, great funnels. The Ling Bane's going to ransack that left army. There is still 19 Broodlords left versus 11 Thors. The Banelings, if they get rid of the Hellbats and the ghosts, then these Thors are going to start getting taken. Infestors coming in with the Neurals. The Banelings, so supply efficient. This is massive for RagnaroK.
Yo, but this was the longest battle in StarCraft 2, seriously. Like, that's covered multiple screens and lasted a full minute, which is saying something in StarCraft 2. I think every time that RagnaroK thought that he had a burst, right? His Banelings connected, his Infestors got the Fungal, they got the Neural Parasite, usually that point in which the Zerg feels very confident and it's kind of like a do or die situation. ByuN came out with more units, man. You know, first it was like the left side army comes through. Okay, I fungled that, so I'm okay, right? And then you kill the Hellbats, so I'm really doing well, right? And then suddenly another Thor army comes from behind, the reinforcements, and then RagnaroK doesn't have enough staying power, basically. He kind of used up all of the initial burst that Zerg will have when they finally choose to take an engagement. And ByuN just kind of outlasted him. So, I mean, at the end of the day, that was still good enough for RagnaroK, who had that huge bank, but you do want to be careful always doing that, right? Like, what if it goes a little bit worse next time? What if you don't get the couple of those Fungals? What if the Banelings don't kill all the Hellbats? Then the Thor-Hellbat combination will just absolutely obliterate Broodlords, but that was a funny one.
There's a RagnaroK Baneling zombie grub. So as much as I agree with all of your analysis, can he withstand 77 Banelings coming forwards? RagnaroK just going for broke right now. Fungals, Banelings rolling into a spread of Thors. The Ghost trying to pull backwards. The Baneling count seems endless. RagnaroK taking one of the dirtiest engagements I've ever seen in my life, and I do not think it goes his way. As long as there's enough Thors to hold off the Broodlords, he is now at a 20,000 deficit in the resources lost. That was an absolute slaughter.
So I think that's a brilliant move for 9 times out of 10 in TVZ, where it mostly is the case that Zerg Remax is faster, especially because you choose to Remax on Ling Baneling, which is all that's pumped out from your bajillion larvae you've saved up over a 30-minute game. But ByuN actually was also basically maxed out, right? That was a very even supply engagement. So then basically what, if you really boil that down to, was mostly Ling Baneling against spooky battle mech, spooky ghost mech, whatever you want to call it. It was mostly mech units, which Banelings are, you know, infamously not the best against, as long as they're a tiny bit spread out, and the ghosts were controlled back and back and back and back and back. So then the Broodlords, you know, were trying to do their thing, trying to abuse some tank fire on the Thors, trying to take care of the Thors before they had the Hellbats or ghosts back on the front lines. But what a resource committal. I mean, that is just madman RagnaroK, and the only reason he still has the supply that he does was because he had that huge bang from earlier. Otherwise, you pointed out, resources lost, big difference from a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, a few command centers have gone down, so the mule income isn't as great, but it still seems like, you know, usually Terran is better in this scenario, but I don't know, 30 army supply advantage. RagnaroK is once again ready to throw the kitchen sink at him. Everything that isn't nailed down has been uprooted and put into this push. He is going to shove it in, but that's a terrible angle. Neural Parasite's pretty good, though.
Yes, yeah, great Neural Parasites coming down. A lot of the Thors taken out of the equation. That spread on the backside from ByuN might be very impressive and might be very efficient, but ByuN just didn't have that same bank. He has been looking for pennies to try and replace the army this time around, so RagnaroK finally able to say, I actually did bust the Terran army. You cannot remake. I remade faster. I had the bigger bank, and let me just finally take this game. 31.5 minutes in. It took 3 solid, almost maxed out Zerg engagements, but he finally wore ByuN down.
The swap vintages, mass Baneling Hydras after the first big Broodlord attack. Very smart. You know, Thors aren't specialized against that army. As much as they tank well against the Banelings, you really want to have units that counter those Lings and Banes, but they'd all been cleared out. And Thors, Ghosts, Hellbats, obviously, you know, the less agile composition, unable to deal with it. I really feel like RagnaroK is the one guy out here who just has this beautiful mixture of both beautiful, successful, so effective baneling engagements mixed in with these really bad ones where they kind of just like run up and smash against nothing. But overall, it's his decisiveness, his ability to not fight in bad situations that allowed him to power through. And RagnaroK once again shows that he can take out the best players in the game. This was really dirty because the banelings rallied in the wrong direction. They were meant to come from the top ramp as well, but he misclicked. And this was a rough fight for RagnaroK, but he'd already built such a lead for himself. And I honestly put so much of it down to him transferring the drones. Great catch by our observer. If you move those drones to those forward bases, you actively punish a turtle player. Like, he got thousands of resources out of that side of the map. And remember, he lost so many bases. Most Zergs, when they lose those bases to that one ByuN split, it's game over. Their income is nothing, you know, and they would have gassed out there by the end of that game. But RagnaroK just pulled his drones back. He had like 3 bases that were completely unmined in the very back, was able to use those. And it's cool to see a Zerg player just patiently making this adjustment and really learning from the last few years of this sort of turtled up Terran late game style.
Yeah. There's a lot of development for this late game, absolutely, that we're still seeing players kind of flesh out. But that was the sum of the game. The summary was that the Zerg got far enough ahead, kind of anticipating for that late game a little bit better than some other Zergs out there, and then was able to clobber the opponents over the head, not once, not twice, which wouldn't have quite done it, but 3 times. That third one, he was completely out of bank. If that didn't cut it, then that was going to be a very weird game. Scrappy Terran, trying to do their best versus Zerg, can't mine anymore. But he had that bank to do that over and over and over again. But there are also times where ByuN definitely could have taken some better engagements. I think that first big attack where you're pointing out the banelings weren't quite coming in like they wanted to, there was a really nasty fungal and a decent amount of ghosts to the bottom side. Like that, if that had not happened, we have some different stories. Obviously, at any point, if all of the spellcasters had been EMP'd, if ByuN could have gotten one of those brilliant moments and there's no fungals, there's no neural parasites, that also could have drastically changed how things went. So, it's great that you could clobber him over the head 3 times, but you still have to be very careful. Like that is a dangerous situation for Zerg to be in if they realize, oh my God, I'm out of cash. Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm always
quite happen.
I'm amazed by that bravery, right? Zombie Grub. I'm always like kind of jaw slack, just like, are you really gonna run up that choke point with this very fragile army into splash damage? But the decisiveness, the knowledge to know it'll pay off, it's a beautiful maneuver. It's something which made the likes of Sue very great over the years, was the ability to attack into what in general is a bad situation, but in that specific scenario is the game-winning situation. And I think that's what RagnaroK shows, is an understanding of when and where to push. You could tell all game he wanted to fight on creep. ByuN didn't give him the opportunity to, but he adjusted and evolved from that situation. Let's go into Neo Humanity now. And of course, the Terran player there, an unfortunate loss for him despite playing a very good mid game in the top left side, Shopify Rebellion's ByuN.
In the bottom right, as the blue Zerg for Alpha X, it is RagnaroK.
Low ground wall off again for ByuN, but do you really want add-ons on the outside of this wall off? This is an ugly wall off on this map. It's not a pretty one. This map doesn't have the greatest ledges for your Reapers to jump up and down either, so definitely feels like ByuN goes through these phases where he does get addicted to certain builds, and maybe this one's starting to give him the itch. Maybe he says, I can just kill you with Reapers. But yeah, I can't imagine he goes 3 racks or anything crazy like that on Neo Humanity. It's meant to be a map that's pretty good for turtling in the late game, but I've very rarely actually seen it go that far. What about you, Zombie Grub?
Probably the latest one is the match we cast with Clem and Dark. I think it was fairly long.
Yeah, it was maybe like 16, 17 minutes, right? It wasn't like too crazy, I don't think, was it?
Well, certainly not the last game. And we were kind of talking with some of the other guys and just the expectation for a best of 3 in StarCraft 2 is kind of settled, timing wise, all right, schedule wise. But for these 2 guys, if you had asked me if they were going to be very short best of 3 or very long best of 3, I personally would have said short. I would have expected one of them to be overly aggressive and either succeed or fail right then and there. but they're the ones that gave us potentially the longest game of the day, maybe even the tournament.
Solar Dark kind of threw me through a loop earlier as well. I was like, oh, this is going to be a 15-minute series. Like, they'll definitely tend to like big, long roach macro games, lurkers and vipers. I'm like, okay, today is a day of surprising StarCraft matches, isn't it? And schedule be damned. But interestingly, we've got already a lot of Zerglings on the way to deal with those Reapers, which are in there right now. And they are starting to harass the Zerglings. None of them going down just yet. But already cancels a drone on the low ground. Didn't want that to get sniped by the Reaper. So RagnaroK just playing very safe. And he gets a third base up behind it.
Yeah. And, at the very least, you want to stop that from happening. Catch the drone before it goes over there. And to your point, this is a worse map just overall for ByuN's opener. Not that the opener is supposed to do a whole lot, but even the last map at least had an exit in the natural, which made it a little bit better. This is literally only that one spot the Reapers can jump up on. And spawn position-wise, ByuN's add-ons are now on the outside. Now, we bring this up, and sometimes it doesn't matter at all, and who cares? And that might happen here today. But that is something to worry about when you open up like this. My add-ons are a little vulnerable. It's going to be a 3cc build following this up for ByuN. So I know you mentioned that last game.
Oh, imagine if RagnaroK was going Baneling Bust. Like, on this spawns, if there's a spawns to do it, you keep mentioning spawns, and with great reason, it makes such a difference when you go for the low ground wall-off. When you don't get punished, people say, why don't we always low ground wall off? It's so nice. It's so smooth to have your natural already walled off at the start, but there's a reason. But hold that thought. Reapers are getting surrounded. A couple Lings waiting on the high ground. Not enough to take him out, though. 3 Reapers do beat 4 Zerglings. He's going to try and escape back to the low ground. High ground, low ground, high ground, low ground. Queen and Zerglings will say no, but hey, forcing some spore tricks, and even gets a drone as well. Very nice play by ByuN. Gets a bit more value out of those 3 Reapers than I expected.
The third hatch is also, no joke, very low in health. He wasn't going to kill it. I love this micro. He wasn't going to kill it, but that's in the red. And if there was a 2-on-1 follow-up from this, I feel like you would just gun it for that, right?
Oh,
It's not. It's 3cc, so any drop coming out now is going to be a bit late.
Oh, very nice. Reactor is such a valuable structure. 50 minerals, 50 gas might not sound like a lot, but it's the build time that is so frustrating. It takes 36 seconds to build, which is an eternity in the high-paced game of StarCraft. It's going to now restart the reactor. A Raven coming in for ByuN. That is fascinating. So he just says, look, this is a big map. I don't want to be scanning all day. I want to get value out of the Raven, but very interesting to see that, as it's a bit different to what we expect. And it's spotted, interestingly. The Overlord sees the Tech Lab starport. Is he maybe thinking this is something like super crazy, like battle cruisers? Because you don't expect the Tech Lab starport here. I really wouldn't know what to expect as RagnaroK. He's building a lot of queens, though, so I think he's well set up no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. Just build queens. Easy peasy. Deal with anything, right?
Shoot up, shoot down, heal everything. Yep.
You gotta throw that in there, of course.
Best unit in the game.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And I was with you, because that really is ambiguous. You're looking at it, you're double checking if it's cloak on the way, because a Banshee follow-up can just be even a protective measure. But then there's no cloak on the way, so then is it really going to be battle cruisers? But I saw Stim and I saw you building Marines, and you're really going to do that this late after this kind of weird opener? I guess it would have been possible, but the Raven has since then been discovered, so if there was any fear of it, it's quickly dashed, and no joke, if he did overmake queens by 1 or 2, it's really not all that punishing, and I don't think he did, so they can move on from that. They think they have a solid understanding of what each other's doing. Baneling 4 base versus Bio tank on 3 base. Raven is actually straight up denied, so
wow.
Not a good day for Ravens, honestly.
Yeah, we've seen multiple players spot their opponents ready for it and then just dive the Raven in. The Raven is a unit that is meant to be recycled. It's much like an Oracle. It's much better the longer you keep it alive. If you just throw it away, it's a disastrous investment. It's really bad. And ByuN continuing on when he saw the queens was a huge mistake. Maybe he just spotted it too late. He'd clicked it in, looked away, looked back, and it was already past the point of no return. So he said, why not try to get an auto turret down? But now the big Ling counterattack comes in, losing a lot of mining time. And an SCV or 2 on that base, most of them very heavily wounded now. RagnaroK has complete control. We already saw in that last game what RagnaroK looks like when he has control, when he's ahead of his opponent. And I've got to ask the question, against a guy who you're the faster player, you're the more skilled player in ByuN vs RagnaroK. I don't think that's controversial. I think RagnaroK would agree. He'd say, yeah, he's faster than me. Yeah, he can multitask better than me. Going for a 2-Rax Reaper opening, which RagnaroK appears to be a master of shutting down, seems like a massive strategic misplay. And I feel like ByuN's very good at coming back with his mechanics from these strategic misplays, but RagnaroK has not been giving him any chances.
Also, why theoretically put yourself behind if you are the more powerful one in those scenarios. I do want to go ahead and check some stats here, though. Can we see the income over the last period? So RagnaroK just got up to 80 drones. He looks beautiful, but he really has only been spiking, and not even that much. If you actually look at the numbers, spiking up to 600 more than your opponent, it isn't like amazing. Like, oh my God, flabbergasted. So I'm just trying to keep in mind that ByuN does still go up to a 3cc. The committal to the 2 racks for the Reapers is very low. It's more so to get that stim and Marine count up. And he does have both games faster upgrades, I believe, as RagnaroK, I think, just playing a bit cautiously, might be suppressing his drone count a little bit for a little while, and then delaying those evolution chambers. Just things to keep in mind. Overall, I definitely agree with your assessment that I just feel like strategically maybe ByuN isn't really setting himself up the best, and RagnaroK is just proven to read all these things way too well. But ByuN is not so down and out, I guess, is really what I want to drive home. It's not like he dies immediately, but once again, we might be getting into that late game where, okay, that was beautiful, that was fun, but ByuN's power is that mid game, and he can't really push it as much as he was hoping to.
Yeah, and RagnaroK, I mean, his Spire is a little later than the Hive, but I still feel if he goes straight Greater Spire, makes 6 Broodlords, 8 Broodlords, and goes, I don't think there's any way ByuN holds on against that. ByuN's trying to push right now. Maybe he can find some good fights here in the mid game. Equal upgrades right now. The drops going around picking off Banelings. Hive is about to finish. A Viper or 2 would be amazing to Blinding Cloud that tank position. And I think this Rich Gas base, probably just give that up. There's no reason to sit here and fight this. I think as RagnaroK, try to get run bys if you can, though that's very difficult before your opponent takes a 4th base, and just wait for that Hive tech to come on in. Adrenal Glands would be great. 2 Vipers, it seems like, as well as Hydra, Lingbane, Viper coming in. I'm curious about the Spire. It feels like RagnaroK's going in many different directions at once. To go Hydralisk tech and for Broodlords at the same time seems like a little bit much.
It is a lot to commit to, but ByuN isn't really able to punish him. He's taking it very nice, slow and steady, so he clears up the creep and then says, I guess that's it, right? I'm not going to really push my luck here, which, I don't know, maybe he could have, maybe a little bit more. He did scout the Spire, I believe, with that medevac drop that got destroyed. So in that sense, I think the medevac drop still died with dignity. Because seeing the Spire at that timing is a big sign that it's going to be Broodlords, right? There's just no other... Why else did you get it in this type of game? So he'll be prepared for that.
No Liberators to take down with Corruptors or anything like that. Not that many drops, and Corruptor Lingbane is not really something we've seen in many years. But for now, Greatest Spire is almost done. Adrenal Glands is on the way. RagnaroK just keeps making Banelings and more Banelings. I really feel like RagnaroK is basically permanently ready to jump on you if you push. But we saw in the last game, ByuN's not going to do that. He's not going to make that mistake. So saving a bit of gas for more Corruptors and Broodlords would be great.
I would really love if ByuN just, last game, just added on a bit more splash. If he could, the downside of a lot of those engagements that he was losing the tanks, and then even if he didn't, the tanks were also friendly firing. You have a bajillion things to control, and tanks focus firing is one of the last things sometimes you get around to. Widow Mines are actually...
Oh my gosh!
Broodlords. Oh, nicely done. Marines looking out exactly for that snipe, and RagnaroK just kind of let him have it. But yeah, continuing on, Widow Mines are bad against Broodlords, but good against Lingbane. So there's more to it when it came to those final fights last game, but just in general, if ByuN had some more splash units impacting the overwhelming Lingbane that RagnaroK just loves going back into at any point in the game, I think he actually could have done much better too. And he might be identifying that. He certainly is playing up to that type of game once again.
Oh my lord, that is so many Baneling zombie grab. Clicking on the... Oh my god, clicks on the command center, but doesn't even get the other one with the splash. The Marines are well spread. The Banelings go for the other planetary. Oh my lord. RagnaroK taking the most disgustingly inefficient fight. He gets 3 command centers? So there's an argument that it ruins a lot of ByuN's income and infrastructure, but cost for cost, it's just nasty to look at that giant ball of Banelings roll off creep.
I know, right? If he didn't get those command centers, how big is the resource difference? The resources loss difference? Like 8K? I mean, that's crazy. It is unfortunate that ByuN couldn't get the cancel on the 2 bases that were going to go down. The planetary was, you couldn't do anything about it, but yeah. Good thing RagnaroK has all of this bank and a little bit of creep spread to fall back on. Not amazing, but a little bit. And that was on ByuN's side of the map. That's also a really big deal. So ByuN can immediately counterattack because that was an awful lot to give away. Can't be doing that all the time, especially with the gas bank. That's non-existent. You can't build gas all that quickly.
The Broodlords are now morphing. Ghosts have got out, though, so I feel like if he went straight to Broodlords, I really agree, it would have been a kill timing earlier. Now, there is the dream of defense. It's still going to be very tough for ByuN. Trying to build Vikings as well. I think he even took out one of his own medevacs to clear up supply. He desperately needs to get anti-air, and he just needs to survive. He's got so many tanks, which is great against the Banelings, but not able to take it out just yet. Now, those are actually destructible things, by the way, behind the central base. I still have not yet seen a single pro player realize they can take those out and move those tanks further forward, and they're actually in like an amazing position if you really tuck them right in the corners, but I don't know if the pro players even know about that. We'll find out one day.
I literally discovered this like a week ago. I accidentally shot it, and then the next day I cast someone who misclicked on it and lost a fight with it. So people are discovering it, but you're right. I just don't think, because alongside a lot of the other maps, honestly, we've only recently seen people really abuse some of the breakable rocks, the ones that collapse and then cut off reinforcements. So
yeah,
the map pool, despite now being months old, is kind of still being figured out.
Oh, here we go. Tank fire covering that base. Nice defense so far by ByuN. He's got 93 workers. That might be a few too many for ByuN, but obviously it gives him massive income, massive production abilities as well. And RagnaroK here taking more and more gases. Oh my lord, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bases of gas. He's going to go up to 14 gases. I guess his main is probably getting pretty low, but RagnaroK is just one of the gas heaviest Zergs I've ever seen. He is so gas hungry because his regular ground units, which are normally mineral heavy, are all Banelings, which are very gas expensive. He's got 2 types of spellcasters. He's got mass Broodlords. He's got every upgrade that you can possibly imagine. And yeah, he finds a way to just spend an insane amount of gas, probably far more than anyone else.
He needs it too. He absolutely needs it. It's something that he will have to rely on also being a bank of if he plans on playing, well, like last game, but also just in general being the Zerg player, right? You expect to take the worst resources trade. You need that bank, and you might need it fast to really capitalize on momentum. So he's very keen on it, very much in the know, and he will have tons of gas bank, even surpassing his mineral bank, which is something to say. Once again, crazy number of Broodlords. And the positioning of ByuN is not quite prepared to deal with this. He's only just recently added on the factories. It is Ghost Viking trying to handle this right now, which it might stem the bleeding. It might stop it, but it's not necessarily the end game. Vikings get, I don't know, not a big fan of Vikings personally.
The tanks need to unsiege. I think maybe he's afraid of the Banelings, though. The way RagnaroK threatens with those Banelings, it's like you have to leave the tank siege, but then they're doing so much friendly fire. It's very frustrating to play against this army because at any moment, RagnaroK may just roll 100 Banelings into you.
Yeah. I mean, so he does stop that from being a real problem by having just a decent number of units. That the Vikings shooting up without anything retaliating was always nice. But I'm gonna stick with it. You don't really ever see Terrans try and go up to, let's say, 16 Vikings. It's just too bad against the options of anti-air the Zerg could get if they saw you doing that. So the Thors really wanted to be out already compared to last game, and they are not. Only 4 of them available. Not a huge Hellbat count. Still those tanks sieged up again, having that double-edged sword to them. They need to defend against the Banelings, but they can't help out against the Broodlings.
Whoa, a few command centers do get taken out. By the way, ByuN did clear those rocks and move those tanks forward. They're going to hit the Banelings in a big way. Oh, those tanks landing some massive shots. 48 kills on that siege tank. I mean, I guess kill counts become meaningless once Broodlords are on the field because they are free babies that are just constantly spawned into combat. The Hydra Baneling, they're trying to pick off some of these units, just dancing around. RagnaroK is taking a lot of bases. I'd love to see him mine out the very top right of the map as well, but he's already doing so much damage. And ByuN's bank actually a bit closer to RagnaroK's this time around compared to last game, but a lot of SCVs are falling. That's not too bad for ByuN. He had so many SCVs, he probably doesn't mind replacing that with extra army.
Yes, I think that's okay. He's been getting slowly picked at, but he's also been very capable of replacing whatever gets picked off. So that never had one moment of just go for it that RagnaroK was certainly looking for. And the positioning of the tanks with the minerals, I think, is one big issue. The fact that ByuN finally did get up to the composition more so that he was hoping for, now rounding it out with the upgrades as well was definitely missing. And so RagnaroK, you know, the Massling Baneling couldn't kill his opponent. The Mass Broodlord, Blitz couldn't kill his opponent. Now it is time to add on those spellcasters, really get to that amazing late game composition that he did last game.
I feel like nukes would be amazing. I really hope ByuN adds them. I don't know if they're really part of his focus right now. You can see there the snipe change, those banelings getting out of range of snipe. For those who don't know, snipe now does have a maximum range. It isn't just about if you've got vision like it used to be, you can actually run away quickly and break it. So gives the Zerg a little bit more kind of disengagement opportunity compared to if you were watching matches a year ago.
Yeah. Which had mixed feelings, depending on who you asked. That's where we're at now. And RagnaroK still not finding an avenue into ByuN's middle, basically. That, again, the positioning with the mineral line especially is difficult to break. And then we got the extra bases to the side kind of given to each player. Last map, it did kind of just turn into a revolve around the map scenario where ByuN eventually got mobile and moved around. I don't know how Neo Humanity is going to work the same way. Neo Humanity is certainly more of just a literal split map. You have your side, I have my side, and if I go left or right, it takes me a long time to revolve around. But that's something that ByuN did effectively last game. He probably wants to do it again here, but currently, again, under fire. RagnaroK wants to try and actually break through this location, but once again, turned around.
Gets some good trades, but then whenever he retreats, the snipes, the Vikings, the Thors do punish him, and quite a few Broodlords fall. So, great blinding clouds, taking out some units, the Broodlords sieging them down. At the end of the day, I feel like after each of these skirmishes, we kind of just need to check the units lost tab to keep track, because there's so much going on. It's hard to keep track of it. 8,000 resource advantage. That's really not a huge discrepancy, and it's kind of funny because the last game, ByuN was up like 20k resources at the end and ends up losing. This game, it's actually closer to even, I would say. The ratio is a little bit closer. Yet ByuN's bank is way closer to RagnaroK's. Tells us that he has embraced the massive worker count and this long game much earlier. It's kind of like he knew where this game was going minutes and minutes ahead of time, and he's more prepared for it mentally. And you can see the way he's just going to deny that base on the right side. He's going to keep looking for this fantastic ghost control and see what pickoffs he can get.
I mean, perhaps that's why he was a little bit later onto some of the production, actually, because last game it felt like his additional factories came down just so well timed that by the time RagnaroK was ready to move in with Broodlords, it was a proper anti-Broodlord army. There was a little bit more of a scary minutes when those Thors weren't out, and the Ghosts and Vikings were the actual thing that was stopping. Perhaps he was investing more into SEVs or command centers and then into production or something along those lines. We'd have to get the replay to double check. But the point is, yeah, nice bang for ByuN. If RagnaroK hopes to get those 3 in a row, club you over the head, hope it works, it wouldn't work. ByuN would be able to remax just enough to stop that from actually overwhelming him.
It's all going to be about the technicality with the engagements and the direct efficiency. RagnaroK now poking with these Broodlords. Every building he gets is valuable. ByuN's going to want to have to replace those. And Infest is just throwing these zoning fungals, catching the Vikings and Liberators a little bit, peppering them down. Abducts on the Liberators and actually having things that shoot up to take him out this time. Fungals landing all over those air units. The Vipers do stumble forward a little bit. Parasitic bombs on the Medivacs, but nice spready there from ByuN. ByuN's trying to hold on, but my God, that's a lot of Broodlords, and now the Banelings come through.
Where is ByuN's supply, man? I'm looking at the supply, expecting ByuN's to just dive bomb, and yet he's the one coming out a little bit ahead. Of course, RagnaroK's not remaxed yet. He's controlling this mass wave of Banelings, trying to get those pins that are the ghosts at this point. He's got to get them. He doesn't care if it's only 4 ghosts. He's got to get it. Get it.
Oh, my Lord. Such a good spread there from ByuN, making sure 6 Banelings have to blow up on each ghost. ByuN takes a lovely fight. Now he's just got to withstand the next wave. If we can see that production tab, Massling's coming across the map. I know what that looks like on the minimap. He's got nothing to deal with the Broodlords. He's trying to scramble together a defense, and Mass Zergling killing 28 Hydras in the units tab. He's remaxed on Mass Hydra. RagnaroK's going to be able to run in here and overwhelm this. The Ghost trying to defend, but there just wasn't enough units here. ByuN unable to withstand this avalanche of Zerg. Just too many Broodlords microed too well. And we see that Ghosts, when there's good fungals, when there's good coverage on the ground, do not necessarily beat Broodlords. It's all about the micro, the engagements, and the angles that you take. And my gosh, the supply is so even, but where is it for ByuN? As you said, it's all popping out and dying as it pops.
Yeah, that's what I've been asking for the last few, the last minute, really. Again, an extended battle as far as StarCraft 2 goes. It does look like RagnaroK just simply has too much momentum. The remax on just pure base units, I suppose you could call them, tier 1 and tier 2, Ling, Baneling, Hydra, really was, again, a good call because it needed to be fast and it needed to be max. ByuN, given time, had the bank. And then the last game, he was given just enough time twice. This time around, it really was down to time. It wasn't down to the actual engagement or the actual bank. He had both of them okay. It was the time, but maybe
Wait.
the bank is actually starting to, yeah,
ByuN's
the bank is
rebuilding
actually
barracks.
proving to be good enough.
This is madness. This is absolutely crazy. He's rebuilding 12 barracks on the right side of the map right now. He's dropping so many mules. He's got so many minerals. His gas income's not amazing. And he's losing tech and infrastructure. He's going to clean up this army. It's actually trapped in here. He's going to move in with Thors and Liberators. This is wild. RagnaroK doesn't really have much income behind this. He's mined out his side of the map a lot quicker. The Thors popping out, having a swap to high impact payload, trying to snipe down Infestors in the midst of the action. The Liberators and Thors will take this out. Oh my lord, this game is an absolute scrap fest. RagnaroK really must have thought he had this one in the bag, but he just couldn't quite finish him off.
How many times do you see the Zerg player break into the natural and specifically the main base of the Terran, and that's pretty much game over, especially when it's mass crackling, because the crackling just surrounds every unit that pops out. So they're never very effective. But because ByuN
going Hydras, do you think? Or
yes, I do think that. I saw, because one of the first things that looked like this might be like an okay situation was that ramp hold. I think we might get a highlight, I don't know, but that ramp hold, and then he just mass sniped Hydras. I think Hydras were not necessarily all that beneficial in the way that he was hoping. I still love the idea. I absolutely love the idea that RagnaroK said, let's go, let's take this momentum, let's try and win right here, right now. What are the fastest units, and what's some backup on those units in case, 5 Marines get tucked into a corner, because that's when Lings suck. But it wasn't all coming out in due time, and ByuN had so much production everywhere, and again, so much bank, that even if he was losing a handful of production units this way and that to reinforcements, he was still building. And now he's counter pushing against RagnaroK.
Oh my lord, there's no Banelings this time. 14 of them are morphing, but they're not ready just yet. He needs the Banelings to clear up the Hellbats. But look at this, ByuN is shoving on in towards this central rich gas base. That's going to get sniped. Does ByuN want to keep going on creep? He's got a 50 supply army lead. That is huge. You're down in workers, but you've got a big army lead. It might just be a winning play to push. He's going to back off. I like the cautious approach. I actually really respect that. It's just Ling Bane Hydra. And adding siege tanks, adding ghosts, that's the way to do it. Tanks counter Banelings and Hydras. Ghosts counter the Vipers, mix some Marines and everything else in as well. And oh my god, look at the spread. Beautiful setup for ByuN.
Yeah, RagnaroK, what was, I guess he just really wasn't expecting that much Terran army. But that's it, man. ByuN, he holds on after his production, or most of his production, gets camped. Usually the fatal blow of the Terran. He just had too much. He had too many bases, too much economy, too much production. He brings it back, man. We're tied up.
Those 5 factories down at the third base just popping Thors out. They're dying, popping them out. They're dying, popping them out. They finally got control of part of his production, and that force actually came back into the base and defended. Wow. I really feel like a lot of Terrans would have given up there and said, man, I can't believe he's just broken through with this ridiculous waves that he does again. But ByuN realized in this game, he was like, no. He's being crazy inefficient. There is always a chance. Use that defensive power. Hang on, however you can. And of course, here you can see a couple of Vikings were doing a lot of good jobs picking things off, as with the snipes. But there's just a few moments like this where, look at that, it's like abducting air units, blinding, clouding tanks, so many good engages with the Broodlords that made things really hard for ByuN.
Yeah, this was the start of the big question mark, you know, like, where's ByuN's army? Why is the supply staying okay? Then RagnaroK remaxed, and it looked more in line with what our vision of an end game scenario would be. Oh, I'm sorry, Terran, you ran out of supply. You know, the Zerg player remaxes faster. I'm sorry. And then ByuN just continued to hold on. And RagnaroK's last hurrah, possibly also a recognition that he was pretty much dead, and he just was like, okay, let's just go ahead and get it done. But no, ByuN actually had a very good army at the end, certainly more powerful than what RagnaroK had left over after spending all of his bank thinking that he had won the game in ByuN's base.
That's just so weird to see, like, a base just so overrun and have units pop out at pro level. You almost never see that. Like, it's so bizarre, but really cool to see that ByuN hung in there and just realized, hey, Terran defense, Terran power, believe in the metal, believe in those tanky buildings to buy you time to get out another army. And Zerg production might be great, but their units are a little bit more fragile as a result. This man is not going to be giving up. He feels he should be the favorite in this matchup. He's going to force a third game here. And I would have loved to see him change up his build order that's put him behind 2 games in a row. And it looks like that SCV on the low ground is going to go for the same build. In the bottom left, this is Shopify Rebellion's ByuN.
In the top right. Oh, do you want?
All yours.
You can do it. Okay. All right. In the top right, it is RagnaroK. Go ahead.
Just getting excited. I'm so giddy from that last game. I can't even contain myself. But add-ons on the outside. You've mentioned this a few times, and a build order that has consistently put you behind in this series, and ByuN does it again. I'm going to go out on a limb and say ByuN is showing amazing ability to really play out these long games and patiently fight back from behind. But I think his opening build choice is terrible. I'm going to be very critical there, and that makes it more impressive when he wins. Like that last game, I think was very impressive. I think game 1, remember, he was really far, like, oh, not that far, but, you know, he's a bit behind, got himself back in a really good position. Unfortunately for him, RagnaroK has once again played the gas pool opening. I feel almost like ByuN here was going for the triple bluff, where he's like, you won't expect me to do it 3 times in a row. Ha ha ha. RagnaroK did. RagnaroK has blind counted the build, and he's going to be starting off with such a good start.
Right, he is. You'd have to ask ByuN why he's favoring this build, despite its, you know, not really giving him a lot of success. At no point really do I say it was super successful. And then why not just do a more normal build? His answer could honestly be, well, no matter what, this kind of puts me in a good position. Not good's not the right word. It's kind of a safe opener, right? Because if he ends up scouting that it's roaches, you can defend that 100%. We've seen ByuN do that. So then it is about you having presence on the map, and then you get to do whatever you want, where you could, again, argue 1-Rax expand into Hellions, into a drop build, things that ByuN is certainly capable of doing, does leave you kind of open for that particular moment, the early game. And while Zerg has been lowered in their threat level as far as their early all-ins go, there's a couple of Zergs who absolutely still do it, and RagnaroK's one of them. So I could see that being kind of the train of thought.
Yeah, there's an argument for that for sure, Zombie Grub. And I mean, it's interesting because I kind of want to see more Roach all-ins against this. I really wonder, like, hey, with the bunker out front to protect the add-ons, because that's what you have to go for to defend the Roach counterattack in this situation, gets really weird. Oh, gets the creep tumor, gets in, gets out. Very slick for ByuN. And you were calling for this earlier, the 2-1-1 follow-up. Just go for the factory, go for the starport. So 3 different follow-ups in 3 different games for ByuN.
And I do like that. So whatever the reason, they feels very comfortable for the 2-Rax opener, you know, whatever. But it does lead naturally into the 2-1-1 follow-up, more naturally than everything else. Although following up with 4-Rax, following up with a faster 3cc isn't exactly, you know, bad or super unideal. But I do like this follow-up. I do think that ByuN is definitely powerful with general 2-1-1, whether it's 3cc or 2cc. What are you uh-ohing?
Oh, sorry. I thought those lings were set up for the surround, but they gave it up.
Seems like the Reapers will stay alive for a little while longer. But anyways, on the subject of 2-1-1, which is a very, like, it's the mid-game build, right? It's what we're kind of waiting for. I do wonder how much of this game, of this series, is turning into these super long games because they both identify each other as particularly strong in the mid game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that, and that's a weird thing that can happen. And now they're just both playing macro games. And like, but one of you maybe should try and take advantage of what you're best at, but then maybe a lot of respect is being shown to both of them. I don't know.
No, that's definitely like a factor that happens. You're like, well, I'd be silly to attack into the dude that just masses banelings, or I'd be silly to attack into the guy that, you know, is so heavy on his 2-base Terran versus timings. Like, come on, of course not. Like, I'm waiting for him to attack me. So yeah, they're both kind of waiting for the other to attack them a little bit. Neither one's stepping into the other's trap. And
oh my God,
that's what happens when you're both waiting for the other to make the first move and slip up. It can end up being a little bit slower. And the game does play out. That Reaper micro is exceptional, by the way. For those who don't know, maybe you're new to StarCraft, ByuN is responsible for this unit, the Reaper, getting nerfed on like 6 different occasions. Like, he is so good at using this unit. Its grenade used to be 1,000 times better than it is now. It used to like maybe move faster, build faster. There's been so many different nerfs over the years, I can't even keep track of it. But he's won a literal world championship off the back of his Reaper control, so everybody fears his Reapers.
Yeah, if let's talking about the explode buildings grenade, which is a long time past. The current iteration of the grenade has had its cooldown changed, its damage changed for sure, and then maybe even its knockback changed. You know, like
yeah,
just,
maybe
a lot of things about the grenade changed.
In the old days, it was just an alternative attack, I believe, that did like 30 damage to buildings. It was like
I've been watching StarCraft history, like just watching like GSL season 1, and I forgot that for the first season, Nitro packs was a very popular opening build.
Oh wow!
TVZ. yeah.
Speed. I forgot Reaper speed existed. Yeah.
Good times, man.
Well, Auto Turret Harass completely knocked back here by RagnaroK. Doesn't even lose a single drone. Very nicely done. I really want to see that Raven survive for future clearing ups. And here we go. Big Marine tank push on the left side of the map. Let's see what he can find with it. 1-1 upgrades aren't here. Neither is combat shields. Those are just stim Marines. Auto turret in the main base again in the picture in your bottom right. Queen's starting to drop. The banelings aren't quite ready. Oh no, RagnaroK might have slipped up.
Yeah, those banelings coming in just seconds late. A lot of queens are able to be removed, and even when the banelings are finished, if you don't have enough kind of accompanying them, you know, 16 Marines in ByuN's hands are still very, very scary. Already feeling like this is more of what I expected from this TVZ. A little action-packed mid-game push, early mid-game push from the Terran. RagnaroK on a bit of the ropes. This time around, we have the Raven surviving. I mean, honestly, last game was once again setting up, you know, kind of from the get-go to be passive, and unfortunate for ByuN with his Raven dying right off the bat. This time around, we get the drop, we get the push, we get the kills, we get the Raven out of there, I guess. And, well, this feels like ByuN in his mid-game element.
Raven just hanging out on the right side of the map, waiting. It's going to drop an auto turret perhaps before exiting, but no, does decide to just pull on out. Wants to rotate that with some Marines to clear up creep on the right side of the map. Anti-armor missile can also be massive as well. Combat shields was remembered, so a sigh of relief for the Terran fans out there, as that is one of the most forgotten upgrades in all of StarCraft. But the Marines will get that plus 10 hit points. Very important against Zerglings and Banelings. And, oh, here we go. Bit of an ambush for RagnaroK.
But off creep with slow banelings. That wasn't so much an ambush.
He thought he was ambushing. Let's put it that way, Zombie Grub. He thought he was the ambusher, but he was walking into a trap. Oh, my lord. He saw the door was left open. He walked inside. He saw some valuables on the table, went to pick them up, and then he realized the door had closed behind him. ByuN stepped out with a chainsaw, and that was not a good situation for RagnaroK at all. Now the momentum is all on ByuN's side. He's taken so much damage as RagnaroK. The spawning pool goes down. The Marines pick up. They've already taken out the 4th base. They're going to go back to the low ground. So much control in this game now for ByuN. He's in his element, and this is what we expected ByuN to do. A lot more aggression and multitasking to really just leverage his mechanics.
And also just really set RagnaroK off, you know, just be like, you know, you have to respond to me, which I honestly think RagnaroK was going to be worse at. Yeah, if RagnaroK survived, which I think he's totally capable of, I'm saying he's that much worse. If he survived and got maxed out and lane baneling all day long, then yeah, he's very scary. I think we're absolutely right to call that for him. But it's leading up to that point that I would figure that ByuN would be able to abuse. And finally, we see it work out in this third game. RagnaroK then just gifting him so many units and such an obvious green light to attack into him as well is a real bummer. I mean, you compared it to the door closing behind him. I think of that commercial where they go and hide from the serial killer in the chainsaw, like shit. And you're like, that just, oof, that was, and it just gets worse. No cancel right there, right? Yeah, no cancel.
Oh, yeah, that is a tough one right now. RagnaroK so far behind on supply, and the Raven becomes the most annoying unit in these scenarios. Yeah, you want the spores and the queens behind the mineral lines to stop that, but oh, the marine drop on the right side is still going. These 7 marines, absolute veterans. They've taken down so many Lings, Banes, and drones. The marines on the left side also taxing RagnaroK on every which way. The 2-2 upgrades are ahead. 4th command center is finishing, and he's up to 8 barracks behind it. So ByuN, he's even going to set up siege tanks in. Oh, the disgusting positions of these tanks. This is so hard for RagnaroK to deal with.
Oh, man, yeah, and there's 2 tanks, guys. One on the right, one on the left. With everything going on, RagnaroK just kind of fizzles out, taps out, and gives ByuN the 2-1 victory to advance on in the bracket. Such a funny way that best of 3 played out when you keep in mind who the players were.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a RagnaroK thing to do, is to avoid those situations we saw in game 3 and just find a way to look beastly. But at the end of the day, ByuN was just too good, found his element, and managed to fight back. Let's hear from the guys over on the desk.
Thank you very much, guys. What a Bobby Dazzler of a series. I cannot believe how far that series went. Joining me, Wardy, as well as the Muslim. Wardy, what on earth did we just witness?
You know what? Like, it was kind of what you expect out of these two sometimes. The long games, the grindy games, and then ByuN just deciding, like, hey, remember that I'm ByuN, and sometimes it just come across and kill you, like, nice and early in comparison to those first games. Awesome games, though. I mean, really fun first game. It was really close for a very long time. Second game, very similar. Just really cool kind of, you know, differences when you go into late game TVZ and just seeing all that spell casting, the ghosts, and trying to stop those ghosts from being so kind of crazy good. It was just an awesome series, right? I mean, it's TVZ. Oof. Kind of at its best. I mean, me and Ben were talking about it during the, during the games, and we were saying, man, TVZ is just so fun when it kind of gets into these kind of situations.
Yeah, definitely. These highlights brought to you by Aramco and Ben. Some of the moments in this series were absolutely... I think the casters described it best. Kind of disgusting. So many Banelings crashing into so much stuff. And then this scenario, I had question marks around it as well. I thought RagnaroK had done it, but clearly not.
I mean, there was lines of GG in the Twitch chat, right, when that happened, and then it's like, wait a minute, ByuN's rich as hell. Like, it's really fun when you've got these kind of games going on, because as casters in the back, we're like, wait, who's actually winning? Like, oh, it's good for this, it's good for this, and like, to see it happen like that. But then this third game, ByuN really switched it up. Like, no longer was he all about sitting back. He was like, okay, I'm gonna get in the face of you right here, right now. Let's not make this another long one. And that third game felt like the most ByuN game out of the 3 by far, because we all know that he's got sick control. We all know he's very good at just sticking it in the face of you, microing better than almost anybody on the planet. And yeah, RagnaroK just couldn't keep up in that third game. But it was very nice to see that the series, it went the full distance, and those first 2 games were really damn awesome and cool. Just see what TVZ does offer these days.
Yeah, kind of crazy stuff. Wow, what a series to round out the Korean bracket here for the moment. I'm wondering if we're going to be checking in with the brackets as well here between all of this, because clearly we've had some upsets here and there, and now ByuN has been able to vanquish RagnaroK for that 2-1. And once again, Wardy, when you're looking at this bracket and you're seeing RagnaroK fall to yet another Terran 2-1, I mean, these games are going the distance, but ZVT seems to really cause RagnaroK some problems at the moment.
I don't know if he's just on like a bit of an unlucky streak as well, though, because like, he's getting the game wins. It's not like he's getting swept 2-0 and he's not looking good in the games, right? It's just, it's almost that kind of RagnaroK that we used to see maybe a couple of years ago, where consistency was an issue. And sometimes, like, if that game 3 happens where you just don't survive the early game, he's in trouble.
Yeah.
And then, otherwise he's able to force into very long kind of fun games as well. Just maybe not decisive enough sometimes as well. Not able to kind of get that killer motion on the go at all and kind of end the games early, which maybe would sometimes help too against these Terrans. So yeah, just I think a bit unlucky. We'll see if he has a redemption arc in the lower bracket.
Sure. Terran doing all right in the upper bracket, though, Ben, eh? Not too bad. It's no Terrans getting knocked down to that lower bracket.
Yeah, not too shabby, not too shabby. I was just thinking to myself, like, that lower bracket looks almost scarier than the upper bracket, which is really weird. Like, you got Hero and Dark down there, but maybe it was just my Terran bias coming in, all those easy to beat Terrans. But no. I think it's cool. Like, these days so far, they have not been super one-sided. And I mean, just having results like GuMiho beating Hero, Serral beating Dark, I mean, that's not that big of an upset, but yeah, it's just very, very nice to see what we're having done here. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to a Maru versus Serral again, because that's one that I just have nuke galore and nuke nostalgia in my mind. So yeah.
Well, the funny thing is, I think the time it happened, I was on I was in space in almost exactly the same location. So yeah, kind of scary, the potential of that going down. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time to go to a break. On the other side of this break, when we return, we are going to start that non-Korean bracket. Get that good to go to see how Gamers Without Borders goes up against the world players. Let's do it.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going
Welcome back. Half of the day done, and now we've got another 4 best of 3s coming your way. Except we're changing gears here at Gamers Without Borders. We are going over to the World Bracket, where we're going to have another set of players ready and good to go. Joining me to my left-hand side, who is it going to be? It's Rotterdam and Fear Dragon. Oh, we've switched people out, getting other people in. I see Rotterdam's looking handsome, Fear Dragon's looking handsome. Roddy, it's good to be here for the World Bracket. See how these players are going to fare.
It really is, but I gotta say, the Korean boys set the bar very high, man. Those guys were video gaming today. I wasn't sure what to expect. First of 6 broadcast days. We often start off with a couple of relatively one-sided 2-0s, but it kind of had it all. It had epic long games, it had comebacks, it had surprising results. I mean, GuMiho getting the best of Hero. So the bar is set. Let's see if the foreigners, because it's not just the Europeans, as you said, the world bracket. Let's see if they can make us proud as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. I have to agree with that, Fear Dragon. With what Rotterdam saying, I didn't really expect, especially our last series, to go quite the distance it did. But let's take a look at the bracket to get things going. Fear Dragon, what's jumping out at you straight away to start things off for the EPT bracket?
Oh my God, ShoWTimE versus Serral. Okay, the first thing I have to say, James, when I saw this bracket, and I want to, like, of course, add a little bit of a preface here for everyone, that these are based basically on the seeding from IEM Katowice. Like, players earn their seeds into all of these different spots and stuff. But it is really funny when you look at that bottom half of the bracket, because the first thing that jumped out to me was, oh shoot, Serral and Reynor on the same side of the bracket. Like, that's actually going to be a potentially massive showdown in that upper bracket round of 4, assuming things go as I think a lot of people would expect. But even Serral has to face off versus ShoWTimE, which is a really sick match.
And meanwhile, at the top side of that bracket here, Rotterdam, we've got mega Terran power. Terran everywhere, as we're going to be able to see if they're able to do, as well as the Terrans in the Korean bracket.
Yep, 2 European titans and the world champion of StarCraft 2. I mean, both those are very fun. I don't know who you want to talk to me about first, but I think we can start off with the TVT, since I'm sure we'll do a little bit of pre-show soon for Oliveira Lambo. I actually really like this TVT, and that's not because I'm in love with TVT Kalaris, because I would be lying. I would say out of all the beautiful matchups in this game, it's probably my least favorite, but I do love a Spirit versus Gabe, because they have got some very cool history. They play against each other over and over again, and for a while, for almost 2 years straight, Gabe always won. But recently, Spirit started getting a couple of W's on the board, and he's actually now on a 3-series win streak with a 3-0, 2-0, 2-0. So historically, it's super fun to see those two duke it out, and I'm really curious to see who comes out on top. But I think more people will be excited over that very feisty, beautiful TVZ.
Oh yeah, and that is going to be coming up now. So let's take a closer look at it. We have the world champion, Oliveira, going up against Lambo for our first best of 3. And I guess I gotta ask the obvious question here, Fear Dragon, to start things off. Can Oliveira make magic happen again?
I mean, that is always going to be the question, I feel like, for the entire following year after winning a world championship in the way that Oliveira did. And here's the thing, I think that Oliveira has actually still been doing really, really well. I think he's been living up to a lot of the hype that he built around at Katowice.
Yeah.
It's still like, in order to really prove himself, he has to be able to beat players like Lambo and just straight up qualify in stage 1. I think that's like one of those things that Oliveira can do to just like solidify everyone's mind and say, yeah, players like Lambo, Spirit, HeroMarine, no, I'm a world champion right now.
I'll get your thoughts in a moment, Rotti, but before we do, we can actually check in because it happened right here in Katowice. So let's check in, of course, with the world champion, Oliveira.
甚至我当时夺了冠，我记得1个月的时候，1个月我都觉得不太真实，就感觉跟做梦一样。
Hold on, those tanks, they went the wrong way, and Oliveira instantly jumps on them.
大家好，我是奥利维拉，来自于 DKZ 战队，然后我比。其实对我来说最难的选手应该就是打雷诺的那一场。
Regret not being able to kill those rocks earlier on, but that's the thing. He couldn't get around to it.
因为其实我之前的话，就各种不管是小比赛还有大比赛。
Undefended. That is going to be it. Oliveira is going to move on.
对于卡托维兹呢，其实我在参加卡托维兹之前，我其实最干的目标就是小组出线，就没有定得特别高。然后这一次的结果对我自己来说也是非常意外、非常惊喜的。 说实话，我觉得还是不太可能，我自己都不太相信我自己能再拿一个世界冠军，因为我觉得上一次世界冠军已经是感觉用尽了我人生中所有的好运气吧。
Just not enough. Even if you push this back, you're down 40 army supply.
Get ready for one of the most emotional pop-offs you've ever seen of a StarCraft 2 player, because Oliveira's been feeling it throughout this tournament, but this is so big for this man. I cannot believe what we just saw, but
然后，但是我觉得应该朝了那个目标，朝了拿下一个就是能拿到这个世界冠军的目标去努力吧。但能不能拿到，我觉得我自己说实话也没有太大信心。但是在训练的过程中，就是还有在比赛的过程中，就要以这个目标为努力就好。
Unburrows for a moment, lets it tank a little bit of damage, and we'll see what he lets it target. Oh, it actually hits that SCB, I think. Not so good. Oliveira cleaning that drop up beautifully. God, he has so many Marines here stimming with those 2-2 upgrades. Down goes that command center as well. GG! Oliveira takes the lead 2-1. What is going on? What is going on?
然后，而且当时我打他，我记得是0-2落后，然后后边翻盘了。那个时候我的心态就特别的好，我觉得那场对我来说是非常难的，而且也是非常难忘的一场比赛。
Auto turrets here to tank. Are those auto turrets going to have been enough? Sieges up. There was a disable there. One of his tanks lands his own Vikings, and GG! Oliveira is up 3-1. Oh my God! Covering most of this fight. It's hard to say even what's going on here, but Oliveira takes it. Oliveira is the world champion. Give it up for Oliveira. He is your Intel Extreme Masters world champion.
Watching that back, remind two things. I got absolute chills during that, again, kind of reliving all of those moments. And then also, secondly, guys, everybody did a really good job commentating all those moments as well. So kudos to everybody during that tournament. So many excellent moments from that Rotterdam, and excellent to see Oliveira on the stage once again.
I'm exactly with you, James. I was about to say the same thing. If you watch that, you just get sucked back into the moment, and it's almost like you're reliving it all over again. Watching that man, his dreams come true, but in a weird way, it felt that all of our dreams are coming true because we all kind of became Oliveira, and we're living the dream through him. Super memorable. One of the most beautiful things that I think we've ever witnessed in StarCraft 2. However, James, none of that truly matters today, right? Because if you would have asked me before that tournament, Oliveira versus Lambo, what are your thoughts, Roddy? I would have said 50-50. Now, in a weird way, we're supposed to say, like, Oliveira is the overwhelming favorite, and I still don't really feel that way. Like, I am definitely leaning a little bit towards Oliveira, but Lambo is still, without a doubt, one of the finer players in Europe. These two actually went 1-1 the week after Katowice in the playoffs of the team tournament. I think they're very evenly matched, but yeah, you have to side with the world champ because he's the freaking world champ. But it still feels close. I don't know if I'm crazy.
Fear Dragon, do you kind of agree with those sentiments? What are your thoughts coming in?
I mean, completely mirror those sentiments. I think the one thing I will say is that Oliveira, he still has been, I feel like, playing more impressive the past like few weeks that we've seen him in like random EPT weeklies and things like that. So I do still give just a tiny bit more favoritism to Oliveira, but no one can sleep on Lambo. And I think specifically you have to remember that this is an event where the players have now had the brackets for a little bit. They know who their first round opponents were, and Lambo is a player that does really well with that kind of level of preparation and everything. So I think you cannot sleep on Lambo's chances in this.
And after winning the World Championship, he probably became the most studied player out of all the players in the entire circuit to try and figure out exactly how to dismantle him. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is now time to head over to our commentators to bring you this one. It's our first series here on the World Bracket as we head over to them for Oliveira going up against Lambo.
Hello, we are here. My name is Kat and I'm joined by my friend Loco, casting with him for the first time ever, so this should be exciting. How are you?
I am doing very well, man. Looking back at that video just now, I am getting goosebumps all over again. I mean, such an amazing run for Oliveira, right? I mean, taking down some of the very best players in the world, Reynor, Hero, Maru, HeroMarine as well in the round of 8. I mean, just incredible. I'm excited for this one. It's gonna be fun.
The normal man. And I mean, I have to echo everything that Ravi, Roddy, and Kalaris were saying as well in the panel, because even though he won, I mean, before the event, I think if you had to put odds to it, to put money on Oliveira, I would have paid you like 200 or 300 times the amount, right? So it is like, I'm not even kidding. It was just such an unlikely result. But I like what Ravi said there as well. I think that all this pressure has worked well for Oliveira in the way that he has been carrying himself after the World Championship. Like, he had a very close series against Dark in one of these EPT Open Cups in Korea in the finals, right? And he isn't a player before that World Championship that we would have put in the finals of even the EPT Open Cups. And so he has been stepping up his game, and let's see if he can convert here against Lambo. As in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, it is the world champion, the normal man, Oliveira for Kaisi Gaming.
And all the way up here in the top left-hand corner from Germany, we're looking inside of the main base of Lambo. All right.
His beard and his hair don't match.
He did do his hair, man. It looks incredible.
The hair looks incredible, but then the beard, I mean, I'm not saying it looks bad or anything. It just doesn't match the hair. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you cut Lambo's face in half there. It looks great.
As someone who can't grow a beard, I'm a little jealous of it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I can only grow like most of the beard, but I get patchy spots like between the mustache and the beard, so I just can't. But
this is going to be an interesting match. I gotta say, I agree with what Roddy was saying earlier as well. Like, in my mind, this is a matchup that should be relatively close. But if you look at the predictions especially on our Liga leg, it's giving an overwhelming advantage to Oliveira. And even though Oliveira, of course, won the World Championships and he's been doing very well ever since, in my mind, it's going to take a little bit more to really truly convince me. So I'm excited to find out what ends up going down right here, man. Lambo, such a strong Zerg player, right? I mean, maybe a little bit overshadowed by names like, for example, Reynor and, for example, Serral, but Lambo is amongst the very best Zerg players in Europe, and I think he can put up a good fight.
Oh, certainly. See, he certainly can. I would think that this is a 2-1 series either way or something of the sorts if I had to bet on it. So let's see what happens here. Oliveira for the SEV scout to make sure that the Reaper is free to go out and doesn't have to stay to account for any early pulls or anything like that. Lambo already dropping his third, so that will not be a hindrance from the Reaper on that regard. And Oliveira is just going to look to poke and do whatever damage. If he kills 1 or 2 links, I'm sure he'll be happy. A drone is huge, though.
Yeah, you're not supposed to get a drone at this point. Oftentimes, it's not even necessarily the worker loss, but the mental disadvantage as well, right? As soon as you lose a drone here at this point in the game, you feel like you've made a terrible mistake, and it's certainly not supposed to happen.
Yeah, but I think that mental disadvantage comes from experience. It's very difficult to quantify, but I mean, you only have 20 drones at the point at which you're losing 1, right? So it's like a decent chunk of your economy at that point. And the worst part is, well, we as players may not be actively accounting, right, for how much money you have. Okay, you have a little bit less income, who cares, is what you might say. But your timings that you have embedded over playing thousands of games are going to be slightly different. It can definitely throw you off, right? Because you're just going to have that little bit less money to make the drones or whatever have you the next step of your build, your next queen, a little bit later.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Standard opener right here from both players, though, all things considered. Oliveira going for a 1-1-1. He's building a tech lab as well, so maybe we'll be seeing that one switched on over. No, it doesn't look like it. He decides to go... maybe we'll see the big switcheroo here in a moment. He decides to just sort of have the tech lab for now. He's certainly going to make use of that here.
Yeah, so probably a Banshee or something like that, but opens with the medevac first to apply a little bit of pressure. This is something that ByuN likes doing quite a bit. Actually, he's just going to go for a 2-on-1 by the looks of it, as he starts another barracks on the reactor and most likely stim on the tech lab. So
yeah, it's a triple Rex opener here, so he's definitely going to delay his command center for quite a while, bumping out a ton of units. And this is one of those builds we see quite frequently, but it's not super popular, right? It's one of those builds that can definitely throw somebody off guard if they're not prepared for it, because it's going to hit pretty hard. Getting an Overlord over here as well. Very good situation here so far for Oliveira. Lambo needs to figure out what he's playing against, and so far he has no clue.
Yeah, you're completely right about that. I mean, he's going to show up with an overwhelming amount of Marines, and normally this doesn't carry a medevac when you try and do something like this. It's going to delay his third CC as a result, but Oliveira will have a timing here at some point. He's obviously cutting Hellions for that, only has 1 Hellion there for defense, and perhaps to try to confuse Lambo should he poke up his ramp. So a very unusual but very cool opening here from Oliveira.
Zerk, in the meantime, on the back of this, trying to get that baneling speed going here momentarily. It is a very important upgrade. The question is, will it be ready in time for when that attack from the Terran player comes across the map? Lair's only about halfway done at this point. It's not lined up with the baneling nest at all. So this is, to stay safe against some of those earlier attacks from the Terran player. But what we really have to watch out for is when Oliveira starts moving across the map. Then again, though, as our lovely observer is already pointing out, he is adding on a double NG bay as well. So he may very well wait until 1-1 upgrades as well as the combat shields finishes.
I think he's going with Stim right now because he has a very strong timing of 3 medevacs. He's at least going to poke, and banelings without speed, they are in jeopardy of getting picked off here. So here comes the Stim from Oliveira. He's already gonna pick off a queen. This is wonderful. Sees the banelings whirling away without speed. Gonna be easy pickings here for Oliveira. This looks terrible already for Lambo.
Yeah, this is an amazing fight right here for our Terran player. There's a lot of banelings about to finish, but like you said, there's no baneling speed yet. He needs to respect this, of course. You gotta be very careful. You don't want to just randomly lose those Marines. Beautiful grenade as well.
Wow, I mean, that grenade was out of this world. The baneling barely connects just with the Hellion. It could have been a magical baneling there had he been able to move just a couple inches more forward, but as it stands, it's just gonna be GG, and Oliveira will take game 1 convincingly with a very unusual opening.
Yeah. So you mentioned it, right? Losing the 1 drone, it throws you off of your game, even if it's just a little bit. He then lost the Overlord on the back of it too. He didn't really see any Hellions. He just saw a strangely timed medevac. That is something that we don't normally see. And Oliveira, I mean, reading his opponent like a book, playing that out really well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was hitting with 3 medevacs full, granted without combat shields at around 5 minutes and 30 seconds, right? Like where we have normally like 2 medevacs with stim and combat shields a little bit earlier, a few seconds earlier than that, maybe like at 5:10 at the earliest or so. So a little bit later, but with many more units. No combat shields granted, but I mean, this is an overwhelming force here that we are seeing on the screen from Oliveira. So beautifully done. Also, Lambo kind of playing in the dark, not accounting for everything that he could. So as a result, he was kind of forced to make spores, right? Because he doesn't know if there's banshees coming or if there's gonna be like liberators. Even you can reposition those spores to help you out, right? So just not knowing what was coming hurt his economy in the process. And yeah, I mean, rough for Lambo. He's gonna have to be a little bit more diligent about collecting his information now.
Yeah, one of the reasons why he couldn't gather so much info is because he ended up losing that Overlord as well, right? Normally you sent that one in a little bit later, and you're playing in the dark. You're then forced to make Spore Crawlers against, well, Liberators and potentially Banshees, but those weren't coming out at all. So all of those small advantages from earlier on, they led to a very large advantage right there eventually, and easy win it seemed for Oliveira.
Yeah, and it's not even a bad read either because he knew that there was one medevac out, so it was probably a starport that made one medevac and then was swapping onto an add-on or adding an add-on after. And if you're gonna make medevacs off of that, you usually would just make the reactor, right? So to expect a Tech Lab follow-up is not ludicrous from Lambo. It's just a very odd timing. 3 medevacs is so unusual from Oliveira, and that was a game as convincing as it gets. So looking like a world champion for sure.
Yep. All right, so here we go. Game number 2 in this best of 3 series. We find ourselves on Gresven, spawning right here in the top left-hand corner of the map. He is Oliveira.
And in the bottom right-hand side, playing for the Shopify Rebellion, it is your king, Lambo. Whew, that grenade as well, man. Like, I mean, that's gotta be one of the most impactful, most beautiful grenades I've seen in a very long time, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, keeping that Reaper alive. Normally it's one of those units that eventually gets picked off, right? But when you have it around, you may as well throw a grenade down if you could find the APM to do so. Now, it's very easy to accidentally find the APM to do so and then walk your Marines into the banelings. Luckily for Oliveira, he didn't do that, but yeah, brilliantly done right there.
Yeah, I mean, it made it look like you should make a Reaper with that push. Like, I would pay like $200 for that Reaper right there, right? Like, that was just for the one grenade. That was crazy good. And yeah, I mean, to be impressed with a grenade at this point after seeing what ByuN did in his series against RagnaroK is saying something. But Oliveira really stepping it up here. He's going to go once again for the SCV Scout just to make sure that his Reaper is free to move out on the map after.
Yeah, so that previous game is an example of making a small mistake earlier on that eventually leads to a big advantage. And it's important for Lambo that he doesn't get too frustrated by that sort of thing, right? I mean, he made a mistake. It's something he can prevent, and he certainly should prevent right here in game 2. Oliveira actually going to go for the SCV scout as well, so not really leaving anything up to chance. He's going to find out exactly what he's playing against, and when he sees the creep, he sees the hatch. Time to go back home.
Yep. That will free up the Reaper. He knows that he doesn't have to stay back. It's not a pull first. There's not going to be links on the other side of the map sneaking on through. And Lambo is hiding his drone so that the Reaper isn't able to stop the third, as the Overlord gives him the heads up that he's going to have the right time to do that. He's just going to drop it. And yeah, Oliveira is just going to do the same thing. Hopefully we don't see any drone losses here.
Okay, well, good dancing so far. Oliveira trying to bait those Zerglings off creep, but now that the Queen is out, it's going to be very difficult to get much done, and he actually double injects. Interesting. So that's usually one of those mistakes, or, well, I mean, it could be one of two things, right? It's either a mistake, or it's something that you, want to actually have to get a ton of units going in the earlier stages of the game. Usually, though, it's an indicator of autopilot. At least that's what I usually find in my own games, but we'll have to find out what Lambo decides to go for here. Oh, did he go for it? Oh, he went for a tumor with the Queen in the main base, I think. It walked all the way down? Ah, okay.
Yeah. And that's kind of a beautiful move, right? Because, yeah, the creep tumor is a little bit later, but you actually get to inject the hatchery in the natural, which means you're going to get your drones produced in the natural, and they're going to have less travel time than if you inject in the main, right? So it's a really nice detail here that Lambo goes for.
Nice.
Very well thought out.
Yeah. Okay, so I thought he was going to go for the double inject there, but not quite the case. So this should be just a regular macro opener right here for Lambo. So once again, it's a quick triple CC right here for Oliveira. A little bit quicker, though, that third command center than in the previous game.
Oh, yeah, for sure. No shenanigans on the aggression here. This is kind of like his go-to standard opening in TVC here. He's just going to open with the Viking and the Hellions, so kind of setting himself up to control the Zerg creep spread, to control the information that he gets out on the map with those Overlords, and head a little bit more comfortably into a mid-game scenario. So this game, a little bit more likely to go longer, as the Zerg is not usually going to be the aggressor, and Oliveira seems to be confident and comfortable sitting back a bit.
Have you seen Oliveira play BattleMech recently?
I have not seen him play BattleMech.
Yeah, he seems very fond of just good old conventional bio, right?
Yeah, good old conventional bio, and he kind of mixes everything up, right? Like he had in his Katowice run in TVC, he had Banshee openings, he had this opening, he had the type of opening that we've seen, maybe not with a triple medevac. I think that he's been cooking for that one.
Oh, wow. No grenade this time.
Yeah. No, I mean, those queens were a little bit crazy moving that far, but it works out. And
it's a double factory this time around, so I'll have to see exactly what the plan right here is for Oliveira. I was wondering if he would be playing BattleMech at all. Maybe he's going to be mixing some of that in as well.
Might be.
Yeah.
I mean, we have mines on the way. This is absolutely crazy, right? It's a Hellion. Yeah. It's a Hellion build to start.
It's
8 Hellions. Yeah. So it's gonna be maybe Hellbats at the potential 4th to try to cancel it, and then Hellions running into the main, I would imagine. But I mean, Lambo already in position with the queens, but that's gonna free up the main, where Oliveira is gonna be able to do a little bit more damage, perhaps too much, as Lambo doesn't have an Overlord in position to spot. Oh man.
Yeah, I think you're on point right here. He doesn't need to have the units in multiple locations all at once. The medevac allowing these units to go straight into the main base. There are still Hellions on the, well, right side of the map, not doing a whole lot. 6 drones end up going down, but the medevac, oh my god, is he gonna get more?
No. Oh god. Oh, one more shot would have killed like 3 workers.
Yeah. That would have been a disaster. Here's that second group. I thought they'd be moving at the same time, but I think Oliveira was like, you know what, I'm gonna put all my effort into microing these units because they seem to be doing quite well.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Once he finds the opening, he says, okay, this is where I'm gonna allocate my attention. And that's why I thought maybe just more of the Hellbats on the other side, but there was already 3 queens with good amounts of energy to answer that. So yeah, very nice moves from Oliveira overall.
Yeah, it's mass Widowmine right now on the back of this. We have Drilling Claws, multiple medevacs. This is built. This is a build. Not something I've seen before, but it's a build.
It's definitely a build, and like you said, I mean, there's a Cyclone in production, so perhaps a little bit of a battle mech transition. I mean, you need kind of a spine, right? Like, the mines are never gonna win you the game. They're gonna get you ahead economically at best. So let's see what Oliveira does here. He's trying to out multitask Lambo, a Lambo that is one of the best players at setting up perimeters, but Oliveira has already identified that there isn't an Overlord on the south side, so he is kind of abusing that with this next medevac. Lambo is trying to account for it with Spores, however. But
Claws is done though. These are gonna burrow so fast. Yeah, there's no reaction here in the main base because there's also Widow Mines on the right side, and that is so many drones going down. Luckily, the ones at the 4th base were taken care of, but now the natural is in trouble as well, and more drones go down. Oh my god.
I get to evacuate too. Another one. Oh no, hold me. 24 workers have already fallen. I will not be surprised if Lambo GG's within the next few seconds, because he is the type of player that doesn't like to stick in games that are kind of done a lot of the time. And this one, I mean, he just lost 36 workers after losing 7 to the Hellion start as well.
Yeah. So I don't want to do the caster thing and give you guys too much hope, but Lambo does have a lot of creep spread. He does have Hydra on the back of this too, and he is just holding down the drone button because you can't really go for a very aggressive push off of this, right? Now he's been making siege tanks and Hellions. Can Oliveira close out this game? Because he just killed 40 workers, but if you look at the worker count right now, it's well back even.
It's back even, but Lambo doesn't really have a reason for it to be back even in the sense that his tech is so very low, and he was also making units expecting some sort of attack as a follow-up, and they never came, so those units are just kind of sitting there, right? Like you said, I mean, Lambo has done a wonderful job of just kind of re-droning. He's playing this as if, almost as if he was playing against a Phoenix opening in the Protoss matchup, right? Like, where he's just like, okay, I'll take the damage, I'll take the punch to the face, and just try to do something later. And to his credit, I mean, the one saving grace for Lambo is that Oliveira is meching, right? And Oliveira had to have been meching to do something like this, because you need that many factories worth of production to be as aggressive as he was with the Hellions and then the mines. So Lambo will have time.
Yeah, if you were to tune in right now, you probably wouldn't assume that the Zerg 2 minutes ago lost 40-something workers, right? Like, it's right. It's actually looking relatively good right now for Lambo, but the next attack is going to be very scary. So he's going mass overlord right now. He's adding on a ton of upgrades as well. Is he going to have enough time?
That's the thing, and if there was a production cost time or production cost tab as well, as far as like the setup that Oliveira has, he's very well set up to go into the later stages of the game. So a lot of his advantage isn't seen in terms of bases, even though he's up to 5 with another CC on the way, but also in terms of production. He has the factories to go into the late game should the game extend that far, and we will most likely see a timing as well that will be very difficult for Lambo to stop. Lambo is also going for Hydra Ling. That is not usually the kind of composition that you want against mech, right? A lot of the times we will see like Ravagers, Roaches, faster transition into Vipers, maybe even Swarm Posts. But Hydra, Ling, Bane does not fare that well, especially against these Hellions.
No, he really wanted to knock down those rocks right there, losing a couple more Zerglings in the process as well. Okay, what he can do though is set up a massive surround. That's exactly what the plan is right now. He grabs the siege tanks before they can siege up.
Yeah, but I think he has to back now, perhaps. No, he's going. Okay, the last tank is not sieged. Oliveira might have been done better to evacuate the tank on the medevac there, as the siege is going to cost him without even firing a shell. And now Lambo on hot pursuit. He will have to back away from this planetary fortress for sure, and he does. But yeah, I mean, a little bit of breathing room there for Lambo.
Yeah, no, that was an important win for sure. Economically, it's still not quite there, but the creep spread is still looking pretty solid, especially in the top section of the map. Oliveira, though, like you pointed out, he's been putting a lot of money into just building up his infrastructure, right? So he's got command centers for days here. He's going to be adding on even a couple more as well. He's adding the Mondo before maxing out, which honestly makes me a little nervous.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's still pretty confident in his position, right? He has a planetary fortress forward here, so I wouldn't have thought that that is a very vulnerable position, but Lambo thinks otherwise, and he's actually going to exploit exactly what you were talking about. And I mean, that's a little bit of luck almost in the sense that Oliveira is being very greedy and is getting caught a little bit with his pants down, and Lambo identifies an opportunity where maybe he can go into the natural base, but will settle for some SCV damage at the 3rd, much needed. That is huge.
Yeah, tons of SCVs go down. In the meantime, Lambo has lost his 5th hatchery at home. There are plenty of command centers to replace the ones that just went down, but Oliveira, after being at a dominating advantage earlier on, is, well, now sort of throwing away this game, right? It's slipping out of his control.
I mean, and to the credit of Lambo, he is one of the best positional players, I think, within this matchup. Usually against ByuN is where I see it, where he always sets up those flanks, those surrounds, and he's so good at collapsing onto an army from a 360-degree angle, and he did that exactly here. He had the units to do it on the area that didn't have creep, so it's difficult to fault Oliveira for not being set up, for not sieging those tanks preemptively, right? Because that side of the map was free of creep. Like you said, all of the creep spread of Lambo is towards the right-hand side, and that is the area that you normally split the map on. So let's see now as Lambo continues to attack.
Yeah, no, I don't like this engagement nearly as much. You were just talking about all of those flanks that he likes to set up. Well, he desperately needed one over there because he just sort of ran into the siege tank line of fire there, and basically all the banelings died before they ever got close.
Yeah.
That being said, though, there was a scan in the main base just now, and Oliveira spotted, okay, my opponent, he is not going for any Vipers yet. There's not even a Hive. I mean, right now it's about halfway done, but there are no Infestors. It's just purely Lingbane Hydra. That means you have to rely on those surrounds, right? So taking it down a little bit slower and not really, going too aggressive here. I actually quite like that choice from Oliveira. He just needs to get a really powerful army going.
Yeah, completely agreed. And I mean, on the side of Lambo, you can understand that last poke as well, right? Because he feels like he had some momentum going, and what he wasn't accounting for, perhaps, was how much production Oliveira had already set up. So Oliveira was very quick to remake units, where Lambo was not expecting. So perhaps these Lynx, actually, with some potential here, will kill all of the Cyclones and Swarm Hosts.
Yeah, there's 16 Swarm Hosts just about to spawn.
I love it.
So because the mass siege tank transition has almost been forced out, right, by seeing that Hydro Lingbane army, Lambo's like, you know what's really good against siege tanks? I guess I can make a bunch of swarm hosts and see if I can rain those lurkers to my opponent's side of the map. It is a little bit of a chance, and he knows it's probably not the preferred choice if this game would have gone his way earlier on, but I mean, he is making the best of a very difficult situation.
Absolutely, you're spot on. And I think that Lambo's transition is beautiful here because he is recognizing exactly what we're talking about. But even earlier, before it happens, he had already this transition done, right? And that's beautiful because look at this position for the Swarm Hosts. Lambo has had map control for so long, and he recognizes that he's going for the snipe, but actually the siege tanks with beautiful focus fire kind of ignoring the army in favor of killing the Locusts. So a couple of shells will protect Oliveira's planetary fortress here.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised he didn't split up those Locusts a little bit and go after the tanks. He wanted to go for the biggest target on the screen right there, but usually guaranteed damage is the way to go. I don't think he really likes the result there. Usually the first wave of the Locusts, right, is so critical, because now they're going to be on cooldown for like, well, half a minute.
Yeah, I think he was trying to press on the same limb that he was applying pressure to before, right? Because he got rid of this position of this planetary fortress, so I think he wanted that reset. But now he's going to take your advice, go after the isolated tanks, knowing that the planetary fortress is kind of unkillable. Actually flying a little bit too far onto the SCV line, thinking there's too many Hellions to land onto another tank. But won't get too much for his troubles there.
Okay, so what Oliveira's trying to do right now is max out on a really powerful army. The main downside of these Swarm Host supplies is that they're very supply heavy, right? They're very supply dense, so it's hard to max out on strong army. This is basically the entire force that Lambo can muster here without the Swarm Host added, so there's really not that many Zerg units available. And as soon as those Locusts are on cooldown, there's not much the German Zerg can really do, so he needs to get more value out of those Swarm Hosts for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why you don't make too many more Swarm Hosts, right? And that is also why Lambo is opting to go for Banelings. For supply, they are going to be extremely efficient. A couple of Swarm Hosts will go down, but he has to land those connections with Banelings. And the longer this game goes, the more you have to like the position for Oliveira. It's very easy to understand, I think, why of all maps he would choose this one to go mech for, because it's a very easy map to split. And in the middle bases, if it comes down to a split map scenario, the high ground usually favors things like siege tanks, right? So,
oh, here we go. Once again, though, Lynx and Banes trying to connect to whatever they can. Siege Tank's getting a bunch of damage in from the back, and this standing army here from Lambo just is not very inspiring.
It really is, and that's where I would love to see an Infestor for Fungo. When there is that much commitment to Hellions and Cyclones, they can really do a lot to push that army back, to make them think twice about clamping up and moving forward, right? So Lambo's not going to be able to do that. Instead, he's going for a Locust surround, but those units are so slow. If Oliveira identifies this, he will be able to disengage most likely. He does get in position with the Hellions, and the Locust will not land on anything.
Yeah, some of them landed early. I don't know exactly how they came to the ground that quickly, but these Swarm Hosts have not really been worthwhile. He has been remaking a couple of the ones that he's lost, and Lambo in the meantime has been gobbling up all of the bases up north as well, so at least he has a place to fall back to. But fighting this main army here from the Terran head-on is going to be very difficult. Although, well, these little split pushes, that's no match for the Zerg.
That's not much for the Zerg indeed. And Oliveira has been doing a wonderful job of just kind of applying pressure on the same side of the map over and over again. That is the map without creep. And with Banelings off creep, I mean, it's so very difficult to chase. So really, these Swarm Hosts have to come in with a flank. They do this time around, and here comes the Link Banelings around. Lambo might be able to get a cleanup here.
Yeah, no, that was brilliantly executed, setting up a massive surround. These couple of Vikings up north, though, have now killed 11 drones, just landing right in the middle line, taking down a whole lot of them. Hatchery does end up going down as well, but Lambo is still alive. All of his swarmers got found in the middle of the map.
Yeah, and you can understand why they're there. Again, they're looking for that flank. They're looking to try to make something happen, because otherwise Oliveira can just keep going and disengaging over and over again on that side of the map. Oliveira has already taken his next base as well down south, so things are looking very good for him still.
I think this is one of those games, right, where Lambo is like, okay, I thought I was losing at like the 3-minute mark. I'm just going to make the best of it right now. And he's doing a wonderful job making some decisions he might otherwise not make. There we go. Once again, essentially, well, free siege tanks, right? I mean, obviously some of the Ling Banes and Hydras go down, but the Locusts, they're just a cooldown.
Yeah, absolutely. So this was good by Lambo, but I mean, he's getting a little bit starved over time, right? If we look at the economy, is there an income graph that we can take a look at? Because Lambo is working off of 60 workers versus 86, plus a whole lot of mules. And he is trading inefficiently, as we just saw in the resources lost as well. So we can see here the turn for Oliveira over the last few minutes. It has been him in the commanding lead.
Yeah. While Oliveira was on the other side of the map, he's been taking all of the bases on the left side as well, and that's really been his saving grace here, right? He managed to max out on a really strong army. Here come the Locusts once again. This army, though, from the Terran in a head-on fight is so much better.
Oh, wow.
Okay, maybe he can get the planetary? Yeah.
I mean, that was absolutely beautifully executed as far as those Locusts are concerned, and they will get the planetary for their efforts. Every single Locust was spread out as best as they could have been there. Lambo kind of waiting until he's right on top of the planetary fortress so that the Locusts get us around rather than landing on one side of it. So beautiful move again, but he has been on the back foot the entire game, so he needs to continue to make this type of move, and he needs to continue to try to find an opening where he can actually take his side of the map comfortably and begin some sort of transition. We see Vipers on the way. That is something.
Yeah, he's forced to remake drones right now. These units, the harassment here, it's just been dealing too much damage, right? He's been trying his best. Now there's an orbital as well, and the nice thing about orbital commands is that they can fly whenever the Locusts come in, so they're not as big of a problem anymore, and he's got plenty of orbitals to choose from. But yeah, you brought up the Vipers. The Vipers are going to be very nice for like longevity in particular, right? You want to try and gain value with those units over time. The problem here is that I'm not sure exactly how much time Lambo still has in this game. He's only got 63 workers. He doesn't have much of a bank. I like this game more for Lambo than we did earlier, but it's still a little bit shaky.
It's very difficult. I mean, these Vipers, they have to abduct whatever they can on cooldown pretty much and go gain more energy, basically. They have to get rid of even some Cyclones. They are kind of like an infestor, only, you know, it's more of a safe bet, right? You harpoon something, you are going to kill it, versus the Fungal, which could net you a huge win in catching the entire army to get set up for a huge surround or something of the sorts. But Oliveira, yet again, and there's the harpoons onto the Cyclone, so that's something, but that might also mean go time for Oliveira because he already paid the taxes. And so now he is kind of free while those Vipers are recharging their energy. The tanks are not going to be hindered at all. And on the other side as well, he is applying more pressure. And yeah, this game is looking beautiful for the champ.
Yeah, lovely movement right there as well by Oliveira, moving in right around the time that his main army pushes in, and it seems like he's going to get both the drones as well as the hatchery down south. There's the Locust wave while the main Zerg army is cleaning up those units up north, but he should be able to clean these up pretty easily. Blue Flame Hellions, yeah, they're still going to be pretty good. Although, you know what, that's a lot of friendly fire.
Yeah, but it's not going to cost Oliveira too much. Again, 74 workers to 55. That is the graph that I wanted to see. So thank you very much to our observer. I mean, the income advantage really tells the tale of this game. I really have to commend Lambo on how much of a fight he's putting up. And also the spirit, because again, I've seen him leave games where you lose 40 workers. I mean, every one of us that plays Zerg Loco, we lose 40 workers, we feel like the game is probably done, right? And Lambo, having been known to leave games early, really sticking through in this one and giving himself some openings and some chances, but I doubt it's going to be enough this time around.
Well, he's certainly going to try, and I love the fact that he's stuck in this game for as long as he has, because he has been making the best of a really difficult game. Now his Viper count is growing, though. We've already seen how much value those couple of Vipers he's had up to this point have had, right? So if he can continue harpooning those Terran units for, well, there's just a little bit of energy, he does still have a fighting chance. Now, these Swarmos, they've been having a rough time overall. But let's see how well the Vipers here will do.
Yeah, basically just one harpoon per Viper there worth of energy, so Lambo can't commit too much more to this. And we were talking earlier about how the Hydra Link Bane is maybe not the best army against this type of composition. Once Vipers enter the fray, it's completely different because they can actually output so much damage that anything that gets abducted is gonna die almost instantly, right? So the Vipers are a great combination to enhance this army for Lambo, but he needs to find damage time and time again, and he's still working at such an economic deficit and, you know, has lost more resources throughout the game, so it's a very difficult fight. Here comes Lambo, gets a couple of blinding clouds, but Oliveira with a beautiful pre-spread of those tanks, and Lambo will break on through to the middle of the map to reclaim a little bit of ground, but it's not gonna be too cheap here.
Yeah, he's gonna end up losing a lot of units because he is fighting off creep. Now he's fighting into a choke point, which I also find questionable. That being said, though, Oliveira's big units here are slowly falling. I don't think Lambo is having a great time in this game, but he also can't really leave, right? So he's like, okay, I'm just gonna keep trying, man. I'm gonna try and keep forcing it. Maybe I can somehow, some way get a perfect engagement. And I think he got very close, but Oliveira still has things locked up very tightly at home. Maybe these Locusts can get some more value in, but in the end, it's enough Terran. GG.
GG. I mean, a very cool game number 2. Game number 1 was a little bit of a stomp, and I mean, game number 2 looked like it should have been a bigger stomp even. It looked so great for Oliveira starting off, but Lambo held in and tried to make the best out of it. It just wasn't enough.
Yeah, really nicely done right there by our Terran player, though. I love the opener that he went for. That mass Widowmine style after the one that we saw him opening up with, right? With the Hellion drop in the main base and the Hellions over at the 4th. Just, oh yeah, a lot of fun. Anyways, we're gonna be throwing it to the analyst desk to see what the boys have to say.
Thank you very much, guys. That was quicker than I expected, especially that first game. I felt like I picked up my phone and then looked back up and the game was over, but we have got ourselves Oliveira moving on 2-0. I feel like he's a bit of a time traveler here, boys. I feel like he's playing StarCraft from 2025 and has come back and suddenly brought this to the forefront here, buddy, because some of his openers I was very interested by.
Yeah, he played good. He played like we expect a StarCraft 2 World Champion to play. As I said, they did play against each other twice after IM Katowice was over, and they went 1-1. So, you know, you have your hopes up for a very competitive series, and I think that Cat said it very well there towards the end. Game 1, bit of a stomp, and Game 2 looked like it was going to be an even bigger one. In the end, we got some very fun StarCraft out of them, but yeah, I think the boys kind of covered it all. Like, Lambo was just not totally ready for this. He made a couple spore crawlers. He's got like a 15 worker lead, so 15 workers plus spore crawlers, that means you're almost 20 workers ahead, and if you don't know what you're playing against, that is a problem. And Widowmines with drilling claws are also a problem, Claris.
Definitely. In these highlights presented by Aramco Fear Dragon, I cannot believe how many workers did lose? 30-some before we still got to this mid-game scenario.
Yeah, 36 workers going down, and then somehow I have to really commend Lambo, even though he ended up losing that series, obviously. He really started pulling it back with these kind of attacks. He really started making a lot of progress. And then I have to say, the one thing that really started going wrong was it was after these attacks where he killed a lot of these things. He looked like it was a great spot. And then the transition to Swarmos really just didn't feel like it was working out. The first 5 or so waves, like, it kind of undid a lot of these great trades that you're seeing right now on the screen. Like, he was getting so many value trades earlier on, and it all just kind of got negated by, like, the Swarmos not really finding their mark.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to get your take on that, Rotterdam, as well, because to me as well in the back, I was like, 16 Swarmos. I really wasn't expecting it.
No, I was a bit surprised by the Swarmos, but I didn't hate them. But then it really all comes down to how we use them. But I do think there was one key fight right before the Swarmos where basically Lambo had that successful fight at the bottom side. And he had a successful attack on the planetary, got all the SCVs at the 3rd. Then he pulled back, he went again, and I think he did not really expect Oliveira to have as many units and be as well set up as he was. Because there were 2 Liberators sieged up and 3 tanks. So that was already a bit of a rough fight. But then it really came down down to the swarmos, and we're like, all right, that's a lot of locusts. This is going to be good, right? And the first locust wave was just very underwhelming. All of them clumped up between the minerals and the planetary fortress, while there were 6 tanks and a PF shooting at it. So then 16 locusts just disappeared. Well, if those locusts would have surrounded the PF like they did later in that game, or they would have been kind of 3 on a tank, 3 on a tank, 3 on a tank, then I think Lambo would have probably been able to close out that game, because he did a great job in recovering from the over 40 drones that he lost to the Widow Mines. But yeah, it's just the Hydra bait attack into the one spot where he shouldn't have attacked, and then the underwhelming locust wave is kind of what allowed Oliveira to in the end close it out 2-0.
Good point. They do a lot of DPS against static targets to those locusts if they can find their mark. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to go to a short break, and when we return, more Gamers Without Borders. We have a TVT, a tantalizing one, on the way as Spirit and HeroMarine.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
All right, cue the siege tanks, cue the Marines. It's time for a Terran versus Terran here for our second series in the world bracket at Gamers Without Borders. Joining me to talk about the TVT. It's still you guys. All right, okay. We've got Rotterdam and Fear Dragon for this one. So, Roddy, let's start with you then, because I think you're particularly hyped to see how Spirit's going to fare in this good old TVT.
Yes, I mean, it's TVT. As I said earlier, it's not my favorite matchup in the game, but I do really care about storylines, I care about history, I care about stats. And these two, it just became fun, because at one point, a long time ago, Spirit got the best of Gabe once. Gabe had a little speech on his stream. He wasn't too happy with the games played out. Yeah. After that, Gabe just went mentor, and for almost 2 years straight, he won every single series. It was a 23 series win streak over Spirit. But now, all of a sudden, ever since these maps and this patch, things have changed a little bit, and Spirit is not just getting wins, but is getting big wins like a trio, a duo, even on Gabe's Monday night, and that suddenly makes this a whole lot more fun to me, because now we don't know who's going to win, and there is all that history to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, Fear Dragon, looking at how this matches up. Are you as surprised as I kind of am, I suppose, as Spirit having this kind of winning record against HeroMarine lately? What are your thoughts coming in?
I mean, I think at this point I have to be a Spirited fanboy of Spirit because he has absolutely been killing it. And it's not just versus HeroMarine. If you actually look at a lot of his most recent matches the past couple of weeks, he really doesn't lose that often anymore to people that are not basically the top players, like a Cure or like a ShoWTimE or like a Clem or a Serral or something like that. He's actually been way more consistent than any of the Spirit of the past. So I actually think there's a lot of hype and momentum coming into this for Spirit. But at the end of the day, we also have to reel it back in because we're talking a lot of hype about Spirit. HeroMarine is still freaking HeroMarine. He is still really good, and I think he is also very good at TVT. So I don't think anyone can underrate and say like, oh, HeroMarine is like an underdog coming into this. But I think this is going to be a really fun, like potentially really even series.
I mean, he has those moments of brilliance as well. If you think back to Katowice, he beat bloody Maru Rotterdam. So, and I don't think anybody was expecting that at the time. So, HeroMarine can definitely have his moments.
Not even Gabe, I think, Kalaras. And Gabe is a man with a lot of confidence. But, you know, none of that really matters because obviously a special build was used there, the quick double factory to get a whole bunch of tanks out. And Gabe has a couple of very cheeky builds up his sleeve. I don't know if he wants to use those today, but we have to keep in mind that they play against each other so freaking often that they are almost developing a meta just against one another. And that's just, it makes things weird. And that's why you're going to see stuff that we would never tell anybody that tries to start playing StarCraft to do. It's like, for the first 6 minutes, you don't even make it past the halfway point of the map. You don't scout at all. You just go up to 3 bases and go tanks and Vikings. Like, it's crazy to even think about it. But these two, they seem to know each other very well. And by seeing very, very little, sometimes nothing, they see enough to make certain choices against these particular opponents. And I think that is kind of fun and weird and unique in its own way to get excited over. And one more thing that I think is cool when these two play against each other is that if I think of Clem against Gabe, I think of Clem as the faster player and Gabe wins on strategy. But when I think of Gabe versus Spirit, then I think of Gabe, HeroMarine as the faster player, and maybe Spirit getting the job done on strategy. So that, I think, makes it also kind of fun.
Well, I'm hearing we've got a few moments here before we actually get into this series. So before we do at Gamers Without Borders, let's play Guess the Player here to wrap this up.
I mean, that has to be Maru, right? Because of Marine Prince. Because he is younger than Marine King, but on the same team. I'm guessing Maru here.
That's just Maru, I think. It's just Maru.
Marine Prince. I have no idea. It sounds familiar, but I have no idea.
Dude, I don't know. I guess it's like an old school player. No, wait. Is it Maru? Yeah, of course it's Maru. What the
It must be ones that don't get as much credit as they are good. So the players that come to my mind are Bunny, Cure, and RagnaroK, I guess. Maybe Creator to a certain degree. I'm going with RagnaroK just because the nickname starts with an R.
I have absolutely no clue. That's probably like a rogue. I never heard of those nicknames.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Invisible. I have no idea. Patience. Oh, Hero. Okay. I don't know why though. Why would they call him invisible? No one knows, I guess.
That's ByuN. Yeah, it's ByuN. You don't need to. that one is very easy.
No, that's easy. That's just ByuN.
That's ByuN.
Okay, this one is really easy. It's ByuN, 100%.
It sounds like Dark, but I have never heard someone call him that. It has to be Dark though.
final boss is such a familiar name, but I'm not sure. Is it just? I guess it's just. Is it just Dark then?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to blindly guess.
So this is either Dark or Rogue. The final boss? I think it's Dark. Okay, look, man. Recovered in the last two.
Yes, well done, Reynor. You recovered in the last one. I actually had to Liquipedia the Heroes one as well, because, Roddy, that was... What was that first? What was that?
I don't know. I'm drawing a blank on that. I also understand the players being a bit confused about Invisible, but I'm not bragging right now. I did guess Hero for myself, and I didn't know, but it was just based on the picture. I looked at the picture, and I was like, that looks like Hero. So I would have guessed Hero, but not because of the text underneath. And also, Claras, I want to say that I do hope that Gabe is a little more pumped up to play these games than he was for the guessing game, because I don't think he was having a great time.
Well, you know, I was half expecting him to just guess himself for each one. But anyway, all right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is now time to head over to the commentators to bring us this TVT. Regardless, we will have finally one Terran going down to the lower bracket today because it's a TVT. Let's go over to the casters.
Who the hell wrote those nicknames for Hero? Where did they come from? Have you ever heard Rala as a nickname?
It's Invisible. I mean, I can't even pronounce the first one, but Invisible, I've never heard anybody call him that. Although I guess he's a fan of Dark Templar, all right? So maybe that's where it comes from. I'm not sure.
I guess. I mean, he has much better nicknames out there, right? So a little bit strange.
Just,
but,
you know, being the best Protoss. That's a pretty good nickname.
Yeah, that would be a pretty great nickname. And yeah, I mean, we'll see, like Roddy said, if Gabe is willing to, in this matchup at least, guess a little bit more blindly than he did in the guessing game, as Roddy was kind of talking about. Like, he is very likely to kind of metagame Spirit a little bit, and vice versa. So it should be a pretty exciting match.
Yeah, I just had a quick look at the stats. So historically speaking, they've faced off against each other in 54 tournament matches, and only 20% of them went in favor of Spirit. So HeroMarine historically has won a whole lot more. However, in their most recent 3 encounters, it's been Spirit who won every time, which is pretty amazing, right? So initially, yeah, like Roddy already pointed out, apparently it's HeroMarine who made a little speech and who then proceeded to win everywhere. But nowadays, it seems like Spirit has gotten very close.
He is definitely inching closer and closer. He is one of those players that has been consistently improving. So let's see if he can get past Big Gabe in a big stage. As in the top right-hand side for Mouse Sports, it is HeroMarine.
And down here in the bottom left of Royal Blood, we're looking inside of the main base of Spirit. Alrighty, a Terran versus Terran. This is one of those matchups that can, in my mind, usually last like 5 minutes or about 50 minutes, right? It feels like oftentimes there's very little in between, although, well, these two have a lot of history, so we'll see if they have got something spicy prepared for the opponent.
Most definitely. And I mean, the Raven has seen a little bit of a change, so we'll see if that actually ends up mattering here a bit, as, you know, like there's a little bit more or less time actually that is effective on the interference matrix, which was kind of a core part of the TVT before the patch. I think we're still very likely to see Ravens. We have been seeing Ravens used very often in this patch, but most Terrans would agree at this point that they are not as oppressive as they used to be in the matchup.
Yeah, we definitely still see them a lot because they have so much utility, right? I mean, they deal a lot of early game damage with the auto turrets. They can obviously... I love that shot. That looks so great. But anyways, we can obviously see the... look how in sync, actually, the orbitals are as well. That's so funny. They're basically identical when they come back up. There we go.
Almost want them to keep this shot until they morph, to see if they morph at the same time.
Yeah, that's sick.
Will they? Do you think so? Exact same time?
It's like half a second faster right here for Spirit.
All right, they're rotating pretty much at the same time.
There you go. See the mules? That's awesome.
Beautiful.
But yeah, no, you're definitely right. The Raven is still so important in this matchup, but not quite as important as it used to be.
Yeah, so we'll see what the players are able to make of it. Already a spotting supply depot for HeroMarine, who doesn't want to get proxy reapered, or just actually both players, they don't want to get proxy reapered or just want a heads up in case the other player tries to be sneaky, so that they can reposition the units that are otherwise going to be parked at a more neutral position, such as their ramp.
I love that guy in the middle of the map just waiting for the other Reaper to come close. Of course, the player with the high ground vision will get the first shot in, and in these battles, it can be absolutely critical. It'd be so funny if there was another Reaper on the exact opposite end of the ramp as well, but not quite the case.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah, just a stare off. They can't see very far, right? They can only... Somehow they can see behind themselves, but not very far in front.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think it's part of it is the ramp, right? Like the terrain going down makes it so that there's less distance that they can see. But
yeah. We have a little bit of variety, by the way. Spirit going for a faster starport in this particular game, whereas HeroMarine is only just now starting up his. He's pumping out a couple of those Reapers here, now transitioning towards Marines. So I'm expecting here that HeroMarine is going to be going across the map here shortly. We'll see.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the starport is considerably faster for Spirit, though, so he is very likely to try something like a Helion drop as well. And that could be a little bit dangerous. Haven't seen, I guess, the natural of Spirit is already finished, so not really much for HeroMarine to do out on the map at this point in time. But if he stays back, I think he shouldn't have much of a problem holding this. He's already in a very good position. So Spirit kind of hoping to catch a funky timing where HeroMarine deems it that it's necessary or a good decision to move these units out of his main. If they stay here, I think if he gets the heads up, he should be able to deal with this comfortably.
Okay, so there is that medevac drop coming in right now. There should be a Cyclone available very soon as well for HeroMarine. The question is, does he see this? Because there's units, there's a dark area in the main base. There's a location where those units can drop off and not be spotted. And Spirit knows exactly where that is going to be, and he's going to be able to start roasting those SCVs.
Yeah, beautifully done for Spirit here. This is a little bit of what Roddy was talking about and even our observer was pointing to, right? Like Spirit knows how HeroMarine works. So if you study a player enough, there's going to be certain patterns that are repeating. It might come down to things like the positioning of your first few units, which isn't random, right? Like these players have thought about where to put these units because they've played this game so many times that it's very unusual for you to decide to put your units in a different location. So if your opponent can watch your VODs and identify your patterns in that regard, when nothing has happened, when the game is basically clean, we are very likely as human beings, I guess, to repeat those patterns. And Spirit kind of making use of that and abusing a little bit of the lack of vision that HeroMarine had here.
Gabe now going for a second starport as well, whereas for Spirit we have the third command center. So we'll have to see exactly what his plan is as far as aggression goes, but where's that second starport at? I'm not going absolutely crazy, no? Okay, there is one right over there, hiding in the back.
Absolutely bananas, and he's gonna actually move it, so he was just trying to hide it from the first few units or from a potential scan. Spirit already doing a good job of deflecting this army at the front. The tank had to shell these units once. I think one Reaper was lost in that process. The second one likely to go down to the Helium fire, and the Cyclone will look to punish a Helium, but unsuccessful this time around. It's instead Spirit who locks onto the Reaper of HeroMarine, further taxing him. So a good early game for Spirit, but HeroMarine does have that, you know, that hidden starport effectively that Spirit does not know about, and it's incredibly difficult to know about because of where he chose to build it. So a lot of mind games going on in this early game, and with that, HeroMarine is looking to secure himself an air advantage. He wants air control, and he wants some sort of timing. He wants basically a positional advantage. He has to move out with this soon, and that's exactly what he's gonna do.
Yep. He's not been making that many SCVs either. He's even going to send a couple of them with this army too. So HeroMarine is looking to deal crippling amount of damage here very, very soon. There are a couple Ravens available for Spirit, who now does encounter this army here in the middle of the map, but has he seen all the Vikings? Yeah, there's 3 available right now. I think there's more on the back of it, no?
Yeah, there's 3 at a time coming out of HeroMarine, and I would have expected more Vikings to be here out on the field already, but this is enough already to get him the advantage on the air, and that should net him an advantage to push on forward as well. So here he comes. It's the first interference matrix, and HeroMarine is just going to use it to try to position a tank, but actually gets in position for Spirit to shell away at that tank and forces the second interference matrix perhaps a little bit sooner than he would have liked. Spirit now utilizing all of his energy to try to defend himself with those auto turrets, and HeroMarine committing heavily here as he is going to be able to break on through in the last second of that siege tank not being able to shell away. Another one will be sieged back here. Red health on that Cyclone makes it very difficult for Spirit to utilize it effectively. And HeroMarine with a little bit of a positional advantage, but he also has to reinforce this, and he has already bled a lot of units, but the tanks, they're looking to capitalize here, Loco.
Yeah, no, for sure. He's trying to hold on here to his natural using those SCVs as well, but now he's forced to deal with siege tanks in his natural. And what exactly do you do to break this? I mean, Stimpek is going to finish up, but that doesn't really do much. He's trying to add on Vikings. I guess Liberators would be preferable, but against double starport production, how in the world are you ever going to get that air superiority?
Well, he has it right now on this side of the map, so I completely agree with you. He should have started, I think, one Viking, one. That's never gonna work, my friend. Gotta get out of there. But I guess with the reinforcements and the Cyclone, actually, it's gonna be enough. He's gonna pull the boys as well to make sure that he can get his natural back. He has a third. Remember, HeroMarine does not. So Spirit holding here, even if it cost him a few SCVs, even if it cost him that pull, it's fantastic for him. Now he has to identify that he has the lead economically and retreat, reset, and just kind of let HeroMarine run into him until he dies.
Yeah, on the back of this though, HeroMarine is making a new command center as well, which is kind of curious. So maybe he sees a future in this game as well where he does transition. Worker-wise, things are relatively even, but of course, we've got the the third base already landed here for Spirit for some time, right? So even though the trades were maybe not exactly what Spirit was looking for here, he's just got more income, and because of that, he can also, well, lose more units over time. So he does stabilize here eventually against a very curious little attack. Well, now HeroMarine though, I guess he got back to dropping some mules. Okay, well, some of them have expired. At the very least, he got a nice peak there.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for HeroMarine because I really think he wanted to be a little bit more methodical, right? Because he sieged that first tank in range of what he thought was just one of the tanks of Spirit, the one that he disabled. But the second tank started shelling, and that forced HeroMarine to go right there and then. And I think eventually it kind of paid off for Spirit, right? And I mean, he stabilizes and now gains an advantage, like you were mentioning, though. It is not as big as an advantage as I would have thought economically going into this mid game. But he does have that faster fourth. He does have that third a little bit earlier. But like you were pointing out, more or less even in terms of SCVs. So still anyone's game, I think.
Yeah, and the problem as well in TVT oftentimes is even when you do have that advantage in supply, like say it's 10 Marines more, like what exactly are you going to do with those Marines, right? Say it's like a roach war. If you have 10 more roaches than your opponent, well, you can just attack move. But in this matchup, you always have to get in range of your opponent's siege tanks. And being the defender just feels so much nicer. Now that's where, of course, those starports for Spirit are going to come in. You can get that air superiority and then use those Ravens very effectively as well. But yeah, it's a difficult matchup, even when you are ahead, to actually then obtain the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And Spirit has done a great job of trying to capitalize on his advantages, like you were saying, kind of adding extra production, getting the faster fourth, and then he's going to have to play for capitalizing on his economic gains and his production gains over time. But HeroMarine, not really a sleeper on that front either, adding 2 CCs at once. He also has a little bit of catching up to do in terms of upgrades. So he is going to be the meching player this time around, looking to absorb, whereas Spirit is going bio already with 2-1 on the way for the upgrade front and transitioning and skipping kind of like the mech portion, the ground portion, to go straight into potentially BCs, I would imagine.
Yeah, he could go for some ranged Liberators, of course, as well. Also a fantastic option, as we do have some medevacs over here, dropping some units off. Not bad at all. Getting some kills here before those siege tanks eventually return back home. Nice little move right here by Spirit, okay. He does grab a lot of units, and eventually these Marines will be forced back, but that was a good catch for sure.
That was fantastic, right? And it also kind of gives him wind of what HeroMarine was trying to do with that move out. A very lucky timing, if you ask me, for Spirit as HeroMarine was moving out. I don't think he knew that that was the case, so finds himself in a position where he just kills a few SCVs for free and pulls the army back of HeroMarine. Also gets a lot of information, and again, he is the bio player looking to transition, so trading out bio units for similar cost against a meching player who is a little bit more contained in terms of bases and economy is fantastic for Spirit.
I like that so far we have basically had exactly what Roddy was predicting, right? Some weird meta games in the earlier stages of the match, but oftentimes these guys can still transition away towards a longer game, knowing each other very, very well. Now what HeroMarine is trying to do, of course, is make that ultimate Terran army, right? He's just trying to make as powerful a force as possible. One of the problems, though, you run into is that you need that air unit as well. You can kind of go for Thors and claw your way back into the game that way, but already we're at 16 Vikings. The advanced ballistics upgrade was coming up as well for Spirit, so that's the Liberator ranged improvement. And there's really not that much that HeroMarine can do against Mass Liberator.
No, absolutely. Spirit is going for that air transition that he wants to capitalize on sooner rather than later. This Viking fight is not good for HeroMarine, but maybe if the Thors can get involved, like you were mentioning before, as that now the Liberators are going to push on forward. First, they're going to get rid of the Vikings. The Vikings focus in the Liberators, but that makes it harder for them to kill the rest of the Vikings. I would love to see the production tab right now, as there is still 3 Liberators on the way. So as long as Spirit has this anchor of tanks, just the 4 and a little bit of bio should be enough buffer here, and then he can just look to capitalize and win on the air with his Liberator. So let's see what he's able to do here. Good position.
Space is in a little bit of trouble here, Marine, that is. He's trying to and defend this by pulling some of the SCVs away as well. He's inching his own siege tanks forward, but that is not all too successful. Now the Vikings can even land on the ground as well. So the Vikings are apparently stealing the job that is usually the job of the Marines and the Marauders that were just, well, taking lunch, I guess. Loses a lot of Vikings, though. I don't
he does, but kills a few Thors, 2 for his troubles. He's going to be very happy with this. I think he can maybe just push in and end the game as, HeroMarine is going to have to just tap out. What a crazy game that was. And I even love the fact that HeroMarine identifies how small the army is on the ground and tries to pull those SCVs. He nearly killed the tanks in time to kind of mitigate enough damage that maybe the Thors can get involved a little bit further, closer to his base and his reinforcements. But instead, it's the Vikings isolating those Thors, and at that point you're very happy with that trade, because the Thors is the last remaining force that HeroMarine has on the ground, and they're kind of useless, those Vikings up in the air, when they have already won the air fight for Spirit. So just beautiful moves from him, lots of metagaming, lots of big brain gaming here from both players, but Spirit will take the lead.
Okay, so here we have a replay of that engagement earlier on in one of the final fights of this particular game, the one where Spirit was trying to zone away HeroMarine's army. And HeroMarine is looking at this, he realizes I can't hold on to the base, and in the meantime Spirit is expanding all over the map.
Yeah, and that's kind of like what we see when we see Bio versus Mech, but also Spirit being proactive as well right now, not letting really HeroMarine ever get that invincible army that you were talking about, ever get maxed or close to. He was applying pressure, he was trading, and a lot of his trades look fantastic, to be honest.
Yeah. So cute game number 1 right there by HeroMarine, going for the double starport approach. Not something that I've personally seen him play that much. Curious to see if he's going to bring something similar again in game number 2, because in my mind, he usually likes playing that more, well, conventional style, right? The more laid back, the more defensive approach. So we'll see what he decides to go for here in the second game of this best of 3 series. So again, the last 3 times that these two have faced off against each other, it was all Spirit, but before that, HeroMarine practically every time.
Yeah. And we'll see if he's able to turn it around this time around, because Spirit is on a hot streak against him. So spawning in the top left-hand side, it is for Mousesports, Gabriel, HeroMarine, Segat.
And his opponent in the opposite corner of Gresven, he's known by the name of Piotr, but on the internet he goes by the name of Spirit. I don't know his last name though. I was impressed you knew.
Starts with a W and has a J and probably a Z as well.
It's one of those Polish words.
Yeah, I feel like those
20 characters and like 3 vowels. You're like, okay, how do I pronounce?
Let's skip that. Let's skip that. Trying to pronounce that one. Yeah, for sure.
So we're on Gresven. This is one of those maps that we see time and time again, right? Super popular map. Probably the most popular map in the current map pool, if I were to make a guess. Just because it's, well, we have a double barracks opener. Once again here, some aggression from Gabe. But this is usually a relatively standard map.
Yeah, not this time around. At least not for the openers for Gabe. Also a second gas here, so very likely to see a bunch of Reapers being produced here. Very cool start, very cool start. Risky though, right?
Definitely a little bit risky, yeah. When your series is on the line here. Spirit already showing us in game number 1 that his defense is excellent. He's going to be opting to go for a normal build in the meantime, by the way. Looks like he is thinking about even making a command center already on the low ground, going for a single gas opener.
Yeah. And you know, yeah, I mean, this could bode very well for HeroMarine as we see our split screen again. But in the previous game, you know, like thinking further on that double starport, and I would be curious to hear what the analysts think about this as well and what you think. But it was almost not 2 starports from HeroMarine. It almost felt like 1.5, right? And he never got that many Vikings because he had the tech lab after producing those Ravens, and he never switched it off. And I'm not saying that he should, because there was probably some economical constraints as far as how many Vikings you can actually pump on that much economy. But just getting the 1 extra Viking per cycle, right, didn't seem to net him enough of an advantage to mitigate for the defender's advantage of just having constant production on the other side closer to, you know, to your defense. So
yeah, no, it certainly didn't look like he had that much more starport production than his opponent, right? So obviously also Spirit switching over to a reactor on his own starport, that made things a little bit better. Anyways, here's when those Reapers finally show up on the other side of the map. The bunker's not done just yet. Command center also not finished. Okay, he's gonna have to try and finish that though, because well, he needs the command center, but he also needs the supply.
Yeah, but that's huge. Getting rid of 1 Reaper, again, when you're looking to snowball, and the advantage is on Spirit's side as far as HP as well for the next 2 remaining Reapers. So the CC is going to be finished. The SCV is not even going to go down.
No, 1 hit point, man. That's all you need. As long as your health is above 0, that's all you're really looking for. Yeah, here's those Reapers now jumping into the main base, but the problem is now there's a Hellion available as well, and they deal a lot of splash damage. Excellent defense once again from Spirit.
I mean, absolutely brilliant. And this was a heavy commitment from HeroMarine. You really can't afford to lose that first Reaper, right? Because you're looking for a snowball scenario here. At least he will catch these Reapers out in the open, still gets 2 of his Hellions taken down, but at least manages to keep Spirit in the dark. Maybe this is the time to take a risk back at home if you're HeroMarine, right? Just hope that your opponent doesn't attack, or prepare for a huge attack yourself and hope that your opponent goes for some greedier build, because this early game has not favored him at all so far.
Yeah, Spirit following this up with the double tech lab again as well, not really producing a whole lot of units just yet. HeroMarine in the meantime still with his foot on the gas. He can certainly send everything he's making right now towards the other side. It's the Reapers go around the side too. I like that.
It is nasty. It is nasty, and it is a feature of this map that I personally often forget about. So HeroMarine probably choosing this strategy in part because of that, right? You have that extra avenue to jump inside, and now the Reapers of HeroMarine are doing fantastic. They are all gonna stay alive as well. That Hellion, praying for his life, needs to be repaired.
Health is a resource, apparently, man. So far, we've had a lot of very low hit point units, but Spirit holds on, and that's the most important part, right? He's already started up a 3rd command center now as well, whereas HeroMarine just went for his own natural, finishing up the orbital. What about the Cyclone in the main base, though?
Paying attention, and very quick to react. Pulls back the Cyclone while pulling the SCVs forward. Will get 3 out of those 4 Reapers that jumped into his main. So great job from Spirit once again. HeroMarine now trying to get map control with a Cyclone of his own and going for the 4 gases. So probably mech again. His bio would be extremely delayed. He only has 1 factory, I think, worth of production. Oh, he is actually going bio. Okay, he has Stim on the way and everything. He's getting a lot of gas, however, whilst being behind economically. So yeah, I'm not sure how this is gonna scale against a Spirit that has had a very strong early game here. The SCV count's still pretty similar though.
Yeah, but Spirit has been investing his advantage right here into a 3rd command center, right? So that's where he's been spending his cash for now. It's not an overwhelming advantage necessarily either, but it's certainly the start you're looking for. Now he's going to be the player here who can strike back. He's got a couple Ravens around the map. They'll be looking to throw up some auto turrets. One of them is even already queued up. Wonder if that's going to pull that Cyclone from the main base away, because Spirit would also like to drop behind the main base mineral line, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, absolutely. And this could actually cost Spirit a little bit. If I'm HeroMarine and I'm seeing these Ravens actually pop and spend their energy on my side of the map, I'm probably pretty happy because, again, like you pointed out, Spirit does have that 3rd CC on the way. So even though the SCV counts were pretty similar, now it's a 10 worker difference, and that is before the 3rd CC kicking in, right? So Spirit is gonna scale much better into the mid game. Do not be fooled by the supply. So HeroMarine was always going for a move like this one that we're seeing out of him. He is going for a little bit of a doom drop. So you are again very happy that Spirit just spent 2 auto turrets on the other side from his Ravens that he's not gonna have available on defense, and he didn't need that because he was already way ahead economically, but he doesn't necessarily know that, right? Like HeroMarine could have been just extremely greedy behind it.
The Ravens are coming back home right now as well, and they need to be here because HeroMarine is just about to go into the opponent's natural expansion. There's a lot of good positions for those tanks, and we'll see where he decides to drop them off, decides to siege them up inside of his opponent's mineral line. There's the interference matrix, though, being dropped down, and Spirit is going to try and break this before that upgrade runs out or before that ability runs out. Brilliant movement once again here from the Polish team.
Yeah, we were talking about the Raven energy spent on the other side, but Spirit apparently saved just enough, so barely manages to get those tanks, and I mean, that was all the steam that HeroMarine had as he loses another medevac with the last remaining big unit there, and will even land the Vikings on the cleanup. This is looking terrible for HeroMarine.
Yeah, no, brilliant control here so far by Spirit. Honestly, just looking like the better player in this series so far, right? And I don't mean that with any disrespect towards HeroMarine at all, but HeroMarine has been going for some very aggressive builds and trying his best, trying his luck. It's not working out. There's another 2 medevacs moving across the map, but there's like, what, 6 units in them in total?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is not going to do anything indeed. And he is looking like the better player, but it almost feels like HeroMarine has approached this series as if he was the worst player. He is the one that has been actively taking risks.
Yeah.
He is the one that has been trying to close out the game a little bit earlier. And I'm not sure. I mean, Roddy might have a little bit more to say because he watches these players go at it so often in the European Cups. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how their other most recent games have gone to force HeroMarine into this mentality of I have to kill Spirit early on or I have to do damage early on, because we've entered both mid games with huge advantages for Spirit.
Yeah. This is usually the type of style that people play against somebody like Maru, right? Like somebody that they really don't want to face in a longer game. So HeroMarine trying his very best to put his foot on the gas, but so far Spirit has just been holding him left, right, and center, deflecting every blow. It's not game over just yet, though, because Spirit, once again, is taking this advantage with another command center. We already saw him doing that earlier as well. Not really taking a lot of chances. He'll be forced to move out here eventually, because, well, he's going to be supply blocked at 200 if he keeps going this way. But once more, it's going to be HeroMarine who will continue the aggression, and, well, this one starts off with a free Liberator. Not bad.
Not bad, that's something. And he's going to catch up and actually get ahead in terms of upgrades for a quick second there. HeroMarine is. I don't think that'll offer him much of a timing, especially now with the sensor tower coming up and Spirit just kind of gearing up for the later stages of the game. Again, he, like you mentioned, he is setting up that extra command center, which he did so in the previous game as well. He was faster to the third. He will be faster to the fourth. Already a 20 worker advantage for him. So things are looking fantastic, but it is a TVT. It is a very positional matchup, and these tanks account for a lot on defense, right? It's very difficult to breach. You need to pay a lot of taxes if you want to, and I don't believe, are there any Ravens out on the map right now that we can show perhaps the units tab?
Spirit still has one. Yeah, he still has one left over from the earlier game, right? So that one has 5 confirmed kills as well. Beautiful scout. Look at that scout there. That Marine moving in perfectly, spotting that HeroMarine is once again ready for an attack. And now you, well, like you said, you have to pay those taxes, right? If you want to push into those siege tank lines, you're going to have to pay with a couple Marines.
Exactly, and the answer for that usually would be the Ravens, but there's only one on the side of Spirit. So I'm surprised that HeroMarine is actually the one moving out, but this arc is going to favor him, as Spirit is going to be a little bit late. What is he doing? Back to your tanks. What? How are 5 Marines pushing an army? What? What's going on here?
These guys are painted in blue, Cats.
Oh my God.
They're significantly scarier, but he certainly just gave away a lot of his units there. I'm not exactly sure.
That was strange.
Assuming he had a little bit more value there, but anyway, Spirit does have the army disadvantage right now. 112 supply versus 85. Well, there's a siege tank going down, I suppose, but
yeah, I mean, HeroMarine kind of giving himself a chance, but now he will get shelled that shower from the skies. And
well, in the meantime, though, there's also that fight happening at the third base, and well, this one will be deflected once more by Spirit, slipping up just a little bit, but I think he should still be okay. Well, if it's up to HeroMarine, though, he's going to continue piling on the pressure. Looks like he's ready to move in here on the right, but that would be a mistake against that many.
That would be a mistake. Yeah, and he's already made it once with the Marines, right? So he really doesn't want to make more mistakes at this point. The good news for HeroMarine here, I think, is that they are getting closer to max. He does have some semblance of map control, perhaps Spirit respecting HeroMarine a little bit too much, and with that, he's actually going to find a huge opening here where Spirit is not in position with all but 2 tanks, but HeroMarine doesn't pounce on the tanks actually. Spirit is able to buffer with some of those Marines. 1 tank has remained alive an unfair amount of time, but now finally gets taken down. Spirit
decides to drop on top of all of those tanks, or at least try to, but in the process he also already lost 22 SCVs. HeroMarine comes out swinging, man. Eventually one of these fights was supposed to go well, and well, it certainly happened. Brilliant stuff right here by the German.
I can't believe he's done this. I mean, he's doing it right now. He's gonna go for a little bit of a doom drop, but he has to be careful. There is a tank sieged already there. A little bit crazy is this game in terms of the attacks and the positions that these players are choosing to attack on. Like, very happy to kind of play like, it almost feels like a CVC to some degree, where you're just kind of running Ling Bane into Ling Bane, right? Not respecting the life of these Marines and the effort that they have put into it.
Spirit, in the meantime, trying to expand on the right side of the map as well. He's getting the advanced ballistics upgrade once again, but HeroMarine wants to close out this game before any of those things kick in, and it looks like he's going to be able to clean up the siege tanks. What seemed like a dominating advantage for Spirit just a little bit ago is now looking really good right here for the biggest of Gapes, who's trying to roll his siege tanks into the opponent's natural. That's where a lot of the production is at. GG.
Unbelievable. Wow. If you had asked me like 3 or 4 minutes ago, like if you told me like the game will end in 3 minutes, there is no chance that I would pick HeroMarine. But I mean, exploiting some very nice timings. We saw the 2 starports at the front of that expansion of Spirit, so that was probably a 3 starport setup. So he didn't have all of his production on the ground, and we didn't really see the air kick in for Spirit. So I think that is what offered Big Gabe an opening here, and yeah, I mean, he will even the series up.
We had that one strange little skirmish, right, over at the 3rd base at the bottom of the ramp on Spirit's side of the map, where we just saw a bunch of Marines trying to chase down a much larger Terran army. And that's ultimately where he ended up losing, I think, like maybe 20 supply worth of units for what was essentially free there. And that's what ultimately gave HeroMarine the chance to, yeah, once again, start fighting on the other side of the map. I mean, he was looking for a mistake, and eventually he found one. Is this the HeroMarines right over here? Trying to push back. Look at these HeroMarines against HeroMarine. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, this was crazy as well. I thought those tanks would get taken down right away by these Marines, but Spirit did hang on for a little bit longer there. And yeah, I mean, an absolutely crazy game. I think that from the position that Big Gabe was in, it was so very difficult, and your options are usually pretty binary. Like, push on the gas pedal and try to end the game, right? Try to just all in effectively, which is very difficult, like we've been talking about in TVT, or just sit back, take some risks economically, and come back in that way, right? It is very difficult to just play a normal game from there. And he chooses the all-in route and punishes Spirit for the transition, plus a couple of those strange moves from Spirit in the process too.
Yeah, you need to get a little lucky at some point, I suppose, right? Sometimes in a game of StarCraft 2, it's all about the player who makes the mistake, and, well, I guess if you play flawlessly, you would never be losing that many of your matches. But yeah, there's always the problem of human input, right? You have to try and play perfectly, but there's so many things to manage all at once. That, however, is nice for us, the fans, because that means we're going to go to a map number 3 between these 2 players. It's going to be on altitude, and spawning right here in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the man who's been incredibly aggressive so far today, and he goes by the name of HeroMarine.
And in the top right-hand side, with 2 advantages off of the early game in the previous 2 games, but failing to close out the last one, it is Spirit.
Yeah, Spirit setting himself up for that late game transition, right? Like you were pointing out, going for the ranged upgrade on the Liberators, adding on the additional starports. He probably assumed at some point that, well, HeroMarine would not be so aggressive anymore, right? There was supposed to be a little bit of time to breathe in that game, so he added on the starports, the extra command center. He was happily playing the macro game there, and then suddenly HeroMarine comes across once again.
Absolutely. And I think you do right to call it luck to some degree, but at the same time, these players, like Roddy was mentioning, know each other so well that it was probably a weighted die from HeroMarine, right? Because he knows that Spirit is very likely to transition, is very likely to get caught with his pants down in that sense. We saw what he did in first game, and in the second game, actually, Spirit was doing kind of the same exact transition into the late game, right? So a lot of the investment that he had did not pan out, it did not pay off, it didn't really come into play at all, and HeroMarine exploited that beautifully.
Double gas opener right here from HeroMarine on altitude. This is one of those very large maps, right? We have big maps in StarCraft 2, but altitude feels absolutely massive. This will mean, though, that he's going to be able to get that factory going once again a little bit quicker than Spirit, whereas Spirit is going to be able to go for the command center a little bit quicker. And usually that means, well, you probably aren't surprised to learn that HeroMarine will likely be the aggressor here. He'll likely send more units towards the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an issue of which units will be sent, and he will be looking to do some damage. Otherwise, Spirit is just going to pull ahead. But Spirit's defense has been flawless so far, so we'll see if HeroMarine has something better this time around.
He's actually building the CC right next to his main command center as well, right? That's one of those things where you are apparently a little concerned of some aggression once again coming across the map super early. I mean, in the previous game, it got a little bit closer than he was hoping for. Now he's going to have to fly that one down towards the low ground, but Spirit just once again settling in for a nice macro game here.
Yeah, even though it is a massive map and he did get CC on the low ground last time around with a similar opening, maybe this time around he thinks, okay, maybe you're likely to proxy this time around, right? Like proxy Reapers or even Marauders or something strange. So I'm just going to play it safe, says Spirit, and goes for that high ground CC very, very tucked in, as a Hellion is going to come out and just look for some more of that defense. So Spirit knows that he is playing the greedier side of things. At least conceptually, it's more or less as greedy as you can be in this matchup in the early stages. There is no such thing as gasless or delayed gas or delaying the factory much more than a single gas will do.
No.
So, yeah. He's got
the tech units in this matchup are just so incredibly powerful, right? I mean, Marines are obviously amazing, but Siege Tanks, Ravens, Vikings, Liberators, we've seen all the value out of those units already as well. So both players opting for relatively quick economies here, but on the back of it, also quite a bit of gas. In the other matchups, usually you want to delay that gas for as long as possible. And I guess they kind of do delay it for as long as possible in this matchup too, but just turns out you got to get it quite early, as Ravens are once again coming up, by the way.
Yeah, and it is a very interesting opening actually from HeroMarine, who did mine the gases earlier, did take 2 gases, but saturated the minerals primarily. He was only mining the gases with 2 SCVs each for most of the duration of that, and actually skips the Hellions completely in favor of Cyclones, in favor of a very fast Cyclone, right? Which means if Spirit crosses the map on this very large map like we have talked about, and runs into a Hellion, that could be a very nice defensive advantage and trade that HeroMarine gets in that process, also accelerating his Raven production as a result. So both players just kind of chilling, and HeroMarine is going to be in a pretty comfortable situation here in the early game, the most comfortable that he's been so far anyway.
Yep, Spirit is going to go for the 3rd command center already, as both players are looking to play a little bit of a longer game. When I think of Terran players that like to play long macro games, I mean, Spirit certainly comes to mind. Maybe Maru comes to mind as well, but Spirit, definitely the type of guy who's happy to play a 35-minute long game every single game. At least in my mind, that's the type of player that he is. He played quite a few of those games at Katowice as well, having some really good results too, like against, well, the very best players on the planet. So yeah, I'd like to see a long macro game between these two. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, for sure. As far as player fingerprints, a lot of players like to close out games with their advantages. Spirit usually just drops more command centers and goes to his transition a little bit faster. So it is a pretty good approach. Does make him a little bit predictable, perhaps. That poor Reaper, died alone in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Siege Tank and 4 Marines. He was going to die regardless, but he didn't even get into the main base there.
Exactly. He didn't even see anything.
No.
Very sad life for him. As Steam is coming for both players going for their CCs as well. Their 3rds are now finished. Spirit's going to be a little bit faster to his, as his is on location. HeroMarine will have to float his. And I mean, this map is so very large. Even though there's watchtowers in the middle, they don't really cover all of the ground that can be traveled. So We see that the players are happy to put some units out on the map, as now HeroMarine prepares for his first bit of aggression. It's just going to be auto turrets in the main of Spirit, who's going to have to evacuate, having no units here. HeroMarine, great discipline there not to drop the auto turrets right away, but rather follow the SCVs to see if he can get a little bit more damage. But nice readjustment of Spirit to pull them to the side as well. He will lose 3, but not the worst trade in the world for that much energy, and potentially a Raven going down.
Yeah, I like the interference matrix on the Raven right there. In the end, the auto turret does still drop, and we have one in the main base too, as this other the other Raven is trying to get on out of there. Needs to find a path back home that hopefully those Vikings won't spot, and it looks like Spirit is not even really going to try and chase it down. That being said though, 4 SCVs right there at the cost of a Raven. Not really what you're looking for, although there's always a lot of lost mining time as well.
Yeah, and also he picked off 2 of the SCVs, or forced them off of the production, right? So those barracks are going to be a little bit more delayed as a result. And a really nice move as well from HeroMarine in the disengaging, like you were pointing out. He kind of split the Ravens in 2 different locations, so it made it very difficult for Spirit to even think that he can catch the second Raven after deciding to kill the one in the north.
Yep, and we'll see that that Raven coming back into play here momentarily. HeroMarine just hiding it in the bottom right-hand corner for now. Gets to go on a little mountain expedition. There's always a huge mountain in the bottom right-hand corner here. There you go.
Oh, wow.
The Raven just having a good time, man. He's having the best time out of any unit on this map right now.
Is he? There's not even snow in those mountains for some reason. Like, you would think that the mountains are more snowy than the regular grounds. But not the case here.
Yeah, I think this map is built on top of a mountain somewhere, man.
I guess that's the case, yeah. Oh, it is cold altitude. So,
whoa!
Duh!
Figured it out.
We got it.
Did you know that some maps are underwater, Cats? Have you heard of that?
I knew, yeah.
No, you're definitely right, though. I'm not very good with map names usually. Yeah, altitude now makes a lot of sense all of a sudden.
It makes a lot more sense, yeah. The snow is at the top, and the other mountains on the side are actually...
But there's still grass, though. Maybe it's just end of spring or something.
That's
Anyways,
a little weird, yeah.
We do have a push coming across the map right now for Spirit, who's thinking about moving into the siege tank line. I mean, he needs interference matrices. That's exactly what he does, but there's still a couple tanks available.
Oh my god, this looks so scary, but so expertly done for Spirit. I mean, if those were my units, they all would have died, but Spirit actually punching on through. Somehow, some way, beautiful pre-spreads there on the Marines, right? Absorbing the tank shots beautifully. And with the interference matrices, he is actually going to get himself a nice
SCVs
advantage.
are pulled away as well right now, though, to try and soak up a couple of hits for these tanks right here, because HeroMarine realizes he needs to strike back. He will kill this all, but at the cost of, well, basically a reset of the armies and a couple of SCVs.
Yeah. So Spirit once again with that economic lead heading into the later stages of the game. So we have to be looking for him to make that transition. And, you know, like I almost expect that there's going to be a couple of starports and range liberators being started kind of soon. But yeah, Spirit again in a decent position. Not nearly as good as it was in game 2 or in game 1 or even in game 2.
Yeah, really lovely control right there with Spirit, though. I'm with you. When he first moved up that ramp, I was like, ooh, that could go horribly wrong. And somehow he was like, yeah, no, this is fine. I got this. But those are the type of fights when you practice them 20 times, I feel like they will go poorly like 18% or 18 times out of 20. But
absolutely,
you micro it very well. You can negate a lot of that splash damage that the opponent's siege tanks will deal. Anyways, there's a little bit of a drop coming in from the left side of the map as well. So Planetary Fortress is coming up all the way at the 6 o'clock.
All right. So let's see how the players approach this later stages of the game. As Spirit is going to get deflected, his drop is. So in the middle of the map, HeroMarine with a little bit of map control. Spirit prepares for another base taking or perhaps a move out towards that Planetary Fortress.
Yeah, it's always difficult to break a planetary, of course, but it all comes down to how many siege tanks you can get in range of it. That's where those sensor towers are so powerful as well, right? HeroMarine is going to be able to see these blips on the radar coming in from quite a distance, and, well, he knows exactly where that army is located.
And yet he's still caught out of position here. The tanks are gonna arrive late, and Spirit is ready for more than just one tank. I mean, if there was 3 tanks already pre-siege, Spirit would still be able to breach as long as he can retain this air control, which he very much can. But the Vikings are actually fighting on top of 4 Marines who are firing non-stop. Still, Spirit gets what he came for. But on the other side of the map, as we see in the picture-in-picture, HeroMarine will punch back.
Yeah. A command center for a command center right there. In the end, a couple of Marines trying to be annoying as well. They will kill a few of the SCVs. There's a lot of reinforcing units available though for Spirit, so he shouldn't really take a lot more damage from that drop that came in from the left. But that was a scary amount of damage taken right there for, well, really both players, right? Both players ended up paying right there their fourth command center.
Yeah, absolutely. The Ravens are still alive for Spirit, and that is a beautiful flank as well. Will tax a lot of these units of HeroMarine, who has to now retreat. What I loved about what HeroMarine did is he had the weaker army positionally, like very difficult to breach into tanks, but he had more Marines. So that was a good trade in that sense, and he did reset the Viking count. But if you look at Spirit's army, I still like it a little bit better, right? Like he has those Ravens going for him. Upgrades, a little bit in favor of HeroMarine as far as timings are concerned. So this game's still very much in the air, but the supply for now in favor of the Polish player.
Yeah, +3/+3 has started up for HeroMarine pretty quickly as well, so he is going to have a nice timing window as well in the future. Ooh, the medevac drop actually does get spotted. HeroMarine thinks, okay, maybe I can stim and get underneath. Not quite the case. There's a large Terran army bow moving over here at the bottom of the map too, and the medevacs do manage to get back home, but this is allowing HeroMarine to get into a very dangerous position, and he now stims up the ramp.
Yeah, very, very scary moments here as Spirit did manage to siege his tanks, and HeroMarine, I feel like, could have pushed a little bit further with those tanks. And now it's gonna be Spirit and HeroMarine duking it out here at the natural base of Spirit, and HeroMarine looks to be taking the better end of that trade, but will actually disengage against the SCV reinforcement. There was only 4 Marines, and actually double medevac versus just the one of Spirit, so I feel like his staying power was a little bit stronger than disengaging right there and then, but maybe deems that he did enough damage already.
Yeah, he's going to come back in, hoping that those Marines from earlier are distracted. Maybe he can get a couple more workers. That would certainly be nice. HeroMarine, though, camping out on the map for a while now, boosting in a couple medevacs on the right side of... Oh my god, as well. But he flies straight into a couple of missile turrets, rather, with his medevacs that deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, nice rally from Spirit there, so his reinforcements are gonna deal with that swiftly. And now HeroMarine set up here at the bottom of this ramp. Spirit with full vision there with the watchtower, and it's a scary position to siege if you're HeroMarine, because you don't have the high ground advantage. So if you're not constantly scanning, then your opponent could just siege on top of you and kill you before you can react. So he's gonna do the sensible thing here and try to disengage. And now on hot pursuit is Spirit. Even a siege right now might be too late for HeroMarine. Those tanks are gonna get taken down. The one that was sieged, these 3 tanks in the back are the last remaining line of defense here for HeroMarine, and they will indeed push the Marines back, but what a scary moment.
Yeah, that pullback right there from Spirit was wonderful as well, though, because HeroMarine is setting up a huge flank on the left side of the map. I don't know if Spirit saw it, but he could sniff it out. And my god. Once again, we are going to engage with the massive armies right now. Siege tanks are sieging up. Spirit tried to bait his opponent's Marines into the siege tank lines as well, but HeroMarine's spread is just amazing.
Yeah, but beautiful job from Spirit, even saving that last pocket of Marines there, the 6 Marines or so. If those Marines die, it's very easy for HeroMarine to just spread his Marines and kill those 3 remaining tanks, even with just the 10 remaining or so. But with those Marines outputting damage, it would be impossible to kill those tanks in time for them before your own Marines, in the case of HeroMarine, end up falling. So really nice job there from Spirit, tucking himself back in and making the best out of what looked to be a very strong start to the engagement from HeroMarine.
Upgrades have been really good for HeroMarine here for a little bit, but over the next minute or so, those upgrades are going to equalize this. Well, you can't go past 3-3 in StarCraft 2. HeroMarine would very much so like to go to 4-4, I guess, but sadly for him, not an option. And that means that at least in the straight-up battles, these fights should look a little bit more even. That being said, though, HeroMarine right now taking his 5th command center on the left side of the map, or I guess that's his old main base, whereas HeroMarine is marching up north to try and take care of that new expansion here from Spirit.
And this would be massive because HeroMarine already on 5 bases, Spirit just on the 4. So if he gets one taken down, it might be lights out for him. I don't see many opportunities for him to come back, and already HeroMarine in a fantastic position. There aren't the number of Ravens to dislodge this. So again, Spirit is gonna have to do something else, and he chooses to go for the counterattack. I don't even know if you should be repairing that planetary fortress. There's no saving it for sure. And HeroMarine even taking down the 3rd. Spirit is completely all in here. Loquito, will he be able to do it? I doubt it.
Yeah, Yeah, he's gonna try his very best. Stim up the ramp right here on his opponent's side of the map as well. He's gonna be able to get straight into the main base. That is where all of the production of HeroMarine is located. HeroMarine hasn't gotten quite to that point yet, as he decides to actually now return back home while sending his SCVs in the direction of his army. He decides to evacuate the main base just entirely, get out of here, try to continue, well, I guess building stuff at another time, but, well, this does mean that Spirit is trapped, right? Where in the world is he gonna go?
Nowhere. He just has to trade as effectively as he can on this ramp, so protect his tanks. He's already doing that. These medevacs are not going to be very effective with that many Marines down there, and HeroMarine is trying for it regardless. I don't know if this is the move for big game here. The Marines are going to get quickly thinned down. One of those tanks will be in range. Actually, all of them will be, so...
Yeah, the siege tank count, I guess, is pretty nice right here for HeroMarine, right? 15 versus 2. You don't have to be very good at math to figure out who will end up winning that engagement. Then again, though, Spirit does still have a little bit of army on the other side of the map as well, if I'm not mistaken. So I would really like to see him regrouping all of his units.
Oh, the scan is going to reveal the tanks are exposed. That's potentially 6 tanks falling for free here. With a little bit of a slip up there. And 6 tanks will fall as Spirit reclaims the advantage. And if we look at the map, I mean, we were talking about how patchy my beard is. Look at HeroMarine's side.
Yeah, no, he is spread all over this bottom section of the map. There was an army moving in, Spirit expecting a command center to be mining down south on the left side of the map, but he didn't even find one, and that must be a pretty good feeling, as Spirit right now has flipped his game upside down, and he's now got a supply advantage. He's retaking his bases.
Wow.
He's once again producing units.
What the hell is going on? I mean, HeroMarine was in such a commanding position. 5 base as he moved into the 4th of Spirit and forced a liftoff on the 3rd. So gets 2 bases for free, but then a little bit shy, pushing on forward to seize the means of production of Spirit. It's instead Spirit that threatens the main of HeroMarine, and I loved the decision of HeroMarine to just kind of evacuate all of the production from his main. But I'm not sure that he needed to pull everything back for it. And then those tanks being exposed, definitely Spirit back in this game in full force. And it's difficult to say who's going to take it, but...
Needs to be careful, though, because those Liberators are absolute key. And it looks to me like he may very well end up losing them here. Okay, he's going to lose 1, I believe.
Oh,
right. No.
Mistake there from HeroMarine.
The Viking decided to retarget. In the end, though, Spirit needs to calm down a little bit. I don't think he can really push into those siege tank lines again, although, well, he showed us wrong earlier, not too long ago, where he also did the same thing on the same map.
I mean, he's surely going to scout or scan ahead if he wants to do it this time around. I think the Liberators are the sensible choice if he can get some Vikings out, but he's not really prioritizing that. Now he is. Drops 2 starports instantly. So now it's worth... It is very expensive, and it's not going to kick in for a while, so I'm actually surprised that he's stimming in forward. It is inconsistent, right? Like, you just dropped what you think is going to net you the game later on, like...
He's got no medevacs
3 minutes from now.
So all of these things are super pricey.
Super pricey. I mean, this is a little bit of a choke, if you ask me.
And he's trying his very best to see if he can win the game right here, right now. And this is going to give HeroMarine an opportunity to go in for a counterattack. There's no planetary here anymore because that one got destroyed by the tanks earlier. And this is now a couple SCVs going down. He's aiming for even the command center itself, but that might be a little bit overly greedy.
Yeah, and the SCVs are actually repairing the command center instead of going on top of the Marines, which is actually going to make it so that the Marines of Spirit cannot win that fight. And again, I mean, HeroMarine now reclaims the control of this game. It is absolutely bananas.
Does HeroMarine know about the base at the 3 o'clock? I don't think he's spotted that location, has he? Because that would be kind of important for him to realize that there is still a mining base over there. Yeah, he has no vision of that side of the map whatsoever.
His army
could get a little bit dicey for him.
Yeah, but his army is already in a position where if he scouts it, if he scans it, if he sends a unit forward, or even just sends his army scouting looking for that 3rd, this might just end up closing the game.
Well, HeroMarine is certainly hunting down whatever he can right now. He's going to accidentally stumble upon that base, it seems, as he's ready to send a drop into the main base. Spirit, once again, ready to send about everything he's got towards the other side of the map. Earlier, that went really well for him, but right now I'm starting to be a little bit concerned here, because HeroMarine just... Well, he's in a really good sieged-up position, and he's going to find out about this base right now, too.
Yeah, that's a freebie. I mean, a wonderful move here from HeroMarine, and I'm surprised that Spirit thinks that he has to defend, because in the long run, this is not gonna pan out well for him. He's gonna take 23 SCVs worth of losses in a game where he's already economically pretty much dead. I mean, this medevac is buying too much time.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? He's buying so much time with it. So the Liberator is here to finish the job. I think Spirit is just going to try and go for one final push. Well, they're kind of like sentries. They don't do a lot of air-to-air, but eventually they will get the kill. Yeah, so HeroMarine should just sit, right? He should just sit back.
Absolutely. I mean, he knows he just took 2 bases of Spirit effectively and a ton of SCVs. I don't know if he knows that he has the supply lead, but yeah, just sit back. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Drops even an extra sensor tower. So this is where those medevacs were kind of bait. If you're Spirit, I don't know if you even go back for those because they're going to do the damage they're going to do. And at the point at which that happened, he had like a 20 supply lead. Now it's growing thinner and thinner, and the army of HeroMarine is growing larger and larger, and the longer time goes on, the better it is. These Ravens, the last saving grace, they're going to disable all of the tanks here, at least in this location. So HeroMarine would be wise, I think, to forfeit this base. This is an engagement that Spirit would love to take down the Planetary Force and hold that high ground with the 2 tanks.
Yeah, the siege tanks, though, are once again back in action as HeroMarine is ready to continue fighting here. The tanks will go down, but there's just so many tanks in red. 13 versus 61 Marines. I mean, Spirit is hoping for a golden engagement, and he's trying his very best to force it, but I actually think giving up this position would not even be a bad choice here. Well, now even the medevacs, they find that starport production in the top left. I mean, there's not much going anymore for Spirit.
No, and you can't even evacuate enough units with these 3 medevacs, right? Not enough units are going to fit there, so he's just kind of trapped. And yeah, HeroMarine is corralling him like a chicken here.
Yep. Now, he doesn't need to be here. HeroMarine, that is. He could just play this a little bit more passively, let the opponent come to him, but instead he's going to try and force the engagement, and now this fight will take place within a lot of siege tanks range, and that's going to be the end for Spirit in this particular best-of-3 series, as he's desperately trying to pull a rabbit out of a hat, but there's way too much. And HeroMarine ends up obtaining the victory.
I mean, an absolutely crazy series, but that game 3 in particular was just so chaotic and so back and forth, and yeah, I mean, very difficult to call, very fun series to watch. However, let's see what the analysts and Calaris have to say in the Calaris Dome.
Honoring the dome, thank you very much, Cats. But what another Bobby Dazzler for this series. We've got Rotterdam and Fear Dragon to talk about this one. Roddy, this was all, they were so evenly matched in so many scenarios. It really produced a great series.
Yeah, Spirit almost made a bit of history for himself, because that would have been the first time in the 9-year history that he has with his opponent that he would have won 4 series in a row. And I'll be dead honest, I really thought he had it. That first game, I thought he was in trouble, but he did such a good job in defending far away from his natural, saved a couple of units low HP, and then had a secondary defense line where in the end he was able to stabilize on 3 bases versus the 2 bases of Gabe. But Calaris, I already unmuted myself at the end of game 2, or at least what I thought was going to be the end, because I thought it's coming back to the Calaris Dome. This game is over, Spirit 2-0, but Gabriel pulling off a miracle, and obviously Spirit being a tiny bit sloppy in the defense, somehow, some way allowed Gabe to win game 2.
Yeah, ridiculous stuff. Pushes us through to that game 3, and again, Fear Dragon, looking at this in the highlights brought to you by Aramco, it was just constant, never-ending, back and forth. We even had an opportunity and maybe a base trade, but we had HeroMarine come back to defend it in this engagement.
Yeah, it was, game 3 was just absolutely hectic, and it was so much fun to watch, but it really did feel like things like this would keep happening. Spirit kept finding opportunities to seize like individual moments where he'd find HeroMarine slightly out of position, or HeroMarine starting to reposition. He'd jump on things, and it feels like he'd get little leads that way. But then when it came to the actual fights and everything, it felt like HeroMarine was always really well set up, would oftentimes be taking really great engagements in the actual big important things. And in the end, I mean, we did see a super duper close game, but Spirit, God, he literally fought to almost the last unit there.
Yeah, definitely. I think the thing that interested me most, Roddy, was game 2, because very evenly matched, but slight clash of styles, right? And that HeroMarine is constantly putting on this pressure and eventually kind of eking out these small mistakes from Spirit to be able to push him forwards.
Yeah, Gabe was obviously very committed. He was on 55 SCVs, 3 bases, that was it. Magic was supposed to happen, but if the magic doesn't happen initially, then normally you're in all sorts of trouble. But Spirit, it felt that he was planning too far ahead, right? We saw him go up to 5 bases, multiple starports, advanced ballistics. He was preparing for a phase of the game that HeroMarine never wanted to see. For Gabe, it was very simple. It was do or die, now or never. And then he obviously found Spirit out of position at the 3rd pace. It was a beautiful move by Gabe. He was decisive, and you could see that Spirit panicked a bit, move commanded a bunch of units, and from that point on, there was no return anymore. But that was obviously a game that was supposed to go towards Spirit.
Well, HeroMarine is now going up against Oliveira, the world champion, in a best of 5. And then as we look down towards the lower bracket, it will be a Lambo versus Spirit. For Spirit here at the bottom, Fear Dragon, what do you think is Ares' hopes going up against Lambo?
Oh, man, you know, it's kind of tough. I do have to say, I think I give some pretty good favoritism to Spirit on this, just because even though Spirit just lost that series and everything, I think he has been looking still like a really strong player as of late, including in this particular event, even in just versus that series versus HeroMarine. Lambo, I think I was a little bit more concerned about kind of his start there. I think he can absolutely bounce back from things, but I do definitely give a bit of favoritism to Spirit on that.
You look in thought, Rotterdam. Any thoughts?
No, I was just thinking, I know that those two are very good friends. They are part of what we like to call the Great Guys, a very exclusive, and as far as I know, the only active Skype group around the world. So they have a lot of history. They've gone on holidays with one another. I don't know. Normally, I favor Lambo, but yeah, Lambo recently switched mice, and for some people, that's not a big deal. You have 2 sorts of video gamers, right? Some of them, they can pick up whatever equipment and be good, and then you've got the likes of me, and it takes me like a year to get used to a different mouse. I don't know how well it's going for Lambo, so I guess right now it is very close, also combined with the fact that what Fear Dragon just said is very true. Spirit is playing the best StarCraft 2 out of his career, and that's not a cliche, not a casual thing. He has rarely done as good as he's currently doing, and consistently multiple tournaments in a row. So
all right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time for a break now, as we got 2 more series to come here for Gamers Without Borders for day number 1 of the tournament, of the extravaganza of the festivities that are ongoing. It's going to be Reynor versus Special after this break, so join us for more Gamers Without Borders.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back, Gamers Without Borders. Here's the border. We've gone past that. This desk, there was a border between my legs and being visible to you across 12 years. We've gone past that. We have got ourselves 2 more series to go here for everything to go down. And joining me are the caster, that's my name. Joining me are the analysis gentlemen, actually, here for this one. It's Cats as well as Loco. I think I'm going a little bit loco here, locked in the Calaris Dome. But we've got ourselves a really good series coming up. Maybe. Cats, let's talk about it. Reynor going up against Special. Realistically, though, in terms of series in the past, it's not really been close. Reynor's done quite well against Special.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Winning the last 7 series that they have played against each other, and Reynor not dropping a map in the last 6, and only dropping 1 map in the best of 5 before then. So it's gonna be tough for Special for sure.
And that
even
was
in the Calaris Dome.
In the Calaris Dome, that's right. Yeah, thank you. That was back in 2019. Was that he was able to take it? Loco coming into Reynor versus Special. What are your anticipations, expectations, other than a smash?
Yeah, I definitely do think Reynor is going to be the favorite. I was just having a quick look at the stats as well, and back when Special used to reliably beat him, we have to go all the way back to 2016, 2017. And that's basically back when Reynor was still just a little kid, right? When he was just coming up. He hadn't really found his footing in the late game and all that just yet, and ever since then, it's been a very, very dominant performance by the Italian. That being said, though, we've seen Special play a lot of very fun strategies, right? At Katowice, we saw a lot of Battlecruiser play as well, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be bringing some of that in this particular series, too. I think it's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point there about this match, because for Special, when you're thinking about that kind of record, Cats, you'd probably think to yourself, okay, how am I going to throw a spanner in the works? How am I going to do something a little bit cheeky here to catch out the cheeky Reynor?
Yeah, and I think Special, I mean, is one of those players that does have mech in his back pocket in this matchup. Well, Roddy was mentioning before, and I'm sure he'll mention it during the cast, that Reynor doesn't really sit back and chill against mech, but rather is rather aggressive against it. So he might have Special's number. But if we're looking for silver linings, if we're looking for a little bit of hope for Special, he did do amazing at Katowice off of his TVC primarily, right? Beating some very strong Korean Circs in the process. So maybe there is a little bit more hope than the last 6 times and the last 5 times before that.
Oh, you bring up a good point. I mean, I think in the group stage, I think he beat 3 Zergs, one of them which was DRG, Eliza, and I can't remember. Anyway,
it was Roddy is casting the game. Okay, he's like
he'll remember.
I can't remember all of those games exactly either. But,
yeah, but he got close to actually moving on to the bracket stage until he played against Hero, which obviously very different matchup, Loco. But if we look at the other side of the card here, whilst we're taking a look at the map vetoes, it's Reynor. Let's talk stylistically, because if any word was to kind of describe Reynor, it really is like a whirlwind. He's so fast, so agile, and able to really bring the fight to the Terran.
Yeah, when we talk about fast players in StarCraft 2, I mean, all the top-level players are very high in APM, right? Like, they're all quick players. They're all capable of hitting like 3, 4, maybe even more than that as far as APM goes. But Reynor's one of those guys who will consistently have 500 average actions per minute over the course of a game. And you can see that reflected in a macro game, especially by basic things like, for example, creep spread, Zergling micro, just little things that just look incredibly crisp. And if he gains an advantage in the earlier stages of the game, it's going to be very difficult, I think, for Special to obtain a victory.
Fair. Cats, your thoughts on Reynor and how he may approach this? What are your thoughts?
No, completely agreed. He knows that his main advantage over the other players is speed. I don't think that there's anyone that's faster than him straight up. And like Loco said, I mean, you see that reflected in just how well he can do everything that he needs to do, but also in how often he tests his opponents, right? He has the extra actions to try for Ling Rambites, for example, and because Lings are the fastest unit in the game, nothing can catch him. So you can literally just try. If it doesn't work, you just back away and nothing can catch you. And Reynor just tries and tries and tries. Door open, game over.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen, as we've broken this down. Let's see if Special can change up the status quo. Obviously, we've seen some upsets here today, especially through that Korean bracket. But now, let's head over to our commentators here for Reynor going up against Special.
All right, guys, we are getting ready to move into this next series. I feel like the analysts hyped this up quite a bit. And Kev, I know that you're hyped about this because this should be a fun one. It's going to be good old Reynor facing off versus Special here.
Yeah, I think all the Zergies are getting a bit hyped around this because it's not just Reynor now. Obviously, the next series will have Serral. So if you are a Zerg player, you got to be particularly stoked about this part of the broadcast. I think Reynor against Special could be a lot more fun than what we thought it would be a while ago because of that amazing Katowice performance that Special had. I'll be that honest, coming into Katowice, I was hyped around a lot of players, but Juanita was kind of like one of these guys where he's gonna have a couple good games, but that's probably it, right? No, that wasn't it. He indeed went 3-1 on that first day or the first 2 days of group stage play, and then was one series short from potentially even winning the group. In the end, he got very unlucky with the way it played out. He did drop out in the group stage, but with a perfectly fine 3-win, 2-loss record. So Special looked very good. I feel like this is the first time we see him in a big series ever since. Obviously, he tried his luck in the GSL qualifiers. Those were just a bit brutal for him because he lost to, well, Hero and Solar. There is obviously no shame in that. Reynor on the other end, he's been playing a lot of random lately, but no random today. All Zerg, and I'm sure that he is eager to make a statement that he's still one of the very best players in the world. So I think plenty of reasons to look forward to this one.
Well, let's not dilly-dally any further. We're going to be starting up here in the top left-hand side of the map. On top of the red Zerg player representing Basilisk, he is Reynor.
And in the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of our Blue Terran, hailing from Mexico, but currently in Korea, like he has been for the majority of his life in the last 10 years. This is Sidestorm Gaming's Special. No zoom.
Unfortunate. Yeah, well, we do have that good old spawning pool coming down nice and early on there for Reynor, so you can put on a little bit of that early ling pressure. But I know we talked a lot about, and I know on the desk they talked a lot about kind of like recent form for Reynor and Special and stuff. I mean, historically between Reynor and Special, Reynor has really been pretty dominant over Special. And I think the thing that always strikes me about that is when two players have a history and everything, I don't just look at who typically wins overall in the series. It's also a question of like how many games does the other player typically take, and I think that was the kind of rough thing looking at their match history is a lot of their recent matches, Reynor is taking like 2-0, 3-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 3-1, and it's really, you have to go back to like 2019 before you really see Special actually taking maps off of Reynor in tournaments.
I mean, I wasn't totally sure if I was going to go here, but if you're talking about history and you want to talk about a little bit of how they've done against each other in the past, there is one thing that makes Reynor versus Special extra special for me, no pun intended there, and that is that there was a time that we had a tournament called the WESG. It was a very big tournament in China, and they actually allowed everyone to participate, so you didn't need to be 16 yet. There were some rumors about this Italian kid being kind of good, but unfortunately for that Italian kid, he was 15 back then. We're talking about 2017, so he was not allowed to play in any of the DreamHack events yet, and he couldn't quite show us how good he really was. But this tournament in China did allow him to play. Reynor made the journey over from Italy to China, and he was in the same group with Special. Second group stage, they both defeated Ayasonu, so it came down to Special, one of the best Terrans, maybe the best Terran in the foreign scene, versus this 15-year-old Italian kid, and Reynor. 15-year-old Reynor won 3-0 back then, and I think at that point a lot of the alarm bells went off for all the diehard StarCraft fans out there. Were like, whoa, this kid could actually be pretty special. Now, he did get bopped in the following series by Maru, but hey, as a 15-year-old, you can't expect to beat both Special and Maru in a row. But that was, for me, one of the first big series that Reynor ever played, where he showed us how truly special he really is.
Yeah, what a debut that was. But now we do actually have some interesting special tactics, you could say, coming out over here on the top right-hand side. As Special throws down a proxy there, and the Overlord path is not really online to scout this out. I can't really think of any reasons why you'd be sending a Ling around. This is such an unlikely place to proxy, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. It's also just not something we see super often in this matchup. We're all very familiar with the Hellion drop in TVP, especially if you like to watch Clem, because Clem busted out every single best of 3 in this day and age. But in this matchup, it is quite rare. We're also not going for a medevac here. We're just going for a very quick Liberator. So Special's idea is clearly bring the fight to Reynor. I'm not just going to sit back and let Reynor do Reynor things, who open up, by the way, with a pool before hatchery. We didn't quite get to talk about that. that. I was at first wondering if Reynor was going to do one of these weird roach builds that he does like to bust out every now and then, but it seems like it was just for safety. Maybe worried about special proxying him here in game 1 or game 2, but yeah, I kind of like the idea of special being the aggressor here. Why not?
Yeah, and he's definitely going to be able to set a little bit of the pace of things. Now, the Hellions and the Reaper have been dancing around. I love that he was able to snipe off a creep tumor there, but this is kind of like the key moment where I'd love to see him just get really up in Reynor's face so that the Liberator can pair together with this. And I mean, look at this, most of the queens pulled away.
I mean, that was only 2 drones. I thought it was going to be 3 drones in the end, but I'm sure Reynor is a little bit surprised where he's like, whoa, wait a minute, a Liberator in my natural. I also have Hellions 4 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. I think at this point, Reynor is experienced and good enough to know that something is not quite adding up, and there is a good chance that this starport was proxied. Unfortunately for Special, the Lib, I kind of felt that it showed up at an awkward moment, right? Because if the Liberator reveals itself while the Hellions reveal themselves, that's where it becomes hard, but it might still get very hard for the Italian here, as the link count is a bit underwhelming. Liberator is making just this rain from above in the main base, and the Hellions are going to town on the drones, and the drones are also pulled away from the Lib, so the Hellions can get a couple of great shots off. What a start here for Special.
Yeah, even as some of these Hellions are getting cleaned up, another one of the Liberators pops out from that starport, shuts down mining at another one of the bases. 2 bases are effectively not mining until just now, as a couple of drones start going over there, but hardly any mining actually happening right now. Reynor really going to be hurting from all that harassment.
That's a magnificent start for Special. We already said that we like the idea of him being the aggressor, and at first I was like, I kind of expected more of the first Liberator poke, but it wasn't about the 4 Hellions. It was about the moment that the Hellion count would increase to 6, 8, and the Reaper's still there. As the starport floated away, but it's going to land again, so we're going to keep a close eye on that. Another Liberator. Oh my goodness, Juanito is busting out all the stops here, but so far so good for the underdog.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. If you're going to be going for battle mech behind this, you're going to mostly be relying on those factories. You don't really need the medevacs and everything as much. So why not use that as starport for additional Liberators as he continues to get even more drone kills. Oh, every drone kill hurts so much as Reynor's already lost so many. Replenishing them, even if you're trading out evenly versus the Hellions at this stage, is not going to be a good feeling.
And we can't forget that Reynor also lost a couple of links on the other side of the map, so he has even less units to A, keep extra Hellions at bay, and B, there's just no way for Reynor to find any counter-aggression at this point, and it'd be an insane move to make a whole bunch of links in this phase in the game, because that means that he cannot economically recover from all the drones that he's lost so far. Special is honestly playing an absolutely amazing game, and I'm not sure if Reynor fell asleep. Maybe the TVTs went on for a little bit longer than he expected, but game 1 is all Special so far, but it is kind of hard to close games out sometimes with Battle Mech, because we saw Oliveira also having a dream start against Lambo, but that game still got very close and competitive.
Yeah, I can already see Reynor's face right now as he's cracking his knuckles thinking, all right, it's going to be a great YouTube thumbnail if I can make a comeback from this game, because it is going to be a little bit tough. The Specials set himself up to be in a really good position, but like you said, Battle Mech not great at really quickly closing out the game, although if you are able to find a couple of these queens really early on and get the pickoffs, it can start to snowball. It seems like Reynor's doing a great job with the multi-prong aggression so far.
I love the multitasking of Special as well, though. He never just sends in a single Liberator at once. It's always while the Hellions and Liberators, or Hellions and Cyclones, are keeping Reynor busy. That's where he's going to try to find a few more drones. And Reynor is actually playing double Evo melee carapace. As far as I know, this is not normally what Zerg players really want to go into when they play against this Battle Mech style. And if you do ever want to play double Evo upgraded links, I feel like you need a monstrous economy, and you just need to have complete map control. Reynor has neither of those things.
I wonder if he feels like he's been forced into it based on how things went earlier on, where he just couldn't really afford to make a lot of the tech transitions, or even just to try to go for like a massive swell of units or something. I wonder if he just feels like he was forced into it.
Yeah, there's a good chance that he feels that with the amount of damage he's taken, going for roaches after a start like that is just not a play, because roaches are good, but obviously can be a bit more expensive than lings, and you need them in very big numbers, and ideally you need to set up surrounds or rely on infestors, for instance, what Pig really loves to see. But Reynor probably feels that he can afford none of those things, so that he may as well try to stabilize on Link Bane, try to find a little bit of damage with some run-bys, and then slowly but steady make your way into a whole bunch of Hydras.
Baneling's going to try and collide, and they do manage to connect with a handful of the Cyclones, and Ling's coming in from behind as well, as the Hellions are trying to turn into Hellbats. They don't get a single shot off. So this is going to be a full-on cleanup over here for Reynor. Hellions on the other side are managing to sneak on by, and 10 workers have gone down, but they do get cleaned up. Kind of some weird back-and-forth trades there. I feel like Reynor got the better end of the army trade, but still ends up losing some more workers in the process.
Yeah, I think ideally Reynor split off those units to the bottom left to find a bit of economic damage himself, but then realized, like, nope, I need to bring these units back, otherwise I could be in danger of losing the queens, and then it really is curtains for this game. Special has been relentless with liberated production. He's just building one lib at a time. I feel like it's ultra unique that we see a proxy starport 10 minutes into a TVZ still going strong, and yes, it did move a little bit, but that's obviously not something we see every day, and I think at this point it even has an add-on. Like, how insane is that? Having an add-on starport against Reynor in the top right side of a map like Dragon Skills? Oh, it's a tech lab actually.
Oh, finally found it as well. So Reynor will eventually take care of it, but not before another Liberator actually manages to pop on out. He might even be able to save it with the Hellions, and there it is. Starport saved. Might be able to start up another Liberator after that one.
So where would you love to see Special go from here? Like, what is the way to close this game out? Because a lot of things have gone well for him, but we all know that if you don't get Reynor out of a game, the comeback becomes more and more likely. And at this point, Reynor is on 1-1 upgrades. He is starting to produce Hydras, and he's got 77 drones. What do you think is the play for Special?
That's a tough call. I mean, I do like that he's continuing to just try and keep Reynor a bit in check with the economy and everything. But like you said, the longer that you give him, the closer and closer he's getting to, say, Hive Tech, which is now starting up with the Infestation Pit finishing up. So I think he has to try and just... He's been able to find a lot of economic damage, but he hasn't actually really won any real army engagements, I would say. So I think this is like the really tough part. BattleMech is really good at finding bits and pieces of damage and skirmishing. But I think I like the idea of him bringing these siege tanks out a little bit further if he wants to actually try and take a real fight.
I kind of think it's time, right? We have double sensor towers, so we can actually anticipate run-bys a little bit earlier as well. Even managed to produce a second Raven from the starport in the top right side, producing 5 tanks at a time, and I think we already have 6 or 7 tanks out on the map. I'd say it's kind of now or never for Special, because you don't want to let Reynor get up to Hive Tech. He will immediately start Viper production, and at this point, Special has absolutely nothing to deal with Vipers.
Yeah, Helen's going to be swinging in on the left-hand side. Maybe going to try and draw Reynor's army a bit out of position, as a lot of Lings and Hellions and Hydras have committed to dealing with these Hellions. That allows Special to get into an opportune position on top of this hatchery on the right-hand side. And you can see Reynor is just almost ready to give it up. He is looking like he might try and pounce on this, but... Oh, Special backs off. He's going to leave one Cyclone to finish the job.
I think he was trying to bait Reynor into a bad fight. Reynor does build up 5 Vipers, by the way. It seems crazy, but I do like it because he needs them to deal with the insane siege tank count that Special's currently working with. It was a couple of Hellions, a couple of Liberators, a couple of Cyclones, and all of a sudden we're looking at 12 or more tanks even on the map, making their way to the top side. Juanito knows that he's on the clock. He does not want to see Reynor casually sit back, get a bunch of energy on these Vipers, so he's just going for it, base after base, and getting a couple of drones in the process as well. I honestly love everything about the way that Special has played this game, and he's looking mighty fine here in game 1.
He's looking fantastic, and this is not the kind of position that a Zerg player wants to try and break into, especially with an anti-armor missile landed on those Hydras. But the siege tank line through that little choke point, there's just no way Reynor could take a fight over here, but he's going to have to try. Blinding clouds are going to be coming down on top of a lot of the siege tanks, so he will be able to shut down a majority of them. The choke point advantage going to be mostly negated here as the Hydras come in and clean up house. But even after all of those great trades there for Reynor, it's only even-ish supply, and Reynor's losing all the hatcheries on the left-hand side of the map.
Yeah, losing this hatch is obviously a catastrophe for the Zerg, because that means that we are now in a 14-minute game, and it's a 3-hatchery Zerg. Yeah, that's just absolute no bueno. Especially in Legacy of the Void, after 12 minutes, your main base is pretty much dried up. Like, I'd be surprised if Reynor has a whole bunch of resources left in the main, and we can even see that the natural is starting to run rather thin. Reynor needs a miracle. He needs non-stop abducts, but above all, he needs to get not 1, not 2, but probably indeed 3 extra bases. Otherwise, he can never hang into this game. And I have the feeling that by the time that Reynor can defend all those bases, Special will be ready to attack once more.
Yeah, and even just affording those 3 bases, I mean, that's almost 1,000 minerals, which is 1,000 more minerals than I think Reynor really wants to be able to afford to make, because he doesn't actually have enough army to really contend with even little squadrons like this from Special, unless he's just completely in position to deal with it. This is a nice catch. I'm definitely going to commend Reynor on being able to react eventually to that little run-by harassment, but it's going to be about the follow-up attack that comes from Special. When Special finally realizes, oh, you just took 3 hatcheries all at once? Okay, well, all I have to do is shut down 1 or 2 of them, and I'm still going to be in a fine position.
I would love to see the income advantage graph here, by the way, if one of our 2 lovely observers can bring that up. It's actually not as dramatic as I thought it would be. Maybe Special's saving up a bunch of scans or something, or he doesn't want to overly drop mules, but it really feels that he should be mining a whole lot more than Reynor at the moment, since Reynor has so little to work with, and it's only a 65 drone Zerg. Bleeding extractors kind of say it all, right? It's like, okay, that's also not something that is supposed to happen. But what we said before still stands. The longer the game goes on, the more and more likely it is that Reynor can make a magical comeback. And he got 9 freaking Vipers on the map. I knew we had 5 earlier, Fear Dragon, but we got up to 9. Hey, if you abduct 9 tanks or even more, all of a sudden Special is going to be in a bit of trouble as well. Defensively, Parasitic Bomb goes down, and the first Vikings cannot deal with all these Vipers.
Yeah, they do force some of the Hydras into the tank line, but I love these little attacks here from Special. I mean, look at most of the Hydras pulled back to deal with 2 Hellions. It's little things like that. Special buys himself a bit more space. That means that the Vipers are going to have to deal with better set up siege tanks. It's going to allow Special to kind of reallocate his resources and positioning. He's really bought himself a lot more time, but even more Vipers now in the mix.
I need, well, I want to say double abduct as another parasitic bomb goes down. Abduct landing on the Cyclone. Special is going to lose a lot of units here, and there's very little he can do about it. I know that he built a barracks earlier to potentially get a couple of goals, but here you can really see the power of that hive tech unit, the Viper, in full force. As Reynor is getting 3 pickoffs left, right, and center, and there's very little that Special with his current army can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's another couple of those siege tanks getting picked up. Like you said, it's just abduct hell or abduct heaven if you're a Reynor fan there. Even the Vikings getting abducted into these Hydras. Now, the Hydras are in siege tank fire still, so they do have to back off for the moment. And again, Special continue to do this little Hellion harassment on the other side of the map. But Reynor, he is just taking such cost-efficient trades with those Vipers. If he can continue that, I mean, what's the breaking point for Special? When does it finally all start adding up and Reynor's able to like say that, yes, I'm actually able to maybe push in and take out a base or something?
It almost feels that Special's plan here is just to get punched in the face eventually until Reynor gets tired of it, right? Where it's like, okay, you can abduct all these units, pick off all these air units with Parasitic Bomb and abducts, but I'm just going to rebuild them over and over again because I'm a Terran on 5 bases, and if I can just continue to cripple and hurt your economy, I am going to be fine, and no matter how much value you get out of those Vipers. That is an interesting strategy. It's an ambitious strategy, but it's crazy enough that it just might work.
Are Reynor's knuckles going to be bruised from punching Special in the face? We're about to find out. Vipers are going to be able to abduct a couple of these Vikings over here. But even with the Vipers there, that choke point against the tanks on the high ground is not really a fight that I thought Reynor would want to take, but he's potentially going to look to try and trade over there. Not the greatest trade so far for Reynor.
I think he was a bit low on Viper energy. We're going to go for it again. A few abducts will land. Do we see a blinding cloud or 2 as well? Yes, but after abducting all of the tanks to the front lines, the fungal miss there on the Vikings. That's an unfortunate one for Reynor, but obviously another pretty solid fight with a lot of Hydra surviving. And it almost feels that these kind of games can bring the best out of Reynor, where it's the true never say die attitude that kicks in, and he will just refuse to give up without at least putting up a fight and fighting till the last unit. And he's starting to make this pretty dicey for Special. Special is going to try to go up to 6 bases now, trying to land that orbit on the right side. Reynor has a little link there to keep track of that. Great scouting in 19 minutes into this game. Special still here though with a pretty terrifying army, and Reynor's going to have to clean it up one more time. Here we go with the Vipers. Blinding clouds for days. Is there anything that fights actually after all the blinding clouds?
Yeah, I mean, there's still some Hydras, so you will eventually get to clean up all these siege tanks, but it's very, very costly. And I think the biggest fear that I have over here, Kev, is that, yeah, I think a lot of the Vikings did die. All these siege tanks are dying, which is a great pickup here for Reynor. But Reynor lost I think every single one of the Vipers there. The Vikings did their job, and that was what was the linchpin of Reynor's army. So can he continue to push forward? I don't actually know that he can into 4 siege tanks being rallied out from supply or from production.
How many kills on that Zergling? I feel like this was the moment to check how many how many SCVs that single Zergling killed there, because we see 10 SCVs dying, and I'm pretty sure that was the only thing that was happening. So that Ling will be remembered. Special obviously is starting to burn through his bank, right? Because producing 5 or 6 tanks and 4 Vikings at a time, that is not cheap, no matter how rich you are. So you can actually see that Special's having a slightly harder time maxing out too at this point, as Reynor has dropped the 20-minute Roach Warren and is now building roaches. I hope he does not forget to research roach speed, because as far as I know, he doesn't have that yet.
I love the idea of 3-2 roaches that don't have roach speed. Like 20 minutes into the game, that is exactly what I feel like this series needs.
Okay, there we go. I was like, I'm not crazy, right? Because the Roach one just finished up. I mean, I am crazy, mate, but Roach speed is on the way, and that's obviously very important. The main reason why Reynor, I think, is going into Roaches over Hydras is mostly just because he has no money to rebuild Hydras and Vipers at the same time. And hey, the Roaches can be pretty damn good too, and they are a whole lot cheaper than Hydras are.
They most certainly are. Now, the Cyclone is going to get taken care of eventually by the Lings. I think they win that fight. I thought they win that fight, but maybe not. At the same time, Reynor's going to be going for the real fight up here on that high ground position that Special so dearly loves. He's got a great spread of these siege tanks. I want to note again, not that many Vipers. Even the Vipers actually mostly getting taken out before they can throw down too many blinding clouds. So Special is going to be able to get some good shots off, but overwhelming numbers are going to eventually favor Reynor here.
One Cyclone is going to kill that hatchery in the top right side, as there are more Hellions driving by, just roasting and toasting drones everywhere we go. Reynor did manage to kind of win that fight in the end, and Roach speed still not done. We just saw a fight 20 minutes into a game with a bunch of slow Roaches running into tanks, and they kind of came out on top. Not necessarily because of them, mostly the Hydras, the Ravagers, and the Vipers helping out, but look at these slow Roaches battling, and this is a very important base for Special. He does not want to lose it. He knows that he can't afford to lose it, because then his own economy is going to be in shambles. We are even fighting with the SCVs 22 minutes in. Beautiful micro on those Cyclones there, by the way, towards the right, and that in the end will be enough for Special to take the 1-0 lead. Sweet baby, you know what, Fear Dragon, that was one hell of a game.
Special earned the heck out of that victory there, because while it did start looking closer and closer as that game was going on, especially when Reynor started getting up the 9 Vipers that started abducting everything, you really have to commend Special, because he just looked like he was in full control and fully dominant in the early stages of that game. He really, really earned a nice lead there, and it did take him a while to close it out, but I mean, that's fair. It's versus Reynor. Of course it's going to be difficult to close things out, but goddamn did Special do a great job that game.
Yep, love the strategy, love the execution, and gotta give kudos to Reynor, of course, for A, hanging in there, and B, sometimes with just 8 to 10 links, still getting perfect wraparounds on a couple of these Cyclones and Hellbats, making sure that they would not be able to run away, so the Hydras could do their thing. I love the excess amount of Vipers that he went for, because I truly felt that was the only way that Reynor was going to be able to get a couple of good fights, and he did manage to get good fights. It's just in the end, Special was economically ahead all game, every game. It got close, but fortunately for Special, not close enough.
Yeah, I also want to know that I think this is one of the first times I've seen a Zerg player have so many Vipers but not enough actual Hydras toward the end of a fight, that the Zerg player is abducting siege tanks into a spot and then realizing that since the siege tanks aren't actually just dying immediately to the Hydras, he starts throwing down blinding clouds onto the places he's abducting. I'm like, this is a little bit absurd.
Yeah, no, that happened a few times, and obviously one time it was like 5 tanks at once, so it's like, yeah, I can kind of get that, because you don't want to see those 5 tanks fire a nice volley in the middle of your pack of Hydras, but even later, with when the numbers got a bit smaller, we saw that a few times. It's just a really cool game by Special, where, you know, he just said, I'm not going to sit back, I'm not just gonna try to make it all count when I move out for the first time and then have a Reynor run by, just kind of destroy my entire game plan. No, it will be me who's dictating the pace of the game. I'm gonna be in your face and you're gonna have to react to me. And we can't forget that it all started with Reynor opening spawning pool before hatch. I don't want to say that that is like what started it all, but you know, it's kind of something that the confident players do, right? Where it's like, oh, as long as I don't get proxied, I'm going to be fine. I don't need to go hatch first. That makes me very curious if we're going to see that again, or if the man will go hatchery first. We're about to find out on Babylon. That's a Terran-friendly map, by the way. In the bottom right side, representing Basilisk, we are looking at the main base of the world champion of StarCraft 2 in the year 2021. This is Reynor.
And over here in the top left-hand side of the map, the blue Terran player, the king of Latin America from Sidestorm Gaming. He is special.
Hey man, that title belongs to Cham right now, okay, Feardragon?
That's true. You know, the title, it's like the... do you ever follow the unofficial world champion title?
Yeah, I did a while ago, not over the last few years, but I know that was a thing in the early years of StarCraft, and it was very fun until a couple people got the belt and then they retired, so that made it a bit silly.
Yeah, that always made it a little bit tougher. For those who are wondering, if you're newer to StarCraft or something, the unofficial world champion, I believe that like there was some event that they crowned a world champion, and then people just decided that the world champion belt would just be passed around if you beat the world champion. So it wasn't about winning a world championship. It was just about beating whoever had the belt. And you just get to see how it got passed around. I feel like that's, even though right now I feel like Special is not the Latin American champion, I feel like he's probably still got the Latin American championship belt right now.
Yeah, if they play it again, there is a good chance. So we're going for the low ground depot, low ground barracks. Just one barracks for now. We gotta be building another one. Okay, factory too. This is an interesting opening by Juanito.
Yeah, I've seen a few more Terran players opening up with these kind of like low ground wall-ins and stuff. And Kev, don't get me wrong, I actually think it's like really fun and cool to see. I always get a little bit nervous when they spawn in the position that Special spawn, because there aren't a lot of things that affect the game in terms of whether you spawn to the left or the right or the top or the bottom. But add-ons for Terran players, Kev, that is one of the things that gets affected.
It definitely is, but it also feels that they think about that, right, in this day and age. Yeah. And obviously we're not playing Wings of Liberty StarCraft anymore, where the Baneling Buster with crappy economy is inevitable. And will the Zerg player be able to get enough damage done? As the first Reaper, by the way, of Special, just ran into the natural, went for a drone, got the drone. That's obviously the advantage of building your barracks on the low ground. The Reaper comes out a bit earlier and is often able to get a few more shots off. So our follow-up is multiple Reapers with a Hellion. We're building a CC, but in back-to-back games, we're going to proxy the starport. This time around, though, Reynor spots it very early on.
Oh, and I think a big thing from Reynor is that as soon as he spots it with the Overlord, he backs off with the Overlord. The Overlord has more vision than the actual SCV or that actually building starport. So Special didn't see the Overlord saw Special.
Yep, Reynor is completely okay with letting that finish up, and only once it's finishing up, that's when he wants to take care of it. But he also knows that right now there is nothing that he can do about it. As long as Zergling speed is not done, you're not randomly producing a bunch of slow Zerglings and running them into the starport, because you're going to lose all of them against the much faster Reaper Hellion combo. So for Reynor right now, it's all about just making sure that he keeps tabs of what is happening in the center of the map, and then obviously get a Spore Crawler in the correct position, and always leave at least one queen in your main base to deal with that Liberator.
Yeah, I mean, even going back to one of the earlier series that was played with Lambo and stuff, they were talking about how sometimes maybe you make those blind Spore Crawlers against your opponent, and that can set you a bit behind if they're not really going to be super useful. Reynor can take confidence in making that Spore Crawler and saying, yeah, I'm definitely going to be utilizing this. So he's going to feel like he's in a much more knowledgeable situation. He's already going to have the Spore Crawler buried. He's going to have two queens ready to intercept that Liberator, and it's going to be a lot harder for Special to get anything close to the damage he got done in the first game.
Reynor made a pretty big 12 Zerglings just a few minutes ago, or just a few moments ago, rather. Probably not minutes. Minutes is a very long time. As the Liberator is going to siege up in the natural, Reynor wants to get the wraparound on the Reapers and the Hellions, gets a little bit of a surround, but definitely does not get all of the units, as the Liberator sieges up in the natural and does get 4 drones. You combine those 4 drones with all the Zerglings that Reynor made, Feardragon, and Reynor's economy, I think it's safe to say, is nowhere near as good as he would love to see it. So it's very important that these links get some value, and they do find 2 Hellions very quickly. I don't know if they can win this fight though against all these Reapers and the Hellions. I feel like in a choke point the Terran units should be fine here. We do manage to get into a choke point, and it seems like the link numbers were just high enough, so Reynor did in the end get the value he was looking for from those links.
Yeah, great cleanup over there. And that actually does make things a little bit more annoying for Special. He's, of course, still going to be making a bunch of Marines behind this and everything as he does all of his add-on swap around. A little bit awkward and a little bit cluttered there in the natural just because of making all your production in the natural makes things a little bit awkward there. But eventually, Special will now have to also think about, okay, when I secure my third base, I'm not going to have like the safety Hellions and stuff that I can leave behind, which is, I think, especially always useful against players like Reynor who really do like doing those kind of run bys and everything. But there's a nice and early Roach Horn being thrown down from Reynor. Does he realize what he's up against?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, how do you scout against that, right? You can send in a link, but it's obviously going to get one shot at. It's a whole lot of barracks is going down. It could be that Reynor maybe prefers playing roaches on this map regardless of what he's up against, because Babylon is just one of the best Terran maps out there. I think a lot of Terrans will tell you that this is their favorite map of the current map pool, just because there's a lot of side blockers in the center of the map, a lot of ramps where tanks can hide behind but can still shoot across the hills, makes it hard for the Zerg to get the dream engagements, and obviously the natural can kind of protect your own third base, sometimes even your fourth base as a Terran player. It's just a lot of little things that make this map great for Terran and make it pretty difficult for a Zerg to get a whole lot going. But yeah, I don't know. I almost never feel that Reynor wants to play roaches against Terran unless he really has to.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out in a little bit after the Evo chambers finish up and everything, because he had that Roach Warren, but he has just been making drones since then, and now he fires up a couple of links. He hasn't actually utilized it, and he did get a link into the natural and saw all the additional barracks, saw the tech lab on the barracks specifically, and should have a good idea of things. But no, we do still see the range upgrades and everything coming out, Roach speed coming on out. So Reynor is, in fact, really wants to actually commit to going for these Roaches.
Yeah. It is interesting. It's obviously very important for Special as well to pick up on that, because the moment he does pick up on that, he can just kind of increase the tank count a little bit, get a bunker or two up, because bio units are great against roaches, but obviously you do need to have the numbers, and you don't want to move out too early as a Terran against roach builds. That is why a lot of Terrans sometimes struggle in, getting the job done against Zergs that make a lot of roaches, ravages, links. Since they move out too early, as a Terran you really don't have to do a whole lot, as long as this is the composition that you're going up against. Just get a whole lot of army supply. Now we're not talking about 50, 60 or 70, no, 100 plus army supply. That's when we can start thinking about moving out. Cancel.
Yeah, gonna have some time before he gets to that point, but well, we're going to see a couple of these little bits of skirmishes here and there. I like that Reynor's been pretty active with these lings, finding little pickoffs here and there. A couple of Marines just doing some scouting information, but as combat shields and armory finishes on up, we're going to see Special getting a better and better defense set up, but is he actually in time over here? Siege's barely siege before the Roaches are potentially looking to just pounce on things, and actually Reynor just backs off, huh?
Can't believe that Reynor doesn't find that starport, by the way, on the left side that has built a reactor. Obviously a very exposed starport that if Reynor would have just sent one link to scout for the fourth base, then at least he would have been able to get on top of the starport. You kill the reactor, you force it to fly home, and you slow down future medevac and down the line Liberator or Viking production. Unfortunately for Reynor, he did not see it, did not expect it to be there. And at this point, he's just working on his way towards Hive. He's like, all right, drop the Hydra then. We can slowly but steady start thinking about Lurkers, right, as we have the missile attack upgrades too. But at first, I guess the key is to get a couple Vipers, because Vipers are always good, not just against Battle Mech, but they're also very good against Bio Tank, because if you take care of the tanks, well, suddenly the Bio becomes a bit more doable.
Yeah, Bioforce is going to be a bit scary here for just these Roaches to deal with. A couple of Lings come in to reinforce, and eventually I thought Reynor would be able to take this fight, but he is losing quite a bit over here. Nice dodges on the Biles as well. Ooh. Dodges the fungal growth at the same time, and Special is going to be able to back off, taking some pretty okay trades there.
GuMiho defeating Hero was a surprise to me, but if Special defeats Reynor here today, especially 2-0, that would be the surprise of the day. That would absolutely top it all. Now, we're not there yet. Reynor is having a much better game 2 than he had game 1, and even in that first game where he was in all sorts of throw after losing all the drones, he was fine in the end. But Special is no slouch, and he's a very experienced player. He kind of knows how to play games like this out, and I think the Special's got to be feeling quite good, as he does get a bit greedy there, tried to pick up the Infestor, but Reynor was paying attention, and as the picture-in-picture is showing us, the first Viper is out.
Yeah, that's going to be big. I mean, I don't think anyone needs too much of a reminder to go back to the last game and the effectiveness of Vipers when they're in Reynor's hands, especially against that kind of big siege tank setup. But this is also a very different composition from the last game that Special's got. He's got that Bioforce. It's a lot more mobile. It's a lot better equipped to deal with those Vipers as well. So we'll see if Reynor can make a lot happen with them.
First lurker's on the way, and the first lurker upgrade has been fired up as well. Reynor goes for seismic spine, so range over speed. He probably feels that as long as he gets a couple of lurkers out with those seismic spines, that he's always going to be fine and unbreakable if he supports them with the Vipers. Special is still building tanks, liberators, and kind of just waiting for the 2-2 upgrades to kick in. And this is honestly going to be pretty difficult, I think, for Reynor, because without those lurkers, his army would not stand a chance. So it's very important that he babysits those properly, as he's getting a couple of extra. Lurker count now goes up to 4, and Reynor feels confident enough to split up these roaches and go for a counterattack. Maybe he feels that they won't really add a whole lot in the fight, but they're also not going to add a whole lot here, as the majority of these roaches get picked up without getting anything done.
Yeah, don't even actually slow down the reinforcements very much. A Special just pounces on everything.
Whoa, what?
Special also bypassing a lot of the, I mean, not only spore crawlers and everything, but bypasses all the lurkers as well. Heads straight over to the main base with a lot of these medevacs. One of the medevac. That's a painful loss, but this is still super out of position for Reynor.
Look at the beanie map, man. Special is just rallying everything that he has into different bases. The triangle base, the base at the bottom side of the map, as those units just ran by. Liberator is going to siege up as well. Reynor sent a lot of his units into the main base. The spore crawlers are absolute MVPs here, because it would be a nightmare to run into the bio army if they are protected by multiple liberators. But the spore crawlers have taken care of the libs. Nice fungal there by Special, excuse me, by Reynor, and Special does end up losing one of the medevacs. Parasitic bomb is going to guarantee Reynor the double kill. And in the end, all these Terran units will fall. But hey, at least Special gets the base at the bottom side of the map, and he got the spawning pool.
It's kind of wild. I mean, Special's basically been out multitasking Reynor to a degree. Now, Reynor definitely is working with units that are not necessarily great for like really capitalizing on multitasking abilities, such as roaches, such as adding on some of those Vipers or the Hydras and everything. But Special has just been rallying out so many units that against an extremely fast player, he's been able to find consistent damage. It is honestly really impressive.
He found a lot of damage, but he also took a lot of damage, though. We have to mention that he lost pretty much all of the units that he picked up, tried to drop into the main base, then lost a bunch of units that he rallied into the triangle base as well, where he was battling a couple of lurkers that were sieged up. And it's not that Special already has all-out ghost production going on his side of the map. Like, I would have been completely fine with all of those trades, and I still think it was quite good for Special, don't get me wrong. But it'd be a whole lot better if he already started producing ghost. Now he still needs to be very careful, because Reynor's army in a straight-up fight is a lot better than Special's army at the moment. But Reynor is probably a bit paranoid and does not want to move out, because if you do move out, then you basically put yourself in a position where you need to get the kill immediately. You have a big fight happening in the bottom side of the map as well. I think it's a slightly more important fight, as some of the lurkers have gone down, and now another lurker is going to be the target of these marauders. Queens cannot save it. Special is bossing out all the stops, and this time around, while sure he's losing a lot of units, he does have the ghost production up and rolling, and that's the most important thing for our Mexican Terran player at the moment.
Yeah, especially after he's softened up that lurker count, those ghosts, even just a handful of them, are going to be able to add so much value to this army. And in these trades, it's going to make things a lot more costly for Reynor to deal with. Special not actually halting any of the aggression, though. Hasn't even brought in the ghosts to the army just yet, but is continuing to just try and find little trades here and there. But the Vipers going to chase after these medevacs, ensuring there's no pickup, and all of these units should end up dying, is what I wanted to say. But maybe a couple of them will escape, because Special is attacking on the other side as well.
Wow, finds the infestor, but if he finds this hatchery, that would be such a big W. The lurkers have moved a little bit towards the right. Special doing a great job in trying to avoid the spikes. We need to go full boxer here and avoid those spikes. A marauder and a duel. Are you kidding me? A single hit or 2 hits away, and that hatchery will fall over. But obviously Special knows about how low on HP it is, so he could maybe pick up a few more units. Reynor is sending it. Observer, can we grab quickly? I don't think that Reynor has adaptive talents yet, right? Does he? I know he's got seismic spines. No, he does have the adaptive talents upgrade too. And his army is big, and just like that, 126 army supply of the Zerg in the end will get it done. Even though Reynor, honestly, it felt that he was in a somewhat vulnerable spot, he hung in there, he got the lurkers, and once it was a lot of special attacking, but the first time that Reynor truly decided to attack, it was all over immediately.
Yeah, I think you summed it up really, really well in just that Reynor had, for a lot of that game, just the better army. And Special was able to force these really incredible fights where it was him attacking on so many different fronts, and he was finding damage for sure, don't get me wrong. But like you said also, it was always at a cost. It was always at a bit of a cost. So Special was trading decently, but Reynor's army just kept getting better and better and better. And the transitions for Special, because he was, investing a lot into those attacks, didn't really get the transition set up quite as quickly. So he never really got to a point where he could just take on Reynor's full force army together.
It was super important for Special to somehow try to keep Reynor on his side of the map while he was increasing his ghost count. And for a split second, I was like, I actually think it's all going kind of well. I mean, he's on 4 bases. Reynor is technically on 4 bases because that one hatchery was 1 hit away from dying, and it wasn't that well saturated. Reynor didn't have a crazy amount of drones, but what Reynor did have was that 8-minute hive tech eventually paying off. Bunch of Vipers. There were some infestors that didn't have the biggest impact, but it's mostly the lurkers with both of their hive tech upgrades and then a few Vipers in the mix. That's just so difficult for bio units to battle. But even if Reynor won that game, I still think Special played very well once more, and no matter what happens in game 3, I've been really entertained. I'm already very proud of the Juanito that we see today, because I was wondering if that Katowice was that a one-off. Well, maybe that's just a new Special, and just like Oliveira, he too has leveled up a little bit.
All right, Kev, we're hopping into game number 3. The map is going to be Grezvan, and we are going to be heading into the top left-hand side of the map. Atop of the red, Zerg player from Basilisk, he is Reynor.
Duking it out with this man who is definitely surprising me, and I'm sure a couple of others out there, as he's really bringing the fight to that Italian kid that once upon a time got the best of him when he was only 15. Now they're both grown up, but this man is showing us that he still got it. Sidestorm Gaming's is Special.
All right, Kev, does Special proxy the starport again?
I want to say no. I think in the first game it was super awesome and it really paid dividends. In the second game, I would not say it was bad. It's just that Reynor picked up on it rather quickly. But in the end, he was still able to float it home and didn't even have to spend all that time, right, to make sure that it would land safely in the main base. He just kind of landed it at the 4th base and kept it alive forever. But no, I don't think he's going to do that again.
I think that was the most impressive thing to me, is that Special still just gets away with the starport, not really floating all the way back home in both of those games. Still finding some value from it, but
it is safe to say though that Special has definitely earned Reynor's respect, even though I'm sure he already had that. But while Reynor went very safe, pull first into hatchery in the first map, and it was suddenly like, whoa, okay, that did not go well. We did see Reynor go hatchery first in game 2, and we see him go hatchery first in game 3 as well. Now, it's not a night and day difference, but let's be honest, right? If you feel that it's going to be a difficult game, it's a hard game, you want to make sure that you get the best possible economy to start off with. So Reynor definitely, realizing that today is not a walk in the park and he needs to go for the strong economic openings and take that chance that, yes, you could get 2 Rex proxy, but then you're just going to have to defend the hard way.
Yeah. I think one of the actual real bigger questions on my mind is going to be Special went for that sort of battle mech style in game number 1. And I want to really add that was complemented heavily by the whole Liberator proxy that actually got a lot of damage done. Like that starport, like you said, got a lot of damage done in game number 1. In game number 2, I mean, his bio play looked also really solid. So do you have a preference, whether it be based on the map, based on how the games went, or anything, on which one you think it would make more sense for Special to do here?
It's very difficult because I do think obviously he looked great with the battle mech, but we cannot ignore the phenomenal start he had with the Hellions and the Liberators, and there is no guarantee you get a start like that over and over again. I think back of some of the games that I've seen of Reynor where he goes up against world-class battle mech players. I would actually think, like, I'm a bio lover, Fear Dragon, I'm gonna be honest. If you ever ask me bio or mech, I will always say bio. But if I was the coach of Special, yeah, I would probably recommend him to try something along the lines of mech, whether it's with Hyperflight Rotors, Banshees, or just Blue Flame Hellions and Cyclones early on, or maybe a couple of battle cruisers to begin with. I actually do think that Special has a slightly higher win percentage with battle mech than he would have with bio against Reynor.
Oh, I totally believe that as well. I think that Special's got... But sometimes I watch Special play his, especially the battle cruiser style mech, and it just looks a little bit dirty. It looks a little bit frustrating to play against because he's so good at it. He's really nailed a lot of the nuances of it. Now, speaking of nailing some nuances over here, I think that these Reapers are nailing some drones, as we already have a couple of them going down.
Fear Dragon, behave, mate. It's not that long. No, but this was a beautiful little run by, and 2 out of 3 Reapers actually managed to get out of there. So it's lost mining time, 2 drones falling, drones chasing, Lynx falling, and 2 out of 3 Reapers actually made it home. Now, will they be able to stay safe, though? As the Lynx are putting on the chase, there are a couple of Hellions that could help out, and the Reapers will safely hop into the main base. Beautiful start. Reynor drops the Roach Warren, which to me is a very strong indication that he is expecting Special to play Battle Mech. And now I wonder if for the first time Reynor will be the original aggressor and maybe bust out some of those ZVP specials, right? Like the German Uber. Fly a couple queens to the other side of the map like he did against GuMiho and Ancient at IEM Katowice.
I always am a little bit nervous when I see those kind of Zerg attacks because sometimes it feels like it's always one or the other. Either it really just demolishes a Terran player, or I feel like it gets hard shut down. And I'm a little bit worried that I oftentimes don't feel like I get to see a lot of the in-between there, Kev. I'm not sure which one's going to be here.
This is interesting because Reynor is obviously not going for something that I mentioned. He's going to attack way earlier even. So it's going to be Roaches, Lynx, maybe a couple of Ravagers. Perhaps this is a play that is designed to deal with the low ground add-ons, right? That Special's working with. But that is such a phenomenal scout for Special. That Hellion sees it immediately. If I was Juanito, I think I would bring this Raven home because he needs defensive units. He needs at least 1, if not 2 bunkers. And I think there is a good chance that STIM is going to get cancelled. But let's get the Ravens home. Let's crank out that Banshee. Chrono boost it. I know that's not a thing, but he should chrono boost it. But then it's honestly, I think, going to be totally fine because this is a big commitment for Reynor. And I don't know if he's going to get done what he's looking for.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to start working away at one of the supply depots, but there is already another wall coming up behind it with the barracks. That is going to supply block Special. He doesn't have any supply depots on the way right now, Kev.
That is definitely a problem, but he can always fight with the Hellions, free up some supply. Now, the most important thing is obviously for Special, never, ever lose this Banshee. As long as you don't lose this Banshee, that Banshee will never fall. I mean, that's obvious, as we do have a couple of corrosive valves going down. Good connection, but the bunker is still alive. And look at these Hellions getting some absolutely amazing shots off on the Zerglings. And this isn't just a hold, Fear Dragon. This is a slam dunk defense for Juanito. Don't lose that Banshee as he does fly into a couple of corrosive valves, but beautiful defense. I mean, absolutely love that secondary wall, and he now even has the confidence to go this far out. That may have been a little bit of a mistake, but even despite losing all these Hellions, I think this game is looking magnificent for Special.
A Zerg player going for that kind of attack does not usually have a transition setup. Lair gets started up at almost 6 minutes and 40 seconds into the game. That just goes to show you how far away Reynor is from his transitions. He does not have a 4th base. He doesn't have any kind of future game plans, and all he's really got now to work with are a handful of those speedlings that are running around the map.
Yep, it's just important for Special not to make a catastrophic mistake here, letting all these Lynx run into the main base while his units are out of position, because at this point this really is his game to lose. Reynor may have a little worker advantage, but that's not all that important. Reynor's got no upgrades. Reynor has a very late lair. The evolution chambers are only going down now. It's going to actually be rather difficult for Reynor to get a whole lot of creep going against the double Raven opening and the Banshee that's flying around. So there are very little things going Reynor's way other than these Lynx that he still has out and about roaming the map.
Yeah. I mean, hey, Reynor is the king of Lings, so he can still find little opportunities to get little run-bys, but I think this is another frustration here, Kev, probably for Reynor, is that we're not exactly at a stage in the game where your opponent's on 5 different bases and you can really find those golden opportunities to get the run-bys in really easily because there's already so much going on. This is kind of the stage of the game where there's not that many places you have to worry about defending. You make sure your depot is raised, make sure your 3rd base is covered, and hey, maybe you also have a drop out on the map or something, but I think Special is going to be very difficult to break with that. We do have a drop overlord coming in, though, and that is a cute way to put on a bit of harass.
Yep, I think 8 Lynx were hopping into the drop overlord, and that drop overlord flying into the main base. Reynor knows that he just needs to buy time, because at this point his army is not strong enough to deal with the army of Special. So keeps Special at home and B, buy time and see, hey, if we're fortunate, we can actually find a bunch of damage. But I think, oh my goodness, we don't even have Overlord speed. So this is a rather slow drop alert, but it is still going to allow a couple of links to show up in the main base and be annoying. Reynor could even morph 2 of those links into banelings in the corner of the main base of Special, but I mean, Reynor needs some magic real soon, mate, because Special is ready to battle. He's got the 1-1 upgrades, he's got a lot of Marines, and he's loving the idea of fighting at the edge of creep or off creep.
Yeah, that slow Overlord is going to be moving on in, but is the game going to be over before it even makes its way to the main base? Bailey's getting target fire down. Beautiful micro there from Special to ensure he is able to pick up before too much happens. The Overlord moves so slowly that Special doesn't notice it. It's like that scene from Guardians of the Galaxy. If he just moves slowly enough, maybe they won't see it, but
well, he did.
Special's there. He is reacting.
No, this is not getting anything done, and obviously there's no way home because it's so freaking slow. Reynor actually fires up a hive, and that's a very ambitious hive if I've ever seen one, but maybe desperate times call for desperate measures as a couple of the Marines get sniped from the high ground. The Ravens really have been a pain in the butt for Reynor as they are just dropping all the turrets left, right, and center. Reynor can be bothered to pull drones away each and every single time, but he's been losing more than a handful of drones at this point to that Raven arrest. I would love to see Special just grab the units right now and move out exactly like this. I didn't actually see that yet on the minimap because it was blocked for me. But yeah, it's go time, right? There's no need for Special to sit back while Reynor is going up to hive tech. Now, obviously, you don't want to get surrounded on creep. There is one tank sieged up on the high ground. Reynor is getting a much better fight than he's supposed to get, but it's obviously not over yet.
Yeah, Siege Tank Siegers up in that mineral line with a handful of those Marines to try and protect it. 9 drones also going down during all this, but Medevac in the main base not really getting an opportunity to unload it all over here. So if Reynor can clean this up cost efficiently, and it feels like he's going to be able to clean up the Siege Tank, if he can deal with the Marines, I actually don't know that. I mean, it's still pretty rough, actually.
Yeah, it's very rough. I mean, I think that was beautiful by Special, making it so hard for Reynor to get on top of the tank. And by the time he finally does get on top of the tank, the Marines hop back into the medevac. They get unloaded again on the low ground. Juanito is just all over the place. I mean, all that time in the gym is really paying off. Not just because he's getting more handsome and stronger. Apparently, he's getting a whole lot faster, too, because he is all over the place once more. And Reynor really is running on his last legs, trying to get those Vipers out that were so big for him in that first game, and obviously kind of big in the second game as well. But I'm afraid that Special is not gonna let those Vipers see the light of day. Or, well, maybe they will see the light of day, but they're gonna be all alone because the majority of the Lings and Banelings have fallen.
Yeah. Special definitely came into this series looking like a bit of an underdog despite being such a strong player. It was just Reynor he was going up against. It just seemed like it was going to be a bad matchup in a lot of ways, but my God, has he definitely turned around a lot of people's minds on how strong of a player he is right now and how good his form is right now. Katowice, like you said, Kev, it was not a fluke.
Nope, it really isn't. The Raven has been spectacular throughout the series, and normally it's so easy to lose one of those Ravens against the Queens because we know how quick Reynor can be, but it really just does feel that Special got the best of Reynor, not just in the mind games or in the build orders, but in a lot of these exchanges. Reynor is going to go for the Hail Mary play here, does land a very sexy Blinding Cloud on the Marines and on the tank, so he's going to be able to pick up one more tank, but there are so many Terror units all over the place. Raven still dropping auto turrets in the main. That Viper is down to 1 HP or 5 HP, whatever it is. The hatchery will fall. And Reynor, I think he knows that this one is pretty much over, but he's still trying, still battling, does finally get the Raven. Do we have Adreno Glance, by the way? Is that an upgrade that Reynor managed to get his hands on? No.
I have a hard time imagining him being able to afford that right now, especially after losing that last hatchery. He's going to be able to get a beautiful surround on all these Marines, clean up the Siege Tank, and push Special back. So Special's going to need some time to regroup, but a lot of his reinforcements are also getting caught. Is there maybe some universe where Reynor can buy himself enough time to get up the bases and everything? I mean, he has still such an uphill battle to climb up against.
Yeah, he has to climb the Mount Everest here, and there is no cheating, no oxygen tanks on the back, and no help or anything, but I guess there is always a universe, right? We've seen a couple of crazy comebacks over the last few weeks, and we know that Reynor is possible of crazy comebacks, but at this point, it really does not feel like an unfair fight. One guy has a hammer, the other other one has a machine gun. But hey, we'll see. Obviously, sometimes it's not even up to Reynor, but it could be up to Special, right? If Special gets concerned, if he gets nervous and he's not quite sure how he wants to end this game, and he gives Reynor too much time, then there is always a chance. But so far, it does not really seem that Special is letting his foot go off the gas, as the Parasitics bomb will not kill these medevacs. Every single medevac survives. When it rains, it pours for Reynor, and Special is just getting further and further ahead. Beautiful run by Dare for a split second right before the planetary finishes up, but once more Fear Dragon. So much freaking Terran everywhere.
He really is everywhere, and even the trades that he takes that are relatively even are heavily in favor of Special, because an even trade is going to favor the player who has the better economy. At this point, Special is continuing to just shut down so much of the mining. Even when the hatcheries aren't dying, there's not much mining happening right there. There it is, 2-1 for Special, and he is going to move on to the next round. Absolutely phenomenal showing here for Special in that first round.
We often say somebody played out of their mind, and then sometimes I think, okay, we're getting a bit carried away. We say that everybody's playing out of their mind. No one is playing out of their mind, but Special absolutely peaked there. He played amazing, got a great scout in-game tree, knew about the attack, and handled the defense perfectly. We don't care about that supply block if you get Hellion shots like that. We loved it. Let's see what Kalaris in the Kalaris Dome and the boys at the desk have to say about it.
Thanks, gents. I can see the YouTube title now. Gutted by the Guardian of Guadalajara. Unfortunate here for Reynor, as he is going down in what is... We've already seen many upsets here today, but this is by far the biggest. Joining me, Cats as well as Loco. Cats, what a series from Special. He played a blinder. Maybe Loco. Can anyone hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can. I can't hear Cats, though. So
Oh, you can't hear Cats? Okay, well, I can hear Cats.
Oh.
Anyways, he was just talking about the blinding clouds and bringing up the fact that this was an amazing series. I mean, honestly, such an impressive performance right here coming out of Special, right? I mean, the fact that... Well, we said it as well, right, before the series started, that he is historically not done particularly well against Reynor, but doing such an amazing job in this series.
Yeah, definitely. These highlights brought to you by Aramco. Can I hear Cats now is the question. Still no.
I can hear him.
Damn it. I wish I could
I'm assuming you guys can't? Okay, well...
Just repeat everything he says, Loco. Go. No.
Says, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me now? That's what he's saying.
We'll talk about this series, Loco, before we get that fixed up and good to go here. I mean, as we look back at this game 3 as well, I did think, you know, there were some moments here where Reynor's trying to put his foot on the pedal, but honestly, Special, just great multitasking, great pressure throughout, and was able to take it.
Such a fun series as well, though, right? Like game number 1, opening up with that proxy liberator style, just trying to catch Reynor off guard a little bit. Cats' hands are up in the air. Can you try again, Cats? Does it work now?
Wait, can the stream not hear me? Loco can hear me.
I can hear you now, actually.
I can hear you just fine.
I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah. I'm sure everything you said was very insightful, Cats, during...
I muted and unmuted after. I unmuted the web browser, but now you can hear me.
Yeah, I can.
It wasn't muted before, yeah.
That's weird.
Okay, well, I am gonna assume everyone can hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Yeah. You know, I'm being told we were ready for a break anyway, mate. So great contributions, Cats, during this segment. I loved it. We're going to a break here. We've got one more series to go. Special with a 2-1. Fantastic stuff. Cats really broke it down very well. We're going to go to that break. When we return, more Gamers Without Borders.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
What an excellent day of StarCraft so far here for Gamers Without Borders, and we have one more series remaining, and it's going to be GuMiho going up against the Finnish Phenom. But before we get to that, let's talk to our analysts here. Cats, via the medium of interpretive dance, please look. No, don't do that. We have got ourselves. We're going to take a look at the bracket actually here, and perfect. Little fish, big fish, car. Okay, so apparently Terran just doesn't lose unless they're going up against other Terrans here, Cats.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. But that series was incredible by Special. And I mean, also Oliveira and HeroMarine, all well-deserved series, right? We really have had such an incredible day of StarCraft today.
Yeah, we definitely have here. Really, really impressive by Special to take that. I mean, when you look at the track record of him going up against Reynor, this is arguably one of the greatest victories he's been able to accomplish, to be perfectly honest. We'll take a look at the lower bracket as well here. Now we know that Lambo's going up against Spirit, and Reynor is going to play either against ShoWTimE or Serral down in this lower bracket here, Loco. So some great names, unfortunately, going down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, luckily for them, though, we are playing double elimination, so at the very least, they're not out of the tournament just yet. Coming up next, though, I believe we have Serral versus ShoWTimE, right? I mean, a lot of people are going to be very excited for that one. That should be a banger of a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about it, because, of course, it is Serral on one side. For a long, long time, he looks nigh on invincible in this matchup. But going up against ShoWTimE, he doesn't mind weathering the storm, Cats, and being able to push it on to the later stages of the game. So, Cats, what are your thoughts coming into this match?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you're spot on about ShoWTimE, especially in every other matchup that is PvC not against Serral, right? Because when it comes to Serral, ShoWTimE gets a little bit more adventurous in my experience. Like he tends to go for 3-4 base timings. He doesn't do like super cheesy stuff usually, but he knows he's the underdog come the late game, which is not something that ShoWTimE is particularly used to. But he has adapted his playstyle in a way where he can make Serral uncomfortable. So I am very much looking forward to that. And while Serral was invincible for a while, I completely agree. ShoWTimE has always been able to take maps off of him, right? So it should be a great match for sure.
And anything is possible today, apparently, when it comes to the upsets in the Korean bracket, and now the upsets going on here in the world bracket. Here is Serral going up against ShoWTimE. Not the best of starts for Basilisk, but you know what, Loco? They've got good old Serral to try and bring him back today.
Yeah, he's pretty good at the game, I believe, right? He's won a couple tournaments here and there over the last couple years. Yeah, historically, he's definitely had the upper end against ShoWTimE, winning about, I would say, 2 out of 3 games. It kind of depends on if you're talking about map score or matches overall, but yeah, there's definitely a significant advantage for Serral. But like Kat's already said, normally ShoWTimE is the kind of guy who will absorb every blow, who will defend against practically everything, and then eventually overwhelm you, right, with the big units. At least that's what he usually likes to do. But well, when you try and do that against Serral, you then have to play against Serral's late game, and it turns out that's also where he's really good. So he usually likes to play the matchup a little bit differently than he more often does. So yeah, this should be a really fun series. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, and Serral oftentimes a big money player, Cats, and obviously this is a qualifier into Gamers 8 as well. So, and we know that there's big money on the line there for StarCraft 2. So I can only imagine Serral's coming in.
And if I may add something, Kalaris, to that, with the pressure of potentially facing Reynor, this is do or die for Serral, because Reynor is one of the very few players in the world that consistently can beat Serral. It's almost like a 50-50 match, it feels like, depending on who's on top at that point in time. So yeah, he's definitely going to want to bring his A game here.
Oh, you make a very good point. Very good point. Loco, in your YouTubing history, how many arrows do you have pointing to maybe Serral's units or ShoWTimE's units?
One today, to be precise.
Wait, what?
But historically, again, loads of them.
One today? What's this about?
Yeah, no, I posted a Serral video today. You haven't seen it yet, Kalaris?
Apparently not. I'm just guessing. But, you know, we do love arrows here when it comes to all of this. So I guess whilst we take a look at the map vetoes as well. Any predictions from your side? I know that probably both of you sway towards the Serral camp, but Cats, I guess I'll start with you.
No, yeah, for sure, especially with the pressure of potentially facing Reynor. And we've talked about how good Serral is at the late game, but also in the early and mid game, I feel like he is extremely dangerous and looking to punish any super greed. That is where ShoWTimE's kind of like wallness can shine through, and he can kind of stop Serral so that he can muster enough of a force put him in an uncomfortable position before Serral can get to Hive, perhaps. That is what I'll be looking at, and if that happens, maybe ShoWTimE can upset, but I think the more likely scenario is for Serral to win. So I'll say 2-1 because I'm hoping for great StarCraft.
We've had a lot of 2-1s today throughout these series as a whole, so that would make sense. Loco, any predictions as well as justifications from your camp?
Yeah, we've had a lot of really good games already today. A lot of 2-1s, but also a couple of upsets. What I think we can probably consider at least upsets.
Oh, yeah.
I do lean towards Serral here. I think it's probably going to be either a 2-1 or a 2-0, just because in my mind, Serral doesn't really lose Zerg versus Protoss, right? Like Zerg versus Terran, Zerg versus Protoss, that's a matchup where he's got, well, basically every single win. And then Zerg versus Zerg is where things get a little bit more difficult, but I think Serral's going to take it.
Yeah, you make such a good point, Katz, about the fact that the loser goes down to play it against Reynor. That must be a bit terrifying. I think a lot of these players are probably glad that they have technically another bracket to potentially play if that becomes the possibility here for the next weekend. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to head over to the casters for our final series of the day. Are we going to get another upset? Let's figure things out as we head over to the game.
It's hard to be upset here, James, as we have a banger of a series coming on up. It is going to be ShoWTimE facing off versus Serral. And, I mean, Kev, this is the match that I was most excited about when I saw the bracket for today.
Yeah, definitely one of them. I thought GuMiho against Hero had a lot of potential, and that's why I wanted to cast it at first, but then we swapped some things around, but it's all good. I missed out on that upset. We got another upset in the previous series that I feel like the majority of the games looked appealing on paper, and almost all of them delivered. Maybe Oliveira Lambo could have been a bit more epic, but that second game still gave us a whole lot more than what we initially thought we were going to get after the start we had there. So it's been a good day, and these two do have a bit of a history of creating epic games. We think back of Stargazers, TSL, right? Earlier last year. That was an absolutely amazing game. And a long time ago in Nation Wars on Neon Violet Square. Arguably one of the best games in StarCraft 2 history. Anybody that saw it will remember it. So they are no strangers to making it epic. But how lucky can we really get on one day with that many great games? I don't know. I'm just going to set my expectations low. And then it can only get more awesome throughout the best of 3.
Oh, man, I think that's probably a reasonable way to do it, but we'll have to find out as we hop into game number 1 as we go into Grezman. On top of the bottom right-hand side player is the Red Zerg from Basilisk. He is Serral.
He's been on fire lately. Doesn't play many things, but whenever he does play, he wins. But the same can be said for this man. He's been doing very well over the last few weeks in the top left side and representing Berlin International Gaming, Die Mauer, ShoWTimE. As you know, Fear Dragon, I am a big fan of Monday Night Video Gaming, the weekly tournament provided by ESL. And ShoWTimE so far in the 2 weeklies that we've had, where we had EPT points on the line for the upcoming EPT season. First week, made it to the final, was down 0-2 against Gabe, brought it back, sent it into a game 5. It was an absolute nail-biter. It did not go his way, but he did play amazing in it. And hey, second place is still pretty good out of 100 or so competitors. And last Monday, he actually won it all, and he looked damn good doing it. So ShoWTimE really is in excellent shape at the moment.
Yeah, against Max Pax in a PvP, no less as well. Like, absolute legend. ShoWTimE, like you said, is playing super well, but I do think, in some ways, in the most unfortunate way, Serral is kind of like ShoWTimE's white whale. He puts on so many good series versus Serral, but ends up winning so few of them. And it feels like he gets really close a lot of the time and just barely comes shy of it. So I still have an expectation for some great games here, but it's also going to be a little bit on ShoWTimE to show that he can do that final little closing out to actually take down someone like Serral.
Yeah, and as I said, Serral really has been excellent. We ran a big event on the Friday night that had over 200 players signing up a couple of weeks ago. And it was actually kind of a fun format. At least I thought it was fun, because I decided that the lowest seed player would always be able to pick the first map, and then it would be loser pick. So for someone like Serral, that's a nightmare, since he is seed 1. Means that his opponents always get loser first map choice. And even if they drop the first map, they get the second map choice as well. And Serral still went 14-1 or even 17-1 towards the end. in the entire tournament against world-class players like GuMiho, like MaxPax, like Clem. It really was one of the finest performances of Serral in a very long time, and the man doesn't have a lot of bad performances in general, so he is really feeling it. And I'm sure that he was disappointed by IEM Katowice earlier this year, where he obviously had, for his standards, an early exit and he wasn't able to defend his title. But after Katowice, Serral has looked nothing but spectacular.
Yeah, sometimes I guess you just need one of those kind of events where you're a little bit disappointed to just really kick things into the next gear. And it really does feel like Serral has been playing on a different level, like you said, since IEM Katowice. That event was it was ludicrous to watch Serral make that run through the Basilisk event. So I'm interested to see how he's going to be able to fare over here, as he is the favorite coming in versus ShoWTimE. But he pops in with a Ling as the Adepts are on the other side of the map. He scouts out the very standard kind of Stargate opening. I think this is... It's almost more of just a surprise when ShoWTimE doesn't go for the Stargate Oracle opening. And it's more going to be the question of what does he decide to do after this.
Yep. To put things in perspective, actually, after Katowice, Serral has played 18 series and he is 17-1 in them. The only one he lost was in the Pigsty tournament, where he lost in a nail-biter 4-3 against Clem. The only series, but obviously after that he already got revenge on Clem with a 3-0 over in the Basilisk Big Brain Bouts special anniversary edition. So the man really has been on a roll. He's on fire. Let's see how good his ZVP is today. It looked very good against MaxPax a little over a week ago. So far it's looking good against ShoWTimE too. We can talk a little bit about what we can expect from ShoWTimE in this series. We know that he's a big fan of safe and sound in the beginning, one gate, fast expand, Oracle, sometimes obviously a triple Oracle, double Oracle is standard, triple Oracle, a little bit, you know, more of the odd one out there, but ShoWTimE obviously has a lot of confidence in his ability to keep the Oracles alive, and then triple Oracle isn't a bad choice at all.
Yeah. And that third Oracle is about to pop out. And since the first two Oracles have not really found a ton of opportunities to get a lot done, he's going to try and join them together with some of the earlier Adepts that he's made. But behind this, he is adding on that Robo. And does seem like he's going to be transitioning out fairly shortly. But we'll see. The Oracles are going to be able to take a nice little trade over here alongside the Adepts versus some of the Lings, forcing Serral to disengage. Behind all this, Serral has actually added on that Roach Warren and is just continuing to try and deal with the light bits of pressure that ShoWTimE throws at him.
It's so insane how difficult it is to even kill a single drone against Serral. And we don't want to make this all about Serral, but ShoWTimE is one of the best Protoss players in the world, who's absolutely red hot at the moment, playing great in everything he does. And so far, with all these Adepts and triple Oracle, he has not been able to find a single drone yet. And, you know, you just follow the action and you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. There wasn't really an opportunity. But we cannot emphasize enough on how difficult it is as a Zerg player not to give Protoss players like ShoWTimE an opportunity to go for your drones. Serral is an absolute master in making very difficult things look very easy. I'm sure that ShoWTimE is not happy about the fact that he got 0 drones so far. So we're gonna try again, this time around with even more Adepts without Glaive, but I wouldn't hate it if he splits these Adepts up. But Serral with the full wall of in the natural makes it impossible for these Adepts to even get in. Still 0 drones, Fear Dragon.
Just no actual opportunity. It's not like there's some big misplay that's happening over here from ShoWTimE. It's just Serral has been so solid on the defense. Behind this, it does seem like ShoWTimE's going to be adding on that robotics bay, adding on +1 weapons, and he's finally going to be able to pick up a couple of drones over here. Finally finds a tiny bit of damage, but at this point, Serral's already kind of in his groove, as he's even adding on an infestation pit pretty early on.
Yep, we're morphing an Overseer as well. It does seem that Serral wants to maybe be a little bit aggressive with a lot of roaches. One thing that is important to mention, and we didn't even get to talk about it yet, because we were talking about how awesome and handsome these nerds are, and that's totally fine, is that ShoWTimE's follow-up was a bit different than what I'm used to. Very quick Robo Bay, much later Twilight Council. So not one of these builds where he's rushing into the Blink Stalkers and he's going to have to defend against a gazillion roaches with a couple of Blinky boys. No, instead he's going to have very quick access to these big and powerful robo units, and after that, well, he can go for the Twilight upgrades, and he's not even going to go into Blink at all. It will be Charge as the first upgrade of choice out of that Twilight. Interesting build here by ShoWTimE. I would say not totally standard, not something that we see every single PvZ.
Yeah, especially interesting. He's going to be going and adding on that Dark Shrine a lot later on than you oftentimes see those things get added on. Still going to be very useful for even just combining with the charge lots to morph in a couple of those Archons. But before all of that actually hits, or at least I should say before the Dark Shrine really hits, War Prism is going to be popping on out, and he should be able to hit a pretty interesting little timing here with a very strange composition of units as well.
Yeah, what is his army? It's like a couple of disruptors, okay, but then we have a whole bunch of adepts that do not have resonating glaives. We have a couple of sentries and even slow zealots in the mix. But ShoWTimE clearly just hoping A, to push back the creep a little bit, and B, maybe he can land one of these magnificent purification novas. We can't ignore the oracles, by the way. The oracles are still a unit with a lot of potential, especially off creep, out of range of the queens. They have plenty of energy and they can really make the difference in a battle. ShoWTimE does not want to lose these units randomly, as Serral fires up the greatest Spire the moment the Spire is done.
That is a very interesting move there from Serral. Now, I have to wonder if this is going to pay off, because ShoWTimE is about to hit his full groove here. Dark Shrine finished up. He's morphed in a couple of those Archons, morphing in a couple more DTs just for another Archon, it looks like. But this is the big attack timing for ShoWTimE. Greater Spire and Broodlords are still going to be at least another minute and a half to 2 minutes away. Surely ShoWTimE's going to hit before that.
Yep, if we get a Warp Prism on the edge of creep, we push creep back a bit further, we make sure we don't bleed out any of these Disruptors or Immortals or Archons early on. There really is some serious potential here. I absolutely love the way that ShoWTimE has played this game, but with the army that he's currently working with, it's safe to say that he is on the clock, Fear Dragon, because you're spot on. Broodlords are going to wipe the floor with this army. Even 3 or 4 Broodlords would be a big problem, because the Stalkers that he could potentially warp in, they don't even have Blink. So it kind of is now or never for this army, but obviously we know that, and I don't think ShoWTimE has seen that Great Spire at all, so I don't think he knows how badly that clock is ticking at the moment.
Yeah, Adepts are going to be shading around looking for little bits and pieces of damage, but it's not little bits and pieces of damage that ShoWTimE needs. He needs big damage. He's setting up stasis traps, which, I mean, again, I love all the little things that ShoWTimE is doing. Does the Immortals? He doesn't see the Broodlords. It's so close.
Yeah, but even if he sees them now, I'm afraid that it's already too late, man. Archons just cannot get in range against Broodlords, and it may only be 3 Broodlords, but there's obviously a ground army of the Zerg to worry about too. I have the feeling that ShoWTimE is now going to be forced to either retreat or just do a great job in buying a whole lot of time for himself, but he's not going to be happy to see Broodlings being fired at his army, because he's like, well, this is right now not a phenomenal army to fight Broodlords. We have a couple of Banelings morphing on the other side of the map. I love the Spine Crawlers, by the way, behind the mineral line. Let's see what these Banes can get done. They do not have +2 melee yet, but this many Banelings still pretty good in getting a couple of probes.
Yeah. Also, just take down some of those defenses and make it easier for those run-bys to happen later. Ling's also finding a potential cancel over here on the Nexus, and that is going to be very annoying, because ShoWTimE is really desperately going to be trying to rush up to the Stargates, to the Fleet Beacon, to try and get up the transition and deal with those Broodlords. And he basically just has to buy time during all this, but that's also an expensive transition to try and do. He knows he's going to be losing some of his army in the process as well.
Yep. I mean, we have the extra Stargates finishing up. I think the Fleet Beacon is already done. I did like how quickly he went into +1, but I'd be very surprised if Serral does not have the confidence to now march forward through the center of the map. Seems that Serral is like, you know what, the late game is also totally fine. Let's just go ahead and stabilize. I know that the current army you have is not that terrifying, and by the time you have a whole bunch of great Stargate units, I'm sure I can deal with that too, as these probes will also fall. Nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Apparently 2 of them do manage to hide and they survive, but still 10 extra workers, couple pioneers going down, and on top of that, obviously ShoWTimE's window, if there was ever a window, yeah, that window has long closed.
Yeah. Love that he's still staying active with some of the charge lot warp-ins, with the Warp Prism moving around, the DTs also continuing to harass. I do like that ShoWTimE is still being quite active on the map, and if you just look at the base count for Serral, it's not exactly that impressive right now, but his economy is still just doing so much better because of the little things like the Baneling run-bys and everything, and also the fact that he's still shutting down most of the harassment that ShoWTimE throws his way.
Serral is starting to complement his army with a couple of these Zerg spellcasters. Infest is on the way, and I'm sure that we'll see a few Vipers too if he knows that ShoWTimE is transitioning into triple Stargate with the Fleet Beacon. Tempest is a unit that either Protoss players love or hate. I'm kind of on the hate train, but I also think in a game like this, there probably is no better choice than the Tempest. So I don't blame ShoWTimE for it. And I also think he's a very good Tempest user. Kind of like how Neep used to make you Americans proud. I think ShoWTimE, when it comes to the European Protosses, can make us proud and sometimes make the Tempest shine. But obviously, if Serral knows it's Tempest, he's going to make a bunch of Corruptors, and Tempests are just not good against Corruptors.
Yeah, already seeing a ton of them. Just got it added on there in the last 3 seconds. But, well, we'll see when actually Serral gets scat out to see how many Tempests have been made. Even going for the Tempest upgrade, that's going to help against some of the static defenses and whatnot. So if he's able to get into a good position, he's going to be able to really shut things down. Always an awkward snag when you get that many banelings in a stasis trap, by the way, because you're just like, oh man, I really have to commit quite a bit over here to kill this now.
Yeah, you can surround it with the Archons, but I'm sure that ShoWTimE is a tiny bit worried about the Zerg army showing up right when these banelings get freed up from the stasis. We know that that is not happening, so in the end, ShoWTimE is still able to get all these banes without taking any damage from against them from home. So all of that is good, but it is going to be harder and harder for ShoWTimE to find any economic damage. I think he's kind of giving up on that. And at this point, this game is just kind of stabilizing, where we are both making a step, tiny steps, baby steps, towards our dream army, right? We're gonna free up a little bit of army supply, throw away a couple of the roaches we don't need anymore, and I'm sure that ShoWTimE will try to get rid of one or two of the Archons, because I don't think you really want to start the final fight with that many Archons. It just does not seem ideal.
Yeah. Tempest does kind of reveal itself to the Overseer as he's also moving forward onto creep with the rest of his Tempest and his Archons. Going to potentially go for a bit of a trade over here. There are a fair number of these Corruptors, but the Archons can zone back those Corruptors for a bit. Fungal Growth's, though, going to lock those down as ShoWTimE realizes that is not really an army we really want to take on right now.
Neuroparasite being used as well on that final Archon, so that Archon walks into the wrong way and will get picked off by the army of Serral. Serral knows what he's going up against, but he just seems very comfortable to drag this into ultra late game. He has always been notoriously very strong. There are a couple of people out there that say you just don't beat Serral in late game CVP, and I used to always agree with that, where it's like, these games are not even that exciting because Serral always wins, until Zaun actually got the best of Serral at Data C. I believe it was a DreamHack Masters Atlanta. And I was like, hey, it is possible. That was a great game, and he actually just won an ultra late game deciding fight with the Mothership, Archons, Tempest, Storm Carriers against ultra late game Serral. So clearly there is a chance, and I'm sure ShoWTimE has thoroughly studied that game, because getting your hands on a game where Serral loses in the late game against Protoss, that's kind of like finding a gold Pokemon card in your Pokemon pack.
Yeah, and ShoWTimE himself is quite good at those late game situations. I also want to just quickly note, it's a small thing. We'll see how much of a difference it actually makes, but I really do like that while ShoWTimE's mineral bank isn't super high, he's really been able to maintain a lot of his gas bank and a lot of his gas units. Now, a little bit awkward as I say that, because a couple of Archons and an Immortal do seem like they're going to get picked off over here most likely, but
yeah, but that is okay, right? Yeah. It's okay, because it kind of goes back to what I said earlier, where ShoWTimE does not want to start a game-deciding fight with that many Archons. That is a sick fungal, though. That could be a problem. We do have a Nova flying forward. The Corruptors are going to try to do their thing against these Tempests, and it seems like they will succeed. A couple of Zealots have found a few drones somewhere, but this army of ShoWTimE is going to have a hard time making it home safely, as another fungal connects, and Serral even leaves a couple of the Lurkers behind to deal with these Zealot run-bys. Just great spellcasting there by Serral.
That was really excellently done, and that's going to be really annoying for ShoWTimE to try and replenish some of those units that he just lost there. Like you said, you don't want to have too many Archons, but 2 Archons is certainly not going to be enough to push back a whole lot there, unless you also have a ton of Storms to back those up, and a couple of Storms are thrown down, but man, when your army just gets fungled like that at the very start of the fight, it makes things so difficult to engage into.
Yep. Well, no HP gets picked up, but a couple of Zealots are starting to work on that Ultralisk Cavern. I don't know if Ultras are really going to be units that will decide the outcome of this game, but it's obviously an expensive building, so it's always nice to pick up expensive buildings. And that one brave Zealot almost got the hatch. It seems that the Disruptors got misrallied, but there is nothing of Serral that is very quick that can actually pounce on that and punish ShoWTimE for that little mistake.
Are the Oracles still alive? I mean, they must be, right? They're still throwing around stasis traps and everything?
One of them is.
Okay, well, we're having a potential fight over here, as it does seem like a lot of these Tempests are getting picked off one by one. Fungal growth also on some of the remaining Tempests. There's hardly anything left in the air over there for ShoWTimE, and the Disruptors alone, plus the Archon, are really not enough to hold things back. Stalkers being warped in shows the desperation here for ShoWTimE. He just really lost a few too many units there.
He's got no money either, right? He's been investing a lot in infrastructure. He's been spending a decent amount of money on Zealots and DTs that found some success, but not crazy success. Then double Cybercore, all the air upgrades, all these expensive air units. It's just starting to add up, and all of a sudden ShoWTimE has no bank. Meanwhile, Serral is as rich as ever with 4.5k minerals, 3k gas, and on top of that, still a terrifying army that is 50 army supply bigger than the army of ShoWTimE. We do have the mothership show up, but it's a day late and a dollar short to save that Nexus as we land the Revelation. But I kind of feel like we just landed the Revelation and we see an army we can defeat.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward. If there are all those Tempests alive, maybe there's something you can do, but does try and target fire down some of these Broodlords. Fungal growth locking down the Stalkers, though, on making sure that they cannot blink back to safety. Disruptors gonna be trying to go off, and they do find quite a few of those Infestors as well, but at the end of the day, it's still just gonna be Serral's game as he takes the first one, showing just real dominance as the game went later and later on.
Masterful display of the late game ZVP there by Serral, but we can't ignore the early game either. Like, it is fascinating to see a player as good as ShoWTimE with 3 Oracles and all these adepts not find a single drone until like minute 7 or 8. That is so incredibly difficult. There are a lot of very good Zergs out there, right? Like, you think of any random 6,000 something MMR Zerg, they're gonna end up losing 10 drones against the first 2 Oracles, or 10 drones against the first time the Oracles sync up with the adepts. Serral just makes it impossible almost for Protoss players to find a lot of damage early on. However, Ravi, for me, the game deciding moment was really when ShoWTimE was on the edge of creep with all these Archons, the Disruptors, the Immortals, and he had that moment, right? That little window where the Great Aspire was morphing, but it wasn't done yet. I believed in ShoWTimE's army there, and I feel like if he would have known the timing of that Great Aspire, there's a good chance that ShoWTimE would have been able to get a great fight there. But after that window, it just kind of felt that the game was over.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate when you're in a situation where you have a pretty solid army and there's potential timing to hit, but you're not 100% sure how deep and how much you should just be trying to force a fight, because that really does make things a lot more difficult for you to decide, all right, well, I will potentially just straight up lose the game to this tech transition my opponent's about to come out with if I don't go right now. But if I go and they just have been flooding out units, then I could also just get crushed and lose the game that way. So it's tough, and it really, like you said, comes down to a bit of the missing information there for ShoWTimE.
It really is tough, because if you do get surrounded and you suddenly see roaches, ravages, and banelings crashing in from every angle, you're like, oh my goodness, like, why am I so impatient? This game was going totally fine. I'm on 4 bases. I've got a nice army. So at that point, as a pro, if that scenario unfolds, yeah, you're kicking yourself for not taking your time. But I also think it's important to keep in mind who you're playing, right? And ShoWTimE is great, but there are very few players better than the great Jonas Satala to have ever played this game. So sometimes I feel like it's okay to roll the dice, right? Go for it, push your luck, and see if this was the right attack to make or not, because the longer it goes, the harder it gets. And I think that is something this man absolutely displayed with his ultra fine control of the late game Zerg army. Top left side, representing Basilisk, this is Serral.
And down here in the bottom right-hand side of the map, representing Berlin International Gaming, the blue Protoss player, ShoWTimE.
it does often feel that whenever Serral has like a disappointing tournament, and once more, I don't want to make it sound like Katowice was the worst tournament ever for Serral, but obviously the group stage was already a bit of a bumpy ride, and then that quarterfinal exit, for his own standards, it was disappointing. It does always feel that it lights that fire under his butt, and he just comes back swinging, and he'll go absolute god mode, and that is kind of what has been happening. Now, I know he doesn't play in crazy amount of events, and it's not like he's been playing Hero and Maru non-stop, but whenever we do get to see Serral, he looks really damn good at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's an uncommon thing to talk about angry Serral, and it really does feel like it's a thing where sometimes Serral just seems to play angry, and he seems to play really well when you make him angry. So I don't doubt it at all. Whether he even acknowledges it or not, I think that it is very much something to be wary of after he has a not perfect tournament performance, I should say. But
I mean, one of my favorite little Serral side history moment, story, whatever, is the very first time we had the online DreamHack Masters Europe Regionals, which is just Clem's tournament at this point, because Clem has won, I think, 6 out of 8 editions, which is absolutely insane. But the very first time we had it, and Clem defeated Serral, that was the first time after like 60 weeks of running the weekly that Serral suddenly signed up for the Monday Night Weekly. And obviously he showed up in a big way. He won the entire tournament, which to me really felt like he was making a statement. He never plays on Monday night. He lost in the DreamHack Masters Euro Regionals. Suddenly he plays the next day. I don't think he dropped a single map, winning the tournament. And then he just went back into not ever playing it. And when you ask him about it, he's like, I just felt like playing. I was like, oh no, come on. You wanted to make a statement, and you were angry about the result, and you wanted to set the record straight, and that's okay. And that's what we love about Yona.
Yeah, I do love when we get that slight little tinge of vindictiveness from him. But all things put aside, though, I really do love that Serral is playing so immaculately, especially in that early game. I think it's, especially for Zerg players, a lot of fun to see. It's a little painful for as a Protoss player, but hey, is ShoWTimE going to be able to turn things around? Oh, beautiful micro there with the Adept to snipe off one of the drones and gets out of there alive with the Adept. Actually really, really well done there by ShoWTimE.
Yep, one of the cool moves there for ShoWTimE was that he didn't just fire at a drone, he fired, but he kept on walking towards the drone. So while Serral tried to save it by morphing it into a spore crawler, ShoWTimE made that impossible because he blocked the spore crawler from going down with the Adept, and that's what allowed ShoWTimE to get another shot off there. Like, it's a whole lot of effort for a single drone, but hey, one drone is already one more than we got in the previous game up to minute 7 or so.
Yeah, sometimes it's just the moral victories that really do push you forward and make you feel a little bit better moving to the next stage of the game. Now, his Ling is being quite annoying over here in the main base, but it does seem like ShoWTimE will eventually get the cleanup on that before he really starts getting to the point where Protoss players are going to start throwing down their additional tech and stuff like that, and that's going to be coming in another minute or two before really we'll get to see what ShoWTimE has in store for us after the Stargate opening, because I feel like if you're betting against ShoWTimE doing a Stargate opening, like, you're going to lose the bet most of the time.
Yeah, maybe if there was ever a moment for him to go Twilight, then this would have been the map, because it's obviously a shorter map, and I think there are some cool ways that your Adept can maneuver to the other side of the map, but ShoWTimE is just going for the Stargate once more. That Oracle did reveal itself in the main base. Serral had 2 queens in position, but ShoWTimE still found 2 drones, right? And it may not seem like the jackpot, but it really does feel excellent as a Protoss if you're able to get a couple of drones and you keep your units alive. That's why keeping that Adept alive was important, and now making sure that the Oracle stay alive is obviously even more important. And I wouldn't hate it if ShoWTimE gets a little more crazy this time around, right? Shade those Adepts into a natural that's defended. Who cares? Then maybe the Oracles can find damage, and it does feel that these Adepts are going to shade up indeed. They find another drone. Now the drones are being bounced in between the bases. Can the Oracle show up, activate Pulsar Beam, and get a few more workers? What a start here for DMauer, as long as he saves the Oracles, and so far he is doing that, Fear Dragon.
Oh, he's doing a great job of it. Splits out a lot of the damage between the Oracles, but every single one of them survives. The Adepts eventually go down, but it's not just the 6 Lings that are 6 drones that die. It's also a lot of the Lings that end up dying. It's a lot of the transferring time between the bases and everything. ShoWTimE has got to be thrilled with how all of that went.
Yeah, mate, that was so beautiful the way he kept every single Oracle alive. I'm smiling because we all know as Protoss players that it can be very difficult to keep these Oracles alive. Sometimes they act a bit weird. They don't respawn respawn like a Phoenix or a Mutalisk would respawn. They kind of glide all over the place, and some people have mastered it, and ShoWTimE showing us that he's got great Oracle control if it's necessary. Now needs to be careful, because you have to know that they are low on HP. Serral will always go for the low HP Oracle, but he keeps them alive again, gets 2 additional workers. It's a whole lot of effort for not necessarily a game-deciding lead, but so far a beautiful game by ShoWTimE.
Yeah, man. Kev, I'm in love. This is a beautiful Protoss play, I have to say. After a rough game number 1, where it really did feel like Serral was in full control, full dominance. Again, there's that momentum aspect that definitely plays a part in these kind of games of StarCraft. And like you said, it's not for massive meters or feats or whatever you want to say, like that he's making progress with. It's inches. He's getting inches with each one of these little victories, but they really do make a bit of a difference there. You feel the difference between a game that starts relatively well versus a game that doesn't start great.
I also like that ShoWTimE now has the confidence to already make his way to the other side of the map way before a blink is done. He knows that Serral is not the kind of Zerg to randomly make 48 Zerglings and then this army is going to get surrounded and be in trouble. No, it's okay to move out even before blink is done and push back the creep a little bit, because that will allow you to be right where you want to be the moment blink and +1 are done. So he's going to send the Oracles home, just wants to go up to 4 bases now. I wouldn't have hated if he was pushing the issue a little bit harder at this point, because Serral didn't even have a roach speed yet, but I also can't blame ShoWTimE for playing it safe, because the game has been going perfectly fine for him, so at this point he doesn't need to do something wild and crazy.
Yeah, he's going to be able to utilize that blink to try and get out of there. Has a stasis trap to fall back to as well, so the Lings are not able to seize those final kind of kills on those stalkers. So ShoWTimE in a good spot, keeps all of these Oracles alive as well, and still has a lot of energy available. So continuing to Revelation, can throw down the additional stasis traps, and again, just sets up for the next stage, which is going to be another one of those Dark Shrines, charge, +2 weapons, all kind of aligning with those disruptors.
Yep, it is all definitely lining up the way that he had in mind in the beginning of this game, but it's also still going to be very difficult for Mauer, because Serral is starting to grow bigger and bigger. 85 drones, the upgrades are on the way as well. Bailing speed is about to finish up, +1 missile attacks already done. So in the end, it still feels, despite all the great things that ShoWTimE has done, it's gonna come down to the first few engagements. ShoWTimE feels that there is a little opportunity here, blinks forward, snipes 2 queens, doesn't lose a single unit, has money in the bank for Dragon. We could get a couple of DTs and Zealots being warped into the main base soon. It's honestly almost a perfect game for ShoWTimE so far, but he still needs to be really careful, because one bad fight and it can be all over.
Yeah, God, Serral reacts so quickly to that warp prism. The moment it kind of rears its head even close to the base, to the main base of Serral, Serral has Lings there within seconds. It's so fast to react. And ShoWTimE tries to like move back in and out. It's like, maybe he's not looking now. A few seconds later, it's like, no, Serral's so on top of it. And ShoWTimE does not decide to kind of waste a ton of resources on that. But that means that now, like you said, Serral was growing bigger and bigger. Serral is at the max out point. He's morphing in his final couple of Bailings, getting his upgrades, and he may feel like he has an opportunity now.
Yep, fires up the hive as well. That's the stasis trap that could have big implications on how this fight plays out. The fact that these Oracles are alive is still so nice. Nova flies forward, the first Nova whiffs, but this honestly seems like a fortified location. I don't know if Serral can attack into it. He's gonna have to do a tremendous job in avoiding these Novas over and over again. So far he is doing that, but still stasis trap for days, batteries and cannons for days as well. And look at the amount of Archons. And last game against the Broodlords, they may have been useless. They are not useless against this army that Serral's working with. And this isn't just a hold for ShoWTimE, this is a big dub for ShoWTimE.
Yeah, this is actually a bit concerning for Serral now, as ShoWTimE building a lot of momentum across the map. He feels it. He feels like he can actually attack a bit across the map. Some of the Bailings are going to come out of the stasis traps, and this could spell a bit of a disaster, but ShoWTimE does warp in back at home defensively. He is going to continue to attack across the map.
Yep, obviously big moment. He has a couple of corrosive balls go down. Do find some connections, but Serral does not feel that he has the right amount of Zerg units to battle this army. He's got a bunch of roaches in production. He's going to go for it right now. War Prism is going to show up. Can pick up a couple of these key units. Unfortunately, the Disruptors were a little bit misrallied, so a tiny miscontrol there, as there is one Brave Immortal soaking up a bunch of Banelings on the other side of the map. The Zealot reinforcements are here, though, straight out of the Legacy of the Void cinematic. And is this good enough for ShoWTimE? and you kind of feel one Nova is all it takes, but beautiful split there by Serral.
Yeah, I mean, even with the one disruptor that it cannot really fire for very long, it feels like just the raw number of stalkers, the single immortal, are just going to be enough to start carrying on through. Even the charge lots absorbing some of the damage, not so much from the corrosive biles, but just from the regular attacks there, are doing mountains of work here for ShoWTimE. He is up in supply versus a player making roaches. That is always a good sign for a Protoss.
Yeah, big warp in the main base as well. These Zealots can have a field day against the drones as the Stalkers, Archons and Immortals are not letting go. They want more. A couple of corrosive balls will miss. Yeah, it does really feel that this game is seconds away from ending. GG gets called, and apparently that's what it takes to make a Serral bleed in this matchup. Magnificent game by ShoWTimE. Honestly, almost from start to finish. Like, if we want to be really mean, Fear Dragon, and we want to find one thing that ShoWTimE didn't do perfectly, what was it? Because I'm drawing a blank. I don't know.
I'm with you on that. I really don't have a whole lot of things that I can say like, oh, I wish ShoWTimE had done A, B, C, X, Y, Z. I will say that attack from Serral, I'm in agreement with what you said at the time, which is it felt like something I didn't think Serral was going to be able to make work. And I do wonder, while it's not ideal to just kind of sit back after you've maxed out your army and everything and not really do anything with it, I do wonder if Serral had just sat back, like, was it really that bad of a position for him?
No, it wasn't, but obviously ShoWTimE was getting closer and closer to maxing out as well. And if those two armies clash, like Roach, Ling, Ravager, Bane against maxed out Immortal, Disruptor, Archon, Blink, Stalker, that favors the Protoss. That's what Serral knows as well. And because Serral took a decent amount of damage from the Oracles, from the Adepts, he was slowed down. And he couldn't just sit back and let me get Vipers out, because I think Yona would know that most likely ShoWTimE would attack him right before Vipers are out. And then you're even more trouble. What I think maybe Serral could have done different is, instead of going as quickly as possible when he maxed out and he fired up the hive, is build up a tiny bit of a bank. So then you know that even if your attack doesn't go that well, you've got money for days and you can immediately remax and can do it all over again. Maybe Serral, if he would have waited 20-30 seconds, it would have been slightly better. But that obviously means more batteries, more stasis traps, more disruptors, right? So I think for this man, there wasn't really a right choice anymore. His opponent just got the best of him in the first 7 minutes. Not something we say very often, but it happened. Let's see what Game 3 has in store for us on Dragon Skills. Bottom right side, representing Basilisk, the great Yona Sotala, Serral.
And up here in the top left-hand side of the map, our blue Protoss player, the German from Berlin International Gaming. He is ShoWTimE.
Hey, I guess I remember something. We lost the Disruptors, right? The Disruptors moved into the Roaches. Oh, no.
Yes.
Yeah.
After you had already effectively won the game, there was that.
Exactly.
That's true. Yeah.
I think the first mistake was indeed made by the time that it was pretty much GG. Now, I mean, I don't throw the term perfect game around very quickly, and I'm sure it wasn't. I'm sure there were like tiny supply blocks here and there, but that felt pretty close to perfection out of ShoWTimE's side. Like, hard not to fanboy. Whether you're a Terran, Zerg, or a Protoss, you had to admire that play because that was ultra clean.
No, absolutely. I think it really is one of those games that you could hand off to someone and be like, yeah, you want to learn how to play like a really solid game of StarCraft? Like, look at this. All right, look at how he basically micromanages and does all of his setups and stuff behind all of his little bits of harassment and everything. He's being careful to get little bits and pieces of damage but not lose the units. Like, you could just look at all of those little moves from ShoWTimE and say, yeah, this is how you play PvZ. This is a just super solid way that's reliable to play it. And I think that's what got me pretty excited about that game. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Kev, I'm getting pretty amped up over here just because even though it's just that one game so far, as we head into game number 3 and see who's going to be able to take the series in this best of 3, I'm already looking at like how that bracket is shaping up. It's really not what I would have expected. We already had Reynor kind of falling to special over there, and now we could potentially have ShoWTimE potentially taking down Serral. I mean, what world are we living in right now?
Yeah, now I was about to look something up, because obviously if ShoWTimE would get the best of Serral here, then we would have a Serral versus Reynor in the lower bracket, or technically lower bracket round 1. And that's just something that doesn't even roll off the tongue nicely, because we never say that, right? But then I was thinking, there was a tournament a while ago, and I thought it was King of battles, but maybe it had a different name, where we had Serral, Reynor, MaxPax and Hero in one group, and the 2 Protoss players actually advanced over Serral and Reynor. But that's like the only scenario that I can think of in the last 6 years where we even found ourselves in a position where Serral and Reynor were in the same group and were in the bottom of the group, or played each other in lower bracket round 1. Like, things don't happen like that.
Absolutely wild. God. Ken Zerg, I mean, if ShoWTimE wins this, I'm really looking forward to the Reddit thread. Ken Zerg win his single series in the European region. Absolutely wild. But no, we've seen some great games today, I have to say, for sure. And, well, I'm looking forward to seeing how ShoWTimE's going to be able to perform in this one, as Adepts find 1 drone, they find a 2nd drone, they might be able to find a 3rd or even a 4th. No, not a 4th.
I mean, that's still obviously a lot of damage. I think that's something that ShoWTimE is more than happy with, because it's not just the 3 drones you got. You also got the Zerg to make a couple of Zerglings, and obviously these Lings right now, they're not going to be able to really accomplish a whole lot other than run around a little bit and keep an eye on whether or not everything is standard or not. But yeah, pretty awesome start for ShoWTimE. Maybe not as clean as the previous game, but still pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's something you can probably feel happy about it. I think even just, again, it's like a little bit of that momentum thing, saying like, yeah, it's not like the first game. This guy has definitely bled. I most certainly made him bleed in that last game. We can do it again. And we'll see where he's going to be going from here as that first Oracle pops on out. And it's going to be really, again, about the next minute or two when ShoWTimE's going to start making some of those other decisions, as we have 2 queens who are fighting over the love of a drone, it seems like.
It was the Africa Cup of Champions, by the way, where Serral and Reynor were in the same group and both finished in the bottom side of the group. But they didn't actually play against each other. They just lost against the Protosses. MaxPax and Hero were amazing that day, and they got the best of him. I was like, I knew it happened sometime in the ESL Pro Tour last year. So it's not like we've never seen it before, but it'd obviously be very surprising. But we're not there yet. ShoWTimE is still going to have to play a very clean game here, just like he did in the previous game, to even start dreaming about that victory here over Serral.
Yeah, long ways to go. We do have a nice early Roach run coming on out here for Serral, but he's going to be bleeding off a few more drones. Just, it's again these little pickoffs here, and ShoWTimE is getting done as he very reliably just doesn't take too much damage on those Oracles, keeps them alive for later, and is getting ready to pair them up with even more Adepts as he continues to churn even more out.
Yep, obviously Serral's not going to be happy to once more be bleeding out a couple drones when his defense was so stunning in that first game and the unit positioning was just as perfect as it could be. He's clearly been struggling a little bit more, repeating that performance as we now activate Pulsar Beam and going to try to get a cancel on the hatch. ShoWTimE gets an easy cancel and gets the kill on the drone as well. I mean, Ravi, it could very well happen. I'm starting to become a bit of a believer here for ShoWTimE.
Yeah, I mean, we got 4 Oracles now alongside all of the Adepts that are still really just undamaged right now. Another cancel on this hatchery. This is going to be so annoying for Serral. Yep. And I mean, this has got to be a point where, like, now you have to start thinking about the Adepts moving forward. As he sees them, he has to start making some additional units, but he hasn't even gotten down his 4th base.
And once more, I kind of like that quick robo, man. I think I'm a fan of the robo before the Twilight, because we've seen too many games where a lot of things go well, but we can talk more about that later. As I actually think that you could have let the Shade finish up, activate Pulsar Beam, and then you could easily gun down that Evo Chamber, right? With 4 Oracles and this many Adepts, 1 Evo Chamber is not necessarily going to keep the Zerg safe. ShoWTimE is now going to check and see if Serral has expanded elsewhere. Lets the Adept Shade finish up, not a fight that Serral can take, and now another hatchery is going to be in a bit of pickle, but it's so much not so, or so far it's not about the hatch. It's actually a lot more about these Oracles flying into the natural, getting 9 drones. The majority of the Adepts get out of there too. Mr. Maru is really turning it up here, Fear Dragon.
I was really questioning that, letting that Adept Shade finish, but there just weren't that many Lings over there, and I love the decision to keep sending the Adepts further up and to the right, as he just says, okay, well, if I send these this way, then a lot of your units are going to be moving that direction, and then my Oracles have an opportunity to dive in over there, killing 17 workers so far this game alongside all of those Lings that died, and now he's grabbing a 4th base. Like you said, he's been just getting up all of his transition points behind this. This is a beautiful start here for ShoWTimE.
Yep. And keeping the majority of the key units alive once more. And what I want to say before we had that crazy attack of the Oracles in the Natural and the Adept Shade finishing up is that what I like about the quicker Robo and later Twilight is that suddenly now the big Roach Ravager attack or even Roach Ravager Queen, it doesn't seem that terrifying because we have much quicker access to Immortals and in this case even to Disruptors as well, and obviously that's going to always keep you safe as a Protoss against pure Roaches. So I really like it as ShoWTimE does lose one more Oracle. That's a little bit unfortunate, but I think 8 minutes in, if you would present this scenario to ShoWTimE with the numbers that we see, would you take this? I think he would absolutely say yes in a heartbeat.
I think there's not many Protoss players that wouldn't take this situation, as it really has been a pretty damn solid start. 81 workers as well. ShoWTimE is fully gotten into his groove, and he's getting ready and situated to get into that same kind of composition we've been seeing from him, or a very similar one as a lot of those other games, with Charge, +2 weapons, and the Dark Shrine all on the way to complement those Disruptors.
It's in a way, it's somewhat similar to Game 1, right? Except for the fact that we have done a whole lot more economic damage than we did in Game 1, and we were able to slow down the Zerg economy a lot more. So now it begs the question, will Serral drop another Spire? Does Serral even feel that he can get away with a Spire and quick Broodlords? And if that scenario does unfold, will ShoWTimE actually send it? Or do we have a repeat of Game 1 where he's going to slowly but steady trade out some units and make his transition into Stargate? Because I would personally love to see ShoWTimE just send it, because late game Serral, even if Zane did get the best of him in the Zane, excuse me. No, Zane is pretty good too though. The UK boys. But it was Zane, sorry Zane. On that map in Data C, it's just so rare to see Serral lose in the ultra late game.
Yeah, the longer the game goes on, the more tools he has to his disposal to try and find ways to just compensate for whatever kind of start he had. So it will be interesting to see, but this is kind of that window now as ShoWTimE is about to finish up +2 weapons. He's going to add on Blink behind all of this, but surely he is going to be going for that move out now. Yeah, he's even got the Prism here, so it is definitely happening.
Now it's important that ShoWTimE keeps on pushing though. The army is big for Serral, but obviously ShoWTimE's army is more teched up. It's more well-diverse as a Disruptor leads the charge. I don't think that's supposed to happen, but a couple of good forces do go down. The Nova will also land on a lot of these morphing Banelings. ShoWTimE is down in supply, but up in power units. Obviously losing a Disruptor is always scary though, right? Because those are like the last units you want to lose if you go up against Roaches, Ravagers, and Lynx.
Yeah, it's most certainly going to be the big power unit that you want to preserve in these fights. Little Zealot run-bys like this are going to actually occupy almost every single one of the Queens down there on the south side of the map. Now, Force Field's going to try and lock out a lot of the Banelings, make a lot less surface area over here for these Zerg units to pile on through. The Vipers are here, but they're not really adding a whole lot of value to the army, and the Warp Prism continuing to micro back the weakened Archons, but eventually they start to run out of energy, and they are going to start to dissipate.
What an abduct there, by the way, because if those 8 Stalkers finish up and those 8 Stalkers can fight alongside the Disruptor and the Archons, that could have really been very dicey. I think that was an absolute clutch abduct by Serral, because in the end it was close. But imagine that Warp Prism allowing 11 Stalkers to be warped in. That really could have made the difference. It could have very well been tipping the fight ever so slightly in favor of ShoWTimE. And if ShoWTimE wins that fight and gets the hatch, Serral in all sorts of trouble. So clutch abduct there by Serral that allows him to stay in this game, but that does not mean that the Zerg is winning by any stretch of the imagination. Serral is gonna need to make a, I wouldn't say comeback, because he does have a bigger army, but he has very basic units. So he needs to make some Serral magic happen. He needs to get value out of the little army advantage he currently has.
Yeah, and I think the important thing here is that a lot of ShoWTimE's key power units also got reset, so he doesn't have to worry about a ton of disruptors out of the map. Even the Archon count being reset makes things a lot more difficult here for ShoWTimE, so shutting down that base is going to be a nice little W there for Serral, and I like that he is also just taking the opportunity to find time to expand during all of this, as he's also continuing to add up a couple of those extra tech structures. But Zealot run by, as we see in that picture-in-picture, is he going to be able to snipe the hatch? It does look like it.
Yep, that's a big pickoff. Serral does have his hatchery in the center of the map, but that's obviously a very difficult hatchery to defend if ShoWTimE decides to replace some of these robo units. Now, I have to admit, I'm not necessarily a fan of going ultra Archon heavy, as we drop the Templar Archives as well, and I guess we can make our way into Storm. Maybe ShoWTimE feels that he doesn't have the right units to keep Disruptors alive at the moment, and they will just get abducted. So it's all about Archon Stalker at the moment. It is +3 Archon Stalker though, Fear Dragon.
Yeah, those Archons are getting abducted into the middle of the army, and they end up dying very, very quickly. But, I mean, as soon as there's no longer any abducts, you start to see that there are a lot of issues that start to arise with that army. And ShoWTimE able to bully him back.
Honestly, still a very close and competitive game. Serral may have the army supply advantage, but once more, it does not mean that much. His army does not trade incredibly well, especially not off-creep against Archons, and not to even mention potentially cannons and batteries participating in the fight. So Serral needs to just make sure that, I guess, he gets extra bases up and running, and he keeps ShoWTimE at these 4 bases. But I'd be very surprised if ShoWTimE doesn't want to go back into Disruptor production, because it feels that Disruptors are dream units here.
Yeah, I feel like he's had a lot of opportunities. Maybe he's concerned about the Vipers, but Viper's still going to just be going for the abducts on those Archons for now. And Serral, at a bit of a choke point, feels like he's not going to be taking the best trade over here, especially toward the end of it. Ends up having to retreat on out. Doesn't really end up canceling the base either. And ShoWTimE manages to defend, manages to keep alive a lot of his key units, and is also going up to Storm. Like, it really just feels like ShoWTimE is starting to stabilize more and more.
It was a strange moment for Serral to take such a committed fight, as he sent like 12 or so roaches towards the bottom left side, looking for a cancel on maybe that base that didn't exist. So that's like 24 army supply that he was missing, and it was also seconds before +3 missile attacks finishing up. And since he had that many roaches and ravages, you would wonder if that was the perfect moment to fight or not. But it seems that Serral just has one mission, and that says, ShoWTimE, you can have the 4 bases you currently have, but I'm not allowing you to get a 5th. And so far, Serral quite successful in that mission.
Is he going to be committing even further in over here, though? We do see Zell is going for a run by in the picture-in-picture, but Baneling's all committing in on the Stalkers, and you can see that Serral is not going to win that fight. He also ends up losing some of these Vipers. I do wonder if he need to commit in over there. I do like that he's able to at least snag more of those Archons on the retreat, though.
Gets one of the observers there with the Hail Mary corrosive ball. Has creep on the top right side of the map from these overlords, so that's obviously nice. He knows that ShoWTimE is not getting his hands on that base, and maybe at this point he's just planning on ShoWTimE running out of money, because once more 15 minutes, Legacy of the Void, main base completely dried up, natural, very little money left. So ShoWTimE is just a 2-base Protoss, and Stalkers are pretty expensive units of 2 bases, and ShoWTimE cannot get a big army out, cannot get that 5th base up and running. In the end, it is Serral who gets the dub 2-1, but it's safe to say that he had to work very hard for it, and I honestly thought it was an awesome performance by both Serral and ShoWTimE.
Yeah, I really do feel like, even though we still have history kind of repeating itself here of Serral defeating ShoWTimE yet again, it really is a series that continues to live up to at least my expectations of it, where Serral may win more often than not. But damn, ShoWTimE always puts up a really, really solid fight. And it's always such a pleasure to actually see, for sure.
Yeah, that final game, I think, was very close and competitive. The second game was just a work of art by ShoWTimE. And that first game, maybe there was a little opportunity there as well with all those Archons. At least that was it for us, Ravi. We're going to have to throw it over to the boys. Kalaris, what did you think about that lovely little PvZ to wrap it all up?
Great, wasn't it? Thank you very much, Roddy. Yes, every combatant come here to really play fiercely for this one. But it is Serral taking the victory in the end. I've got Cats as well as Loco here to go. Cats, I'm going to test you first to see if everything's working.
Test.
Oh, wow. It's going good. It's going good.
Oh, baby. We're in the Kalaris Dome.
That's right, in the Kalaris Dome. Let's take a look at the highlights brought to you by Aramco. Cats, this was a really hard-fought series by ShoWTimE, but just pipped at the post.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this first game felt like everything that we were talking about prior to the match, right? It's going to be ShoWTimE that's going to try to put the aggression before Serral can get to tier 3, before he can get his hive situated. The problem, and I agree with Roddy, I think there was a window, and I think that ShoWTimE got kind of fed wrong information because Serral was posturing before making those 3 Broodlords with his army, with corrosive biles. He was kind of like moving forward like his army, corrosive biling, and threatening to move on forward. So instead of ShoWTimE thinking it's go time before this Broodlords morph, he's more concerned about Serral pushing forward. So he's dropping those stasis traps and getting set up and thinking that he has more time than he does, I think. And that is to the credit of Serral. But yeah, that was game number 1. And game number 2, oh my god, like, yeah, ShoWTimE just really near perfect. Like Roddy said, that Oracle control was absurd with 2 Adepts shading onto the natural. Just absolutely beautiful.
Definitely moved on to game 3 as well, Loco. And I mean, some of these fights, the quality of the Protoss army was really good. It's just that sometimes Serral just has a lot more than you in some of these instances.
Yeah, no, honestly, just an amazing series overall, right? I would say probably the highest level gameplay we had today, or at least the most competitive series. Like, this really could have gone either way. Initially, before we started these games, we really assumed that this was going to be, I mean, not necessarily a straightforward victory for Serral, but we probably assumed it was going to look a little bit more one-sided than this. And I don't think anybody really would have been surprised if game number 3 there went in favor of ShoWTimE. That was really well played by him as well.
Yeah, I mean, coming in, I probably would have gone with a 2-0. I know that you guys were kind of jostling around the idea of a 2-1. Indeed, we did end with that, but a 2-0 is not out of the realms of possibility when it comes to Serral in this matchup. I think we can probably take a look at the bracket and see how everything is working out here for the EPT upper bracket, as we have up to the top Oliveira, HeroMarine, Special, and Serral getting themselves into those qualification matches to move on to Gamers 8 here, Cats. And I think the biggest surprise, obviously, Reynor not making it through against Special. What a win for Special.
Absolutely gigantic, but he has another Titan to face. I mean, I can't imagine his record or his chances are much worse against Serral than they were against Reynor, breaking a 10-game losing streak today, or and a 6 series losing streak, and that is being generous because he lost the series before that 1-3. So, you know, he has just been losing and losing against Reynor, but what a performance from Special today to close it out.
Lambo versus Spirit, Reynor versus ShoWTimE down at the bottom. And, you know, as Katz pointed out, Loco, ShoWTimE probably wasn't expecting to have to go up against Reynor in the bottom of this bracket, but there we are.
Yeah, no, that's a tricky one. It wasn't even that far off. We could have had a Reynor versus Serral in the lower bracket, right? Of round 1. I mean, I know that Roddy talked about that a little bit as well during the cast, but that is just something that I don't think anybody really would have anticipated. Now it's Reynor versus ShoWTimE in the lower bracket too. Like, that's another banger of a game.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me here today. Thank you for everybody else tuning in around the world. Tomorrow we're back, same time, same place, to get even more going. We've got best of 5s as well as best of 3s tomorrow to wrap up some of the little bits of the bracket. And then we've got a little bit more to go on Sunday as well. So that's done it for Gamers Without Borders for today. Let's take a look back at our recap, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none